Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And this is Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. And as usual, family, we always have some incredible and dynamic topics together. And they're the names again, family: Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. All right, so tonight's topic, family: overcoming the trials and tribulation of Pan-Africanism to build a Black nation. So we're going to go into full details on that. Kale, we always got to break down the elements of what we're talking about, because we realize we're in a world where very small percentage of people understand this whole process from Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. And, we're talking about from the foundation of just organizing ourselves now towards the end goal, which is nationhood. And our famous banner right there, family. So right there in big bold letters to let you show you just the vehicle driving Pan-Africanism and us just connecting and building that nation. So what I want to focus on as we talk is the trials and tribulation. So in order for us to get into this game, you have to spend time studying, researching, joining an organization, actively starting business, creating business, organizing people. You know what I mean, brother? All of those are those beginning elements. So I'm going to start with a little screen sharing. And as I do screen sharing, and I'm always, like to just share our documentation. And once I'm finished doing our screen sharing, then, I want to put up the social network so Kala can break down the elements of those things. So family, what we'd like to show you is documentation and show you the world that we're living in. Because as we speak and talk about Pan-Africanism and towards nationhood, we're also letting you know that this world is an active world that we're literally just participating in, building, and not just talking about it. It's important to separate yourself from what's going on, because it's a bunch of crazy thing going on where sometimes you wonder if some of us are focused, or if some of us are going to use these terminologies right there where we have on the screen at the very top, and they're going to abuse it and just use these titles as a way just to talk smart, sharp, intelligent, or are they going to engage themselves in that committed world to where we can literally just get something accomplished and organize ourselves as a people and compete like anyone else, and have ourselves strong to where if we feel like people are disrespecting us or or coming at us a certain way, we're operating in strength in numbers. So family, these are the things that we have to break down. That way, we have a clear perspective of what we're doing here as a people. So right here, this is my website, Bomani IT Service and Consultation. And first you're asking, you probably asking, why am I showing this website? Number one, it's because it's a business website, and we're talking about promoting and pushing Black enterprises, and also talking about us going out and building the skills that we need to build as a people. Let me try to switch that one right here. All right, so hopefully you can see the website clear.
Yeah.
Kala, how does it look?
Looks nice. Beautiful.
And everyone else, while you're watching this, you look at the bottom, we always have the text information. That's a number, email address, website, and then those are the countries, because we're talking about Pan-Africanism, and we're talking about nationhood, and we're talking about Africa. So it's, so we're there in the different countries. We've been to Africa, and we're doing business. And, so again, we're telling you that the world that we're talking about, it's different. It's not something where it's a bunch of people been able to just build through, because this is a long journey. And what we really need to do at the foundation is building the skills. So this is a 2005 website. It's been updated as of a few weeks ago and been remodified and things like that. But this is a business built in 2005, and it wasn't always this website, but it has went through several modifications. So one of the things that I'm always pushing for us to learn, family, is for us to get into the world of technology, whether it's just being a regular IT technician working on computer or electronic systems, or getting into more so technical administration, like web design or website management, or just management of just the digital aspect of management, just as far as just a business enterprise. So literally this that in combination with business administration, so these are the energy of skills and things that we can get ourselves involved in, to where we can learn to do these things. And what I'm always sharing with people, that all the things that we're built and started with is just business from the ground up, like literally just learning information technology and starting an IT business. And the motivation for that was because this was 2005, was a 2004 documentary that I did in Egypt back in the days to this. And that was my second journey to Africa. The first journey was Senegal in March of 2004. But that journey right there, both of those journey actually, because once you record documentation, and that at that time, you had to basically find a way to connect it to a computer and do your do your modern day way of this editing and putting together a documentary. It's not as easy as it is now with all the different softwares and and things. You basically like the drives that we have, everything is recorded on SD drive, so you can just whether you're shooting on your camcorder or your camera or your phone, once it's recorded on there, you just you connect it to your computer and you transfer the file off, and then you can edit it and you can set up, you can upload it to YouTube, you can make Blu-ray disc, or anything else you can do with it. But this is the foundation of how people like myself learn how to do things where people say I make it look simple. Yes, and that becomes a situation where you're working on something every day and you get better at it. So I was encouraging our young generation of brothers and sisters to get into the world of this technology and business administration, and because that is going to build the foundation for you to get into a whole lot of other business and other things. As we get ready to just talk about the other business that we've been able to build from this enterprise. And the website is bomaniitservices.com, and it just showcase, as you can see, the main menu right there. It showcases both of my technical resume, which is information technology and aircraft maintenance, and then I have a whole lot of business, business information on there. And the website actually, it's a rebuild, and I'm looking to just add more information on it. But this is just a setup that I created as we started doing more and more gaming computers. As a matter of fact, my son, if you hear background noise, I try my best to tell him that he's loud and we're live, but he's on one of these incredible gaming computers. As a matter of fact, once I put the lights in there, we're gonna take one of those and put it on here. But these are the computers that we build. These are the things that you set your office up to where you can put together technology. Everything is all connected, from the printer to the TV to the computer, dual monitors. Dual monitors, to where you can do presentation here and things like that. And when we build our enterprise there in Ghana on Black Star Pan-African community, the goal is to just organize and build this an elite business enterprise center to operate all the different businesses that we do, as far as technology and business services, Africa tourism investment, and then real estate development, land acquisition, and so on. So technology is a beautiful thing, from building beautiful websites to just being able to set up the office to just do productive work, and also this entertainment and so on. And so, Kala, you see right there, got the Black African Infrastructure Organization social network on the left.
I'm honored.
Got Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment. Got the community, Black Star Pan-African community on there. And this website is just a showcase of this, also marketing a few things. And then I got the website development, which it's something that we still do, but more so looking to when we expand this. It's one of those things that you want to teach a generation of children coming up how to run web administration, how to just create digital marketing to the highest level, to where it translates to you growing your enterprise from the ground up. All right, so people who know me when we do these things, just like to deal with a lot of colors. But all the information as far as phone numbers, contacts, and things, it's always just on our site. And you have all the social pages right there at the very top. So this unique website as just a model also if someone wanted to build more of an in detail website versus something simple, because this is not a simple website. It's a Joomla website, number one, and it's also a website with many moving parts and things where you have to understand a system of just how to organize it. And that time when we were doing web design, or when I was learning uh, back in early 2000s, a lot more difficult. But the thing of it is, those are the times that help you get to where, whatever comes out, you're fluent in it now and you can just easily just grow. So I'm telling people it's worth it to put the time in to learn so many things. I remember studying this web design process for about a month back in, I want to say that to be, as a matter of fact, it had to be in 2007, 2008. But nevertheless, our family, that is one of the beautiful things that we have created. And this operation I'm operating from is literally just a business center enterprise. This small space has a whole lot of technology that actually works to do the business that we do. So the next thing I'm going to show you, family, is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And I'm going to show that in reference to the topic that we're talking about. Because that's when, once you start making that move, that's when you start dealing with the trials and tribulation of the operation of us trying to make things happen. So the technology website that I'll show you right there is that energy build all of the things that we're talking about as far as Africa tourism investment and making everything look so nice online and so on. So, the goal is always to just get the best equipment and do the documentation, because we're talking about connecting to Africa. So one of the things that, the goal was always, especially back in 2004 to now, is always to try to show, Black beauty. Like when someone look in the picture, you want them to not be able to tell where the individuals are from. You're gonna say these are beautiful Black people. Some of them look like they live in Africa. Some of them look like they live in America. Some of them live somewhere else. But what you see is a connection of this energy of Black people. So Kala, when you're playing this right here, usually we have the music going. Got the music pause and everything. So families, the IT website doesn't have music, but this is web design at a different energy, just to showcase this beautiful picture, beautiful music, just the colors, the energy, and then showcase an incredible schedule across different parts of Africa. And as you work from Africa tourist investment, and as you're working through those things, you appreciate energy of your brothers and sisters joining and connected with you. But the thing that you're always going to do, family, you start doing certain business, you run into issues where you just have to find ways to just get along and deal with people. People can be very demanding, and people can, it's a situation that's hard to explain, but it's, once you get ready to, do anything, I mean, you're looking at 10 people right there. You're looking at 10 different personalities, and you're looking at people who have, since they're connecting with you, they understand the energy that we push off. Because anybody who have connect with me, that's, you see the colors, you see the energy. It's been the same energy, for 18 strong years. Us pushing, supporting Black-owned business always to the highest level. Us supporting Black organization. Us putting our money together to where we're making moves and connecting in Africa to build an energy to where, it's like you can't just stay here and operate to where you want to see things flow and change in Africa, and you want to get more connections, or if you want your brothers and sisters to know more about you, or you want to know more about them, then that's the path and that's the connection and that journey that we have set up that you can take. And in that journey, you may decide that you want to live and do business, which we're always telling you that we're always recommending that to the highest level. But me personally, and my brother Kala will tell you also, it's not something that we force on people to, hey, you need to go live in Africa. You need to go live in Africa. Everything that we talk about at this level, it's not amateur hour. Everything, you have to really just be prepared and organized. And that's why people like myself offer consultation. As a matter of fact, I just finished working with a family of 5, and I have it set up with their tour guide, and they're gonna go visit the land. They're gonna look to make some moves, and it's just something you talk with people and you go through and you build a relationship and you explain, and you have to be real with people because it's people's lives and their decision that they're making, and you can't romanticize the situation. Like, I mean, when you're looking at this picture, you see, you're like, yeah, Africa is 100% beautiful. And that's, obviously, I love the continent because, I'm always going in. It's more than just a business. It's it's building a future path, that a path that needs to be made. When we talk about Marcus Garvey, one of the greatest Pan-Africanists of all time, and is trials and tribulations, is struggle to work with his own people. You have your own people sabotaging, stabbing you in the back. I know people see me smiling, but it's like, how much knives in my back? It's just, that's why I tell people, when you see me just with a strong energy, it's like, yo, it's an unfortunate situation, but it's like, once you step out, you could be a person and you just at your job and you just, all good. But once you step out and you're trying to just do certain things productive or organized, number one, people expect more of you. Unfortunately, you're doing a business like this, people expect you to be somebody that for the most part, sometimes that you're not, because you're upfront about what you're telling people, or you're a person that, the way you do business, you interact, you have things organized, and you expect people to read details. You do conference calls, you make yourself available for calls and to communicate with our people. And it's like, while you're doing that, now you're dealing with more people. And let me give you some great numbers. Say if you're dealing with 100 people, and say if you only have issue with one of those people, you have done a phenomenal job. But most people, that's not going to just be this one person. It's going to be more than one people. And that's the kind of track record we have. Where you don't see people out there saying that we did this and we did that to them. I would love to see more people that showcase their energy of this, the beauty and the wonderful time that they have. And we have many recordings of feedback, and then the pictures, the energy. But it's like in the modern day world, you want to see more people on Facebook, Twitter, sending messages and things like that. And sometimes some of us, as you can see, some of the people that we travel with are a lot older, and they may not necessarily be into that. But maybe me and Kala has to push more people to just push more of the positive energy, because it's like so much negative energy there online. But family, what I want to showcase to you before this continues, so me and Kala could get into the topic more details, but I'm just building up for the foundation. So we started off with Ghana, as far as just a schedule in 2006, and then these are the other journeys. The journeys that's not on here, and other countries that's not on here, is Ethiopia, Togo, and Benin, and Brazil. So 4 countries that are not on here, but this is 7 countries, and I feel like these are some of the best representation of Africa as far as us kind of connecting to Africa, us having an incredible experience. So the prices you see and everything, it's with ticket, and it's a full package. So what I'm recommending everyone do, if you have any interest in these things that we do, as far as whether it's consultation, whether it's you just traveling with us, or which is what I always recommend. These are great introductory countries, and from there on, you can kind of build your future move, because a lot of people actually just live and do business in Africa that have traveled with me, even though they've been able to make their move. And I'm here running operation. I've been able, they've been able to just make a smoother move based on connected to the network, the tours. Like I was telling a few people in our community, I was like, it's like, we brought a group, we brought people there. We helped them with everything that they needed to help with, from from some people, from passports to visa to this. Some people, because most of the people that we have brought to countries like Ghana, they've never been to Africa. We've introduced you to a world where connect you with all of our people. We make sure you have legal paperwork to do your land, your business. We make sure you have residency and things like that. And you tell people that, it's like, I'm at the point where I've done this right here. So now it's time. I've proven myself. Now it's time I'm asking more people, like family, okay? I was not going to do this forever by myself or with the small crew that we have. But now we have built strength in numbers, and you see that this is serious, because I know that we have to get to a point where things are serious before more people back and committed to you. So family, that's what we have established. You see the link right there, land for sale, investment at Black Star Pan-African Community. We have an office there. We have 15 acres, 60 acres. There's a small amount of lots left on the 15 acres, but the 60 acres have enough land to build all the things we talk about: more business center, commercial lots. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna just show one of the, well, what I'm gonna do is just let people click on the link and then just take their time and look through it. I'll show one of the flyers later on with the layout of the land. But you're breaking it down to where you're building something self-sufficient to where you're recycling or you're just reinvesting in yourself to where now we own you actually own you actually have ownership in your town to make it that simple. Because you're not going to own everything and everyone else is not going to own everything. You own your community and things like that, so that's an incredible part of the town. So now when you're putting your money together and when you want to do group investments or when you actually want to do certain projects and when you actually just you're moving around, you have strength in numbers. You have people who are down with the same focus on as you. So when we're telling people that these words are not just to be taken lightly. Like I had someone said to me something about that they're not a Pan-African. I was like, that the organization is called Black Star Pan-African Community. I was like, let me know if it's something that didn't sync or click or hit. I was like, I do understand the issue now. When I see more people, they're making videos every day, and it's like it's supposed to be Pan-Africanism, but it's not really Pan-Africanism because it's really trolling and hating and getting into conversation. Because our movement about repatriation and Pan-Africanism is like straightforward. It's connecting the greatest bridge ever, which is the Black Americas, which is from Canada all the way down to Brazil, and everything in between, left and right, and everything right there, the Americas, and just keep it that simple. And as you look around at the map, that entire side of our planet, and connecting that entire side, that way we know people don't say, "Oh, you're leaving out the rest of us in these countries." Not that entire region right here, and connecting that entire region to our beautiful Black Africa, and us just doing things at the highest level. And part of that is land acquisition, and we're serious about this, and the goal is to expand from what we're doing right here into when we're going to talk more about it. Liberia is on here, but Angola is not on here. But the thing of it is, it's not just creating a bunch of schedule. These are real connections because we're realizing that you know I love Ghana and it's a great connection in Africa. But I realized that people like myself, you're in a world of business. You want to get more business and you want to fulfill certain connections. But along with the trials of this is you have to stay on top of your game and you have to keep up with all of what you're doing. And you have to have a super brain and you have to make sure you have one and know how to use your technology to the highest level. So what I want to do, I want to scroll down and literally just show you just the history of our energy, and then we're going to continue and these are all the active links, and this is our last journey in Ghana, and that's our May June, and we're literally just getting ready to this complete our last 2 journey for the year, which is Tanzania, and that is in less than 3 weeks. Incredible journey. Make sure I keep everybody updated. And if you are a person that's well organized and you still want to come with me, you can reach out to me. And then when I come back, be back for a few weeks, and then we're gonna hit Ghana and complete our last December journey in Ghana. Unfortunately, we do have to rotate that schedule to South Africa and then focus on Ghana in May when we have more time to just do more things there. And then just put little balanced focus on some of the other countries that we want to work with and invest. And we have a lot of people there in Ghana, so I'm always telling people that I don't even have to be there with you. There's like the family of 5 and a bunch of other families I'm working with to get there. So family, I'm gonna scroll down and just show you just the energy of what we're building. And you have to just do your best to keep up with people, and you try your best to you can't call all the people, so you're telling people that if we're gonna do this together, family, you can reach out. Let's communicate and reach out. You travel with someone, hey, reach out back and say, hey, enjoy the time. And then even some of the people that you meet, you meet them, you connect with them, and you work together to build something to where we as a people can keep building on. So this is a lot of different energies of people that have traveled to Africa, most on the level of tourism, but it's a small percentage have also lived or currently living on the continent of Africa. So this is just a good start. Now, in order for us to take things to another level, you want to open yourself up to more and more business people. So I'm telling people that we have a whole lot of things organized to where we have proven ourselves over these years. And before, we didn't do 3 or 4 tours. It was just basically one tour. So as the time go down, you're gonna see this one tour per year. So that's the tour expansion. This really started in 2017. So yeah, so these are literally all the countries I went into in 2017. Ghana, Togo, Benin in November 2017. Brazil, July 2017. Ghana, May 2017, and Ethiopia 2017. And to make sure that people know that it's like real, it's like the guy you see over here is the same person, you know. As you can see, I stand out in every picture to a point. So no Photoshop or anything, but it takes you have to just be on a whole different level of energy. You have to really just want to do this. I mean, that's a lot of moving parts, and again, family, you have to deal with a whole lot of people, and people like myself. You have a bunch of psychology books because you have to be able to work with people and be able to have a level of tolerance, which it's very difficult for most people to have. But in order to do this, because it's one of those journeys where you're dealing with people from so many different cultures, so many different parts of America and different parts of the world, and then you're dealing with different parts of things in Africa. So I always tell people, like, give us some positive energy, because this is an incredible task, but it's like it has to be done. And as more people want to do the same business, I'm like, family, reach out, let me connect with you. And it's still so much more countries in Africa. And when people ask me, is this all the countries you have? I was like, what do you mean is this all the countries I have? I was like, this is 7 countries and I removed 4 from the schedule already. And things like that. So, but as you see right there, 2016 was, last year we had 1 tour, and then from 2017, you're putting more pressure on yourself. And it's not like I have a bunch of robots here and things. The only thing that saves me is that I'm well versed in information technology, and I can make clicking on a phone and clicking on a few keys while talking to you, and then it's a whole lot of things done, or sending someone a message, based on established communication. So I'm telling people, like, families, put the work into what we're doing as a people. That way, when we connect together and we're building our Afrikstan, and when we literally making these moves, we as a people are on code, that we literally have to have each other back to the highest level. And let me show you the last few photos, because they're basically single years. They're showing you the struggle of just, being able to put yourself out there to where, you could be respected as a business person, respected as an organizer, respected as someone who has a vision to, it continues on to this, the great vision of this Marcus Garvey envisioning us traveling to Africa, living, doing business, enterprising to another level. And so between my conversation and Kala conversation, like Kala conversation take things to the level of this nationhood. So that's what I'm explaining to people when they see this banner, Pan-Africanism. We're all in that vehicle, in that motion, and this is Pan-Africanism. We're connecting people literally, from the Americas to the African continent, and we're literally figuring things out. And look at this. This is literally, I know people like, you fell off, man. These are big groups. No, sometimes it's a different world, but at the same time, I'm telling people, this was 1 year. Sometimes you have up to 60, 70 people in a year, so only thing is just the tours are so much more now. So naturally, you have smaller groups, but if you're telling people you're doing 1 tour a year for so many years, you end up just having all those people ready for that 1 year. So that's the difference maker, and things like that. Because whenever I explain that to somebody, the first thing people come up with is, "Oh man, you used to be hot, man. Now you're not." Or something like that, man. The haters never miss an opportunity.
No.
But look at this, brother. You see me right there, brother. This is 2006 at the bottom, and then the top 2007. That's basically less than 10 months. So I tell people, no, I'm not a magician. I didn't just hit no button and all them people popped up. I went to the country and you put the work in, and when you're putting the work in, is like, people see some level of glory, but the story is you literally are up all day long. You're in front of all of this technology. You're on the phone. You're showing up. You're running around posting flyers. You're trying to show up at meetings. You're trying to you're at the park. You're doing like grassroots energy, and then you're on the radio. One of the most important thing, and that's why I look forward to us. People reaching out to us, and I'm always telling people, like, family, reach out to us. This is our next incredible journey right there. That's Senegal and Gambia, and that's another energy. And the following year after that, we have Liberia. So, we're just connecting you to Africa. And once you're on our website, you can go to the very bottom and you'll see more documentation, copyrights. The website been around from 2006 to 2022. So you're not just building something and just getting into business. You're telling people that let's build things to where we can stand the test of time, and we just don't just get ourselves involved into things and just get ourselves involved. Because I'm being real with you, it's like when I met all the people I met in the world of Black consciousness and Pan-Africanism, I was so excited because I was like, man, we have all these people that's into all these things. Man, we're gonna be able to just build our own Black everything. Man, was I
wrong?
Wrong completely. You didn't. So you studying with people and you out doing things. And me, I'm one of them people like I'm very competitive and ambitious. And it's like all you just want to do is just like have a chance to learn. That's what I'm telling people that sometimes you come from different places and you just don't have the opportunity. And when you do get it, you're hungry, and things like that. So, so you're studying, and for me, still to this day, 100% of everything just makes sense and it connects. And that's why, regardless of whoever I've been around, no matter if their journey have been short or long, and because some people are still going and many people are not, it's like once you're connected, once ancestors connect you, and that's where I was connected at in Senegal in 2004. I went to the Gori Island African Holocaust dungeons. I'm glad I just went with some friends to Senegal. I didn't even know what Senegal was or where was Senegal. That was like 2004. And you're studying and you just you're learning about different countries, because you go from learning only country you know at Africa at that point. I think most people know about Ethiopia, Egypt, and like South Africa, I think, and probably Ghana, or they've heard about some level of about 3 to 5, but it's like then I'm talking about someone, if you just don't know nothing about Africa, you just don't know anything about Africa. So that's what I'm telling people, like, is that we can share as much as we can share with you, but the thing is we have to like put the work into studying and traveling, and it becomes a smoother conversation and a smoother way of we can just do certain things. So right there on Gori Island in Senegal, I went to the African Holocaust dungeon, and that was the first one I've ever been to. I never, I've read a few books, including Dr. Clark's book about the transatlantic European slave trade, but at the same time too, I never physically it's impressive when you're reading historical information, but when you actually go to the site, and it's the same thing I did with Egypt. I studied a book that was later on, like literally less than 6 weeks later, and so you're doing a whole lot of studying. That's how I got connected, and you're telling people like, family, now that we know the truth, now that we know these things, and then you start losing people, like literally. So it's like the further you go, you start losing people. It's like, he crazy, man. He think, he's like, he's taking this too serious. And I was like, and you realize that people are not the one that's taking what's serious, because we're all studying the same thing, but it's like some of us look at things different. I was so ambitious to where I saw myself an opportunity to build an IT career and build an Africa tour career, which is literally this where I'm at now. So the career that I currently had before that, which is aircraft maintenance, unfortunately, just I have to let it go. And people like, why would he do something like that? I was like, there's no way. It's like you have to just make some level of a sacrifice. And I think that's the issue that some people have. They're not willing to make hard decisions and give certain things up to gain certain things. Like, this is one of our beautiful, models, and she's wearing Africa for Africans t-shirt, smiling, energetic. And so people ask me, who's all these people on the photos and things. I was like, it could be somebody I dated. I was like, it literally say 2006 to 2022. Some level of those years, you may have been married, you may have been, and then you're traveling to different countries, and then you have assistant, and you're taking pictures. I tell people, it's like we're taking pictures with beautiful people, and we're showing all aspects of life. We're swimming, we're out there on boats, we're at schools, we're just enjoying nature and things like that. So it becomes one of those journeys. But Kala, ready to let you share the energy, brother, the energy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Great presentation. I just hope what we could do is, I wish we could replay that in the middle of the show, so people that come in later with their mouth could see that. They always come in after the fact talking, we just went through all this, y'all ain't did nothing. That's the thing about YouTube, man. I wish they had automatic playback. Look,
well, they can go back later and play it back, but
no, they won't do that.
But I don't want to sit here and talk. I can't actually do more. But I'm telling people, like, this is not the time for me to sit here and talk about Africa tours and also talk about the community. I have literally conference calls and private recordings that we do, and they're all right there on YouTube. And it's both focused specifically, like we have even a private recording, which we can't share with anybody when we're traveling in a certain country. So you're consistently just sharing presentation and things. But this is the reason why we have to share these things. And Kala, let me know when you want me to put up the BAIO website.
Yeah, you can put up now.
Then there's a few things I'm also going to show throughout the time frame as we talk, because the goal is to make sure that people understand that there's a lot of perpetrators out there, and I'm not here to sit here and call people names and things like that, or call people out, because I'm more mature than that and things like that. I know, and I've had my moments and things like that, and I'm always trying to elevate myself to the highest level. So, and that's what we're doing. We're showing professionalism to the highest level. But when you're in a movement that you have dedicated your life to, and you see the years, and my documentation online and my documentation here, and I have folders of the time that from this the years in high school learning technology, and you're telling people that that especially young generation people, that you don't have too long, you don't want to be that 40, 50-year-old guy on the plantation. Like in my case, I don't want to be somebody 40, 50-year-old. As much as I love working on aircraft, I'm not trying to be down on my knees and hands crawling on an aircraft and changing tires or brakes, or up on an aircraft fixing things, or crawling in the belly of aircraft fixing electronics and things like that. And a great career, but at the same time too, I learned that in order for me to just be more effective on what we're talking about, we have to put time into building something independent for our future. So Kala, if you're working somewhere, can you give your job? Can you give your job to your child?
Yeah, no, you can't.
You can give your business to your child. You can give your business
to a child.
Like you have a family business, right?
Yeah, you give a family business, you give a corporation, you give a trust fund, but you can't give nobody your job, and that's what the problem happened in Black America, right? And I don't know whether our generation we missed the ball, but we simply didn't want our dad's jobs, really. I could have went on my father's factory he worked at, right? I didn't want that, because we want you always. Every generation wants better. You have a job. It's like my dad, I see you come out every day, angry and whatnot. Even though my father's making good money, everybody's like, "It ain't gonna be me," right? And so you go out there, you go to college education. A lot of my generation, man, they saw they wanted to get into rap. They wanted to be ballers. They wanted to be something. Some of them made it. Some of them didn't. Some got into drug dealing and stuff like that. But they didn't want to live in the factories and stuff, like going and getting up 5 o'clock in the morning, commuting and stuff like that. But here's the thing: a lot of immigrants from Mexico will be gladly to do that. And so we as a group of people have been basically, we don't know where we're at right now. It's like we don't want to go back to the factories. We don't want to go back to working class. We don't want to start all over again. But at the same time, we have not built the infrastructure where we could build ourselves to the next level. And now that takes hard choices. Look, if we want to get to the next level, right, you have to go through trials and tribulations. You have to go through stuff that you don't have to go through. And I look at history. How do people go from one thing to another? How are these people thriving? How do they thrive? How do they move? How do white people that used to be in Hell's Kitchen now in the suburbs of Jersey, running New York from Jersey and Connecticut and everything, where their relatives, a couple of generations, was in Hell's Kitchen eating rats and shit, and so the Black community didn't make that transition. We didn't we're in one level and we never got to the next level, because in America, that wasn't part of the program. They said, okay, we'll give you a couple of jobs. We'll give you this. You should be happy. Why? Because Black people aren't considered in America as part of the well-to-do or next generation. All they have to do is give you just enough so you're not starving. Like Marcus Garvey once said, he goes, in America, they'll let you have a job and everything like that. But in every man, you have desires, you have ambitions, you have something to say about the world. You ever been on a job, right? And I've been on a job too, right? Where you're on a job and everything, you're like on a lower totem pole, right? And you're giving your suggestions about something, and the supervisor comes, shut up, get back to work. And you're saying to yourself, man, I should be in that decision thing, everybody's been there, they're like, shut up, get back to work, All you need to do is learn how to put that mop, you know? You don't worry about how the trucks come in, everything like that, you know? You may have a good idea, you know?
Right.
But because you don't have the certificate and the qualifications, nobody cares what you say. I remember a couple of years ago, I worked at this IT firm doing insurance, right? I never forget this as long as I live, right? And I'm sitting in a lobby with a bunch of sisters. They're sitting out there talking everything. We're talking about this. And it was an old brother that was a janitor, right? And, you know, he was sitting there like, and he wasn't in the conversation because we're talking about this like that. And he wanted to say something so bad, you know? But he was just sitting there. You could see the anger and disappointment in his face, like, you know, like all these young people in there, they're talking about this, talking about that, talking about investments and talking about this and talking about that. And I'm sitting here pushing them out, you know? And he wanted to join in the conversation. But, you know, but he's like, yeah, I didn't make the decisions years ago to make sure that I'm with them and I'm in on a conversation. And that's what you have right now. People don't want to go through the trials and tribulations. They don't want to pay their dues.
Oh yeah, you have to pay your dues. You have to put that work in.
Yeah, put work in. Everybody thinks everything's gonna hand it to them on a silver platter. They think nationhood's gonna hand it to them on a silver platter. They think salvation is gonna hand them on a silver platter. They think they're gonna get citizenship on a silver platter. Perfect example. Black people think that, oh wow, because we suffer slavery, let me go to Ghana and demand my citizenship tomorrow. No, you didn't put no work in. You know, it don't work like that. Well, I suffered. They're like, oh yeah, and
that's what you're gonna say to end.
And you know, and so therefore, this is what I'm talking about: the Black American entitlement mentality. You can't entitle your way to nationhood. You know, it's going to come through trials and tribulations. It's going to come from you losing something. You're always going to lose something in nationhood and building something better. Let me give you a perfect example how I basically a parable is when a caterpillar wants to change it to a butterfly, right? He don't just change it to a butterfly, right? He goes in a secluded part of the tree, right? And then he goes into a metamorphosis, right? And it forms himself into a thing called a chrysalis, right? Now, when the chrysalis hardens, his body hardens, right? And he's going through struggle and pain, and he may not come out of it alive, but he's transforming from one thing to another. Okay, he's going through that transformation. There's an old saying that discipline is the bridge or the metamorphosis between success, from an idea and an accomplishment. If you don't discipline yourself, right? Discipline yourself. Like I said, I created the social network, the BAIO. You want to put that up? Yeah, put that up, right?
Sure.
All the aspects of the BAIO, right? If you click on the groups, click on the groups part up top.
All right, so let me get it right here. And the groups.
Yeah. As you see, there's all different types of groups. STEM group, business and financing. Hold on, hey man, I gotta get rid of that.
Hold on.
I gotta get rid of that. I gotta get rid of that.
Oh yeah.
Don't click on that, please. You know, I gotta get rid of that. A giant search for Haru group. You know, there's the BAO New York chapter. There's a food and agriculture group. All these are incubators. Why? Because these are all aspects of building groups and incubating cells. New York chapter group, right? If people join that group and they meet up with each other in New York and everything, is blogs, is you can post to Facebook, everything like that. You know, you're building a whole social network, right? That's supposed to translate into meeting people on the ground. You don't want to have everything online. If you have in the New York chapter, you should meet with people in the New York chapter. Hey, let's go out to lunch. Let's go bowling. Let's go like this. The BAO Arts and Culture Group, the Military Defense Group. People interested in military defense. You know, we need people. That's it. I got a couple of guys that just joined the BAO. That's in the BAO that are Army veterans. You know, that's seen combat. You know, and stuff like that. So the bottom line is, we want to incubate that one day. And this is just a social network. All these groups are one day going to turn into organizations, institutions. You have the technology group. You have the California group. You have the Land Development Agency. That's where we practice CD AutoCAD, you know, and Sky City, you know, where we design cities and territory on land. We take Google Earth and basically say, okay, what would be the best place to build roads, bridges, and what's the elevation of this land right here. We do stuff like that. That's land development agency. Then we got the skilled workers with the Doogers. You know, the Doogers come from Fraggle Rock, the TV show Fraggle Rock, and that's the skilled trades. You know, that's we because that's the backbone of the BAO nation building, the skilled trades. Okay, and then we have the Ghana chapter. We have the HBCUs, higher learning. We have the medical and medicine and healthcare. That's the hospital and stuff like that. This is the Department of State. That means people who want to represent us. We're gonna have agencies where people represent us to different countries and stuff like that. You know, all this. When we get the money and the resources and everything, we're gonna build this organization, and it's gonna be a super organization with all these different departments and stuff like that in there. You know, so all these is different chapters, different countries. Each country has a chapter in Africa, and each state has a chapter in Africa. You know, so people in the BAO hook up with each other, and they meet each other and stuff like that on their own, stuff like that. I got a Kala Nation radio group and everything. So it's all different types of groups in there. You can form your own group in the BAO social network, right? You could join another group and everything, you know, and join local chapters, join a country that you're interested in. We have people. One of the strongest groups is the Zambia group, the Ghana group, and the Liberia group. Those are our three strongest groups. You know, we also have a Nigeria group, you know, South Africa group, Tanzania group. You know, we have different people, Kenya, and we have people in there you can hook up with, and that believe in the BAO. The mining group is new, and which hopefully that we have gold miners in different countries that want to join, and we can share ideas. And we're trying to. I talked to a guy today that's been working in Liberia. I just met him today, and he's out of Houston, Texas, and he said, yeah, he has his own mining association started over there. So I might combine operations with him. I invited him to join the BAIO, you know, and he's working with Mr. Rosenthal and several other people I know in Liberia. You know, so this group is growing. You know, this group is 100% dedicated to nation building and building this sort of infrastructure and everything. You see the Rosenthal group in there. The TRG, the Rosenthal group is in there. He has a chapter in there. So you might want to get a hold of the Rosenthal group. You can join the BAO social network and hook up with people in the Rosenthal group. And so that's what it is. And go back to the main page now, brother. They got the Angola group and everything. Go back to the main page, you know. And this group you could download as an app, BAO Global Pipeline. It's an app on your phone, you know, so you could always basically upload stuff. There's a main page, which is a blog. The photos are to the right. The recent activities are to the, photos to the left, the recent activities to the right. And so it's just like our own Facebook and Instagram, you know, and just nothing but Pan-African. So to be a member of the BAO, they ask two questions. Are you African American or Black African descent? Right now we have about the amount of people, the makeup of thing is half African American or diaspora and slave descent and half continental Africans. So there's no ADOS, FBA, none of that nonsense in here. You know, the people here on a higher level. We have Africans who on a high level and Africa. That's what Pan-Africanism is. It's a higher level of thinking. It's not the conversation of ADOS, FBA, all this other does not happen in the BAIO because it's about Black African infrastructure. We understand that we do not have Black African infrastructure. And so therefore, why quarrel over nickels and dimes and crumbs and try to elevate whose shithole is the best instead of us building Africa? There's an old Chinese saying, Asian saying, Japanese saying, whatever, that says instead of fighting over the rice bowl, right, let's increase the size of the bowl. So it's all about building and connecting with people of like mind and building. Scroll down, brother. You know, so this is a couple of blogs. You got Brother Bomani up there. My last blog I did. I got to start adding more blogs to there. If anybody's interested in being a blogger, you could basically, if you have a huge Instagram account, a Twitter account and everything, you could Facebook following, you could post blogs and then group blogs and post them directly from the blog to your page and everything like that. That helps drive traffic to the website and stuff like that. And basically puts our message out there in the algorithms and stuff like that. You know, we don't, this is demonetized. We don't have any advertisement and stuff like that. So it's completely ours and stuff like that. So, you know,
yeah, Kala, that's what No, finish. Go ahead. I was just saying, I didn't mean to take over the social page.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Keep
I
going.
didn't mean to take it over. And I'm like, they were
Oh
like,
man, I like it, man. I like it.
like
This
this
is
guy
what we
Bomani
want.
is everywhere. That's is
Yeah,
what
bro.
it is.
That's what I
Is he
like.
like
I
a
want
fashion
people.
icon? He just take pictures all over the place. I was like, it's like self-marketing. You're letting people know that, and you don't have to be, you know, you can be
Right.
this, a hardworking person that believe in certain things, and you're marketing yourself and you're showing
Right.
people like, well, this
And
is cool
everybody
to be.
and
It's
anybody
cool
who's
to love
credible in the
red, black,
African
gold,
world.
and green. As a matter of fact, right there, red, black, gold, and green. It's cool. It's it's okay to love Marcus Garvey and love the energy of this us as a people have to keep on struggling to get where we need to get and things like that. And even though Marcus Garvey didn't complete his journey that he envisioned, which is always a situation, is laid a great foundation, and it gave us all the elements to where we are right now, to where we can proudly just talk about Africa because we actually live the life and we're actually just making these moves and things like that. So, family, we have to just keep sharing information, and that's why I'm always encouraging more and more people to travel to Africa, and even stepping my game up. But as you can see, brother, even in the pictures I show you, you go from you're giving so much of yourself and so much energy. And that's what I'm always telling people that, a difference maker in you is like you actually reaching out to somebody and saying, I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate it and show you love. That's why I'm always trying to make sure that we just show our people love, because it's like you don't know what people go through to do what they do.
Yeah.
Like I can't really, sometimes I try to I'll grab a Marcus Garvey book and I try to just envision what he had to go through like 100 years ago, like to this like
Mm-hmm.
like 100, like I tell people a century ago, and then we're taking on a work, and you're talking about one of the a giant as far as organizing, who organized over 10 million black people, under a banner, under a vision. Impressive. 100 years ago, and 100 years ago, all kind of things was going wrong for us as a people. Even though it was part of the, our renaissance of just uplifting ourselves and taking it to that next level. And then, at that point also, we weren't all on the same page. Like people are always trying to get me to work with certain people. Like I tell people I can work with Kala as a work ethics, and he's a scholar. He studies. Has his international connections. So some of us are great working together, and then you always got to go out there and find people. Like I've traveled with people, and I've just known them forever, and and then you meet more people, and that's the goal. And the only way you're going to be able to accomplish that is by doing what? You have to socialize. And what is this page for, Kala?
Mm-hmm.
It's a social network, right?
Yeah, it's a social network.
You want people to socialize, right? To reach out to each other, connect.
Yeah.
Like you talk about the different chapters, meet up.
Yep,
And I know you can't manage all of it because it's not your responsibility. It shouldn't be. And you're telling people that in order for all of this to work, we all have to participate, or more people have to participate. And like I see Dion right there.
Yeah, he just joined.
See?
Yeah, we need people to upload stuff about themselves, pictures and everything like that. If people could put their baby pictures up on Facebook, you could put some stuff up on here. Well, I'm not sure when that. Everybody put everything they want on Instagram, and you don't know who that is. This is a social network owned by us and controlled by us, and everything.
Yeah,
you're completely safe,
You're 100% right. And I tell people like myself is the greatest example of that, the guilty. But it's like, but my excuse always and always will be, is when people say you make money from online YouTube and things like that. Now said you get customers and business people. Now you got to go do the work, which is a good thing. But no one is giving me any money. Like for the most part, you don't see nobody donate no money and things. And I'm not one of the people that keep on saying donate and things like that. I just have, number one, I have a lot of pride, and number two is I got a bunch of business to where sometimes, I've lost, sometimes you can't even get to some of your customers. I'm dead serious. And you feel bad, and you have to text them like, yo, I feel so bad. And they're like, but I tell him, but it's like, it's just, because, and I'm not gonna lie to you, the situation is like, I showed you my IT business, and people will tell you like, yo, this guy used to be out there just driving around a car that say Bomani IT service and things like that. But I was like, I love doing that. Just like I tell you, I work on aircraft systems in the Navy and civilian, and that's fine. But it's like, is that urge when you hear people speaking like Malcolm, and you hear Garvey, and you hear like even Kwame Nkrumah, and you just see like, I'm like, yo, man, that's impressive. Because what you're saying, brother, to yourself, as you and I are talking right now, we're sharing the social network. We're sharing like, what is going to be our contribution? You know what I'm saying? That's when I look at all them books. I was like, man, I got so much respect for all the scholars.
Yeah.
And because it's like we can't, and that's the issue that I had with the whole lipsism. Is like I do understand that a generation before us only got so much done, and that's why I
Right.
appreciate my parents so much, because it's like it's their inspiration of hard work ethics,
Right.
this and
And
consistency.
our ancestors only did what they had. They didn't have the internet. They didn't have all this stuff like this, So that's why I say we have to. Even we may disagree with even people like Minister Farrakhan and whatnot. It's up to us to basically say, okay, he did this. That was what he was. The black people weren't talking about nation building and stuff like that. So he just basically accommodated what black people are trying to do. They just want to build a community, stop brutality, stop racism, and that's what he did. Now, those of us who I didn't grow up with police brutality and racism and stuff like that, like their past generation did. So I basically grew up with saying that I wanted something more. I want to know what it's like to have a homeland of my own. I want to know what it's like to connect with my ancestral continent. I want to take it to the next level. I grew up seeing black people doing everything white people could do. I'm absolutely convinced, right, that black people could build our own civilization without white people. I know that. Our past generation don't know that, because all they know is Mr. Charlie's coming around and he has the shirt and tie on, and he's the man down the city hall. And now we're seeing black people running cities in the South and everything. We're seeing people running corporations. We're seeing all this. Everything should convince us that we could do things without. We shouldn't be limited to America. We should be on the global stage competing with the Chinese and Japanese. They're not smarter than us. They're not more intelligent than us. So why are we stuck here in America acting like, oh, we got to vote for Joe Biden or the mean Republicans are going to get us? Why can't we become that global people? Why can't we make America work for us? In other words, basically, I tell people all the time, America has not earned my patriotism. Okay, it has not earned that. Why am I going to give myself to a country, pledge allegiance to a country that doesn't pledge allegiance to me? What that's saying is that's making a mockery of my ancestors. America, after World War I, do you know that the majority of people that were drafted to fight and sent over to war in Europe were black? We had like a 7 times a higher draft rate of being drafted. Why? Because our lives were expendable. They sent us to fight in their wars overseas and told us, even after we get killed over there, whatever, wounded, we come back to America, nothing's going to change. Why they let their white boys come over here and were protected? We bore the brunt of the war, of disproportionate amount of casualties in the World War I. And so therefore, we came back like, okay, this country sent us a war, they owe us something. What they do to us? They lynched us. They killed us. It was in that thing that the Garvey movement came up. This country basically would go so low. It's one thing if a country says, you're not American, you're not part of us, right? So we are exempt from fighting our wars. They took black men off the fields in Arkansas, North Carolina, rounding them up, right? And to meet draft quotas and sent us to the theater of war to fight for them, which a country that hated us, a country that rejected us. And so therefore, this disrespect, right, we allowed to happen over the centuries. And I said to myself, if I pledge allegiance to something, I want to know what it's like to have a country where I pledge allegiance and I know that country is mine, theirs, and without no shadow of a doubt. Black people have to go a long way to convince themselves that they're Americans. It's a lie. It's a farce. And we go around telling ourselves that the only thing standing our way of us being Americans is a few racist white people, that America is a good country and this is our country. It's a lie. It's a lie. And so therefore, this is why somebody like me is attracted to the black nationalists, the Pan-African nationalist movement, right? Because I'm saying to myself, right, that I'm black African descent, right? The first rule of nature is what? Self-preservation. Not preserving a flag, not preserving some ideology. It's self-preservation. Okay, so before I basically talk about I'm an American, right? What about me? What about myself? See, the difference between us and white people is America represents them. That's why I don't understand white people. This country does everything on your behalf. This country basically bombed, killed, raped, murdered, and everything to give you everything. So you're ingratiated to this country. But those same white people, right, during World War II, were helping the Germans in New Jersey, flagging German ships in. And they knew it. They said a good half white population were loyal, were trying to help the Nazis because they were so disenchanted with life in America, right? They were actually ready to have a revolution in America. The Nazi movement was one of the biggest movements. The Nazis packed Madison Square Garden in the 1920s, in the 1930s, early 1930s. The Nazis packed Madison Square Garden. And there was a large numbers of white Americans that was in the Nazi movement. You know, they hated the Jewish bankers and whatever like that. After World War II, that whole history, it took the mafia, Lucky Luciano, to protect the Jersey docks because there was so much sabotage under there. They don't talk about that history. And those were white Americans. Those were white.
And that's real, family.
You know,
do the research.
Black people have never done that. We were those loyal people to this country. And they basically hated us for they despise us in all our patriotism and loyalty. They don't respect us. But those same white people, they did everything they can to convince them that you got it's all about the black people, the enemy. We're white. This is a white country, and it all disappeared. They were forgiven. Why? Because that white skin means forgiveness. It means innocence. Yeah, okay, you didn't you sided with the Germans, everything. If black people did that, man, we would never been forgiven for that. But anytime we even speak up, look what they're doing to Kanye West. They're destroying him. They destroy you for even speaking up. Kanye West, no black person ever basically did anything to sabotage America. Have we ever bombed any? Have we ever pulled off a 9/11 America? No.
No, serious, brother. And as you're on the topic of Kanye, I definitely want to keep it relevant because all of this is always relevant. And I know I said last time, I said a few things about Kanye, but also I got number love for Kanye. And I think at this point, brother, the reality of it is that he proved this point. And people may not always agree with people's point, but when you're willing to sacrifice what you have built and put it on the line, and I think that's what I can see, because a lot of times these things has to play out and things like that. So we're gonna see what happens. But go ahead, what's your perspective on it? Because we're talking about trials and tribulations,
right?
Right.
This is a trial and tribulation, right? This question about allegiances and the death and destruction. I seen the one Jewish devil, the one guy, the Cohen, right? He was basically telling Charlemagne and God that, yeah, if I don't care about the death. He said, why are you signing artists that's doing all this? I'm just about the money. They don't care.
Exactly. So you're talking about, and that's what I'm saying to people, like our analysis is always going to be, because me personally, people like sometimes people say people like yourself are the system and things like that, and it's like, a lot of us, you learn things, and I'm a naval person, but that doesn't mean that I'm a part of the system, or you work corporations and you work certain jobs. And I tell people that's fine. I mean, our ancestors died for this, to create opportunity where we can have a job. Now you and I are talking about business. We're both entrepreneurs, and we're both connected to Africa. And then let me just add Kanye into this. Because I follow his music for a while, and I follow some things he's doing. So you can see that's person it still to this day, from being this artist with great talents, trying to prove yourself, to where you step to the stage and now you're a billionaire. But now but you still have to deal with the reality of situations. You have to deal with your children, you have to deal with your wife, and you have to deal with the elements of their family and things like that. And then even though you attain those level of riches and power and things like that, you still are like cornered, and you're still controlled to where if you do certain things. And I think that's the point. You said if when you do certain things and the powers that be that are connected to that, they can just say, hey, I don't like what you said. I don't like what you did. And that's what I'm telling people. Like, work with us to build something in Africa. Like me, I don't have any energy to fight anybody. Like, I'm struggling I got my own personal problems and family problems and friend problems and social problems, and then a whole lot of business problem, because all I've done is just take on more business people and responsibility. And then one or two people are bound to just like come at you, because I'm like, yo, no one can come at me because I live this life and I'm working. I was like, the most you can do is join so we can work together. If you like, I tell people in my community all the time, and I tell people who travel with me to Africa all the time, I was like, family, you can get on a conference call, but even if you don't get on a conference call, you call me, you talk with me, and we keep dialogue going and everything. But it's like, I'm not a mind reader, and I'm not someone that can solve and fix all problems and issues and things. So I'm telling people, these are the things that, you know, you're dealing with in America, but then you're dealing with everywhere else. And it's like, we have to internally fix this. So I'm like, okay, you know, so this person, you know, goes through his stuff. And, you know, and like I mentioned to you, the simplest thing I'm saying is like, even when you have that level of wealth and you have that level of the status and you're an icon, and whether you have a certain percentage of people love you or hate you, you still go to those trials and tribulations, and you either can let it eat you up. Because right now I got to give the man credit. The man is sticking to his guns, and he's
Right.
not complaining and bitching and moaning and crying and everything. Now, you know, I've never attained any kind of money like that and things like that. But it's like, even in that situation, family, I'm telling you, you can still, you know, in America, you can make your money and make certain moves. But I'm telling you, family, let's focus on looking to invest and build what we build in Africa. I just showed you the things that we're doing. And later on, I'll talk more about our community, which I'm always talking about. And that's because, you know, you realize that no matter what job you have or what your career is and everything, you're still who you are. And you still live in a world where the country that you live in, you know, was built based on how it was built. And I mean, there's nothing that anyone can change about how this country was built. It was built of the labor of stolen Black African people, or stolen to save, or whatever people want to call it. I'd rather be respectfully and use the word stolen Africans, because then you start saying that you sold me into slavery, and then it gets a little complicated and things like that. Because last I remember, I've been to all these kingdoms. I never been to the Mali Empire. I've been, as far as West Africa, I've been to many West Africa, and it covers a lot of those kingdoms. And last I remember, I don't see a bunch of people rich from anything.
Right. That's what people
But
don't
I've been to
understand.
France, England, and you know, Amsterdam, and them places. The wealth is there. You can see that they came up.
They benefited from the slave trade. Africa suffered, you know, and so this idea that, oh yeah, they sold us, no, they didn't. Africa basically was the world economic system at the time was based on slave trade, black gold, you know. And bottom line is, if Africa did not participate in slave trade, they were going to be forced into the slave trade, whether they liked it or not, you know, because the demand for slaves was so great. These kingdoms and empires and everything, once they basically signed a waiver or whatever of finance to for ships and procurements and everything like that, they have to have a return. When they have to come back with bodies, you
It's a
know.
business enterprise.
You know what I'm saying? So whether
Unfortunately,
they sold them guns, cannon, whatever, they had to come back with bodies, you know, in a timely manner. So they have to pack that shit with 800 bodies and transport across to Atlanta, right, to make the money back. You know, that was woven into the global financial system, you know, and that wealth, that initial wealth that was created out of slavery, right, is what basically built America, the trials and tribulations. Now, without that, America would have never been conceived. You know, the initial wealth of the Western Hemisphere, the New World, was based on the transatlantic slave trade, you know? And so, therefore, like everything else, has trials and tribulations. As Africa had to die so America could be born. Okay? So now what the problem is this, though. If we're basically saying that we want to be free, you know, now if you want to sit back and just say okay and just basically say our ancestors' those lives didn't matter, I can't do that. I can't look at my those ancestors sitting in the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean or death and say everything's all good. You know, it's never going to be all good. The white man knows it's never going to be good. That's why the white man wants to keep us here in America, and the white man is also in Africa right now. Why do you think there's so many white Americans in West Africa right now? What do you think they're over there for? They're over there to basically preempt our returning, you know, by basically causing friction between black people in the West and black people in Africa, you know. And so therefore a lot of Africans think, and now the Africans too, right? They think that they're going to rise without severing their ties from Europe. They don't want to go through trials and tribulations. They think that, okay, they're going to develop. No. Look at how Japan, right? Japan had to go, you know what Japan had to go through to go from a backward feudal province to a modern country?
Break it
They
down,
had to
brother.
go through
Break it
trials
down.
and tribulations. You know,
Break it down.
they had to go through, they had to kill the samurai, the shogun. They had to go through a lot of stuff. They had to go through turmoil. Why? Because in the end, like the caterpillar going to a chrysalis, it had to become something new. You cannot basically talk about coming out of man. That's why we talk about the Afrikstan. You know, when you basically say, "Look, it's time for us to give up America," that means we're going to take on a new identity. That means basically, it's falling apart right now. Look at the amount of brothers who are going overseas in record number, finding wives overseas and everything. We want them to go to the African continent, right? So the old idea of Black America is changing. You know, more and more people are going overseas, right? So the whole idea of Black America is not going to ever come back. So this is a time basically to go through these trials and tribulations. We might have to basically get with African women. Black women in America might have to get with African men, you know, out of which something new is going to emerge. This is what I mean by trials and tribulations. Is it going to be easy? No. There's going to be conflict, right? There's going to be conflict between each other, us. There's going to be conflict between us and Africans, you know, but it has to happen. You cannot keep brushing things under the thing. There's some people who feel some way about us. There's some Black people in America who feel some way about Africa. But the bottom line is, as I've learned, no talk is no good. We have to discuss these things. What's the problem what Africans see about us? Okay, I'll take that into consideration. What do we think about Africans and everything? Let's talk about it, right? What can we do to change that? This is what I mean by trials and tribulations. You know, we have to go through these things in order for something new to come about. The problem is a lot of us don't want to go through these trials and tribulations. We want to surface gloss and candy coat everything, right? You don't come out of 400 years of bondage and hell and think it's going to be a smooth ride. Do you think the white man and everybody else that got a vested interest in keeping Africa down? The reason why Africa is down is to keep us down in America. And so the bottom line is part of the problem thing that keeps Black America in check is the idea that slavery was the best thing that ever happened to us. Now, how do you do that? By making it seem like every time you look around, and it's true, you know, damn, the Naira is worth $1 to every 20. Damn, the CD's falling, you know. You see all this poverty in Africa and everything. Why they can't get it together and everything. They're not going to show you that the face of Africa is never going to be like a Paul Kagame. It's never going to be a Botswana or a country successful. It's always the face of Africa is always going to be poverty, right? And so therefore the reason why they're not going to let you have the Afrikstan, you know, the Afrikstan or building these new cities and everything. And we talked about this earlier, right? Where's our Hong Kong? You know, where's our Singapore? You know, where's our Dubai? The reason why we don't have that is because we don't want to go through the trials and tribulations and the stuff to make it happen. And the bottom line is our enemies know that if you have that, right, if Black people psychologically know that they have something besides America, they're going to be more bold in America. They're going to be more bold. Well, we got something. So therefore, their job is to basically have African Negropeans on TikTok talking shit about us, and then we in defense we create ADOS FBA, fuck Africa and everything, and none of us are going forward. The so-called ADOS FBA is not doing anything, and the so-called Africa is not doing anything. Why? Because we have not basically said, you know something, let's swallow our pride, and let's see what we could do to build our race up. And that comes through just struggle. You know, without struggle, there's not going to be no progress. You know, now without struggle and everything like that, and that goes to the Africans too. You can't come to America and expect your continent to develop and sit in America for 30 years and just send a little bit of money back. Africa doesn't. It has to reverse the brain drain. Does that mean you might have to work, earn a third less of what you would in the West? Yes. You know, that's trials and tribulations. Does that mean that you have to work across tribal lines? Yes. Does that mean you have to work with other Africans on the continent to pull resources, build consortiums, and solve problems? Paul Kagame did a great speech not too long ago, a few years ago, right? And he said in front of a group of African leaders, he said, look, why is it that the Africans always go to Europe to talk about their problems? He says, we waste money and time and sit in front of Europeans, and he said, talk about Africa's problems, where these African leaders should be on the continent, basically meeting with each other to solve the problems. But we go in front of white people, in front of the world, and in front of the world, it looks like we can't solve our own problems. We got to come to Europe to do this. And it comes to, like I said, we have to go through the trials, tribulations of progress and basically nation building. Nation building is not easy. No nation in this world came because people were loving and everything. Nations come through war. You know, nations come through bloodshed. It comes through revolution. It comes through hatred. It comes through love. It comes through passion. But in the end, right, what's revealed is something that people could say, you know something, we all suffered, right? But here's the path forward that we could build a future together. And let's keep our peace by becoming unified. But you have to always be put to the test. If you're not willing to be put to the test, you're not going to ever have a nation. You know, do you think the France became a nation just by design? No. You had all these different groups who thought they were number one. The Calvins, the Franks, the Lombards, the Gauls. They eventually became Frenchmen. And they basically have a French identity, a French nation, which they built a worldwide empire based on being French.
So, brother, you're saying that France was not France and they had tribalism, and
they had tribalism, yes. You know, they had tribalism.
And
in fact, all the cities in Europe, Paris, London, were outposts of the Roman Empire. You know,
British, they figured it out, right?
They figured it out. You know, people hated each other. They warring tribes with each other. And when Rome came, you know, it was a Roman Empire. They had a written language, Latin, and a written language, the Latin, which basically merged some of the languages together, fused some of the languages together, and eventually it was Christianity, you know, that basically, and marriage in cities like Paris and Vienna, you know, London, all these other cities, Madrid, and all these other cities that were outposts of the Roman Empire, right? Where people, urbanization, you know, where people started coming together, seeing themselves not as people started connecting with each other and fusion with each other and becoming one. You know, and then basically when maps were drawn and everything like that, people start seeing themselves on the map as one people, you know. Now in Spain, you still got the Barcelonians and the Baptists who still to this day, after 1,000 years, don't consider themselves Spaniards. You know, the Baptists don't care about it, but they're trying to integrate them in society, but they don't want no part of Spain. But for the most part, you know, and then you got the situation in Northern Ireland and stuff like that. But for the most part, Europeans have learned that basically. Now, how did the Europeans do this, right? Well, one was this idea of Western Christianity. Another idea was this idea of race. You know, Europeans basically settled on the idea of race as an identity. And when race has identity, right, it unifies people to see themselves as a white man. You know, the black man has never done that. We've never seen ourselves as a black man. You know, in the West we do. You know, but how do we put that to the test? Because as soon as we go to the African continent, we don't see ourselves as black. We see ourselves as Ghanaian, Nigerian, and all these other divisive terms. We don't see ourselves as part of an African race, you know. And people don't want to give up their identities, you know. And like I said, I was on a show last night. Kala, you ain't an African, blah, 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 you know. Same usual suspects, you know. You're 400 years removed, you know.
What's so not African about you? To me, you're more African than a lot of people I meet.
Right, but the thing is, they don't consider African by the way we consider African. They don't see race, you know. They just see African as just, okay, I live in Africa and all stuff like this. And so therefore, a lot of these places don't want to go through the hard part of nation building. You know, the hard part of nation building means that you have to break these barriers of tribalism and stuff like this. Nationhood gives you that sense of unity, that one people indivisible. That means we're one people. You go to America, e pluribus unum, out of many we are one. You know, we're not Dutchmen, we're not Irishmen, we're not Englishmen. We're basically one. We're Americans, you know? And so therefore, you go and build on that ideology. You know, and so therefore the black people in America and the diaspora, we have never had that sort of thing, because our whole thing was, race is evil and stuff like this. But I think race is a really good idea to build base people's identity on. You know why? Because it gives them a structure and a foundation. They said, well, race means you exclude people. Of course, that's part of the trials and tribulation. You know, you got to basically say, we're going to build an Afrikstan. You know, who could be Afrikstan? Obviously, you have to be Black, African. You know, what does that mean for the rest of humanity? You know, that's not our problem. You know, and that's tough to do because the Black people, we've always been the vanguard of racial justice and color blindness and all this kind of nonsense, and to the point where we have nothing. Well, other people have basically settled on the fact that there is race, so therefore the Asians built up Asia for the Asians, right? And they have industries and everything based on the fact that, look, this is Asia, we're Asians and everything, businesses and everything should be Asian. But Black people, we have let other people on the continent, the Lebanese and everybody else, becoming billionaires and millionaires, and they basically are on the continent and everything, and we have to accept them. Look at Tanzania. The modern economy in Tanzania and Kenya are controlled by who? Indians, Arabs, and everybody else. You know, we have to settle for that. South Africa. You know, there's a white population in South Africa control everything. You know, white population in South Africa are basically the ones that's trying to undermine South Africa's full participation in the BRIC nations. The whites in South Africa are the ones that's basically acted as agents for the white racist power structure in Europe and the United States. But we can't do nothing about it because most Black people are convinced that we need white people in South Africa or the place will collapse. The whites in South Africa are also part of the xenophobia, whipping up xenophobia against foreigners in South Africa. You know, so therefore, that's what you have in Africa. So therefore, like I said, the trials and tribulations of South Africa, right? At some point in time, they got to basically tell the white people, look, man, look, you got to go. Zimbabwe is going through it, right? Mugabe took away that land. They're under sanctions. They're suffering. But when they come out of it, they're going to be free. You see what I mean, Bomani? You know, most South Africans don't want to take that chance. They don't want to go through the trials and tribulations. They'd rather take their anger out on other Black people. Oh, yeah, you're muted, brother.
No, I'm not talking. I'm just saying not good. Not
yeah,
good.
yeah. So therefore,
on other Black people.
A people that don't want to go to South Africa, Black South Africa will never have a nation because they never went that trial and tribulation. With that trial and tribulation, the fucking whites. Angola will be a nation. Why? Because they went through a 32-year war and they completely destroyed the Portuguese, the South Africans, and everybody else. To the fact that they got the best military on the continent. You know, so Angola is a nation. Why? Because they basically came together, right? They're all Congolese, Bantu people, and the enemy was the Portuguese, and the enemy was the white South Africans. And they fought 32 years war. Same thing with Mozambique. Mozambique comes from proud African warriors, you know, who fought slave traders and stuff like this. Mozambique has a chance to be a free nation. Why? Because they fought the Portuguese. It's basically, you know why? Because it's great for Angola and Portugal. Matter of fact, I will take time right now, folks. You may think I'm crazy. I want to thank the country of Portugal right now.
Wow.
I want to thank the Portugal. What's this nigga Kyle talking about? I'm going to tell you what. Thanks to Portugal, right, being the most backward country in Europe, right? They saved that territory of Angola and Mozambique for us. You know? Had Angola been taken by the French, it'd still be controlled by the French.
Oh, yeah, serious. Like all other countries.
yo, look at what's going on in Burkina Faso right now, man. Yo, French.
Burkina Faso, Mali,
and all those other places. You can forget
to go on in Haiti.
Yeah, everything the French have, man, you can forget it, man. You know,
I mean, brother, it's like this wicked obsession that they have is like, you know, it's like your master literally trying to get its slave to literally just have this like relationship and a glorified
and it's saying we don't want to relate. France is like, when you say Melania sent a letter to the French ambassador, he said France is a freaking imperialist. Bye 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 bye. You know what the ambassador said? I thank you, Julius Melania, for your letter. I appreciate your concern and everything. As you know, France is Africa's biggest friend and whatnot. You know.
Oh wow! What?
Basically,
So, brother,
say
if that's friendship, man, I don't know what
you
the
know,
enemy.
I don't know what the enemy is, man. You know.
Ooh.
Yeah, he just said thank you, and we're going to continue to be Africa's biggest advocate. You know, and I'm like, oh Lord, man,
I mean,
it's worse than I thought, man. You know, it's worse than I thought.
the first time I went to Africa, I went to Senegal. So when I was driving around on a tour, I was like, why is there French base in Dakar? And then I realized that there's a French base in every French country. Every country that they colonize, they have a base and they have a relationship. Like even my tour guide was breaking down the relationship of a former French president and a former Senegalese president. He related to like like literally like a slave who loves his master, like like a literally like a house Negro, and he just like Malcolm break it down, like, and I was like, you for real? And he's like, no, bro, man, I'm telling you the truth. So and then when you go to another country and you ask the same question, they tell you the same thing too. They tell you that some of their leaders, they have this, the sick relationship with the French government, and like they really feel like they depend on them and they need them, and they feel like they try so hard to be Frenchmen. Like I went to see some of my family members in England, and one of my cousins was about to beat up this British guy, black British guy. And this guy was, and the first thing he said, he was talking to us because we're all from Jamaica. He started running his mouth, and he said, I'm a British man, and something about British, and he'll beat us. And we started laughing because it's like me and my cousins, we all grew up in Jamaica, and it's like a bunch of us. We believe in the method of rolling deep.
Yeah.
And it was just funny. I was like, I don't even know what the argument was about, but it's like when it comes to family and any little punk want to pop off, I tell him, I was like, we're grown men. Well, that was a long time ago, so we were still young. But that's the sickness of it, brother. Where some of our people, they're more French than the Frenchmen, and they're more British than the British people. And it's like sickness, and it's not getting us anywhere. So when people say, oh, you guys should work with everybody, I'm like, some of these people you cannot work with. You cannot do anything for the best that you can do with them is, there's things I can't say online, but the best you can tell them to do is, I don't know what to say because I don't want to say anything crazy and everything, but you can't work with them, family. And we're not trying to like this. Some of our people, they're useless. You can't, there's nothing that they can do to help us. They literally are committed to being, and I understand the struggle of being black is real. It's like, so I understand when people say that they come from countries like, I'm not trying to pick on Central America, but I've been to many parts of Central America and the Caribbean islands, and not everybody believe, because they always look at this. I was in Costa Rica, and I think they were referring me. I was listening to the Spanish they were saying, and they didn't think I knew some Spanish, but they was basically saying, they're basically calling me the black guy. And no offense, and I didn't take any offense and everything. And we had a great time, but it's like they was wondering like, why is this guy doing here and everything? I was like, yo, I'm a person that I travel, I work for the airlines, and I want to just learn about all kind of countries and culture. I want to be hanging out at nighttime, I want to be partying. And some people actually like, aren't you scared? And I was like, for the most part, I travel with people, a group of people, but it's like exploring. And the thing of it is, at some point, we have to make some level of connection, especially for those of us who have the resource. So like I tell people, if you work for the airlines, you have like I told one of my family members, like they're telling me I better not lose that job or get that job up. I was like, that's a terrible thing to say to someone, because it's like, are you telling me to like literally just like stay in a certain position and deal with all the racism and all the wicked stuff? Yes, you do have perks in all these corporate jobs, and you do have benefits and anything. I love it. It's a beautiful thing, but you can't make that your end goal. Your end goal has to be to invest some of the resources to where we can build something together and have something. And if we're not going to do that, you're telling people, and I do understand it is rough. You have to sacrifice a whole lot. I gave the amount of things I gave up. You gave up the wife, you gave up your house, you downsized. Like I told one of my friends, I went back to Brooklyn, he was laughing at me. I was like, I remember you called me back in like 2009, 10. I was like, yeah. I was like, brother, it's like if you really want something and you really believe in it. Like I studied Garvey, and I've never seen anyone make that level of sacrifice and show that love for his people. So it's like people like myself, I benefit from his struggles and his situation of, and that's what I'm saying to people that whatever our ancestors did, we benefit from. So now, in order for us to keep things going, like I think you, as a matter of fact, brother, you always break it down saying that you may not see certain things in your lifetime. People tell me that all the time, but I'm always telling them that I'm young, especially like when I was in my 20s, I hear it. But it's real. Some things we may not see, but it's like at the same time, too, the most important thing is for us to build that foundation. We cannot put our children in a situation where, where they're going to be where they just in a situation where the Asians and the Arabs build all of the factories and they build everything that needs to be built in a nation. And the only thing that your people can do is to go and beg them for a job. And I'm telling
and
people,
be waiters and stuff like that,
I mean, from even this in the factory, but the thing of it is, it's kind of like I have a friend in Ghana, and she's a secretary, and she works for an Indian company. So and that's what I'm telling people, like, yo, people like myself, like, people, and you have real conversations with them, because I know sometimes it's uncomfortable. But I ask her, how do they treat you, and does your people have a chance for to progress in the company? And the reality of it is, it's not going to happen, because it's a family business, and that's what family business represents. Like I tell people, like, that's what we have here. We have a family business, but also when we expand, it's a corporate operation also. But they're not going to look at it like that. They don't care about no corporate, no done. It's their entity, and they only need laborers. It's just like my family and all the different people from the Caribbean islands that came up during the 40s, 50s, 60s, whether it's America, Canada, or Europe. It's just all they wanted you. That's the only thing they look at you as. And my mother told me back in those days in the 80s how the situation was. She told me straight up, that's all they needed you for, was to just take care of the elderly people and take care of things like that. And those were the jobs that we had. And I appreciate our struggles in our work, and just being committed to being a nurse and working our way up. And it's like you learn from that. And you're telling people, this is something that, and I know some of us don't feel comfortable being called black and things like that, or African, even worse, to where these people, the FBA people, are literally just making a fool of themselves. Because it's like, the people who do all the wicked stuff to us, do you think they give a damn if you're a Nigerian, Jamaican, or FBA, or all that stuff? Do you think any of that matters to them? Amadou Diallo, do you think they care that the brother was he Senegalese, right?
Yeah, he's Senegalese.
Yeah, and
I'm not trying to make light of the situation, right?
No, go ahead.
But I think he tried to show his thing like, well, I'm not Black American. I'm Senegalese. And he pulled up his wallet, I guess, and he
it
shot
doesn't
him.
matter. Exactly. That's what I'm saying to people. It doesn't matter. It's like if I'm in New York with you and all of us, nobody knows where we're from.
Nobody knows.
All the police see is a bunch of black guys hanging out.
A bunch of black guys. They don't give a damn. And New York, see, that's why I say I could tell these FBA people aren't from New York. In New York, you realize that, right? Because I used to see one of my Jamaican friends, right? I'll never forget this, man. On the school bus, right? All us black kids stuck together, right? My boy Jamaican, I couldn't stand this nigga anyway, right? And it's he's always like having an accent and whatnot. And his white boy Tommy called around and said, "Yo, look, don't do that about give me my sister, right?" And then he just basically said, "Yeah, nigger," right, like that. And I was like, "Damn," And he was sitting right next to my Puerto Rican friend, right? He didn't say nothing to the Puerto Rican. He just called him, "You nigga," right? And I was saying to myself, man, that's the whole thing, man. When you're black, and all they see is your phenotype,
Yep.
Yeah, phenotype. Your phenotype. They don't give a shit about. That's why I don't believe in that POC shit and everything like that. White people hate our genes, our phenotype, and everything. The African gene is dangerous to them, and they hate it, and they're taught to hate it. They don't know why. I mean, it's not as bad as it used to be, but the bottom line is, I grew up, man, basically like this. My Puerto Rican friends, they got the nice, bony, straight hair and whatnot, and they were accepted, they were like, okay, yeah, but he got, but so I'm like, yo, look, and I had to realize myself, right? There's nothing wrong. This is what I'm telling you right now, folks. This is what I'm trying to say. There's nothing wrong with me, right? And my own people, around my family, I'm a prince, I'm cherished, right? When I get around white people, right? Suddenly it's always about, you don't look like me, They'll value other people. You're taught to value other races above yourself because they look more like white people. That's how it is in America. The black man in America We brag about how we fought every war. We're Americans. We're foundational Black Americans. It's the stupidest thing in the world, right? You know, and the bottom line, the white man holds you under everybody. Oh, somebody could come from a piss poor country, third world, living in a freaking village, man, shitting in their hands. You know, as soon as they come off that plane or whatnot, and come to America, they're your superior. You think about that. They go. So this is what I'm saying. This is what you're going to pass to your next generation. Can you imagine when we basically say, you know, that we're not just in America, we also got our own territories on the African continent, and we're building and everything, and they know that, right? We're not the people that we used to be. We're not the American Negroes you thought we were. We got friendships in Russia. We got friendships in North Korea. We got friendships in Japan. We're making our move globally, internationally. This is what our Black. You never notice that the Black celebrities. The only one that ever did that was Dennis Rodman, you know, when he became friends with Kim Jong-un, you know. And I said to myself, people are like, oh, man, how do you do that? How do you do that? You're from a dictator. And he made his own friendships and everything like that outside America. He's saying that you don't own me. You don't control me. You know, you don't own me. You don't control me. But look at what you see now, right? Black people are so loyal. Black people who got millions of dollars in the bank don't even have to live here. If you don't live in Africa, you can live in Europe and never come to America again. But your sole allegiance with America, right? Because you basically think there's something to be whole with this. I don't get it. I don't freaking get it. I don't get it. And it only comes down to one thing, conclusion for me. That these people, it's not about even America. It's about basically these people can't get enough of their relationship with white people. Let me tell you something, right? If you basically, when white people start discovering who the BAO is, or Bomani is, and everything, they'll have more respect for us than you American loving Negroes, you foundational Black Negro Americans. You know why? Because if they were in our situation, you know what they'd be doing? They'd be like the BAO. White people would never be in a situation where they're shitting on and be loyal to something that doesn't benefit them. So secretly, you wonder why. I know people that basically that are Iranians and stuff like that. The guy who owns the smoke shack where I get my cigars from, the guy from Jordan. He's from Jordan. Good guy, big guy. He's a big guy, Al. He's from Jordan. His wife's from Jordan and whatnot. You know, she could tell she was one of Arab women that were fine back in the days. You know, you could tell she was fine back in the days. But he's big, but he wears a cowboy hat and everything, right? And basically, you would think, right, that, you know, some people suspect that he got ties to Hezbollah and everything like that, you know, but nobody cares. You got white guys who sit in his rednecks, who sit in his lounges and everything like that, smoking up with him, this, that, and the other thing. He could be plotting to bomb the World Trade Center tomorrow. But they like the fact that he got his own thing going on. He goes overseas. He goes back and forth to the Middle East. He got all these smoke shack lounges. He's a successful businessman, a millionaire, and everything like that. They have more respect for you than you stupid USA niggas, you know? What don't you get it through your thick head? Nobody cares about your attachment to this country. You foundational Black Negro American. You were American descendant of slave. Yvette Carnell sitting there with her American flag. No one gives a shit.
I mean, don't she live in her mama's basement?
Something like that. She lives in her mama's basement. Until you build a nation of your own, right? When you get the respect, then they'll respect you. Nobody respects nobody that basically don't build nothing for, like Marcus Garvey said, no people will get respect nor ought to be respected until they show that they could build something of their own. You know, to build something of their own. We sit in America, no matter what we do, because we don't have a connection with our homeland, a solid connection, a nation building connection, you know. Oh no, navigate foolishly is here. What do you say? Everything is important when put in context. No, Negro, including being identified FBA. You ain't first of all, you're not a foundational anything. Negroes have no foundation in America. 1 minute we're migrating to the north, the next minute we're coming to the south, then we're going to the south, then we're going to the west, we're going to Canada, we're going to Colombia, we're going there ain't no foundation in America, Negro. There's nothing. There's no foundational Black American. The white people are foundational. The same white people, basically, that my ancestors lost land to in North Carolina are still in North Carolina. You go to North Carolina, you got people that been there ancestors been there for 400 years. They never left. They own farms. They own everything. It's only the Black people that basically got to go to Chicago, got to go to New York, got to go to Philly. Always shuffling around. Look at our family members, right? We don't see each other. Why? Because they have no foundation. Cousin such and such got to go to California. You ain't gonna see them for 5 years. No one got to go to Detroit. No one got to go here. We don't have anything where our families are together like the Italians are, where all their family, the whole entire generations are in the same neighborhoods in Brooklyn and surrounding areas where they build in relationships. We don't see our families for 20 years at a time. What foundation do we have? We have nothing. What businesses do we have employing our family members and everything,
Kala, did you use the N-word, brother?
Oh, did I? No, I wasn't talking to him. No, I wasn't talking to him.
I don't think you did.
I was just talking. I was talking figuratively, but I wasn't calling him a nigga. But but I was just saying it in general. Yo, come on, nigga. Like I said,
Yes, to navigate. We're not. He's not calling you any names and stuff. But
we're not calling you names. We don't hurt your feelings.
No, we're trying to do our best to be as professional as everything, and and so on. But sometimes we do have to use certain languages and things. Like my favorite is simple words like idiot and stupid. Because some of our people literally just it's like you're trying to you're trying to like encourage critical thinking, just like when we put up links, pages, website, documentation, and then you telling people like your family, please, you have to get into reading. There's no way anyone can spoon feed you. You can watch all the documentaries and all the stuff you want to. You have to read and analyze information.
Yeah, and also, like I said, Bob Jones said, getting gentrified cities, bro. Those cities were just holdover places. They were never our homelands. People don't realize that. People say the hood, right? The hood was just a stop. They know, okay, you're gonna be here for a couple of generations, but they already had plans when we first moved there that they're gonna eventually take it back.
You talking about this comment right here?
Yeah, they weren't re-gentrified. They just taking back what was theirs in the first place.
Yeah, that's while we're on that topic, and let me just give our sister some love right here.
Thank you.
Make sure I pronounce name correct. Excuse me if I pronounce name. Sima Publicity. Keep up the good work, brothers. Enjoy listening. Appreciate your family, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to just deliver, to share great information and have great dialogues, because one of the issues that me and Kala been having, from the beginning of the year, is me and him talk more and more, and we went from him being, me and him just crushing the Negro and kick him off YouTube with only videos that he make is about blacks and having videos he make with his girlfriend now. Straight to coward. It's like I tell people, it's one thing to talk stuff and fight girls, but it's another thing when you're fighting a roughneck.
Yeah, roughnecks.
What I'm saying is like, you tell people, yeah, we're business people, but we also, it's what it is.
We get down, man.
When you grow up in, when you grow up a certain way and you have to be strong and you're dealing with certain things, like you mentioned about moving and you have to deal with bullies and I'm telling people, like, this is real. You're working hard to, you went through those struggles, and then you're realizing that we have to unify as a people, but we have to also get people that we can work with. Like, there's some people who post comments in there. There's nothing I can do for them. That's why I tell people my number is right there. That's my real number, my real phone number. I don't have a bunch of numbers. You can text me, call me, and we can have dialogue and we can work together. I'm working with many different people, because I have to make, it's like while you're young and energetic, you're telling people, back to what I'm telling people, you're 15, 16, 17. That is the greatest time for you to learn. Like, people ask me, how could you go into the Navy and deal with things? I was like, the military experience, airline experience, whether it's, from the racism and things like that, it's just, you're young. You can, and I'm not telling people that it's okay just to deal with certain things, but it's like you're young and it's a part of the trials and tribulations. Like, yes, I was in the Navy and people screaming in your face and telling you push-ups and telling you to do many things. It didn't break you, and it was not meant to break you, but training is important. Just like when I tell people, when we're building our organization and you're having meetings, you know, and things like that. But the only issue that I have when we're trying to do things, like I have people that they gave their life to the corporate world, they gave their life to military, they gave their life to everything, and then now when you're trying to get some of the energy, like I had, one person telling me that they're retired. I got my vice president there. He's retired from California, and he's there. And me and his philosophy is, we don't push organized religion and push any of those things. But so one person say that he doesn't believe in God. I was like, they're confused about the situation. Just because you don't push organized religion and politics has nothing to do with your belief in your creator and your ancestors. Which we all, which we believe in. And and you see, we're pushing the energy of our ancestors, and we always give them love. But the thing that you're dealing with, some of these people is, and I'm trying to make sure I stay on my point as I talk about our vice president there on the land. He feels like that when you're a Pan-Africanist or when you down for nationhood and there's no retirement, and when people ask me about days off, time off, what am I supposed to take? It's like you're in a world where it's not that simple. You're responsible for so many people, and you're responsible for and then things like that, and it scares people. But I was like, that's what grown men do. Grown men don't fight women over movies, roles, and don't fight women over the jobs. Grown men get out there and they build the nation. You know what I'm saying? When I went to Egypt and I studied ancient Egypt history, and when even when I learned about in Senegal, it's like us as men have to be leaders, and that's the issue I think some of the sisters have, is some of the men, not some of men. I mean, I hate to this. I'm not going to be disrespectful. Like a lot of the men, like 99, like 90%, like literally this weak, exclusive men, like have no backbone and have no leadership energy. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful and call people out. And I'm one of them people. I don't fight women and I don't beat down on women. So the situation I'm telling my brothers is like, you guys either step your game up or become extinct. It's that simple. And it's like, the women are not going to keep on waiting around for you to be men.
I'll listen to Africa Millennials Channel last night, and I just dropped off. I was so depressed, right? Because
talk about it.
Yeah, because we got Mike O'Malley, whatever the fool's name is.
Yeah, Michael. You talk about a Nigerian clown.
Yeah,
Nigerian clown.
Bushmeat, like he got like no, it's not like he has a bushmeat leg in his hand eating.
You notice? Do you notice he never shows his face?
He never shows. He said.
And didn't he tell you that Nigerian men? Didn't he tell you that? That's something about Nigerian men being the most.
Yeah, Nigerian men, most desirable men in the world.
Which I'm not disagreeing with that, because I'm not here to talk about how men and things like that. But it's like, okay, if you're so desirable, then show me your desirable face and everything.
Yeah, let the women see the evidence.
Yeah, let the women. And I'm not saying you and I are GQ or anything, but I think
I'm not.
I think we're pretty much decent looking brothers that got a lot going for themselves. Where any woman, our sisters that's doing well for themselves, would love to disconnect with, especially if they open the Pan-Africanism and things like that.
Right. My whole thing is when I was going, I could have any woman I want. So they start learning how I feel and stuff like that. It's over with,
Yeah, I mean, women. The thing is, people actually, I was like, women, they love real men, and I was like, that's the issue that you weak ass men have issue with, and things like that. And some of us have, some of us have situations where you got to actually like try to figure out which one you're gonna marry and things like that. But it's like women respect men that take accountability. So I'm just trying to reach out to my younger brothers.
And I always,
these guys are hopeless.
I always say, man, like I said, I don't get into these manosphere comments and stuff like that, because I say like this: the whole thing is this. I look at the Japanese; they don't have problem with women because they built Japan up, right? And they built an industrial empire. They gave pride. They bombed the U.S. in Pearl Harbor. They sunk it. They did everything they could to show the world that they're real men, so that women respect them. They got a highly advanced society.
And we respect them also.
The black man, even when you in Africa or wherever like that, your women got to go work for the Indian company or something like that, and so they don't respect you. You have not. We have to start putting our foot down and saying, Africa is ours, right? That we are going to build what Black African infrastructure, right? If it means war, right?
Coming, man.
Yo, check this out. If it means some of you Negroes got to die, I'm sorry I say that, right? If it means we have to throw some of you in the friggin' off the building, right, to make this work, it's gonna work. Because the bottom line is this: when the black man does not have no industry of his own, no infrastructure of his own, no military of his own, no real governments and everything, you got failing governments, everything. You got Nigerians getting kicked and Africans. You know how humiliating it is? The Dubai just kicked every African out of the freaking country.
How much country was it? Like
it was 37 countries.
And I mean, and then you know, because we break down African analysis.
But guess what
country like Dubai? Why would a
because they said the Africans are
the United Arab Emirates?
Because they said that the Africans are there, they're not doing nothing. They come here on a tourist visa and they take jobs, and they end up when they take jobs, people think, oh, we're coming to work. No, people take more. They do the calculation, right? When these people coming across the border, they're going to work. But the amount of money that you're going to spend in medical costs, welfare, housing, transportation is not, they're never going to recoup that back or whatever you're going to do. Most immigrants are, when immigrants come to this country, right, they're the most dependent on the system, right? And the government takes a gamble on them. Now, if a person is an engineer, right, even engineers, when they come to this country, people don't realize this, right? When engineers come to this country, they got government programs to help them get settled for 3 or 4 years. But the government's going to get a payout, right? Especially in India. America's bagging up Indians left and right because they're highly educated in the tech industries and everything in Silicon Valley. They're going to get a return on their investment, But when you're coming from third world poor countries and everything like that, the country's losing. Now, Dubai is like, wait a minute here. We're calculating the cost. Our healthcare is going through the roof. Police is going through, ambulance is going through the roof, right? Social benefits is going through the roof and everything. And these people are not producing. So they basically say, you guys got to go. They said, well, you guys need us to be, we don't need housekeepers that bad. Y'all got to go. And so they basically, the only country really is Angola. They know better not to do with Angola, because the United Arab Emirates.
You don't hear about people from, I'm not trying to,
you never hear Angola.
And a lot of times you have to just say this because it's like you're telling people, you're not picking on people. And that's the thing I want people to understand, that like, let's stop like the little emotional thing. Is like me and Kala, we have a world perspective, like Kala, like when he started breaking down the science of things, the brother studied. So we're telling people that, we talk about different things. And, like in the case of Angola, I'm not trying to like prop them up, but I don't hear Angola citizens doing, I'm not saying that they're angels. I'm sure there's some Angolans in America or somewhere in Europe or something doing something, but that's a country you don't hear of people doing certain things. So when you made that explanation, I'm letting people understand that the family, the situation is, the situation is real. Like, some countries in Africa are not into the foolishness. And that's why I told Kala, I specifically want to work with him on some, like the country like Angola, or if someone that's really have a great country out there in Africa where we can connect with, because we have to look at more options for our people. I'm not saying that we're trying to have this exodus movement or anything. I'm not saying any of that, because people don't need to know what we're doing. What we need to basically do is connect with as many countries in Africa and build relationships, and
whatever relationship comes out the best, may the best country win.
Absolutely, and go through the trials and tribulation of it. Because I'm telling people, before we even got that land that I'm just so thankful for the last 3 years, I've had to go to the trials and tribulations working with those idiots called Garbage Town. A group of stupid, ignorant, dumb British black people who literally think just because the white people in the country that they live in think they're the greatest white devils ever existed, they think that they're supposed to be, they're supposed to have some relevance to that. And I don't respect that. It's just like some of our people in America, when they look at the white folks here as being the greatest set of white people, and they feel like they just, I'm American.
And they're foundational black
and that's what we talk about, and people like myself, I always give respect to people like Tariq Nasheed to a point, as far as work ethics and as far as collecting money and actually completing like all projects and things like that. But at the same time, to pushing the level of this foolishness to where, and maybe it's foolishness to us, and and I was listening to one of his video on Revolt TV at their summit, and I was listening to his perspective, because that's one thing we do, family. We do listen to people's perspective. We don't just push any kind of things, but it's like what we're pushing, as you can see, we're pushing a unified global black business pipeline, a connection to where we can all connect as a people and make some moves and things like that. And I'm talking about like real men, real black men, real black women from different places, because we already explained to you that the issue that people like myself have is this I have a you know I have a situation where I'm dealing with men, weak excuse of men, and men who are not professional. Like I'm telling people, like if I was literally dealing with a group of men where they were on code, on point, I'll be a rich person. Like people always ask, why you not rich? I was like, well, I was like, I'm limited to who I can deal with. Like like certain people I can deal with people like myself. They're gonna like, I was like, you talk all that black power, all this stuff. Why don't you find some black people to work with and things like that, and things that. But it's like, you're strong as we're strong as our weakest link type situation where if you have a group of brothers and they just not doing certain things, and that's the issue that we have, and we're trying to just encourage our men to stop all this weak stuff and literally just learn skills. Last I remember, like someone like myself who work aircraft maintenance, I can count on my fingers the amount of women from the courses, the certification courses, from the schools I went to actually working, working and it's very far and few. So I'm telling men, I was like, if you want certain opportunities, get into fields where men dominate. Other than that, what I mean, not everyone can be. I'm a business administrator, great profession, but the reality of it, if you're a business administrator and you're trying to get a corporate position, it's going to be an office dominated by women, and it's what it is.
Yeah.
And and so it's like that's the situation. But
Yeah,
it's
look at my business, man. My sister's above me. You know, as it is what it is. She's a boss. That's what it is. She's the boss in our agency. Women. When you talk about the thing, I said I don't see nothing wrong with that, man. Men.
I mean, they're climbing up in the corporate world, and I'm telling family, as a black man, I have nothing but respect for our sisters who are climbing up because that's the situation you want. And people ask me what kind of woman you like, independent. And people, so a sister was joking with me, like, you like independent woman because you're not trying to be spending all your money trying to. Oh yeah, I got my money for investment, but it's like it's a situation where, we're changing from generation to generation. So my situation is, you're trying to put your money together, with someone else, just like we do a community. You're putting your money together, whether it's you and your wife or you and your girlfriend or you and your friends and so on. That's what you're trying to encourage. But it's like, it's hard to put something together with someone that's not trying to put out the same energy as you. And a lot of times we get caught up into that when we're young. We meet a nice lady but it's like, we have to think about the reality of it. Is like everything is expensive. Having one child is like hard to raise nowadays. So I'll be asking people like, how you take care of them children? Because people
I don't know how you do it.
People at work, I don't, it's like nothing. Like I had to explain to my son, I was like, there's nothing here that's given to me. Nothing here. Everything that we have is working hard for, because I don't want you or any one of our family members to think that we just got it. My parents are the greatest example. They still working in New York City. I was there and I didn't see them for a few days because they were working. They got up like they usually got up when I was a teenager. I was a teenager. I'm 45 now. I was a teenager. I'm talking about 13, 14, 15. So that's well over 30 years. And I was there in New York this summer and they was doing the same exact thing. And I mean, I respect it to the highest level. And people, you folks in the Caribbean got good work ethic. I appreciate it because, folks that was, and it's the same thing too. You're hearing this out, but it's like all of us have that work ethics. Is just, I just really feel like we have to keep our culture. It's like all of that I've learned there in Jamaica with my family and here in America. Am I supposed to go to Africa and just give it and just
let me talk about that.
Live and direct. Don't break any hearts, brother.
The thing's out, saying Bomani lets me do this because I keep Bomani out of trouble. I keep Bomani out of trouble. I'm the bad guy. So I say the things. I basically say things basically because Bomani knows I don't give a shit. And so I protect my brother Bomani. But I have to say this, right? Part of what makes Black America work is our work ethic, right? We're the only industrialized Black people in the world. You know what that means? That means that we're only culture that comes from a literate culture, Black people, right? That means everything that we know about ourselves come through literary, books, the great teachers, everything like that, the Western science learning, the African American Almanac, the African American Encyclopedia, all the books, the thousands of authors and everything. That's who we are, our music and everything like that, right? Part of that is we come from a pretty much an industrial working class culture, okay? We're not a subsistence people. We're not a subsistence people. So therefore, that work ethic, right, which we basically pass down from generation to generation, where people know that sooner or later you may be on the streets, that you got to get a job. We're expected to work. Now, here's the thing, right, and not to down my brothers and sisters in Africa, right? South Africa has the world's highest unemployment rate. So you have people basically all over the African continent, and that never is going to know what it's like to be gainfully employed and have a paycheck. Okay, so therefore they don't have the thing of balancing a checkbook, living on a budget, all the things that's essential in the modern world, and that's a shame. We have to change that by building the Black African infrastructure, right? Which we could create a new Black workforce, global workforce, right? Where people are basically are working in trades, skills, and everything, and unions and everything, and passing that culture of work down to the next generation. So in other words, work, industrial work, building, and everything should be like a rite of passage. You go to a trade school, you graduate, or you like that, you got a job. You could pay for yourself. You could a family. The governments in Asia made sure that was the reality. Working class people benefited. Then the people who are really exceptional got education and become professional class, right? But you at least have to have the working class, people working in factory. That's the trials and tribulation. Let me give you a history lesson, folks, right? From yours to Kala Genesis, right? To bring this home, which I'm barely getting started, but let me tell you something, right? There was a movement in Europe during the Industrial Revolution called the Luddites. Okay, now who are the Luddites? The Luddites were people who resisted the Industrial Revolution. They said that's too hard working in factories. The Luddites were people who like cottage industries and work from home, the cottage village and everything. And they said they liked their independence and everything. But the grand master of things of the society said, we have to have an industrial revolution. That means instead of everybody doing small cottage industries, people are going to work in centralized factories. The conditions are going to be hard. You're going to be working in coal factories, steel factories, cotton mills, all these stuff like this, right? Life was hard in the industrial age, in the beginning of the industrial age. It was hard in Japan. People died, but the truth was revealed in the end. Look at the cities that sprung up. Look at the wealth that was created. We as a Black people didn't want to go through that trials and tribulations. We still talk about subsistence farming, and even some people talk about hunting and gathering, going back to hunting and gathering. We don't want to go through that industrial age. Now, say, well, what are we going to produce? Well, Africa has not stopped consuming. So as long as you have consumption, you have the justification, or we got everything. You have to have a justification for production, but it's not centralized. It's not coordinated. If all the major cities in Africa got together, the businessmen say, look, what exactly do we have that we importing? Now, this was done in 1978 with the Lagos Plan of Action in Monrovia, Liberia, where the plan of action was to make all the countries that produce iron ore set a track to start producing steel, which we're going to buy African Steel, a United African Steel Corporation, which all the steel that used to build buildings, to roads, everything was going to be made on the African continent. That fell apart, right? And Africa is still importing all the steel from China and India, ArcelorMittal, and all these people basically take African iron ore and sell them back to finished product steel because we didn't want to go through the high. Do you know what it's like, the trials and tribulation? I showed Bomani a video of the Japanese steel mill that opened up in 1960. They dedicated that with the Shinto priests and everything. But it was the most advanced thing I've ever seen. All Japanese working, building a whole new island to build a new steel mill. They had to build this thing 60 feet in the ground with steel and concrete and everything as a base shaft of the blast furnace. I was looking at this in amazement. The Japanese, they had many industrial accidents in the 60s and everything. And even before that, there was industrialized before that. But in the 60s, they said they were going to be the premier steel producer of Asia. So when the Japanese steel mills were opened up, they were the main steel suppliers of Asia. That never happened in Africa. And also they had men dedicated there, right? Men of steel workers. They're down there working all those hours, 10, 12 hours a day, in dangerous conditions and everything. Smoke, fog, and everything like that, industrial fumes and everything. But that's what the price they had to pay to build Japan and to build Asia. We have to go through trials and tribulations. The worst thing in the world is the comfortable people. The people who are comfortable in their mediocrity and their lack and everything. And so therefore, if they don't want to go through that, make that change from subsistence to industrialization and modernization. That's a change. That means you have to live in the cities. That means you have to basically build families. We have to get back to building families again. That means you have to do the hard work of what it takes to build a modern society. Are you ready to do that? And then, therefore, the reason why our communities are failing in America, because we didn't build anything. We didn't want to work in the factories no more. We didn't want to do this stuff like that. So the factories simply went overseas. They went to Mexico. We wanted these ridiculous perks and everything, and they said, "Look, we could do the job over there for a thing." No, 2022, Africa does not have a steel industry. Only South Africa produces steel. For the most part. Steel. In order for you to build a steel industry, you would have to have every last single country in Africa involved. You would have to have every last single country in Africa saying that the United Africa Steel Corporation is going to be the main supplier of steel. Now you could start by steel fabrication, fabricating steel, and then once you master fabricating and distribution, and you can make projections that you're going to consume this amount of steel there, then it's time to start building your own steel plants. You got to have the market first. Right now, we don't even know, because most of Africa's steel is not even coordinated by Africans. It's coordinated by Chinese and everybody else. So we have no real idea how much steel is imported and everything. We don't control that. That's why all the billions of dollars go out of the continent, right? And Africa has a net loss capital flight of $100 billion every year. So, in spite of all talk about Africa or investment in Africa, Africa gets they get $130 billion a year is invested in Africa every year. But out of all that, Africa loses like $160 billion a year in capital money that leaves the continent. So therefore, if Africa start basically producing it for itself, all that money will stay in the continent, and you will have growth and wealth for generations. That's what Asia did. That's what the United States did. But are we ready to do that? Are we ready to do that? Are we ready to have those serious conversations? Are we ready to put down pettiness between different states? Are we ready to elect real leaders that's going to really do the job? Or are we going to keep electing buffoons and clowns and idiots and morons to run everything? And the same thing in the Black America. Why do we have fools? Why is it that we're the only group of people that got entertainers and everybody speaking on our behalf? So navigate.
Yes.
Protect yours, not yours. Shut up, navigate.
Yes, Kala. It seemed like you're ready for some audience.
Oh
You
yeah,
and I
yeah.
have done.
Bring them on.
Appreciate you, brother. We have done 2 great hours of just and if you want to talk more about the BAIO website, I can.
Yeah,
I still
sure.
have it.
I want to see if anybody wants to come on and ask some questions.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is, like I said, the BAO. If you look at go to the About Us. Let me see if I can read that. The About Us. Scroll up so I can read it. So the BAO organization is an African American and African Diaspora victims, descendants, POWs of the transatlantic slave trade scattered throughout the diaspora, living as second and third class citizens in foreign lands. Our condition is tied to the legacy of slavery and genocide of African people in North America and the African diaspora. The BAO, along with the most powerful bloggers in Black America and the diaspora, will make the case that it's time for the landless sons and daughters of Mother Africa to have a self-determination. We believe in self-determination means that self-rule and government, only place that can happen is in Africa. It's time for us to move forward to our ancient homeland. We are currently pursuing negotiations with African governments. This will require participation and brainstorming of our most educated, our intelligentsia, and our academic elite. We will organize our people to this mission. We want to create a non-reversible situation as we send pioneers to the continent, build settlements, proclaim the Afrikstan, and enduring goal of national salvation. We are unapologetic Black African nationalists and African-centered progressives. Nationalists have zero interest in overturning the system or being militant or subversive or an agitator in a sinking ship, America. Nationalist is a person who advocates for political independence in a country or for a country or state. We have no desire to make America great or establish a base of operations in the land of our historic enemies or surrounded by them. The BAO is not here to fix America's problems. We want to establish an independent nation state of our own on the continent of our ancestors for the victims of the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade scattered throughout the diaspora, second citizens for our land. Those enclaves of stolen African people scattered across the diaspora living as second-class citizens will be transformed and succeed as thriving satellite communities, no different than Chinatowns exist in America. So in other words, basically we're saying that we want to basically have transform. The reason why these communities in America are dying is because they're not connected. And I use the analogy that part of the steel industry is there's steel plants that are shut down in Gary, Indiana, and Detroit and Pittsburgh and everything that could be refabricated and rebuilt. And we could buy those steel plants and everything. I talked to some Angolans and they said that's a good idea. We could buy those steel plants along with our African partners, right? And supply the steel to the African to the steel to the African continent. So we could make money, they could make money, and Africa will have a source of steel production in the United States. You know, Newark, New Jersey, they got steel plants, you know, that shut down and everything. Those steel plants can be rebuilt. And there's government loans to do that, you know. What you call Navigate. There's no country give up their land. Shut up, Navigate, you know. You know, the bottom line is not giving up anything, you know.
I mean, how many times do we have to explain this to this clown?
You know,
they're literally that there are countries that
the African countries will benefit from what we're doing.
Because when you think about certain countries, especially when you pass West Africa and you go further southwest and Southern Africa, you're talking about countries that are very big, bigger than they look on a map, and you're talking about countries that basically are.
Put the Afrikstan map up, brother. You got it.
Yes. Let me just get it and let's go ahead.
Yeah, and bottom line, we're talking about territories that are already asking us to settle there. You don't have to be an independent nation. That's eventually, you know. But we could start by just building infrastructure and building towns like Bomani's doing. You know, we're gonna build towns, industrial parks, and zones, and everything like that.
It's a great start,
and that's a start. You know, so it's irreversible.
The keyword start.
Start, you know. So Navigate, you can talk all you want, brother. It's happening, it's gonna happen, you know. So you can sit here and cry foul and everything like that. It's gonna happen.
No country's gonna do this. I mean, do you speak for every country? Navigate?
No, he doesn't know any country, you know. He doesn't know any country, you know. You already got
Ghana's a one and done.
I got 3 countries saying, yeah, come over here, you know, and everything. I got my choice of countries right now, you know. So no country. Navigate doesn't know jack, you know. You know?
And that's what I'm saying. I wish we just had more people.
Also, it takes out. Also, he doesn't understand what nation is, right? Black America, the diaspora, we're a nation, right? That's a nation state. Now we don't have to have a nation state. We can have a nation municipality. We can have an enclave. You know, you could be a nation. That's what he doesn't understand. What a nation. A nation is of people acting as one. You know, we are a nation. We're descendants of the transatlantic. That's the nation right there. Nation is a people. You know, he doesn't understand that most countries in Africa aren't nations. They're countries. They're not nations. You know, nationhood is the ideal. You know, and you can have a country. Can you call South Africa a nation, Bomani? No. You know, that's not a nation.
Yeah, it's
a whole bunch of people. It's a whole bunch of. There's a Zulu nation there. There's an Afrikaner nation there. There's a Xhosa nation there. It's not a nation. Nation is homogeneous. It's one. People acting as one. You could call Sweden a nation because it's the land of the Swedes. You could call Norway a nation because it's Norwegian. You could call Japan a nation because they're Japanese. In Africa, you got all these different tribes who don't know each other. They're colonial countries created by Europeans. The only country that's close to becoming a nation right now, Botswana is a nation, and Rwanda is becoming a nation. Nation takes trials and tribulation. Was he listening for the last 2 hours? You don't just draw up a board and become a nation. It takes trials and tribulations to break down barriers and unify people. That's a nation. Now you say, what about if the local people that want to come with us and adopt our ways and they become part of our nation? That's what it is. That's what a nation is. A nation is not a country. It's not just a flag. It's a people. You blend into indivisibility. And the problem, that's the whole thing about Africa. While other countries are building their nations, that's a sense of people, the purpose, we the people, they're basically, everybody's tribalized, everybody's sectarian and everything. That's the difference,
I keep on going, brother. I am trying to pop this thing up completely right.
And so all the people that want to learn, man, join the BAO social network. Why do people always come on this show want all these answers? Join the social network and connect with some of the BAO people. You'll learn more how we plan on doing this. Is well thought out. This ain't something we just basically came up with overnight. This is something we've been working on for years. And you see Mr. Rosenthal, the success we had him, Rosenthal came from the BAIO. And look what happened. I was the one who introduced him to Africa. And look what he's doing. He's about to go to Uganda and build a gold bullion bank in Uganda. So this ain't just some people sitting online talking a bunch of stuff. This is stuff that's really happening. So all you people basically, this, that, and the other thing, BAIO sounds nonsense, I don't know what Navigate's talking about, but the bottom line is nationhood means just the people. When you basically become an Afrikstani, and part of that means that you basically came from the transatlantic slave trade and you return home to gather as one people, as one future. Right now, Black America is falling apart. Right, there's not gonna be Black America anymore. There's not gonna be ADOS everything. Our new nation is gonna be Jamaicans, Canadians, Trinidadians, Haitians, and all these people that's gonna become one people under one banner, the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade returning home. That's the nation. And those particular Africans who want to join us and become part of us, marry with us, and adopt with our ideology. That's a nation. People don't really understand that. Now, this is a territory that we suggested that the main phase of the Afrikstan will be. That's right there in a place called Soyo. The light parts right there on the line is a Soyo. That's the city of Soyo right there. That's a Soyo. My handler Celeste, her niece, is the administrator of that area. That has loading docks, industrial zone. Nice city, nice infrastructure, good infrastructure. And it's right there on the Congo River. That's in the middle of the Congo River. And I had suggested another part of Angola. She said that'd probably be the best place to build if you guys want to build communities and everything. And all about population. And the north side is the Congo, right? The Congo's to the north. And the far north is Cabinda. That's a part of Angola, right? So on the north side right there is the Congo. That area is unoccupied. There's nobody living. There's no settlements. There's nobody living there. And that area where Soyo is, the light area right there, is the only part where people live. The rest of the area is completely unoccupied. And so therefore we start building communities right there in this area and everything like that. And to the far north, that's Congo right there to the north, but it's pretty much uninhabited and unoccupied. So basically, when you propose that you want to build something there and everything, that'll be the perfect place because let's be honest, that's where all our ancestors came from. The Africans in West Africa and people like that disseminated from that river right there. If you look, you see the Congo River into the Atlantic Ocean. See the powerful current? It goes 500 miles out to the sea. That's how powerful the current is from the Congo coming into the Atlantic Ocean. So that right there is a mighty Congo River, the mouth of the Congo River emptying into the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, and so therefore, this is a perfect place, ideal place, a symbolic place, because a lot of our ancestors were taken from that area in the transatlantic slave trade. So building communities and everything like that, eventually becoming enclaves and everything. And the main thing is this: all politics is geopolitics is local, local. And that's how Liberia was successful. They built localized communities, and so therefore when we build these communities, shut up. I'm tired of navigating. We put him on timeout. Put him on timeout for a minute. Shut up, And so therefore, the bottom line is this: when these countries want to build smart cities, they want this. That's why it's important that our community in Ghana is successful, right? And as we build more, and people want to settle to the continent and everything like that, they're going to be open to helping us build these smart cities. And in the modern world, people are building smart cities. They want that. These people long talk about, Angolans and Congolese long talk about bringing millions of black people from the West home, but they just don't know how to do it. They don't. When they found the BAO, they said, "Wow, there's people that's talking about this." So we connected. I got a lot of Congolese and Angolans in high places and whatnot that say, "Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do it." So that's why I say the BAO is going to be the organization that coordinates this. I don't want people like Dr. Arikana and Akon and all these people steering people in a different direction, because it's going to go off the rails. The BAIO, the Black African Infrastructure Organization, is going to be that social networking that's going to build this, okay, along with Brother Bomani and the Africa for Africans, Black Star Pan-African community, and other partners that want to partner with us and everything. So this is Angola. That's the northern part. Angola is like 3 times the size of Nigeria. And most of the people in Angola only live in one area, Luanda. So majority of Angola is...
So Angola is so big. Why don't Nigerians go to Angola?
Well, they go to Angola, but they don't get treated. Nigerians, I don't know. It's just the Angolans rather have us. They would rather black people in the West. I don't know what it is about Nigerians. They don't really get along with anybody. They don't really get along with anybody. They don't really get along with anybody. But Liberia is a good place for black people to set up logistics for the continent, but an influx, no. No, I'm just gonna be honest with you. No, for tourism, investment, for individuals, Liberia is a beautiful country. But none of these countries are ready for influx of African Americans. Only country that really, really ready for any sort of significant number is South Africa. South Africa, maybe. But Angola, in the long term, if we build infrastructure in the Congo, African Americans can come there. Those are bigger countries. These smaller countries, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and everything, they're good to visit. They're good to get your feet wet. Liberia would be an excellent place for Black African American business people to engage the continent, because it's very cheap there. You can open up a business there, and you can have logistics on the ground. We don't understand the value of basically having these states over there where we can operate. But the end goal has to be a country like Angola, because they have the wealth and everything to basically facilitate what we're trying to do. At the same time, us being in Liberia, it would help Liberia, because if you're going to the country and you're doing a range of business contacts with, that's what our goal is. Our goal is to basically make Liberia a place where we can engage all these countries in Africa in one place. So instead of us traveling all the way to the Congo and Angola, we got one place in Africa that's nearby that we can engage the people. That's just common sense. If you're going to open up an office in Africa, go to some place like Liberia. You don't have the hassle like you do in Ghana and other countries, and basically set up shop to do business on the continent, and you can meet other people on the continent instead of saying, if you want to do business with somebody in Kenya, you don't want to go to Kenya. You don't want to go to Tanzania. You got some place like Liberia to engage the continent, and that's what Liberia was designed for. Black people in America to disseminate Liberia's really plan was to settle in Liberia and ultimately basically be strong enough to take the Congo back from the Belgium. That's what Liberia really was for. But we never came in the millions of numbers like Garvey, but millions of us never came. History would have turned out different if the Garvey movement was successful. We wouldn't be sitting here talking about this. We have black enclaves in the Congo, Angola, all over the place had Garvey been successful. Liberia was just a launching spot because it was the only free country in that region of Africa. So you have to learn your history. And your brother, the Kala Genesis, is a person that's going to guide you through this. So that's why people feel like Angola is not a Portuguese colony. It was a Portuguese colony, but you got to understand something. The Portuguese were kicked out of there. They were uprooted. I don't understand something, brother. Why do people don't understand this? Do you understand that the Portuguese, the Angolas, executed Portuguese and they kicked them out of there? There's no Portuguese in Angola. Angola's fought a West between us and a lot of people here. You never fought a war. That's why you feel like this. Angolans destroyed the Portuguese. They destroyed the South Africans with the help of the Cubans. There was a war for it. Angola's a free country. Black America is not a free people. And we will try to project our bondage on other people. Angola is a free country. And we talk to Angolans, they talk like a free country. They're not like the French Africa or the British Africa. Thank God that Portuguese were like the weakest country in Africa, and so they were able to do this, We don't have no black nations in Africa to navigate, you moron, despite Garvey. You see what he says? Despite Garvey, the failure of Garvey. If it wasn't for, does he understand, if it wasn't for the Garvey movement, there would never been an independence movement in Africa? Does he understand that, Brother Bomani? Bomani, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just...
You listen to this jerk, this jack off. He says, despite Garvey.
Yeah, I'm just like frustrated with this dude. Really. I don't know if he...
Navigate
I'm just trying to find his comment so we can talk about it.
Navigate is a Negro-pean and whatnot. He basically is...
all right, there you go. So this is a comment right here, family. So you can see the comment. You can kind of see
we have black nations. You don't have black nations in Africa. Had Garvey succeeded, you would really have black nations in Africa. You have black scattered colonial ex-territories with Europeans still dominate. There's no black nations in Africa.
And the thing of it is, when he's talking about Garvey's failure, even beyond the only failure that people can literally say is that the man physically didn't make it to the African continent, but everything else was a great success. You and I are talking about, the inspiration and the energy of Marcus Garvey. I mean, because we're both organizers,
right?
And in my best time, been able to organize a few hundred people. That's it. Garvey organized well over 10 million people.
Yeah, and the bottom line, Garvey.
And you talking about one of the most technologically advanced person, someone who literally live in this world of technology, and with all the stuff you sit around and do socially and everything, you still can't even hit the numbers.
Right. I mean, check this out. Garvey, the Garvey newspaper, the Negro World, was banned in all of Africa. It was banned. And also the Garvey movement caused a movement called Ama Malinka. You ever heard of it? Ama Malinka in South Africa. Okay. No. Ama Malinka was a movement in South Africa, in the Transkei region of South Africa, that basically it took a fanatical turn. Like, it was a cult movement in South Africa. They basically saw newspaper articles of the Garvey people and ships and everything like that. So they created this mythology that Black Americans were coming with ships and planes to wage this final war of Armageddon to wipe the white man and all the race traders out of Southern Africa. It was called Ama Malinka, later called Uhuru, And basically it was called Ama Malinka, and it was fanatical. These people in Transkei believed that Black America, a strong race of Black men from North America, were going to come with ships and planes, and they kind of exaggerated the Garvey movement. But it was so bad, they were burning down buildings and whatnot, killing white people and everything like that. It was fanatical. That's the impact he had on him. It was Ama Malinka, the Garvey movement in the Transkei. Look it up. The Garvey movement in the Transkei, South Africa, And so therefore, The Garvey movement basically was banned in Africa and everything like that. The U.S. government, along with W.E.B. Du Bois, conspired to undermine Garvey from settling in Liberia. Had he settled in Liberia like he was supposed to, he would have access. His men would have access to the Congo, all that stuff like that. History in Africa would have turned out differently. There would have never been no Queen of England giving independence to Nigeria. We would have took that shit. We would have everything. We wouldn't have no Europeans controlling oil fields. We would own that shit. But history didn't happen like that. Why? Because the strongest race of black men were held back in America. And then after World War II, they said, look, man, we can't have another Garvey movement again. So they started this movement called integration and all stuff like this. Let's integrate black people in America to get us off of this Americanized black America. Now we had 77 years of this stuff, right? It's completely failed, right? And integration. Now we're basically, the BAO is here. And basically we're talking about it's time to reactivate this global pipeline of logistics, business, trade, settlement, investment, and enclave and nation building in Africa, in the modern world. And people like this. No, he was sabotaged by Negroes like Navigate. Yeah, black people like Navigate, navigate loosely, navigate loosely. So therefore, like I said, Angola and the Congo and places like that, it's just it's a game. And people ask why Liberia. Liberia is an ideal place to build the logistics from the United States to that part of Africa. We're going to need Liberia. We have historic ties with Liberia. Liberia is going to springboard us into the rest of the continent. And that's what we're working on. That's what we're working on. We're working on building a logistics and everything like that. And it all starts with social network. Those people, man, that want to join the BAO, you join the social network and get involved. Get involved. I want to see men join, man. I got women that join all the time, man. Like, wow. I wish I can get my boyfriend to join this one. We were real men. The BAOs, you guys are real men. You guys will talk about the things that make women proud, nation building, confronting our enemies for our posterity, and all stuff like this. But if people want to sit back and be cowards and everything like that, hey, John Coke said, at times civil rights was needed while white Africans fought for independence, Well, civil rights, civil rights was needed. I get that. But you got to ask yourself this question, right? When we talk about civil rights, right? Let's examine something, right? Let's examine something right here. White people what was civil rights? Were you talking about the North or the South, right? White people were basically telling black people that they couldn't drink at certain water fountains, or they had to sit in the back of the bus. You can't justify that. Now, the decent thing to do, right? Before I talk about civil rights and integration, all that stuff were two different things, right? Discrimination, all that stuff, that was civil rights. The basic thing of publicly humiliating somebody by their race was just, and get rid of that, was just a decent thing to do. And most whites didn't want to do that. Look, we don't treat black people as equals. So the culture by law and de jure law said that white people were superior to black people. We could humiliate them in public. It was a culture that white people pretty much accepted. It had nothing to do with civil rights and everything. It was just a culture. So therefore, when you get rid of that, you didn't make any real gains. That was just the right thing to do. It shouldn't have been in the first place. So even if you got rid of that, white people still control the wealth and they control everything. You didn't solve anything. White people still control the banks. They redlined you and everything like that. So if you talk about that aspect of the civil rights movement, which is always convoluted, conflated together, it's two different things. Whatever, navigate. Anyway, so the bottom line is this. The next point is black people want success. Now, how can we basically talk about civil rights, right? And is it about black progress? Because I remember at a time where black people weren't allowed in the major leagues, we had our own Negro leagues, and they were making millions of dollars. We had our movie theaters. We had everything. Black people spent their money with other black people. There were people who had lots of money. They had land, and they let people build houses on their land. They collected rent. There were black people who had money. It was going, oh, I'm going to New York at the time. Everybody had a rich auntie that came into town and stuff like that. They had money. There was Negro money, what they call nigger money, nigger rich. The civil rights movement and everything took all that away. The black businesses, the juke joints and the hot dogs, and all the stuff we had that black people would go out there and make money. The independent people that would buy stuff. And hey, let me give you another example, right? When you think of watermelon, we think of, oh, black people, watermelon, eat watermelon. Do you know that was how some of the first black people who had wealth? Black people basically would grow watermelons and whatnot, and we created a whole industry of trade, right? Same thing how we were successful with the oranges in Florida, but we had a massacre down there, which black people got so powerful in the orange. White people took over the orange industry in South Africa, in Florida. It was usually black people who did the oranges, just like white people told us we were ignorant, watermelon eating stereotype, right? So they could come in and take it over. So we were making a lot of progress in this country on our own, but our black academics and everything didn't see that. Progress was black people sitting next to white people. Black people owning, getting rich, selling a bale of cotton to the mill. Oh man, black people trading watermelon and everything. Black people selling chickens and everything, building chicken coops. All the stuff black people were saying, we're sustaining ourselves, we're making money. Black people taking making applesauce, selling them to different. Even black people making moonshine and selling. They're making their own alcohol, backyard alcohol. Black people knew how to make money. That wasn't a problem. So therefore, when they talk about civilizing us, modernize us, we lost a lot of that stuff that sustained us. And they end up taking over our cooking and all the stuff like that we did. They took over our music and all stuff like this. It took it away from us and tell us we're civilized now. We're part of them now. The bottom line is this: separation is we put today separation, but you can't separate inside the United States. You can't separate inside the United States. It's too gone. We don't live in those areas no more. The areas that we talk about separating inside America are war zones. We don't control those areas anymore. We gambled that things were gonna get better and everything, and our communities are in a shambles right now. So the next stage right now for the next 100 years, right, is nation building. All the stuff that we talked about, everybody talk about. We need to separate. We need to do it. No, so it's too late for that.
Yeah, perfect. And and it's the perfect time to get back into Mr. Kanye West,
right?
Because we're literally just analyzing many different things, and that's one of the things that we literally have to analyze. Like family, you're seeing someone who has wealth and power, and in their situation, they're limited on what they can do because they live in a world where they're controlled, by other people. And it's like, how do you navigate those situations and how do you deal with it? I mean, is it a war and a fight that we're going to keep on dealing with, or are we going to eventually build the things that you and I are talking about, Kala? And that's why I put that situation in perspective, because you have a situation where, you're a rich and powerful man, and then your family is taken away from you. And that's a real situation as a man in America. Like I don't know who conversation I had. As a matter of fact, it wasn't with you. It was somebody else I was talking with. They was talking about they gave me a scenario. They were saying that there's a man taking care of a child, and the mother so it's something dealing with incarceration, and he had to just keep on proving that he had to go through a whole process of proving that he's the one taking care of the child. The level of stupidity. But I'm telling people that the African continent is our best bet to build what we need to build, because there's certain things in place on a continent to where it's not overrun by, to where you as a man have no power to run your family.
Right.
And that's the issue that I personally, have.
Oh,
And
what do you think about Dr. Dre? What do you about Dr. Dre?
What about Dr. Dre?
His wife in a divorce. Remember, she almost walked off with most of his money. She said $3 million a month wasn't enough money. $1 million a month wasn't enough money. Now, Bomani, if that was me, right? You know what I'd be right now? In jail. You know, but the judge, I guess she didn't get that much. She wanted half of his wealth. She wanted $500 billion.
Because she was having sex. Because she was having sex with him.
Because she gave his kids. What did she do to deserve? I don't get it. You know.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe she just looked pretty, and I don't know if she had children with him or anything. But
yeah, she had children, but she wanted a divorce.
That's my issue with people. It's like,
no, 500. What do you do that you think you didn't contribute nothing to where he earned his money, right? And he offered a divorce like $3 million a month. That's what that's like $40 million a year. You know, that's not enough money. No, it was like $1 million a month, right? It was $1 million a month. Yeah, it was like $2 million a month. She said that's not enough money. She can't live on that. You know, that's America right there. You know, look what's happening. Another famous star, right? I forgot who it was. The judge just basically gave the wife in the divorce all the money. You know,
so I'm telling brothers, if you have certain money and you want to do certain things, reach out to people like ourselves, because everything that we do in Africa, you know, once you set it up and build it, you can enjoy it. You know, and it's like the same thing you tell like some of the brothers that's on the street. I mean, and it's real. I mean, I'm and I'm hoping that people understand where I'm coming from. Because you tell them, I was like, by the time you're on the street and you build all that capital, you build your empire. I was like, everyone build it. I mean, you see all the famous movies and you see all the famous documentaries. Everybody built it, but then somehow you get to the point where you're incarcerated, and then the crooked police got all your money. Yeah, and I'm telling people, I was like, these are the things that is gonna happen. I mean, no one is gonna let you just get this big in this country and things and think, oh, right, I've arrived in America. I'm big now. I'm a billionaire, or I'm Larry Hoover.
Well, look at Bill Cosby. Look at Bill Cosby.
Name the gangster. Name the black gangster. Name the black crooked empire or business empire. I mean, they even threw Bill Cosby into jail. Yeah, brother, that messed me up. And I mean, for all you little fake ass, punk ass niggas who literally was down with the situation, that man don't deserve to be put in jail. I mean, especially when other people doing a million times worse things than him and things like that. And
Hugh Hefner never went to jail.
I heard this one fake ass YouTuber. I think it was ABL. I think it is. One of them clowns right there. Yeah, I mean, I was watching this show. I was like, I had no respect for him. I was like, dude, why are you getting so excited? That's a black man just like you. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. And I was like, if you're gonna have an issue with that man right there, you better have an issue with a whole bunch of other people and things like that. And people like myself, I love Bill Cosby. You know what I mean? That was one of the few shows that we had in Jamaica.
Right.
And literally, brother, I'm talking about in the 80s.
I love Jamaica. I love the Cosby show.
And at that time in Jamaica, brother, you know what channels we had in Jamaica?
Yeah, I know one channel. One.
I'm telling people. So, I mean, for those who understand Jamaica in the 80s, Hurricane Gilbert, and when we all were happy that we had one TV in the house, and all the children got around, like I saw about my cousins, all of us got around and you was watching that and everything. And Bill Cosby was it. And when I came to America, we came to America in '88. We came to America, it was the same thing also. But it's like when you come from somewhere else, you appreciate that. You appreciate seeing positive energy, especially you as a black person. Most of what we experience is this negative energy of that your daddy's a drug dealer, your mama is a prostitute. You're in this. I mean, it's just negative. And so when you see what we want to see is what you and I experience in the world, where now where we're able to be around black excellence, where we are man, where a hardworking man can get a beautiful independent sister, where you can put your energy together and do wonderful things together. That's the world that you have the opportunity, but it's like, where is the examples that brought us here? I mean, and so it's like, and that's what I was saying to people, like, yo, I mean, it's like, back to Bill Cosby. This is like, I mean, like, family is like, are you really excited that this happened to this man? And I'm talking about ABL, that clown ass Negro man. I'm telling you, and it's ABL. It's a lot of rate now, and people know me already. I call names and I kick ass. I mean, it's what it is, because none of these clowns out here, none of these folks out here can say that, hey, one thing they can, I mean, if they can't say nothing else, you know what I'm saying? The moment we put our money where our mouth is, we are committed to what we're doing, and we have proven it over and over. And I don't see any other YouTubers that talk about Black consciousness or Pan-Africanism really on the level that we're on. Let's talk about building a nation state and doing things like that. You know what I'm saying? Literally, I'm telling people, I'm not trying to, like, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, no, I don't even care. Who the shoe fits, wear it. I mean, you have a problem with me, I always tell people, my number is right there. You can call me and things like that. And like, if I have your number and I have an issue with you, like I've done with people, I'll call them and explain to them, yo, you know what I mean? You know, and I'm just one of those real brothers. I'm not into that fake stuff like, you know, some of these folks with, you know, it's like being a 50-year-old virgin in your mama's basement and running your mouth playing with your keyboard and things like that. And you tell me, go out there and experience life, you know what I mean? And things like that. But you know, family, yeah, that's the issue that we have. And some of these guys, you know, I'm talking about people like ABL, they sit around and make, and then there's a few other people, and I'm not gonna call names because not a lot of them I know.
What gets me is what that Cosby
I mean,
situation was this. The situation happened decades ago, right?
You talking about Bill Cosby, right?
Yeah, in another state with no jurisdiction. It happened in Belgium. How is he being prosecuted in Pennsylvania where he lived at with something that, and they got a black girl to do it? You know, a black prosecutor girl, one of these lesbian chicks or whatnot to do it, right? And so you got Bill Cosby, right? And they still didn't break him, man. He's like, yo, look, I did nothing wrong. It's like, you know, say what you want. He said, look, man, it was back in the days we were taking Quaaludes, and also it was consensual. The women agreed to it, and then I paid these women off, and they wanted more money. These women were after his fortune, you know. They wanted his money.
Sometimes I'm thankful that I don't have money like that because I probably get myself in a whole bunch of trouble.
Yeah,
because, I'm not trying to tell him. I'm not trying to tell him myself. I mean, brother, you know, I mean, you're a man. You know what time it is.
Yo, bro,
I mean,
man.
if you're a man who love women and you like women like we both do, and that's what we push. You know, we're not here to tell you know about the situation, but I mean, like, you live in Virginia, and I'm telling people, when I was in the Navy in Virginia, I was young.
Yeah,
man, life was awesome.
Yo, check this out. Yo, like
as a Navy guy, you know how it is. Navy guys get more than anybody else.
Check this out, man. When I was in my 20s and 30s down here, this was my freaking Columbia, and I had to go out see. This was right here in Virginia. Virginia Beach.
You was in Virginia when you was in the 20s?
Yeah, I was in my 20s. I was in my 20s.
Brother,
there, you know?
That was probably the greatest time of my life.
Oh my God,
my 20s, from 18 to 21.
I've been here since I was 22 years old. You know, and so I could move down here at a young age. Whatnot. This place is paradise, man. I was like, yo, all these black women down here, man. I was like, dang, man. You know, I was like, yo, I never had no problem with women down here, man. I was like, that's why I said I don't understand the manosphere stuff, these women hating manosphere stuff like that. I never had a problem, man. You know, black women.
And serious, man. Like, and I'm being real about the situation. Like, it's like, I don't know how we get to the point where, well, I can't say us because we don't do those things. Like, I don't make videos like degrading our sisters and things like that, and videos that's doing those things. I mean, people may say, why do you have so many pictures with beautiful ladies? I was like, well, it's the Instagram age, and it's the age of me as a person trying to get our brothers to understand that instead of going to, like, I love Brazil, and I've been to Dominican Republic, awesome places, and things like that, you know, and for the most part, you know, you run into a lot of black women, but also you're telling people like the greatest place to find beautiful, wonderful black women is Africa.
Yeah, so, Liberian women, white Liberian women are fine.
You know, Kala gonna be biased.
I tell you what, I know my bias right now, but I'm gonna tell you that Angolan women, yo, I'm like this. There's one singer, Candida, whatever it is, fine as hell. She's Angolan. You want to play? When we play her video, she's fine as hell, man. You want me to play this video?
Well, send me the link, brother. I'll pop it up.
Let's play it. Let's have some fun tonight, man.
Yeah, pop the video, because what I'm gonna do is I have the Kuto Kunavali video, because I'm trying to explain to people that the Angolans, because it's easy for us to say this, and some people don't understand. I'm like, yo, family, nothing that Kala have said and you talk about is not, because I'm one person. I'm not gonna road anyone unless I like research what they're talking about. And before even Kala brought up Angola as far as like Kuto Kunvali, or brought up anything about as far as the warrior culture, like I have a documentary. It's like, and I have so much videos here. Like some of them is in storage in the back, but it's like that was one video I had. It was called Kuto Kunavali, and it showed the Cubans working with the Angolans to defeat the South Africans and ending apartheid. Great documentary, family. And I'm gonna find that documentary. But these are the things that a lot of historical things go on in Africa that a lot of times we don't know about. And that's why you always got to appreciate brothers and sisters who know the knowledge and have the information to share it. Because outside of that, we're usually the last ones to know about these things. And that's what I'm telling people. You got to get there, read, research, and things like that. I mean, and experience is the greatest situation. Rock on, brother.
Yeah, I'm telling you. You gonna play a video? You want to play a video? I said.
Oh, you're gonna send it to me on WhatsApp? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah, this is like I said, man. You want to talk about Angolan women are fine, man. I mean, are you brother? I don't understand brothers, man.
So you tell them brothers, you tell them not to go to Thailand, go to Africa.
Go to Africa,
Yeah, and that's 100% I recommend. I mean, at the end of the day, also, I mean, you're in America, so you really don't have to go anywhere because you have all aspects of beautiful Black women from many places,
right?
All in America, from the wonderful, beautiful, sweet, wonderful Jamaican ladies who rather get a man in America versus a man like me, which I'm not knocking the hustle, but you know what I mean. But that's what I'm telling people is like, you have Black women different places that's gonna appeal to you and connect with you. And one of the greatest energy that you have, and me and Kala can vouch and verify this. As soon as you step into Africa and you're a serious man that's about your business and things like that, you get nothing but love.
Women cater to you, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to even say a bunch of things because I've had people say certain things that I said certain things about American women, like I taught that, and I'm like, no, it's not like that. And I mean,
it's a different culture
that work. And I mean, I'm not going to be one of those guys that tell you to go to Thailand. I'm not even going to tell you to go to Brazil or Dominican Republic, even though, I mean, beautiful countries with beautiful Black people. But I'm going to tell you to go to the African continent or stay in America and, work your game up. But I realize what some of the men are talking about. I think you was the one who's telling me about Jada Black. And I mean, and at the same time, too, I'm telling people, if I call certain people names, there's no disrespect and anything like that. I think what they push, and I think the passport bros you're talking about, and there's a few people before that. I think what they push is more so like you leave in America and going to like, I mean, it's definitely not Africa they're talking about for real, right?
Right.
They're talking about going to like Asian countries and also like
South American, Central America,
basically so-called Hispanic countries or Spanish-speaking countries.
Right. I can't get down with it, But but the whole thing is this. I'm saying like this: sooner or later, right? Let's say you go to these countries and everything like that, you're going to want that feeling of what it's like to be in a Black country, or real Black country, And so, bottom line is this: if part of the appeal of these African building in Africa is the women, is the women. Everybody's like, they like Ethiopian girls because they're light skinned, whatever, got their long hair and everything. That's what brothers are attracted to. But there's got all kinds of women on the African continent that are just as beautiful or whatever, appeal to your different tastes. And when you start learning how to appreciate and love Black women and everything like that, countries like Congo got some beautiful women, man. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Brother, the thing of it is, I'm telling people, I've been to the Asian countries, I've been to the Arab world, I've been to Central America, South America, and you're telling people, and the people that maybe they're like, yo, you biased because all you talk about is Africa. It's not being biased. I'm just being real with you as a man who loves women and love beautiful women, and tropical women and things like that. The best bet you're gonna get,
you go like
either where you are in America, because or ultimately, and if you can't do, I think the issue that I would say about America is the fact that you have to deal with the system when you're in relationships with women, and that's the problem. But if you have that issue, you feel that way about the system, which I would say most of us are gonna feel that way because you're not really allowed to be a man and run what you need to run as a man, because Now, I don't even need to get into these situations and explain these things because it gets so sensitive when especially when I've talked to so many men and I've interviewed them and I've asked them about their children, their family, their relationship. Like I'm telling people, like when I'm here, like first of all, I'm someone that work all day. Like Kala, sometimes I say, Kala, let me just finish talking with you. Let me just finish this meeting with this person because you have when you run a business, you have people you have to schedule meetings with and you have to work things out and things like that. But literally, family, the situation that I would say is, the system kind of works it to where, and I'm being real, the system is going to do what it's designed to do. It's designed to destroy Black men relationship in this country. It's not there to.
They don't even want you to have in that,
And that's why the situation is that whether you have a wife or a child or a girlfriend, you're in more of a vulnerable situation because anything goes wrong, it's all on you as a man. And then I had to analyze the situation by when I go to different African countries and I talk to the men and I talk to the women in the country, and it's more in line with the world we should live in, because outside of America, the world is completely different. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to like throw this out there like, oh, men run everything and men is this, and I don't, because I don't want. I'm not trying to just, I want to put it out there where women feel like I'm just being disrespectful to them because I say certain things. But it's like men are supposed to be, well, the key word supposed to be leaders and supposed to be many things. And I understand that there's something in the water, but whatever is in the water, I've not been drinking it. You know what I mean? So, but it's like you have a different level of men that you have. So I understand people's frustration, but it's like they didn't get that way just on their own. I mean,
Right.
they're I mean, from the criminalization of the system to this policies that are put in place, and to this, you have a situation where if you're the white interviewer, you have
Mm-hmm.
two, you have a few different resumes. And
Mm-hmm.
if I was in Ethiopia, they're gonna hire the man, but if I'm in America,
They
I
had a
mean,
woman.
I mean, and they don't. I mean, and it's like, it's like no drawback to our sisters. Our sisters work hard and they're building their careers, and I respect that to the highest level. But at the same time, too, you're still dealing with the system of racism, white supremacy. And you're still dealing with a system where the threat and the fear is black men coming together and being dominant. Which,
They hate that.
and that's their fear. I mean, I remember my last interview that I ever had, and I said, hell with, and like I tell people, I've worked jobs from 13 all the way to my mid-30s and things like that. So it's like I'm not being dishonorable to working or having a job. It's important that all of us go out there and work and get positions and things like that. But at the same time too, like I explain to people, I don't want to be that 45-year-old guy out there, and you just out there doing certain things where you have somebody fresh out of college, 25-year-old, talking to you like you're some young punk and things like that. So in order for you to gain that level of respect, may have to step your game up and build business and be more creative. And that's what we're telling people that we're doing, because now you're in a situation where you're not competing with your woman for job. Now you're in a situation where you're more leading your future. And then now your sisters who have certain operations, now you can kind of, well, I mean, that's another thing, you have to work it out with them to where now we can be more. I think the word is a power couple, or or in my favorite world, practicing black corporative economics, whether it's you and your wife, your girlfriend, or you or your homies, or you're a few different people in your neighborhood.
Yep. You don't play that video? That one says Angolan girl.
Bam! Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Let me load it up, and then I will let me just mute myself so it don't.
And this girl's like this. She's a singer, an Angolan singer. She's fine. So that's how the Angolan girls look, man. They're freaking sexy as shit. So we gotta show this side of Africa too, man. Yeah, we're talking about beautiful women. We're talking about just not just building. We're talking about creating paradise for yourself on earth. Where I'm sick and tired of hearing brothers, oh, black women. Yo, go to Africa, get yourself a baddie, and be happy. That's all you gotta do. Everything we say, the BAO, you're muted, brother.
Yeah.
Everything we say, our movement solves your problem. Oh, black women, okay, man. It is what it is. The black women in America don't want you. They don't need you, whatever like that. But let's move to someplace else where you're appreciated. You got dudes that be in Africa, and they still go to Africa and they still complain about black women in America. Man, get yourself an African girl, man, that appreciate you. Go get yourself a finance Brazilian girl, whatever. Stop. I'm tired of hearing this gender war shit. Let's just focus on nation building. When you start building right, and the women will come and fall right in line. When you start building right, and we start building like what we're supposed to be build, and stop listening to people like Navigate, all stuff will fall right back in line.
All right, let me do that again real quick. Let me just go ahead and continue, and I am gonna load this thing back up.
Navigate said Navigate says, Kala disrespected elders. How do I disrespect my elders? You know.
Well, first of all, he has to define what elder is, because I don't consider him an elder. I consider him an old washed up Negro who literally complain and negative about things, and he see
That's
people
what I'm saying.
younger than him doing what he didn't do and organizing his people. And it's like, and one of my issues, like, I got nothing but love for my elders, but most of the people that I have issues with are people 20 years older than me. And I mean, I had one person try to come check me, and I was like, "Yo, hold on." I was like, "Don't let people tell you a bunch of foolishness." I was like, I mean, I'm here sacrificing everything I have to build something with you guys. And it's like, am I supposed to keep on taking disrespect and keep on taking? I was like, just because you're older than me, don't mean you need to disrespect me and be dishonorable, and understand that I'm literally doing the things that some of our people didn't want to put their work into. Because okay, it's easier just to say, I'm gonna work and be committed to a job and literally make my money and enjoy my life and enjoy my benefits. But when you have to break out of that cycle and you have to just really just work with your people and build something, people need to praise you and respect you and show you the highest level of love. And I have to check people. I've been checking people a lot older than me since I was like back in it was so long back in my mid early 20s. Because it's like, hey, it's like, this is where, and that's why one of the person I respect to the highest level is Dr. Professor James Small, one of our greatest brothers of all time. I spoke to him maybe about a month ago. And as a matter of fact, the 2000 conference that we did in Atlanta, I was the one of doing all the recording, and and I was in the same organization, but I was doing my technical stuff. I learned from his great leadership and things, and he's always into supporting our folks. And it's like, he's a true elder. Dr. James Small and Dr. Leonard Jeffries is my example of what an elder is, and an elder man. You know what I'm saying?
What Jennifer,
Not people like navigate freely who continue just to disrespect you and I about what we're doing. I mean, you may have a difference, and you may not see things we see and the way we see, but it's like, this is our generation. You know what I'm saying? You guys had your chance. Be supportive of what we're doing. Just like I'm always thinking about my son and his generation, and I'm always telling you that, I have young brothers that I sit down and talk with, and I lay out to them and said, like, these are your options as a young black man. And I was like, be clear and real on what I'm saying to you. And I lay out like usually 3 options. It's usually university, technical school, military, and the last one which is the more difficult one, because it's hard to build entrepreneurship when you're a teenager, when you're young like that. You have to go through the trials and tribulations. I've even had the white boss disrespect you, treating a certain way. And I tell people, don't take it personal. It's a part of growth, and it's a part of you just being strong. If you don't go through those things, that's why my greatest experience in life will always be like, one of them anyway, will always be naval boot camp. I love it, brother. This is when I realized that white men were weak. White men were weak. You know what I mean? Like, literally, when I realized that, because I had never, and at that point, I didn't never been around a bunch of white men. I lived in Brooklyn, New York, and I live in Jamaica. So, you already, the first set of time I really saw a bunch of white folks is when I'm at the military recruiting place and I'm taking my test, and I'm down there, and it's just, it's a bus of us, and then you look around and you're just like, you're usually like 1 out of 10. Because, it's like they usually push most of us to join like the army or the Marines and things like that. But it's like the technical field, I'm always telling people, is more Air Force and naval and things like that. And it's like, I'm telling people, like, this is not, I'm not like, it's not, I'm not into a situation where, I'm into you serving your country and things like that. It's more of an situation where you as a young black man got to find the best way for you to get ahead and put yourself in situations. Because when I'm talking to young men at 18, white young boys in my age, because we are, you're in training school with them, you're in boot camp with them, so hey, might as well have a conversation with them. And so they're telling you, well, I went to school, they got us prepped for this, they got prepped. I was like, what? And then that's when I realized that the system was rigged. And I realized that in order for us to get any advance or get anywhere, that we as brothers, and I'm always going to tell people that I am who I am as a person. I'm going to always push black men leadership, black men organizing, black men being strong. And I don't have any other position. And then I'm always gonna add to it, that I have nothing but love and respect for our women, for us to work together and build things and figure it out. And I know that starts with us having some level of strength, because it's like we're in a society now where sometimes we have conversation with asking if that's really a man or if it's something else. Like you and I was talking about that conversation with Umar Johnson and that thing, and you was like, you said me, you was like, Bomani, yo, he gotta hold that L.
Yeah, you gotta hold that L, man. Umar gotta hold that L, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta hold that L.
You're dealing with confusion and things. You ain't always dealing with like, you know. So
if Umar had a woman in his life like me, I don't act thirsty. I got a woman, you know. And so the bottom line is, and also all my life, I never had problems getting women, you know. And so I don't have to act thirsty. My queen, you know, everything. So that's what happened. These trans dudes
like overdo it, right? Overdo it every minute.
Yeah, these trans dudes out here fooling niggas, right? Oh yeah, I got them. They're trying to see who they can fool. That's their woman. That's a new game now, you know. So me, I'm like, yo, look, man, I can tell a man, a woman. First of all, I see a bunch of makeup and eyelash, all that. That's a turn off right away. And the weed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's almost some people.
Oh,
like,
didn't Umar say your head got to be nappy and everything like that? Did he say he liked the natural woman? This woman,
yeah, he did say that. And people like myself, I like natural women, but I like real natural women that are women, though.
Yeah, women. You know, I like women. I like women with braids in their heads, you know, stuff like that. You could have your hair straightened and whatnot. I don't like weaves and shit like that. I can't deal with that, you know. And so this woman had a weave on.
One of those things where
this thing had a weave on, makeup on, and Umar was attracted to that, you know. You got fooled by a dude, man. You know, come on, fuck on, Umar.
Like you said, brother, you gotta hold that L.
You gotta Umar Johnson gotta hold that L, man. There's no coming back. We could forgive the. Remember, he was talking to the Becky and the thing, giving a number. I said no. He probably just wanted to know who she was and everything like that. But everybody's like, man, he was awful cheesing with that white girl. When it happens, so you just be out.
I mean, it does happen because think of it as if somebody's been respectful to you and nice to you. Right. I mean, are you? I mean, depends. I mean, regardless of your belief on people, you know, it's a normal situation to have a conversation, respect. Like I run into a lot. Like I was talking to somebody from Cambodia, and me and a brother, he's a Asian brother. Me and him just had a great conversation. Yeah. He's telling me about his trials and tribulations and his struggle in America, and he's telling me that they're trying to deport him and things like that. And it's like there's nothing wrong with just talking to somebody, having dialogue and everything. And what I'm telling people, the difference is, when we talk about Pan-African nation building and us building, we're building what we're building, but there's nothing wrong with having dialogue and connecting with people.
And we can't be with our ancestors, but Elijah Muhammad, we love them and everything, but they were living in a different time period, you know?
Right.
You know, nowadays you gotta socialize and talk to other races as normal people. Don't mean you have to sleep with them. But you got to basically
definitely not sleep with them. Don't sleep with the enemy.
You can talk to them and just have a conversation and do business with them and whatever like that. Have normal conversation. But the problem is with black people, you know, that's too black people. It's always like you got to, because our love for the white. See, somebody like me, I can have a relationship with white people and talk like that because I have an end game. Nation building and end game keep you focused, just like a Jew. A Jew can have because he knows. When it comes down to it, right? When he goes to his bar mitzvahs and everything, you ain't gonna be there.
Absolutely, you ain't gonna be there. So you're getting no invitation.
Right. Black people, we have no what we call exclusivity to ourselves. You know, we have nothing. Everything we look around, man. I remember my ex-girlfriend, right? We went to see that movie Almost Christmas with Danny Glover. Did you ever see that? Good movie, right?
Almost Christmas, no.
All right, it was. I don't like it now because Gabrielle Union went. It could have been a beautiful movie, but Gabrielle was such an evil bitch, right? I'm like, she ruined the whole movie. Anyway, but on the one side, they having Christmas dinner, and the white guy's at the table. Why did you? I said to myself, why do y'all got to put the white guy at the table? You know, he was a business partner, or whatever. He's in there. Yeah, I'm the token white guy. You didn't need him in that scene.
You know it is, man. In order to get a movie pass, you have to have a white savior. I think that's part of. I think that's part of one part of how you get a movie pass by. Just like even in the Woman King, when we were watching it, I was like, man, I was like, here they go, and they got a white savior.
I'm surprised they didn't have a romance. Did they have a romance between one of the Warrior King? I'm surprised the white man wasn't her love interest, man. You know?
No, that was true. That happened. The white man, the one that said that his mother from the homie brother. I tell people, you know this, brother. Yeah, and just like you talk about the assistant of the king was like one of those one of those things.
I figured. I heard about that. They added that
So,
in.
so you're telling people like this is where we are in a society now, where these are the things that are thrown in there. Like I was watching 12 Years of Slavery. I tell people like don't take it personal. Like it's I know sometimes it get burned out where like every movie you see come out of dealing with slavery. And I mean I know it's like it's a psychological, but sometimes some of those are the only movies that you can get past. And people are gonna throw in the white savior in there and things like that. And
but I'll be honest with you, man. 12 Years a Slave. I was glad that white savior's pulled out because that was just like, thank you. I would have been like, yo, Mr. Smith. I was like, that was a relief. I was like, yo, I was saying, see, there's some good white folks, man. Because he was in Louisiana. He was that white nigga. He would have been done, man. There was no escaping that shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the person who played it was Brad Pitt, right?
Yeah, Brad Pitt, and then the one guy he contacted the one guy, and the guy came down there to rescue him. I'm like, shit, man.
That movie's interesting, but it's like you're telling people like even a historical movie or whatever the situation is. I was like, you're dealing with and even when we talk about the white European Jews and the way they look at things, and it's like it's like family. We're dealing with situations where no one really wants to admit that they oppressed us, and and I'm over it. It's like not over us our struggle, but over the fact that we may never have anyone confirm that they do the wrong stuff that they do to us and things like that.
You know why we created the BAO? Because without us saying that, we're saying they did wrong to us. By us saying that we want a nation of our own and say, "Oh, you hate white people." Did we ever say? When I read about us, was there anything saying that we hate white people or Jews or anything? No.
And that's the thing of it. People put words in our mouth because even people have said many things to me. I was like, do you see anywhere on my website anything? Even when I did the series of the videos called Dear White Devil, I did about 5 of them with 2 of my brothers. Yeah, I know people be laughing. I tell people that's not, I mean, they didn't block any of the videos or anything. I mean, I had a bunch of white people like threatening me and saying nasty things to me. But I was even telling them, I was like, nothing we're saying is like being disrespectful to you. We're just, we're analyzing a situation.
Just like they call it the N-word, right? They call it the N-word, right? It is what it is. It's same, but they'll call you the N-word and then go out and have a beer with you the next day. Hey, the same way, If words are powerful or not, we call you white devil or not. Hey, don't take it personally.
Yeah, I mean, I had to put some perspective into it because they had this corny, weak-ass show called Dear White People.
Yeah. Oh, I hated that.
I mean, brother, I hate that. I think that's the worst show that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Check this out. That's one of the reasons why I created the BAO. When that show came out, I said, you mean to tell me that's what we are? And then to come to find out, it was.
And then she was in love with a white guy and she was biracial. I was like, what?
I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. So therefore, these people don't speak for us. These people are trying to sleep with white people like that. We don't care about dear white people. You try. These are the black people who they outed themselves. These people want to sleep with them. They want to have a relationship. And I said, you don't want nothing to do with us. We don't want nothing to do with you. And the BAO, when people see the BAO, that says these people don't want nothing to do with us, and they don't give a shit about our culture and everything. Navigate's going off. I hope Navigate could call in tonight instead of sitting in the chat room.
Navigate is a coward. He has no balls.
Yeah, no balls. Hey, can you play that video, brother?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Absolutely, but I think we got it in queue. All right, so we have it in queue. Let me hit the share, and this is Canisia, right?
Yeah, Canisia. Myself, bro.
That is what's up. Let me make sure this loads good. Perfect. Let me get rid of this. And let's load her up. All right, I got it on mute. Let's see how it looked at the beginning. Perfect. Let's.
He's Angola's top singer.
She's like one of my pretty ex-girlfriends.
Yeah. Folks, you will love Angola, folks. You see, navigate hating, man. How can you look at that and be like hating? What does navigate love? You don't find women in Ghana that look like that. I'm sorry, you just don't. You know, Angola, Congo, man, they got some amazing. And Namibia got some beautiful ass sisters, man. Navigate. Oh, I hate that. She's too skinny. I don't like the hair. What is he like? This guy's an old. What is he? Rumpelstiltskin. What's it called? Ebenezer Scrooge type Negro. Navigate old, bitter black men or whatever. That young girl would have nothing to do with you, Navigate. You don't have to worry about that. You couldn't get that Navigate if you had $1 billion in the bank. Oh, please navigate. So that's what we're talking about. None against our sisters in Ghana, but I'm sorry. Just you have to ask me. I like women in the Congo, Angola, Namibia, South Africa. They're so beautiful, amazing. Girls in Liberia. Woo. I'm just. That's just my personal preference. I don't know what Navigate likes, man. I don't know what type of Navigator. Maybe Navigate's likes that trans type that Omar got attracted to. You
Oh,
know,
absolutely. I think it's a weird situation. I'm like, Navigator, what is your problem, brother? What is your
it is
serious
that
problem?
I
It's
love
like,
Tuna.
I mean,
Tuna.
not every woman is gonna be like, like Cardi B, where they have all these additional stuff and things like that. And it's I don't know what he saw. What I saw was a beautiful sister. Like she could be one of the wives of Bomani. And things like that. We're straight nation building and things like that. And
Navigate is just bitter, man. How you
he's like,
Africa's supposed to make you? Isn't Africa supposed to make people happy?
yeah, absolutely. Because now I'm telling him, I'm like, yo, he's in the right country. I mean, between the Nigerian woman and the Ghanaian woman there, I mean, you talk about some of the finest women. So I'm telling people, whether your passport grows or whatever, or people who feel like they're not feeling certain things in America. The thing I've always pushed, and they can just go back to even seeing some of the previous videos I've talked about, was always this. Okay, it's like, if you can't work it out in America, we have lots of beautiful women in Africa that's about certain things, and it's not a disrespect to some of our sisters here and things like that. Like, I've never been able to meet my Jamaican empress. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna take it personal, but most of the women.
I tried my African American sisters, man, but my whole thing, man, the type of women I was always attracted to, man, just the type of black women I like, man, were just fine women that got money, that about that life. I'm the type like, let's settle, let's do Netflix and chill. Let's not no, let's go shopping. Shopping means more money's coming out of my bank account. Yeah. Check us out. You ever be with a woman, right? And you're sitting there home on Saturday night, you think, oh, I finally got it. She's looking at you like, oh, so you think everything's cool. You got me, right? And she'll start saying something like, yeah, my friend, she just got this new ring. Oh man, that thing is nice. Yeah, you know what she's hitting at, like, okay. And you just took her shopping, you bought her this, Ralph Lauren boots and everything like that. And she's talking about, yeah, shit, I would love to have something like that. When you gonna rest? Damn, bitch,
I
you
mean,
take
she rather have something like what?
what I'm saying is, you just want to sit back. You just want to sit back and be like, I got you. I got you. We're good. I don't care how much money you got. Right? That never happens when you with the fine women, right? That's always thinking, yo, yeah, it's all good and everything like that, but damn, man, man, that girl, she got a nice Lexus. They'll be like, yeah, I like her car, and my car is, yeah. And you're sitting there like, oh man, so basically saying I gotta buy you a Lexus now and shit like that, And I'm like, oh, when am I gonna rest? When am I gonna be like, yo? It's like if you want to, all of a sudden, there's always Big Shirley, she'll take you right now and freaking pay half your bills and everything, But you with Big Shirley when there's always Big Shirley. She'll sop you up like a biscuit, Bomani, Like, I
Yeah,
love you,
yeah. The situation in these
Big
conversations
girls
is
try
real,
harder.
and I know people may not just like believe these things. Like, now I'm not here to throw Atlanta under the bus, and because it's not thrown under the bus, but and it doesn't represent all of the women in Georgia. I love my Georgia peach, but you do have a certain percentage of women. They have these criterias, and I'm always telling them that give me three.
Yo.
I don't fit in those categories that you're saying. But it's like, is it supposed to just be like that, or can you like really literally build with someone? So there's some of the things you hear. You got to be making six figures. You got to drive a luxury car, and and then the other stuff. And it's like X X X. I'm not into that. And it's like, it's unfortunate because people lose out on people that are real and that can actually build something. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's about black men and black women connecting together so we can build an incredible future. But then
And
when
the
you
bottom line, it's hard to
parts into that,
find those type of women.
because materialism
America.
play parts in it and things like that. So, example, let's go back to our favorite person that we like to talk about, Kanye.
Yeah.
He thought he hit the jackpot. Would you consider Kim? Would you consider a family this white? Because people
Well,
told me other things, but they look
well,
like.
she's Armenian.
So
The
does that
gypsy.
mean? All right, go ahead.
Well, the history of Armenia and whatnot, they have Egyptian and African ancestry in them. That's a fact.
From
Armenian.
Jamaica, and some Jamaicans are white.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, so that's what I'm telling people, that she may come from somewhere else, but I'm sure they have dark-skinned black people in that country.
Which we go in Europe, like you go to eastern that part of Europe, in parts of Europe, she would be considered black, like a gypsy. Gypsies are not considered white. They're like Semitic people. What they call Semites. Swarthy. If they're not Aryan white people.
You
And
said
so
Semite. You said a keyword. You said Semite.
Semite.
If you could
Semite
break that
means
down some more.
well, Semite means people who are not fully Semitic means you're not fully white. That's your Eastern Europeans, your Slavic people, Eastern European Jews, and everything. And it doesn't mean all Jews, because some Jews have red hair, blonde, fair skin from Norway. They're not. They just covered under blanket anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism just means that you're discriminating against people who aren't pure white. That's all that means.
So it doesn't have anything to do physically with religion.
No, it has nothing to do with it. It has to do with race. Prentice Cross Wilson broke that down. That was about race. That was about race. The Germans created this idea that they were a German race. They were German racials, like the Aryan race. We know it don't exist, but it just means that people of Northern European ancestry with blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned people, And then you have people who are what they call like the Kurds, gypsies, and some Turks and everything were called Semites. That means they weren't truly white, or they were not truly Western Europeans. So that's what that is. And then Armenians were suffered a genocide, a racial genocide by the Ottomans. And stuff like that. So in America said Kim Kardashian is a white woman in America.
That's what I would look at her also.
Yeah, she's white. She's white in the context of America. But if she went to, let's say, she lived in Germany, right, or Sweden, she wouldn't be considered white. The way she looks, everything, she wouldn't be considered white. She would be considered as like Arab or something like that, or Semitic, what I'm saying, something like that. So therefore, it is. But when it comes down to black people in America, right, it doesn't matter. If you have white-looking skin, right, you are white, and it's like just like a lot of Mexicans. They may have white skin, right? They might not be white, but like that's that. But if they look white, they could pass for white. They are white. But if you go, the same person can go to Europe or England, and they'll be like, be discriminated. They'll get Nazi signs put on their door. That's why I think so many racist people love America, because when they come here, they're like, all I have to do is look white, and they get away with it. And a lot of black people, and they basically come over here, and all they have to do is look white and keep their mouth shut. And this is what people say about black people. Like, we don't have Jews can keep their mouth shut. And this is what Kanye's saying. Jews can keep their mouth shut and pass as white and everything, but yet they basically got the protection of what black people should have. Black people are visibly, black. You can't hide your blackness. Jews can hide their Jewishness. And let me tell you something, be perfectly honest with you, right? The state of Israel was created not by Jews because they were being persecuted, by Jews who were tired of hiding their identity. Jews said, what if we could be a Jew, right? We don't have to walk around these people, pass ourselves hiding as Christians. It's like, you ever heard the story of Anne Frank?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And that's what go with Jews. And I said to myself, even though I felt sorry,
they make you read that stuff in high school. You're forced to do that.
Of course, that was required reading. Plus, if you're black, the Diary of Anne Frank. I was like, how does that?
My Jewish teacher, she ain't play around. I mean, she was.
You had to read that.
Yo, she was about that business. I mean, and one of the things I want to say, so people hear me, is like, the reason why we talk about Israel and we talk about the white European Jews is because we're trying to get us to be on code. The reason why we talk about Japan and we talk about Korea and we talk about everything is the African analysis, that, hey, we have to get on some level of code. And that's the reason we talk about Marcus Garvey and Africa for the Africans and these things. It's to get us in a level of code. And it's like, I'm not here to talk about any of these other folks who are doing what they need to do to dominate. And it's what it is. I lived in this county here for the last 20 years. And I literally remember when, like, it was like one or two Mexicans. I can count them. I'm not saying that it was literally like that, because it wasn't. But now they have enterprise. I look at the Asians, whether it's the Chinese or the Koreans, enterprising, and the the Arab nations.
Oh, you want to hear something real shocking, right?
But
I said this on my radio show. I said you gotta listen to my radio show about Kanye and the black.
oh yeah, you send me the link.
Yo, you gotta listen to that. You're gonna be cracking up, man. That was one of my best. Anyway, and check us out. I said, right, look, remember Delancey Street in the Bronx and all that stuff like that?
I thought you was gonna say Delancey Street in Manhattan.
Manhattan. You know, what I'm talking about, I'm thinking Fordham Road in the Bronx. Okay.
Yeah, Delancey Street where everybody used to go back in the days and go
back
shopping.
in the day, Delancey Street in Manhattan and Fordham Road in the Bronx and all that stuff like that. Jamaica Avenue, right? Those were all in Brownsville, Brooklyn. I was like, Jews basically had a come up, right? Because they sold to black people, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember. Do you remember Gertz Flea Market? Gertz in Queens. Have you been there?
Nah.
Okay, Gertz was right there on Jamaica Avenue in Parsons. That was Gertz Flea Market. Gertz was like had Woolworths and everything. My parents would always go there with Christmas shopping. Gertz was a department store and a flea market. Jews, you know. And always Jews. When I'm looking at it back now, right? And I'm like, okay, yeah, black people. We got paid. We went to the Jamaica Avenue, Fordham Road.
Well, all the juries, right? I remember
that's how we got our gold chains.
I remember them
Jews
days.
knew everything. Our name buckles, everything. Our kicks, everything. You know, they basically were the suppliers of Black America. That's how the one Jewish guy said black people liquid gold, liquid dollars, the liquid money. You know. That's how it was. Now, over the last 40 years, they've been certainly replaced by Pakistanis, Indians, Bangladeshis. They're the new Jews now, you know. And these black Jews have moved up into corporate exploitation. They're still down there, running flea markets and stuff like that, you know. But the other people, they got bored with that. They moved into other things. Now, other groups of people are coming to replace the Jews on Fordham Road, Delancey Street, Jamaica Avenue, all Pakistanis and Indians, you know, and black people are doing the same thing. They get money, they go out there, go shopping on Saturday, when I come back with it. That's a tradition. We make the money and we basically give it to these other merchants and everything, you know.
And that's how it's been.
It's always been like that. And let me tell you something. Like my Uncle Mike was like, one time, right? Because my uncle, my Aunt Linda's husband is my Uncle Junior, right? He's from Barbados, you know. And my Uncle Michael will be like, yo, man, even back 03, my cousin Ollie's funeral, he was saying, man, I'm tired of foreigners and all that. My Uncle Junior was like, yo, look, I come to America, I work hard, blah, 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 you know. And so they're going back and forth on that. And my Uncle Michael just said, yo, you got to meet my Uncle Michael, man. I'm going to have him on the show one night, man. He goes, it kills me when I go up on Parsons Avenue and I see all those black dollars going to these foreigners, you know, all that black. And I told Uncle Mike, it ain't black. Your dollar ain't my dollar, man. The dollar is whoever's pocket it ends up in, you know. And so bottom line is, we've been talking about trying to stop the black dollar from going to these people. The Jews now moved on. Now they got a new group of people selling us the same stuff that we don't want to import and everything. Now I told you about my Uncle Junior, right? My other uncle, my Uncle Junior, right? Now he's from the islands, right? And he works for the city. He just retired right now. He works for the city, make good money in Mount Linden. They'll live in Queensbridge projects, right? And they'll save for a house and everything. They live in Long Island now, right? But anyway, they were living in Long Island City, right? But he basically was doing something on the side, selling leather coats, right? And so he was doing this stuff on the side out of his back truck of his car, right? And making that money, flipping it. And he go to Korean, they want you, he could find another person. He flip it, he just said, yo, I got leather for you. Boom, he just like that, right? And then soon up, he was able to buy bigger loads and everything. After about a year, he told my aunt, he said, oh yeah, I just opened our store. She goes, what store? She goes, that thing you were doing on the side, you selling leather. So yeah, I got a store now. He opened a store right there on Long Island City, right? The leathers, you know? And he was selling leather jackets, everything like that. He had a store and everything like that. My aunt made him give it up because one of the girls that worked there, whatever like that, she thought she was trying to move in on my uncle. Anyway, but he basically was like, yo, man, we was like this. He goes, that's how we got to do. We got, the Koreans, man. He goes, they tried to lock me out, right? Because they got their own buying association. So he had to go around them. So he had to put a bigger up order in for them to sell to him, But he met there, he called their bluff. He said, okay, you said if I had this right here, you would sell to me at this price. The guy had to honor that. But he didn't do the typical Negro American thing where, oh man, the Koreans, he saw the Koreans like when they call it do trick the head. Now the Koreans are there, the Pakistanis are there, the Bangladeshi there. They all look what the Jews did for years. And you want to get rich, you go to the black areas. They like leathers, they like weaves, they like jewelry, they like all the stuff like this, do-rags, everything. Now that same energy on the on Long Island City, Jamaica Avenue, Fordham, Lansing, everything. Now you go to the ghetto mart stores where the Indians own, and you got do-rags, you got Philly blunt paper. You know what I'm talking about, man. They got everything.
Absolutely. Just like you go get you some food to eat, and you know what I'm saying, you got some good fish and some chicken, and you realize it's a Korean or Chinese spot.
Yeah, they know we buy our macaroni and cheese. They got macaroni and cheese, you got chicken, fish.
I even seen some open up some Jamaican restaurants. And the thing of it is, I'm telling people, I don't knock the hustle. Every race and nation, the people have to do what they have to do. And that's why we're here specifically talking to our people to get on code and like understand. That's why you always hear me, like when you see me write itineraries, like the itinerary that you and I talked about and you and I worked together to build. I tell people like everything on that itinerary is Black/African. That's it. And it's up to you and I to make that decision. Just like it's up to everyone else to make that decision if they're gonna support black-owned enterprise, or they're just gonna keep on building what they're building. So when I was even putting Kanye into perspective, I was saying, you see the situation where even yourself at that level is having trouble in the system. So the idea thing is what? An Afrikstan. Idea thing is to build communities, invest in
everything we talk about, right? Negroes get online, right? I just listen to them, right? We got police brutality. We got this. Black people, our neighbors be gentrified. We don't have no industries. We got self-hate. You heard about what Jamaica just did? Jamaica just banned all negative music on his radio stations. You can't play it. They said any gangster rap, anything that promotes violence, everything is completely banned in Jamaica. That's what happens when you have power. We could basically say the Ministry of Information say, yo, look, we're going to put a fine on you or ban you, or you want to do a concert venue, we tell you, no, you can't have a permit, whatever. In America, we have no control over anything, how we represent it. Our images, we don't have control of the media, anything. Anybody tells you that an Afrikstan is the wrong thing, like Navigate, you are a freaking fool.
Absolutely, because
500 years of somebody else controlling your mind and everything like that. You telling me that the idea that we can't control our images and everything, you can only do that with your own land, with your own telecommunications, where you control and censor everything that the people see and everything, and everything. You have to have that to have a mind. Well, why black people don't do that? Because we don't have the mind. America, what you see in America is death, destruction, killing, murder, everything, every day. They keep us off balance because we're constantly in turmoil. The only way to break this is have a safe space. And I studied the history of Liberia. Why is Liberia legal? Because they had a safe space to develop. Black people, when left alone, black people thrive. But you're not going to left alone when you under their media and under their police and their courts and their everything. You're always going to be vulnerable. We need to have our own land where we control everything, and that's not up for negotiation. That is not up for negotiation. A nation state of African Americans and diasporans building a nation state, because we all have similar things. Every person from the diaspora has experienced racism. Every person from the diaspora is conscious of race. That's something you could build a nation around. I cannot build a nation around people who've never experienced a transatlantic slave trade, even though we look alike. I'm sorry, we can't do it. We have the similar experience, so therefore we could build based on that. Ghana and Africa.
Yes, and it's the same thing too. What do the white European Jews focus on? What do they all come together on? They come together on one thing: the fact that they feel that their Holocaust and their situation is the greatest situation that ever happened.
And they make us believe that. They make other people do that.
And I'm telling people, you can add all of the oppressions of every other race and nations of people, and it still wouldn't totally add up to what Black African people went through as far as being sold, stolen, shipped across the globe, being used as chattel slaves.
And slavery is unforgivable. I don't know what this idea that, okay, you cannot move on from that. You cannot say I pledge allegiance and also like that. You cannot do that.
And it wasn't a situation where we had a choice.
You know how easy it would be if I could. I got a middle class life and everything. I got a house, everything. I got a good career, got a good business, everything. It could be easy for me, but I know deep down in my soul, I can't do that. No matter how much the price is. Like I said, Diddy and all these people, that's why they're miserable, because they sold their soul.
Yes, seriously.
And let me add, while I'm talking about Diddy, what the hell was that nigga doing at the Oscars anyway? Remember when Chris Rock, when Will Smith smacked Chris Rock? And this nigga comes at the end talking about, folks, I don't want you to get the wrong impression. I'm like, what are you doing there in the first place? Who are you to speak? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing at the Oscars, man? Speaking.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like one of those has-beens that want to hold on to this
situation. Go away, And these people basically, they choose these people to put it before us as our leaders. Cardi B sat down with Joe Biden. Now, I don't pretty much like Roland Martin, but goddamn, I would respect if Roland Martin sat down with Joe Biden. He sat down with Cardi B talking about black issues before an election. This is the level we're at.
I mean, did he go to the European Jews, and did they go to one of their entertainers like Ben Shapiro?
No, because they have respect.
Or one of their YouTubers. They're not gonna go to no entertainers to represent their people. And I'm not being disrespectful to anybody who's an entertainer. You can be an entertainer and an activist and things like that. But it's like most of you are not gonna be real about the stuff you're doing because you're so caught into a world where a lot of things you're doing depends on other folks and things like that. And that's the issue that I have is like, everything that we want to do is like everyone else has already set up the foundation for it. You know what I mean? So it's like that's the problem telling people that we have a fresh African continent. So if you need to set up fresh movie industries, you need to create a straight black African version of what all of us grew up on, like Disney and things like that. I'm not here to say nothing.
We can create our own Disneyland. We could create our own Disney World. We need our own Walt Disney's. We need our own stuff like that. Everything.
It's like like theme parks. I lived in Virginia. They have the Kings Dominion and what's the other one? Busch Gardens. And when I was in Virginia, even though it was a short time for 5 years, those are some of the things I remember. You know what I mean? We just got together and we just went out, drove from Virginia Beach 2 hours up to Williamsburg.
Busch Gardens.
And things. I'm gonna tell people, I'm in my mid 40s. I was in my young 20s.
Yeah, I have been in the Busch Gardens.
I tell people, go out there and experience life. Stop being a 30, 40-year-old, 50-year-old virgin in your mama basement, being upset and frustrated at everybody else and things like that. And I mean, your life is not.
The bottom line is this. The bottom line, it's a shame that only South Africa got a water park. They don't got a real theme park. That's a close.
What about the one in Nigeria? I know you were going to say. I know what you're going to say.
I don't understand because, like I said, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, right? And this is no diss to Nigeria, right? It's no diss to Nigeria. And I'm not trying to be funny or nothing like that, right? But the guy who did that made the mistake that Nigerians are going to be middle class. They're going to go there, take their family on vacation, stuff like that. And it just wasn't the case, man. That's something they try to make Nigerians out to be African Americans, and they're not.
But the thing of it is, the issue that we have. I looked at the top richest people in the world, black people, and a lot of them were Nigerians. So I'm trying to say, I'm literally trying to see what is the problem. I mean,
they have no middle class. They have no middle class.
Dangote at 12 billion, but I'm like, and I saw several other people, including
they got billions and whatnot. But how much is that liquid? And also, there's no middle class. You got to have that middle class. That's what drives any country. The middle class. You can have people at billions, but if it doesn't trickle down, like Reagan says, the trickle down theory. If you don't have, like I said last week on the show, the other day on the show, if you don't have middle business management, you don't have middle business, and it's all just people at the top, and you got people at the top, and you got people squandering on the bottom, living on $1 a day. You don't have a middle class. There's no money circulating in Africa through industry, trade, commerce, logistics, and everything that builds a middle class. In a professional class and stuff like that. Civil services and stuff like that. You got people in civil service that haven't been paid in months and whatnot. They was talking about in one Nigerians county. 6 months, they haven't been paid in 6 months, or doctors don't get paid on a regular basis. So when there's not a middle class, black people have at least known generations of having a pension fund, having a paycheck every week, have savings and everything. That's what we basically are used to. You cannot put black America in a situation where, okay, go over there. Okay, we did a job. Well, you're in Africa right now. You may or may not get paid. What will happen? If you bring some African Americans to Africa and say you're in Africa now, so the rules in Africa is you may get paid, you may not get paid, but hey, you can't complain, you can't unionize, you can't. That'll be fucking bloodshed. So therefore, what I'm saying is, so when we talk about building in Africa, it has to be based on our value system and what we know. We know that a payroll, paycheck, and everything has to be there and everything. I don't know anybody, even when you get laid off, the money is there in the bank. I've never worked that job with no other job where you didn't get paid unless the company folded and went out of business. That doesn't happen in the United States. The laws are there. The laws protect the workers. But when you live in a country where the laws don't protect you and everything, and you don't work at 40 hours here, there, you got breaks, vacation time, a real job. How many people on the African continent is actually employed? Employed means you work full time, you got vacation, benefits, healthcare, and stuff like that. That's what we have to duplicate on the African continent to bring people from the West to, or it's never going to work. And you can do that, right? By building our own African American, African diaspora, African allied corporate system, and have used the same model of business that all countries do. You might use the Western model, or you might use the Asian model. The Asian model is very, very good. Asians are able to employ millions of people, give them pension funds and everything, government matching pension funds and stuff like that, and job security and stuff like that, unemployment insurance, all stuff like that. All that's important as far as building a modern world. We don't take financial security seriously. I always noticed back years ago, I studied this, right? And I studied this when I do insurance for a living, when I sell annuities to people, right? And when studying annuities, right? And one of my guys, a Jewish guy, Herb Myers, is one of my mentors, right? And he talks about annuities. He said annuities are things people buy into, and you cannot get rid of it. Once it pays out, you can pass it on, the benefit on, a monthly benefit on to your descendants. Let's say you put the money, you roll your 401k into an annuity, right? And let's say you're getting $4,000 a month payout, right? That will last for the rest of your life. Plus, you could will it on to somebody else. And he talked about the importance of financial security. He said when you retire, you may have a Social Security, this. So when you retire, you're not losing much, right? You may modify, right? But what you were making at work, combined with Social Security, savings, and a retirement pension, everything should give you a comfortable way of life. Okay, a comfortable way of life. And so therefore, what is that? It's like when you work at a job has a pension fund for you, right? The pension funds take the money that out of your check, right? It's invested in bonds, right? So it's insurance. So when your person reaches a certain age, right, it pays out. That's job security. So having jobs, pensions, 401ks, all that stuff like that is actually the right thing to do. But you cannot have that if the job is a fly-by-night company, like a lot of people invest in Africa, make a couple of money and leave. Or even in America nowadays, right? The growth of staffing businesses, right? Where people don't want to pay full-time workers. They'll have staffing agencies. In the meantime, while that's true, Black people can get on it too and form their own labor staffing agencies. Somebody is going to put a project together, and the people may last only 5 years. The project may last 5 years. Everybody get paid out and move on. That could be a wave of the future. Maybe the long-term job where people retire after 30 years is a way of the past. Maybe that's the future too. But what I'm saying is Africa has never even been through that age. You have never went to the industrial age. Maybe the industrial age is over. Maybe more people are working from home. Maybe the workforce thing. That's how we are in America. But I still believe that it's still the old industrial. Like I said, let me talk about the Luddites. I was talking about the Luddites earlier. The Luddites were fanatics who believed that the Industrial Revolution was a threat to their way of life. There were people who made parts and made potteries and stuff like that, right? And they wanted to burn down the factories because they felt like their way of life of living this docile life in the villages and colleges and everything was a threat. They didn't want to go to the factories and work and everything, but progress always wins out. Progress always wins out over nostalgia. So that was the Luddite movement. Look it up, folks. I'm giving you education here. The Luddite movement wanted to keep it. So we have neo-Luddites in Africa. We don't want to industrialize. We like sipping on palm oil every day. We don't want to go to a factory and work and everything. So therefore, it's hard for it to attract investors. It's hard to justify investment when you don't have an industrial workforce ready to take on the industrial way of life. Where you give 40 hours a week to a job and everything and come home for a paycheck and everything and build communities. It's a social contract. The social contract is you work hard, pay taxes, raise your family, everything. We provide you, the government and state provide you with infrastructure, schools, and all that stuff like that, and security and a sense of purpose. That's what's called a social contract. A person goes out, he pays his taxes, he's law abiding and everything like that. That's how you build a nation. And you're part of a nation, and you don't have class division, class warfare, So it's that's what it is. So you tell me nobody want to come on tonight, brother?
Yes, brother. It's one of them situations where when you're dropping real knowledge and you're dropping real like I explained to people, it's not amateur hour. So people realizing that they come on and they talk with us and they make themselves look like fools, like not sleazy. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like
Mac
and
Weezy.
and this is real. It's like and I tell people like this is not some of these other people shows that they sit around and do YouTube videos like 3-4 times a day and they talk about Tariq Nasheed and they talk about
You want
Omar Johnson and they talk about what's the other person that's on there? Tariq, Umar Johnson,
Roland Martin, Jason
Roland
Black.
Martin, and they talk about people like that. I'm like, I got time for these clowns, man. I mean,
Yeah,
I live a real life where
and I want to say something, right, to all my YouTube family out there and everything.
break it down.
Yeah, this is what I showed my boy Nee Sampa, right? The video I showed you with that brother with the bike. And this white boy, split his tires on a bike, right? And he says, I go faster. I don't know what the purpose of it, but evidently it works, right? And this guy in 4 months has 105 million views. There was another white boy who said, sent out a video on YouTube and said, thank you, I hit 1 billion views. And I'm saying to myself, bro, my whole thing is, why is it that these white boys, right, are reaching billions of people, right? And the black YouTube is getting all up and uppity with their little 4,000 people they reached in a video and shit, and they getting all high and mighty. The white boys are actually, you got white boys who do videos about how to change a car tire. I've looked at a video just for the hell of it. How to change a car tire. 2 million views. I'm like, shit, I'm like, yo. And I came to the conclusion, right? The black YouTube is nothing but the ghetto. The ghetto. Black YouTube is the ghetto. It's marginalized, it's segregated, and irrelevant. That's what so they use the internet, right, to relegate you to a virtual reality of the hood and the ghetto. So what you see on YouTube is ghetto fights, ghetto beefs, everything off to the side. And most white people basically don't even come across. The black YouTube don't even come across their algorithm at all. And so therefore, so I love black YouTube too, but it's the hood. I love the hood too. I have a good time. But it's still the hood. Nothing here, nothing in black YouTube for the most part. That's why we're trying to be relevant by saying intelligent stuff we say right here. Because when you start gauging all this ruckus on YouTube, you're just nothing but being the ghetto, and you basically be in the ghetto without even knowing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm always wondering, brother, why do we need to just like, if we're gonna really push Pan-Africanism, nation building, why do so many people who claim that they're down with us, they do these other things and make our movement look weak and foolish? You and I
No,
spend the first
we
45
we
minutes talking about
check
the
this
things that
out.
we're
We
involved in.
at all times, right? All times, right? You know, although we're not ghetto, you know, we're not ghetto. We're talking about the people who engage in YouTube beefs and all this drama back and forth, black male, black female, and all stuff like that. That's what you see in the majority of black youth. Bomani and I are different. You know, that's why we're trying to separate ourselves from a lot of nonsense we see on YouTube. I'm not going to talk about this YouTuber or that YouTuber or beef with anybody and stuff like that. I'm not going to do it, you know, because that's ghetto. You know, the people who basically we talk about on this channel, we talk about business, we talk about science, we on a higher level that you won't see. That's the way we created BAO to be on a higher level. And so we start talking about nation building and everything. We want people to have the confidence that they're networking with people that know what they're talking about, you know. But the stuff we see now on the YouTube and everything, YouTube streams and everything, you know, it's just embarrassing, you know, and we become what you know we're trying to get away from, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought years ago, right, when I got on social media, right, and I was wrong.
right.
I thought that once black people got the ability to upload videos and stuff like that, we see a new side of black life. Man, was I wrong? You know
It's not like
why?
me.
Yo, I've seen the most ignorant shit ends up online. To if you're gonna do some ignorant shit, right? Dumb ignorant shit, you know. Why do you got it? What will possess you to upload that for the world to see? Anytime you see me on YouTube or everything like that, you see how I'm talking intelligently. I'm giving you something, you know. That's who I am. If I'm gonna do foolishness, I'm gonna keep it to myself. You're not gonna see that. I'm not gonna do foolishness and everything. Why? Because I know people take me seriously and they listen to what I gotta say. Now, if I took my camera out every day, oh yeah, and stuff like that, or do these stupid ass skits and all that nonsense and everything, and become a content creator, I'm a content creator, you know.
You literally on YouTube every day doing like ambulance chasing.
Yeah,
You
all
know,
this
like
freaking nonsense, you
yeah,
know.
like you know, I'm telling folks like part of our movement is not about trolling and hating. Like
Yeah,
I do understand some people that have issues with like you know like that, let me just give the two names, Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson. I mean, there's you know people.
what
But it's like,
no
I
matter
respect
no
both of
matter
these
what I
brothers. I
say,
respect both of these brothers, but these two brothers are not on the level that we're talking about. Maybe we don't have, well, Tariq ain't got money like that, but you know he's good at raising money. But it's like we're on a whole different level from from that glorified talking about Pan Africanism or FBA or American nationalism. We literally just explaining to you people that all these people that talk all that stuff, what have they delivered to you? What have they like? People can literally call me like I had a family of 5. They're ready to go to Ghana, and I helped them set everything up. And it's like now, if that family of 5 reach out to Tariq Nasheed or Umar Johnson, what can they help them do?
yeah.
I mean, it's all good
These
and
guys
everything,
won't.
but can they
These
help
guys,
people in the movement?
these guys won't help.
I'm not disrespecting any one of them, but I'm saying these are two people that people praise like like they are some leaders of the Black Power Pan African movement. And I'm telling people they're not. They have not
Right.
put the work in to lead our people, and for the most part, you know what I mean. And you know,
The
don't want to
Pan African pookies, and all stuff like this.
or
And
you
no,
just
no
become, or
diss or
you
nothing
just
like that.
become literally a race hustle. Like both of them are. I'm being real. I mean, you know, they probably like the Bomani is nobody, but Bomani is someone that do grassroots work. They do the work of what y'all talk about. You know what I'm saying? Literally just the dirty, hardcore work, getting up every day and making it happen. But it's like this movement, I don't want our movement to be glorified. Like I telling people that
This is not, and
when my people came
this
out,
movement is not about having fun. This is real. This is trials and tribulations, right? We're
I
not
mean,
gonna,
we do this thing wrong, our children will be slaves for the Arabs and the Asians and
right.
other folks out
We
there.
don't got time to
People
mess
keep
up.
on telling me a narrative like, "Oh, the white people are gonna die out." I was like, "Who give a damn if they die out or whatever? I don't care. That's nonsense." Because I told people I've been to South Korea, I've been to Japan, I've been to China, but I've been to Singapore and Malaysia. I'm talking about 4 aggressive, incredible, wonderful Asian nations I got number love and respect for, because they weren't that way. Like you and I always talking, and you know more about
Right.
the Bang Down conference than I do and everything. You always break it down and then talk about these nations. Now they're some of the roughest, toughest nations. Look at India. India put their bid in the 40s that they were going to be a world, world dominate, a world power. So if white people or the white nation, or say if Europe lose all their power and everything, which I don't see that happening, because what happened after World War II? World War II, you literally, brother, I'm being honest with you. Like I even had this dream that World War II went on for another 10 years and they wiped themselves out in Europe. But unfortunately, that never happened, because every time they face a situation, what did they do? Like you and I talk about the French and the British. These were
Yeah.
the world's wickedest, savage people ever that the world have ever seen. But what is the French and the British Empire now? What is the Spanish Empire? You know, Italian Empire. They're countries who are dominant now, because what they have done is consolidate their nation, and they realize that. I mean, look at these countries like excuse my pronunciation, Lativa. I'm trying to pronounce one of those European Union countries. I'm telling people that they're smart. They realize that. I mean, they went from let's break it down, family. They went from all these tribal groups in France and England. We all saw about France and England because they have some of the most colonies, and and they're still relevant to this day, because I'm still telling people that there's French bases in African countries and things like that. So they went from that period to where they were just a bunch of this Viking savages type situation. Then they went to build Great Britain and France. But now what do they have? The European Union. They have NATO. So I'm telling people, like, you can keep on,
and they have nuclear weapons.
And don't keep on selling me that dream that white people are gonna die out. Don't keep on, because they can come out with some situation where every white woman have 10 strong white children that's gonna be oppressing your children and things like that. So don't buy on that. And say example right now, if all of the white powers that's literally just deceased today, who will control the world? You name 2 countries, and I'll name the other 2.
Yeah,
China will be one of them. We'll just put it out there. India will be another one.
China, Russia, India.
Well, if all of Europe was gone, so you have China, you have India, you have Japan, you have Korea, South Korea,
North Korea, South Korea, and stuff like that.
You have even Vietnam doing their thing.
Yeah, Vietnam's coming up, whatnot.
So how do we? So basically, what situation are we in now? We're still.
You want to hear a sad situation, right? That right now, even now, the countries that were once starving in Southeast Asia, right, all got Feed the Africans programs. Yes, all these countries, Africa, every country in Africa. Oh, this is for the African countries or not. What is wrong with our fucking race? Excuse my language. That you got countries that when I was a kid, right, we used to send money to freaking Vietnam and India and whatnot to feed the world.
That's real.
I was a kid, right? Now these countries are basically freaking sending aid to fucking Africa,
Thailand was one of those countries.
All those countries.
Now Thailand got like you mentioned to me, you go there, your power not going out, you got the best internet, you got literally first class accommodations, and like my brother say our passport, one of my brothers say online at third world prices. So how do you compete in Africa when you have Asian countries selling you first class services at a low price? It's a situation where I've had somebody told me they was like, yeah, I'm on my way to Thailand. I was like, and I know this person's not going on the way to Thailand to do something else. They went to Thailand for medical. They went for Thailand for dental. They went for Thailand for other.
Didn't Natural Born have to go to Thailand?
They were also one aspect of many people that I've seen doing that. You have issues and you have health issues. Like there's one popular YouTuber in Ghana. She said that she had to go back to Canada.
Yeah.
And things like that. And I'm not downing our people because I want down in Africa, because I know people like, well, these guys, they be sitting around talking about the Arabs and they talking about Japan and things like that.
We didn't tell you how the world is.
This is the Afrikstan Analysis. This is a little bit different. And then we have to use all aspects of both of us have a world perspective. We're not some local niggas who never left Brooklyn on our block. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. So I'm telling family that this is not one of these people show where they sit around and talk about
Check this
Mexican.
out, brother Wine. Check this out. I remember I was seeing this one thing from the Final Call back in the days, right? And all of a sudden, they had a black man. You know the ostrich, right? When he sees a lion coming right there, he buries his head in the dirt, and maybe because he don't see the lion, that means the lion's not coming to eat him or not. You know, that's a black man. They said a black man. I said the guy. It's like a big finger pointing at him. The guy saying, "You must do this, that, or what was that? What are you gonna do?" And next scene, the black man puts his head in the dirt and whatnot. You know, pretend like they stick his head in the dirt like it don't exist. The bottom line, you can stick your head in the dirt all you want, man. The world is getting smaller, you know?
Absolutely. Look at this stupid comment as we talk about world getting smaller. Like it's like I've been in Ghana and I'm telling people,
dude, man.
It's like I'm telling people, like, I know what I know. I'm one of the person that literally put the time into studying and learning these countries. And the reality of it is, yes, you do have certain healthcare, but do you have a ridiculous amount of money to pay for healthcare that if you're a Canadian citizen, you earn that right, and but it's like you're in Ghana, is like it's more privatized situation. And I mean, it's like people don't have that money for that natural.
They said Ghana. They said Ghana and Nigeria are losing like at least 200 doctors a month. You know, they're going overseas because they haven't got paid in a long time. So basically, this shit is dire, man. You know.
So what is Navigate talking about? I mean,
I have no idea.
I know people like, oh well, he lived in the country. Well, I've been going to Ghana
don't mean nothing, man.
for a long time. That don't mean nothing. And him living in the country, that don't mean nothing.
Let me tell you something. Matter of fact, did I ever send you that one thing? I mean, I said I should repeat it. Exaggeration is what? The bastard child of enthusiasm. You know.
Absolutely.
You know, and Navigate is a Ghanaian enthusiast, so he exaggerates. Exaggerates is the bastard child of enthusiasm.
He's an elder. Well, sorry, he's not an elder. He's an older person. He's an older person. He's an older. It's a different. So he's the older person that once he gets certain situation and realize he needs certain healthcare and medical care, he's gonna realize that what he's looking for, he can find in Ghana, but he's not gonna be able to afford it because based on whatever his medical benefits are or whatever his pockets look like, it's a situation where it's a little bit different. And I'm telling people that
Navigate said he don't need no help.
I've had people that I brought to the continent die there in the continent, not on my trip or anything.
Oh, no, a lot of people that died.
I've had people move there and they've died from and it's hard to emotionally talk about this thing because it's like you live in a world where you're surviving and you're out here, but then you're telling people that the situation didn't work out for a lot of people. Like some people literally they went to Ghana and they thought they can get medical help, they thought they could do natural medicine and things like that. And honestly, I'm trying not to tear up because it makes me want to cry because I've lost friends.
Right.
I've lost friends and I've lost friends, whether they're Ghanaians or American, and it hurts because even in Jamaica, we don't lose the amount of people we lose to simple things like that. But your testament, like you explained, you're losing medical doctors, you're losing people who can make the difference between your child being born and your child dying and things like that. And that's a serious situation. So I'm telling people, it's like it's easy for people to run their mouth and say things.
Yeah, take your time, brother. Take your time, brother.
I live in the country. I've never lived in Africa, but I'm always there in the African continent throughout the whole time. And I have friends, I have people that the reason why they live in Africa is because of this brother Bomani Tyehimba doing what he does.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish I could do more, like set up the things that people need, because I know that's another situation. Like I have people dying of malaria. I have people literally living in a house with no windows. And next thing you know, they found dead. And the only way I would notice things because I live in that world. I have people that live, like I tell people, I have at least several people that I've brought to the continent. And I'm not here to blame the victims, but it's like when we analyze the situation, because I've talked to them directly about it, I was like, stick together with us. I was like, strength in numbers. We look out for each other. We make it work. I was like, in certain countries, you deal with foul play. Like, I'm not saying to any country and everything, because I'm trying to keep away from certain things, because people will reach out to you. Why are you disrespecting the bad amount in my country? I'm putting things in perspective. This is everything that I will ever talk about is life experience and things like that. Like, why do so much of my brothers have to die from malaria? You know what I'm saying? I had one of my brothers, he built a small house and everything. And
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, and he's one of them, and die from things that you and I would know. people normally wouldn't die from America. So I don't need stupid ass navigate freely to say what he doesn't know. I mean, I'm sick and tired of this troll. I'm about to block him from my channel. You know what I'm saying? Ghana does not have the healthcare that you need. And I'm being real. You know what I mean? And if that was the situation, brother, I don't know, navigate. You have not been in the country long enough. You have not lost people that you have loved. You have not lost people that have been like great inspiration and friends to you. You have not seen your friends come to the country and come back homeless, where you have to reach out to them and be a friend to them and help them and not like look down on them. Especially when you met them, they were doing well for themselves. You know what I mean? And that's how I appreciate our people's struggle of trying to get to Africa. And I want our brothers and sisters in Africa to understand that, yo, our people are making a great sacrifice. You know, and I always tell people like myself, I didn't have to leave the U.S. Navy. I didn't have to leave the airline. I didn't have to do any of those things. I could just say the hell with black people, enjoy my money, live my life, get me a white woman and move to Spain. But that's, but it's like some of us have to be accountable and have to make sacrifices. And part of what we talk about is trials and tribulations. Like I explained to people, like they gave the house up, gave the wife up, gave a bunch of things up, downsize, rebuild, and build stronger. And if you really, and that's why I respect Marcus Garvey more than anyone else throughout the entire history, whether, regardless of their race, because he gave the ultimate sacrifice. I mean, he could have easily said, I'm going to, because, I'm going to do for myself and do for my family and do certain things. But he saw a need for us to be about our race. And that's why this is my book, Tony Martin, one of the greatest scholar, Race First.
Mm-hmm.
Race First, family. That's my brother from Trinidad and my brother from New York right here. Amos Wilson, Dr. Amos Wilson, Blueprint for Black Power. This is real, family. This is not something that we're sitting here glorifying or we're sitting here talking about down to other races and other nations of people and things like that. We're putting things in perspective because that's what we have to focus on what we're going to build and how we're going to overcome what we need to build. Because I'm telling you, family, all the stories I will tell you about people that I've known. I've shaken down stories I can tell you. You know what I mean? I have people who pay us for consultation, and then me and my business partner there in Ghana set things up. Next thing you know, we telling a sister that we get set up that, watch out for that Nigerian brother.
Yeah, check this out. Listen what Navigate said, right?
Right.
Yeah, he says, LOL. I'm saying, what's so funny, you can run, but you can't hide. Emotional logic is not always valid. Get out of your feelings. This guy basically has no soul.
Brother, I'm not talking about feelings, brother. I've seen friends of mine, like I'm telling people, like I'm looking at you. I've seen friends of mine literally die in Africa because they decided to say, you know what, I don't want, like I've had people explain to me that I didn't move to Africa to be a part of any African American community. And I was like, it's not an African American community. It's a Pan-African community. And it's our greatest strength to survive and have some leverage. And I'm not saying that because they decide to do what they need to do, they lost their lives. But I'm also saying that when you don't stick together and be with your people, look out for your people. I even have a story of a childhood friend of mine. We grew up, we're both from Jamaica. We grew up in Brooklyn. And she reached out to me one time because she realized, somebody told her I was going to Africa. And she was asking about her daddy. And she was saying that her daddy moved to Ghana and he had two ladies living in the house with him. And they were wondering like how their father ended up dead, and they're wondering like how this thing worked. And I was explaining to them, it broke my heart to explain to them that these foul play situation work to where people prey on you, and you made us not. You're not gonna see it. I'm being honest with you, family, and as someone and I'm always telling people that the greatest thing that I've been able to learn in life is just growing up in Jamaica and growing up in Brooklyn, New York. It just taught me how to survive and how to be strong and how to do what we're doing and how to watch people. Because I tell people the way some of our folk operate in Ghana, I've already seen them already because I lived in Jamaica, and from your family and everybody telling these stories and things like that. So it's a situation with foul play where they literally work them over, and then once you get in that situation, he don't know what's going on. He's just a man happy that he got two wives and everything. Next thing you know, they got everything and you're dead. And next thing you know, what is your family gonna do? They're gonna leave from America, come there and investigate. They're gonna get lawyers. They're gonna take courts. You're not gonna be able to do anything other than waste your money and things like that. The same when people get caught up into fraudulent land situation. You ain't gonna do nothing but waste your time and your money. Like I still have someone reach out to me and talk about the situation that they ran into in Ghana. I was like, we did have a business conference and we did explain to you that we live with that you're dealing with vultures. And what we can do is like we can keep the people that we know. Like I told people, I have a list of builders. You can have them build your house, or you can find your own builder. But then when you find your own builder and you run off with your money to Mali or wherever in West Africa, what do you want me to do? Is that my responsibility? My responsibility is I can keep the people accountable that's a part of my network. So the idea thing is you tell people, when you're making these moves, you connect to a network. Like I just have several different families of people get ready to move to Africa. And I tell them that the person that you're dealing with, these are our people. I can keep them accountable. All you have to do is tell me whatever issue you have with them, and I'll holler at them. And I'm not saying that I'm some kind of mafia boss or something living in America and running things in Africa, but it's like I put the work into making sure that, even though I'm not ready to make a move because I have so much of what we need to get done, I want to make sure that I have your back. But I can't have your back if you pay us consultation and take advice outside of us.
Right.
Like I have women who literally, I met a prince and he told me he's gonna do this for me, and Bomani, thank you for sharing information with me, and I wish you the best in your community. Next, they calling you back saying this dude just ran out for their money, and it's like I thought I was in love. And
whoa, check this out. Let me tell you something, man. And one thing I do not tolerate in this movement right here is weak people that come in with their emotions. Trials and tribulations. This is as real as it gets. So if you think, look, if you're going here thinking on some romantic stuff and everything, please turn this channel off. We're not telling you that. We're telling you the real thing.
Absolutely.
Building for our future generations, and we need real infrastructure on the continent. That medical system is serious, right? That's one of the core things of infrastructure in the BAO medical system. We want people that we have to basically, when you start building, right? Your professionals, your doctors, your lawyers, all these people like that people get to handle things with the government. Your public, what's it called? Public relations people. All these things are working in concert together. Is how you build a strong community. But but what the problem is I'm seeing is a lot of Black people have never been part of a community in America.
They've never done any Black organization. They've never worked together to do anything.
America. So when they go to Africa, they're like, oh, I'm free now. I'm in Africa, and they get taken. People can tell. It's like when you move to another city, right? And you're by yourself. What's the one thing when you go to Brooklyn, right? You make sure you walk around with your peeps that people. Oh yeah, so it's like when they see, oh yeah, also you walk down the street and somebody beeps at you. Oh, he knows somebody. He knows somebody. He knows somebody that must know somebody. You let people know that look, I got back here. I got my way around. How do you think girls get kidnapped, right? They predators look at girls who children who are vulnerable. You're by yourself all the time. You walk home, you don't have no father in the house. You have no brothers around and everything. The same thing. When you basically go over to any place and you pick people's predatory nature. Now, Ghanaian people are naturally good people. We understand that. But it does not matter. In every culture, like there's always evil under the sun. And when you're basically going over there, you are drawing the evil to you by doing that thing. Now, when you work function as a union and everything, and you're basically know to connect with the right Ghanaian people and everything, because they're gonna be with us. They're gonna be with us. But you want to go up there and do everything on your own and whatnot. You don't have any. This guy good. This guy good and everything. Oh yeah, he's been coming around here for years. We know him and everything, and so therefore, he's good. That's how you build relationships and build a social system. But if you don't want to do that, you just want to go off on your own and everything like that, and stuff like that. Tulip says, I just want to go vacation. That's all you can do. You could basically go if you could go to Africa. For your presence there, just by going vacations, go over there for 2 weeks or a month, whatever like that, and buy a Airbnb, and you guys have a group. I would suggest, right? What I want to know is how many people that listen to this show is part of a Black investment group or investment club or social club or SUSU. That's what I want to see.
Maybe 1 out of 100.
It's inexcusable. If you basically want to be in the Pan-African movement, right? You should be part of some sort of social network or something like that where you guys are together and everything, and you socialize together. And then before you get to the continent, so you're already seasoned in how to deal with groups of people. What I'm saying is a lot of these people that attracted the movement seem to be loners. They come to these, they listen to these shows, and when they're looking for some love and affection, everything, I can't give you that. I can't give you that. You have to get that in your personal life. I say join the BAO organization. Join your local chapter. Contact people in your state, in your area. Say, yeah, I'm in the BAO. I listen to Bomani and Kala and whatnot. Let's go out and let's go bowling and whatnot. Yeah, and then establish friendships. Friendships are friggin' a gold mine. Relationship. How do you think rich people get rich? They get rich because they have relationships. They have friendships. They form bonds of trust. They go through stuff together. Trials and tribulations. Sometimes they go to investment, they lose money. Sometimes they get rich together. But what happens is this: we black people are so entitled, right? We think somebody's going to hand us salvation. Don't work. You got to work for it. If you build an organization and you got relationships and you guys have money and you got this guy's a treasurer, he looks out on money, we got things going on, that may take you 8 and 9 years to build something like that. But it's worth it. But you got to start somewhere. But just getting on a plane going to Africa and whatnot with no connection, no nothing. I can even say if you were part of a social network in America. Oh, my sorority sisters, we got an investment group and everything. Well, we got people all over the world working together. Some of these people, you have absolutely nothing. You don't even have family. And then you're going to the continent. What if you get in trouble? Do you have somebody you can call to send you money in emergency and stuff like this? All this is common sense. We're just telling Mine and I are telling you the truth because we don't want to see you say, I listen to Bomani and Kala went to Africa and whatnot. We're telling you don't do that. You connect with people on the ground that that's going to look out for you. And you also have people back in the United States that at all times, every week, checking with your somebody. Yeah, I'm over here. We're doing good and everything like that. So therefore, like that's how you live any place in the world. So anybody basically tell you anything different, and whatever you do, don't listen to take advice from somebody like Navigate Freely. Hey,
Navigate make comments like, I'm wondering, like, this guy's supposed to be, like you mentioned, there's two different things. You have elders and olders. Elders are like Professor, like Dr. Professor James Small, Professor Leonard Jeffries. Those are elders. Those are people who are about that life, that movement. And and they still like that. Like I saw
check this out. Mr. Rosenthal is an
Mr. Rosenthal is an elder, exactly. Navigate Freely is it's like I really want to say the word, but I told people that we're gonna work our best to like not use certain N words and things like that. But right. Navigate Freely is an old Negro. I'm not gonna say the other word. How about that?
Yeah. I'm gonna switch phones. Okay.
After go ahead and do your switch. And what I'm gonna do is I got the Kuto Kunavali video loaded. It's a few of them, so we can watch one or two of them and see how it goes. And because people like this. I mean, honestly, brother, I think people think we make stuff up. And one thing I'm always gonna tell people is like, family, nothing we make up. You gonna switch over? There you go. Nothing we make up. So when we talk about Angola and we talk about Kuto Kunavali and we talk about Angolans being warriors and we talk about Angolans working with the Cubans to free South Africa.
Yeah, play that video.
I know it's like people like Bomani. They're like, Bomani, what are you talking about? Did you make all that? No, Bomani don't make nothing up. Like I mentioned to people, if you even come here, like I tell people, before YouTube existed, before any of this stuff, we have brother, I still have videotapes, and I don't think the videotapes are around. I think they're just duplicates, but everything was converted to DVD. I remember having an interview with Sanetta on Sanetta TV, and me and him was having a conversation, and we were talking about, because we were doing literally the same thing too. We're literally, but he was doing it more on another level, because he was putting it up and loading it up on YouTube to where people like didn't know anything about Dr. James Smalls and a lot of our great scholars and Amos Wilson, and he brought that out. And I'm telling people that is the energy that where some of us come from. Like when I hear you talk about Blog Talk Radio, like some people don't even know what Blog Talk Radio is. I was like, that was one of the radio shows that a lot of us who are into this movement now, that was one of our first ways to communicate and have shows and talk. And let Kala, if you're if you're gonna even talk about them days, man, because We're telling people that we are not some new people on YouTube or we know content creator. We've been doing this movement before YouTube and Facebook existed, literally.
Oh, wait a minute, that's right.
Oh, you know, this navigate dude is a clown, man. It's all about they do make stuff up. Like I'm telling people, I challenge anybody. Tell me anything that I've made up, and I'm telling people that the world I live in. I
get up. Tell him to get up. Tell him to come on the thing. I got people every day, man. Check this out. I got a guy inbox me saying, my friend Sam Cooper said, Kala, man, I got more opportunity investments than I can even handle. You know, I got people coming to me, Kala, we got 500 acres of logwood, whatever the hell it's called. I said, man, I'm just I'll talk about it. Let's talk about it. You know, like, hey, we got this, you know, got the Rosenthal coming and like, hey, look, the bottom line is this. The reason why I have all this opportunity is because I've been out here for years. You know, I was out here for years. You know, I steered Rosenthal towards Africa. I saw he was a businessman, did business in Korea, built infrastructure and everything. And I said, I just had a hunch. I said, yo, would you be interested in Africa, right? So I educated him on the continent. And that's like 12 years ago. You know, now look where he's at. We're about to sit down with the president of Museveni, to build a gold bullion bank. You know, and eventually I'm going to get my just reward. You know, but I'm patient. That's one thing. The United racist guy, what's his name? Jared Taylor said. He said the black race don't fight because we don't know the size of delayed.
Yeah, Jared Taylor, right?
Yeah, the one that. Yeah, white nationalist. He's the one that smoked Tariq.
Debated Tariq Nasheed,
he made Tariq look like a freaking stupid.
This is where this is where Umar Johnson would be the ideal person to do that debate, not Tariq Nasheed.
Tariq was like he made Tariq like a freaking
Tariq is great at his business and his marketing and things like that. But when you talk about certain topics, you have to really be a scholar. Just like when I would talk about you, Kala, you're a straight scholar. So it's like if I'm even debating or connecting with certain people, you know what I mean? It's like you're the one that has to speak on the forefront. And we have to be humble enough and respectful enough as a black man. Say, you know what? This is a better deal for my brother Kala to debate this person. It's like Tariq could be like, yo, me and Umar Johnson have our issues, but Umar is the ideal person because Umar is one of them people like you're not gonna beat him in a debate. I'm dead serious. You're not gonna beat him in a debate.
Yeah, he's real. Omar is very, very smart.
Like, you're not gonna beat Kala in a debate. Like I've never seen anybody out debate Kala or Umar Johnson. So we need you two guys to be the representative.
Omar, we have the same. We have the same
real conversation. Go ahead.
Omar has the same sort of debating style. We just debate facts, you know.
Right.
And we use examples. You know, we use historical examples, stuff like that. People can't refute. But Tariq, the guy Jared Taylor,
Jared Taylor smoked him, man.
He said the black race. He said the problem with the black race is you haven't learned the science of, and he knew the history of Liberia. He said, yeah, that would have been a great thing. You guys would have built that, but they had a good thing going on there, and they thought Garvey was a threat. You know. So I give him credit for learning about Liberia. That we're not an inferior race. We're capable of building a nation. He said, yo, you guys are capable of doing what we're doing. We're not superior to you. Unlike white supremacists who tell the black man he's inferior, that's why we stay in America, because white men will take care of it. He said, yo, you guys built a nation in Liberia. You know, you guys are capable of doing this. If you guys want to get something ahead. And he said the black man has to learn delayed gratification. Delayed gratification means you put your instant gratification, your immediate, to the side for a long-term goal. You know, Asians have mastered that, you know, delayed gratification. You know, delayed gratification. You know, Japanese, they were working in the coal mines and everything like that, all for the glory of Japan. You know, they were working, sacrificing, working hard and everything like that, working in the fields, working in fact, they were so organized, right? For a greater goal. Black people, you tell them the greater goal, they want to know what they can get out of it right now. That's called the lack of delayed gratification. You know, so that's a problem. We don't have this idea of delayed gratification. B Hoop said, "Whoa, B Hoop taking shots. College knowledge, scholarship takes time. Sister, I'm an author, blogger, writer, radio host. I've been studying the history of African American African people for decades. You know, if people really knew what a scholar is, you would give me the credit, of being a scholar. You know, I basically took time to write a book about my favorite country, Liberia, its history, and I deserve some sort of respect. So give me some credit. Sister B Hoops. You know, give me some credit for doing the things I do.
Yeah, when you talk
You
about
know,
uh scholarship, I'm telling people like this is my 18th year in this movement, and I'm telling people like from day one to now, I put the work in. I didn't play games. I mean, I've worked with many different organizations, and I realized that I need to build my own entity, and I built my own entity and made certain moves, but I still work with other people. And just like me and Kala is here, and we specifically connected on Liberia and Angola, but we also here to share with you, share with our brothers and sisters that we have to put time into studying and we have to put time into knowing what we're dealing with, and we have to work with people that are established because we have people that and it's hard
yeah,
because some of the people on YouTube are friends of mine, and at the same time too, even though we're friends, it's like it don't mean I have to agree with certain things that you're saying and doing and things like that, but at the same time too, I'm gonna have to speak my perspective on things, and I'm telling people like I'm not one of them people like that. I don't even care who feelings get hurt. I'm not into that stuff. But it's like I have to put things in perspective. Just like when I talk about people just doing YouTube shows every day, every day, every day. I was like Kala, when you and I talk, usually either you or myself say, "Yo, I got a meeting or I gotta do this." Like you and I always doing that. It's like we do it alternately, but we do communicate throughout the week
right,
and things that and I'm telling
right,
people like where you have work to do, and it's like
yeah,
there's no way, like you have your radio show that you do every Wednesday, but I'm telling people like
yeah,
these are sacrifices we make because we have work to do. It's like we're not like
hmm
at no point you saw us. No one ever saw us doing YouTube lives every day. That's still something that I'm
no,
trying to get
yeah,
into the movement.
I can't do that. I don't have time.
But we realize
My
that we have to
time,
do it because we have a bunch of fake ass Pan Africanists. Some people using that title in their shows, but it's not translating to anything productive and anything progressive. And I'm telling people,
right?
even from tours and things like that, as long as you're trying to make some moves and getting people connected to Africa, that's it. But it's like um, when you're literally just talking about this ambulance chasing and every single little topic that comes up, are we really just building anything? Or are we just really just talking just to talk and talking just to get super chats and talking just to feel like we just want to be we just want to be heard. And I mean this the
Yeah,
movement that
that,
like I tell people, this movement that I dedicated my life to as far as repatriation and Pan-Africanism, is serious. I mean, like it's like when I tell people the things I've given up, I mean, I'm just dead serious. I mean, it's not like a joke. It's like you give
bro.
things up.
I've
There's a
given up.
sacrifice must be made.
I've given up a lot.
As much
I've
as
given
Tyler
up
talked
so
about it,
much.
because in order for you to connect and build the BAIO and do certain things, you couldn't just like you have to, and that's what I'm telling people. You have to make the sacrifices because it's one of those things, and then you're gonna deal with the trials and tribulations. You may have some of the people that you thought was your best people and your best investors, and those are the people that turn around and stab you in the back.
Right,
You know what I'm saying? Just like you and
right.
I
I mean,
were
that
talking
yo,
about
bro.
where one of our members literally went to went to the unapologetic Negropean, and I'm telling people like that guy just don't like me because I was one of the few people literally that he brought on his channel, and I literally told him about himself, and things like that, and even though he tried to flip it around on me, but it's like that's the situation you're dealing with. You have
And he lost. And he lost. And like I said, when I first got on this years ago, right, I said to myself, right, I said, I've always been. I started the colonization movement back in '93. You know, it's been over 30 years, almost 30 years, right? 29 years ago. You know, 30 years. And I had Black Power study groups and everything like that, right? But the thing is, with me was what separated me was the fact that I would always look at other races of people, and I would look at examples of success, right? And what did they have to go through? I've always admired people who took their own destiny into their own hands and freed themselves. And basically, they don't have any masters. They basically living in their own world, and also that's what attracts me. Be honest with you, right? I can't like be honest with you, I never really was attracted to Native American culture. Yeah, I never studied it, you know. I don't know if I'm wrong for that, whatever like that, because in my mind they were defeated, you know, and wiped out, you know. I was always attracted to people who always triumphed. Even though I have empathy for the Native Americans, everything like that, I just never did, right? And then I always admired Japan. How is this country in Asia able to challenge this white man that I was taught to fear? You know, I was taught to fear the white man. You go against him, they're gonna wipe you off the planet. Then I realized, after studying history and everything, that these people that we're so terrified of, that we think we need, they're not invincible.
No, they're not. No,
You
they're
know,
not.
and
I mean,
it,
Japan proved that in
it,
Pearl Harbor, even though the situation worked out terrible for them, but they
right,
proven that right there.
right.
And literally, if they were a little more consistent, they could have took the situation. But it's like they gamble and they lost. It's
They
just
could
one of
have,
those things.
they could have actually won.
As a naval man, it's one of those
But
things. You have
one
aircraft carriers, and sometimes they have to go out on missions, and they just barely miss them. They
Chase out
barely fucking the
had those
entire
carriers been
fleet
had those carriers
that took
Chase
California.
out had those carriers
Guy,
Chase out had those carriers been in Pearl Harbor, they would have won.
and let's let people know what we're talking about.
You know, had those
What we're
carriers
talking
been
about is World War II, which is one of the most phenomenal war in the history of the world that we live in. And Japan was literally just they did aggressive. I mean, they was already dominating all of Asia. The great China that you know of today, family, the great China you know of today, Japan, small Japan was running things. As a matter of fact, when the army pilots from that was, when the army pilots that literally was just flying over and bombing Japan, when they literally end up in China and the Chinese were protecting them, Japan came around and literally just wiped out a bunch of Chinese for literally cooperating with American army pilots and things like that. I mean, the history is serious, family. Literally
right.
talking about a small nation.
We the black race have never had their Pearl Harbor. You know, they never had
Because
their
we as a people have never had the heart to like say that we're gonna compete or challenge these people. And and even the Japan end up in a situation,
right,
and they did get reparations, after the 2 atomic bombs that were dropped on them, which me personally, I mean, and this is my personal opinion, um, you know, it didn't have to go that far. You know what I mean? But people may say, well, the Japanese don't give up. Yeah, they're a warrior culture. They're gonna keep on fighting, but you didn't have to bomb them. And that's a whole. I mean, time has gone by, but
right.
we've seen that situation happen, and
Yeah, Japan was up more
but now you have
done
Japan,
surrender.
America. As I think the Trilateral Commission is Japan, America, and excuse me for knowing this because I'm supposed to know all of these things fluently. I forgot the third nation that's a part of the Trilateral Commission. And maybe I'll look that up.
Yeah,
But Japan, my point to people
I
is
think it was
Japan,
Britain.
because Dr. Arthur Lewis talked about these things. But I'm telling people like America bombed Japan with literally this atomic bombs. But when you go to Japan, they have the 3rd largest naval military base in Japan. I was there. The ship I was on literally pulled into Japan. I was you hanging out in Japan and everything. And they're telling people like, yo, look at this situation. This is a weird situation, but they, people are figuring things out so they can build consolidation. And I'm asking people like, what are we doing in Africa? Are we consolidating anything? Well, I don't see we consolidating anything because name one country like Nigeria. We always talk about Nigeria. So let me just name Nigeria. How many different tribal groups are in Nigeria? How many different entities in Nigeria feel like they should run the country? I mean, that's the issue that we have. But then when you look at France and England that you and I talk about, they've been through that. They've been through that where they realize that. And even my greatest point will always be World War II. Number one, World War II was a situation where you had Germany. So, as much as we feel about Germany, I'm thankful for Germany because Germany weakened some of the wickedest people ever. They weakened the French, they weakened the British, they weakened the Spanish. And you're talking about three of the wickedest colonial devils, the French, the Spanish, and the British. When you think about all of the colonies in Central America, the Caribbean islands, South America, and the African continent, and you talk about Asia, these are the nations right there, family. Mainly so the French and the British. And if Germany can literally bring some of what people literally thought was the greatest nation that the world have ever seen, which is the French and the British Empire. And
did you see when Hitler ran through?
Right?
When Hitler ran through France, they just sat right there. They didn't fight back.
Brother, it's a joke because I mean,
Hitler just ran through France.
That's why I have an issue with Russia and Ukraine, because it's like, okay, like I mean, we're talking about Germany. Literally, they will literally just run through one country to the next country in 2-3 days. And I'm telling people, like, we're not making this up. These are historical situations. You can go to the History Channel. You can go to your library. You can do your research. You can go talk to different scholars and things. These are things that happen. So we're not making these things up. And I'm telling people, everything is in historical perspective.
What's it called? When people cry about things, when Hitler was bombing Britain, we got to make that a holiday, man.
Yeah, I mean,
we got to make that a holiday.
Yeah, I know people like to say Hitler is this, and I'm not trying to say Hitler is any hero. I'm not saying all that because people like to put words in people's mouth. I'm not saying that. And even I can just even represent one of our greatest scholars, Kwame Ture, formerly known as Stokely Carmichael. He break things down like this, and he's explaining also. We play one of those videos that based on that energy, now African countries are able to organize through what you call Pan-Africanism, to where now they can make their negotiations and get things set up to where now if they organize their people and put pressure on maybe the British in Ghana, now the British,
had it not been for World War II, the British would have gunned down Kwame Nkrumah and hung him, but they had to negotiate with him because they were weakened. They had to rebuild Europe.
Exactly. So I mean, Kwame Ture put it in perspective that we should look at the Germany as a situation, and that's why I'm telling people, like, stop with the emotional situation. Like, I'm not no fan or love Hitler or anything, but I have to think about what happened to Africa during that time. Africa was able to get some level of breathing room because now the Germans are running through France and Britain. So now all the soldiers and all the warriors and all the stuff that they going on in all these colonies, they got to rethink things. Now, because if you're a military operation, one of the things you don't ever want in a military operation is for your country to be taken over. So so you may have to loosen some of your what you're doing and dominating other countries. And that's why I'm thankful for that situation and things that. And I know the white European Jews, they're going over after every single last Nazi. I mean, they're still
on them. They're still on them.
I think some of the last of the people that they got 80, 90 years old. So I'm telling people, like, yo, these are people that they take what they're doing serious. I mean, and I'm not gonna say a bunch of things because even though we don't have a big presence on YouTube like that, but I don't want to get into the situation where people feel like we're disrespecting any oppressed people and things like that. But they have taken their situation to another level. And honestly, I'm telling people, the way the white European Jews have done is, I'm being honest with you, family. That's how I thought that we as a Black African people, who are the most oppressed people times a million, and would take it. But I realize that the issue that we have is that we're so divided across many lines. The white European Jews have two things that they side on: the fact that they have that their Jewish religion connected to that, but also they have their Holocaust. We have too many religions and too many different things, but we do have our African Holocaust, which not too much of us get on code, because then I hear this stupid fool called Dane Calloway, some idiot who we talk about Black people and Native Americans and things like honestly, I'm not trying to be violent or crazy, but people like that, if I ever see them, I'll slap the hell out of them. I was like, you're an idiot and you're a fool. You're literally dividing up people.
Yeah.
We need strength in numbers. And this,
And all that. Check us out.
yeah.
Here's another thing we talk about the Afrikstan, right? That right there, what happened to us in slavery, is something like the Jews. You know, we went through the Holocaust, right? Black people in America that went through the Holocaust. I hear a lot of Nigerians say, "I didn't go through that. I didn't go through that." So I can't build a nation with you
You're
because
talking
you don't
about,
understand.
yeah,
You know, you know.
the land was never colonized. We never did. I'm like, I'm like, the thing of it is, slavery is real, and any person in Nigeria say that Nigeria was never whatever. What language do they speak in Nigeria as far as a
They speak
national language?
English.
If you're in Nigeria and you want to be a lawyer, what language you have to study in your law books? What language is in your court system? Is it Yoruba? Is it anything else? No, it is English. So you were colonized, whether you're in Yoruba land or whether you're in North Nigeria. The fact that that is the national language of Nigeria, and the fact that, you know what I'm saying, it has its connections to the British Empire.
I said that last night. You know, I said, "What language you speak, Amara?" That don't matter. I don't matter.
In my kingdom, a kingdom, you two little small huts. And as a matter of fact, talking about that stupid idiot Amara from Sierra Leone, is like, he's one of those privileged niggas
Yeah.
from Sierra Leone. They're living in America and they live life so good, and then they're gonna turn around and say the people in Sierra Leone don't need this. That's like me saying that my people in Jamaica don't need this. You know what I mean?
Well, like you say, they say the
Why
French Revolution.
you to represent a whole country. Like I tell people, I've been to 10 countries in Africa, and every country I've been to, they want to see more black people from the diaspora come and be a part of the future, because they realize that the white people ain't messing with them like that. Like some of the tour guides and people I do business with, I ask them, do some of the white people come and holler at you? I was like, nah, they don't. They mess with the government and things like that. I was like, exactly. I was like, what do people like myself do? I was like, do you know? It's like when we having dinner or when we're at a nightclub, do I say, you know, you need to go sit over there and everything? Do I treat you different and disrespectful? And there's no tour guide
Right.
that I've been with me in any country say Bomani treated them different or disrespectful to them. As a matter of fact, some of them are shocked that I treat them like a brother. I was like, nah, brother, family. I was like, this is the business I'm running. I was like, I'm not sure any elite person is like, you know what I mean? It's like, but it's like, I'm trying to make a connection so we can figure this out together. I mean, and you know, because that's what we have always. That's why I love my Onyx song. You know, you're from Queens, you know, like some people don't know about Onyx, but he made one of the best songs ever called, you know, and you know, part of what they talk about is all we got is us. You know, and I love all the time when they talk about South Suicide Queens, because I'm telling people like, your family, we live in these areas. We live in these areas, and we know we do it. We have to do to survive as a people. But it's like we're telling you that like this thing is serious. It's like, just, you know, like Tupac used to say that just because some of us live in the ghetto don't mean like we agree with everything that goes on. And I even have a friend that say that, no, we will explain to people that, you know, we have to live in this society with other people, from the drug dealers, the crackheads, the pimps, and so on and so on. And it's like, do we agree with all of them? No, but it's like, I'm not going to be somebody who's calling the police and say, yo, this person's doing this. You have to find a way to live with the people in your society, the people on your block and everything. Just like on this block right here I live on, my son do his skateboard, he ride his bicycle, and there's other children around, and it's like, if something happened, you have to be able to talk with your people and communicate and have dialogue, and for us to work it out. It's like, you can't always just run somewhere and disappear. And I'm telling people, even the ones of us that can't go to Africa, I'm telling people, we're gonna have to deal with the situation that some black people are not gonna be prepared to go to Africa. One of the biggest things that I always push, like I meet people and I talk to them about passport, I tell them, don't feel any kind of way about it, because they're like, well, your son been having a passport since he was like 6 months. I was like, yeah, that's my son, because I changed the situation. I'm also, I have 4 European names. You know what I'm saying? 4 European names. I think 2 of them are British and 2 of them are Irish. You know, my son have all 3 African names. Bomani Tyehimba. You know, and that's on his passport, and that's on his birth certificate. And you know, you tell people like, there's little things we can do to change the game, and we can keep on working toward changing the game. As a matter of fact, brother, we have a guest here. Let's add her in. And greetings, B Hoop. Welcome to the call. Happy to have you on. Let me know if you have lots of wonderful things to share with us.
Hey,
brothers.
Greetings. We're gonna need you to talk a little louder. I'm not saying that you need to talk like a stud with like bass in your voice, but speak up a little bit. I'm not trying to be
I'm
funny.
sorry. I'm sorry. I haven't been feeling the best, so I don't have a full voice. So I'll try to speak up a little louder, but I don't know
Oh, I can hear you clear
how.
now. You know,
Okay, thank
keep the
you.
beautiful feminine voice, you know, and they keep the tone you keeping beautiful.
Yeah, I haven't been feeling the best, so my voice isn't full. But I just want to say it at the begin. Well, first I want to acknowledge Kala, and
Yeah.
I respect you. God bless you.
I mean, I get it. I was just kidding.
I don't.
I was
I
just kidding.
didn't say that you weren't a scholar. I was actually complimenting you, saying that you're
Okay.
knowledgeable and that scholarship takes time. It doesn't mean that you weren't a scholar. It just means that the fact that a person who's knowledgeable and takes the time to study and learn, that's it. It takes time to develop scholarship. That's all I was saying. I want to start off by saying that, or I want to add on by saying, I don't know if it's Bomani or Scala, or excuse me, Kala, whose alarm needs to be changed? That battery has been going off for weeks now.
Hey,
And
I'm
it's a
throwing color under the bus. It's color. It's not me.
because it's a revelation. It's a true revelation. Hearing that battery or hearing that fire alarm or smoke detector go off for weeks and the battery has not been changed is a true revelation.
Now he has to get a
It's a
big ladder. He has to be. Your color. Trust me. If I was in Virginia, I'll get one of my, you know, get one of my friends and we bring a big ladder, and because I know you got that big house, so you got to. So some of the house that people have, their alarms are up there, and you have to have a big ladder. Is that what you have, Kala? Because I've been trying to tell you about it. You're like, man, it's one of the things I can't get to.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not throwing shots at Kala. I'm just saying it is a true revelation. It's like every time I hear that beeping, it's such we need change like never before. In the beginning of this conversation tonight, before I fell asleep, I'm sorry about that, and then I had to I woke up. But in the beginning, Kala mentioned about you guys were talking about overcoming trials and tribulations and things of that sort. And it's so needed. Like, we have to overcome fear. Some of us are afraid to try, some of us are afraid to do the things that you guys have are forerunners in developing a trying to develop a nation and trying to build a community is of great magnitude. And I think our ancestors and some of the people that I'm going to mention, you guys may not totally agree. But if you think about our ancestors like Marcus Garvey or even Nelson Mandela, I know when I say Nelson Mandela, that's going to spark or that may be a trigger to some Pan Africans. However, these gentlemen all had one objective. They wanted to see us free. They wanted to see us become a nation. They had many trials and many tribulations that they had to overcome. Unfortunately, a lot of them did not get to speak with one another and air out their differences. But I believe if they saw us today bickering and arguing and not giving each other a chance to voice our opinion without um, degrading each other, or maybe that's too deep, or without just without respecting the fact that we have voices and we may not agree. But one thing we can agree on is the reason that we're all here, the reason why we come and um, patronize this channel and listen to Kala and Bomani week after week is because we believe we all have an objective. We want to see our people rise up. That alarm is revelation. It's time for change. It's time for our voices and our efforts to be heard. It's time that we don't come, it's okay to laugh and enjoy each other and giggle and things of that sort. That's all a part of building. That breaks the ice so that we can hear one another. Maybe Marcus Garvey or Kwame Ture or Nelson Mandela or even Winnie, different ones had different styles and different voices, different ways, different situations of trying to get us to become one Africa, but they all had a voice and they all used their voice to be heard. And now we have technology where we can talk to each other across the world on platforms like this so that our voices matter and that we can listen to one another and we can overcome. That's the whole point of having these discussions, is so that we can build and learn from each other and not tear each other down, but listen and say, okay, you may not have this quite right, but let's give it some time. That's the point of overcoming. You have to first come. You have to first come and bring your conversation. You have to first become before you can even overcome. Overcoming is a process. It starts with development. It starts with what Bomani and Kala is doing. It starts with what Navigate did by moving to the continent. It starts with these situations. So I thoroughly enjoy learning from you guys week after week and so many others that have channels. You guys are boots on the ground. Bomani, what you do is boots on the ground. That's your job. Some people may not have they may not be in position to be actual boots on the ground, but they may be able to render their YouTube channel week after week or every day, to open up understanding and to get people more involved with nation building. It doesn't mean that they don't, that they are not contributing to this building. It just means they're playing their part. Everybody has a part to play. Some people are gonna, it's like, I'm sure you're very well versed in military, considering you come from a specific branch. But everybody has a part to play. Some people are gonna fix the planes. Some people are gonna be the medical doctors or nurses. Everybody has a part to play, but it's all one. We're all branches of one tree. We all have one objective. We want to see our people free and we want to build ourselves as a nation. We want to take Dr. Amos Wilson's book and his knowledge and what he taught, race first, but we don't want to stop there. That's just helping us learn each other, becoming one, but we don't want to stop right there. We want to become a nation so that we can have a seat at the table with many other nations. And it's okay to borrow from each other. The first thing we have to do is stop comparing ourselves to other nations, what Asians do, what Indians do. We are a separate people. We are a skilled people, one of great knowledge and understanding. And a lot of people borrowed, as we talk about all the time, brain drain. People borrowed from our intelligence, our knowledge, our skill to build this country. We just have to first make our priorities straight, get our priorities straight. And that is that we would become first, but we don't stop there. We do that so that we can sit amongst other nations and feed off. We're saying we have a voice. If we stop there at we're first and we're superior, then we become just like our oppressors, supremacists, thinking that we're better and greater. We just have to recognize that we are great and we do have something to contribute in this huge world. But we can't stop there.
Well, sis, appreciate you sharing. Absolutely. And I'm sure Kala has a whole lot to say and things like that. And, we're always doing our best to connect with people and things like that and share certain things. And unfortunately, there's a brother that I was working with that literally just, it was upset and frustrated with me, but because he thought I was all about war, and I tell him I was like, it's a part of the movement that you live in that you end up fighting and battling with your people because and you have to get through those trials and tribulations and stand strong, and because you have a whole bunch of folks out there that we look alike, we have the same history connected, but they're not down with us. They're down with the more science temple, they're down with Islam, they're down with Christianity, they're down with Judaism, or they're down with something else, or they're down with the Democratic or the Republican Party. So I mean, and there's some people down with some funny stuff like alphabet stuff and things like that. They can't get with that, and and people who just believe in swirling and stuff. So it's a bunch of people that I'm just not down with it. And when people read our community stuff, like I've had people that send nasty comments to me and send disrespect me because we just tell them like, yo, this is like for man, woman, and child. Like literally this the Trinity, black man, woman, and child, and it's not about anything else. And I do apologize to people that we can't accommodate and connect with people, but we believe in rolling with strength in numbers and rolling with people, rolling with the strongest of our people. And that's no disrespect to anybody else, but it's like me and Kala talk about that interview on Fox Soul with Dr. Umar Johnson and that thing, along with the other thing, Cynthia Thing G, and you know what I mean. And it's just some weird stuff, and it's like this is gonna sound weird. It's like how
That shouldn't happen.
it's weird. Like the most feminine woman on that panel was a tranny, and I was sick. You know what I'm saying? And then the other two women that were supposed to look like women and be women, they didn't. Like Cynthia G literally looked like a drag queen. You know what I'm saying?
And they set him up. And they set him up. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, so
they knew what they were doing. And then I don't know what. And so this is what we say this morning.
Right, brother.
Back in the days, right? If you wanted to join a movement, right, you had to go to, okay, we're meeting on Thursday night at 7 p.m. Be there, right? People, you walk to the door, people check you out, somebody at the door usher you in. You sit down, you're sitting with people, right? And you're basically socialize. People see you, they smell you, they interact with you, your pheromones, your body language, everything. Saying you can detect everything. Somebody like me, I can look at a room full of people, like I do seminars and stuff like that in front of people. people, right, from what I do for a living, I can detect when I'm winning somebody over, where people look at me like I'm talking shit, whatever like that. You basically you can read people. And one of the things we have, and what I do for a living, we have what we call secret shoppers. These are people paid by the government, whatever like that, to when you do seminars like that, you're doing it right. You're saying all the stuff, the compliance stuff like that, right? And I can always tell a secret shopper. I go around, oh, okay, yeah, such and such. And they'll start asking these questions. Oh, no, no, no. I did not say that. I said this. Oh, okay. And I'll be like, yo, so put that out in your notes right there. And they were like, oh, Phil, oh, I'm a secret shopper. I know. So you learn how to read people. You know how to read people. That's so very, very important, because these days and times we have movements based on people just learning from each other online, and you're not looking in their face. You're not seeing their body language. You're not seeing that stuff like this. And so you don't know what you're dealing with half the time. And a lot of times people infiltrate organizations and everything like that. And it's hard to really discern people. This movement right here, like we say, man, woman, and child, right? Man, woman, and child. That's not up for negotiation. That's not nothing to debate with, right? We believe a black man, a black woman, black child defines a community. A community defines a group of communities defines a state or nation. Under one a God. Hey, families are structured together. Communities are structured together, right? A community is people working together. We don't have black communities in America. We have areas where black people reside in. We have community spokesmans that show up when somebody gets shot by the police, but there's no community. We don't basically protect each other. We don't have men and people, neighborhood watch, and people like that, helping each other and everything. Like, we don't have those sort of things. We used to have communities like that when we was under threat by the Klan. Now that we have the enemy within, the gangs, the drug deals, and everything, we simply move out. The Klan couldn't make us move before, but our own people make us move. Okay, it's maybe it was too dangerous and everything. But the Klan, we stood against the Klan. We're gonna stay here. It brought us together, but we don't want to do that right now. So my point I'm trying to make is this: like, when we do these movements right here and everything, we talk about nation building, right? We're talking about the best and brightest among us, and also the people who aren't so best and brightest. Everybody needs role models. Everybody needs guidance. Okay, and the people in our culture, like when we was talking about, Bomani was giving an emotional thing about the clinics. Why don't we have friggin' people in the medical community involved in these movements, right? Why is it that the Pan-African movement is basically not attracting the essential people that we need to build communities and everything? Why? Because the face of Pan-Africa has been tainted, right? Because everybody, instead of building a movement, right, where people go and they say, something, I talked to Bomani, I went to his local meeting here, I went to the college meeting local here, or I went to other people here, they're right on point. Everybody is basically taking that face value when they get on YouTube, and they say, "Oh, this guy's a Pan Africanist." This guy's a Pan Africanist, and they actually go and get involved in a movement, and you don't know if that person is real. You don't know if that person is capable of leading you. That person is telling you the truth about your situation. He's not giving you full disclosure, because when you talk to somebody face to face, right, and he's telling you, "Oh yeah, this is great in Africa and everything like that," you can tell when a person's lying. You can't tell that when a person's online.
You talk about
People tell you anything online.
navigate to just lie.
Oh, yeah, navigate and a bunch of other people. Instead of saying, okay, look, look, let me finish. The bottom line is this: when you tell somebody to take something as serious as moving to the African continent, and we're saying that we need to build a community, right? Bomani's had people that didn't want to do what he says. They lose money and they get upset. But didn't he tell you that I don't know those people? We got builders. We do it
Yeah,
our way.
brother,
It'll
and
cost you a
also
little
you
bit more
got that
money.
some of those people have lost their lives, and that's why I was about to start crying because I just got emotional because of one bad decision. Your life is gone because you didn't follow directions. You can die of malaria and die of just no one just being able to be around you because you isolated yourself. And I'm always telling people in some places like, yo, if you don't feel well, I have the people at One Africa there in Elmina. I have the people in this city just go to them and then tell them that, you know what I'm saying, you're one of Bomani people. As a matter of fact, they know you because you've been there, and they will take care of you, because if we have to look out for each other. If you're sick in Ghana, example, let me just add this in real quick, brother. If you're sick in somewhere like Ghana, are you just gonna sit around and just like think you can tough it out, like, you know, you do here, and then next you know you're good? No, you're gonna die. You have, you know, I mean, you're there in countries that you can die of things like literally just drinking the water, literally just by getting this, living in a house where you have open windows. Like, I'm telling you, like, real story. Like, I've had one of our elders that did that, and next thing you know, they found him dead. He was literally in a house, you know, because he was building a house and he couldn't wait to move into the house. So I'm always telling people, come and get a 1-year lease, and you live in your house with water, everything that you need, and then you build your house. And once it's to your satisfaction, then you move in. But don't move into a house like with no windows and like, you know, we have some of our elders never been to Africa, and they just thought America was the worst, most oppressive situation. Then they moved to Ghana and they just neglect everything, and they think red carpets are gonna roll out to them and things like that. And I'm telling people, like, literally, family, these things are real. So it's like, reach out to those of us who is about that life, and we can help you, because you're making a big mistake. Don't listen to people like some of these people on YouTube who are so-called popular YouTubers telling you to move to Africa. Yes, I'm the one that was pushing that before any of these people ever existed, but I never put it in a situation where you just move to Africa. You have to, you know, it has to be in perspective and strengthen numbers, and us sticking with our African American culture here and our people in the African diaspora. Because literally, when you go there, that's gonna be your best people. I mean, if in a simple conversation, try to
Yeah,
have a conversation
we
about
stay,
money.
we, brother Milani, and we
Right?
stand by that. You know, people are gonna come after us for that, but we stand by that. You know, we stand by anybody else who tells you they're just going to go and just be a part of a local, a third world country, not even third world, fourth world country, everything. Your best strength is our connection to America and Black America. You know, if you build upon that, and a lot of these people are just basically losers in America, so they go to Africa thinking they're going to be the big mohete in Africa, and I could just go over there and everything. No, the bottom line is this: even if you do go to Africa, like navigate and you like that, why would you tell somebody else? Look, I don't know your situation. I don't know your health concerns. I don't like that. But the bottom line is this: you know, we need to be in numbers. I need to be. There should be a Rolodex or African American pages that I could call, or website I can go to where I can get help if I need it and everything. We're together, and that's what other people do. Look at the Koreans. Look at everybody that come to America. Do you think they basically are by themselves? No, they come into community. They got people they stay with. They got people that give them money. They got people that give them jobs, employment. Show them how to get their way around. That's a community. That's what a community is. It's like it tells me that if we shouldn't even have this conversation if we had the natural sense of community in America. We would just port that over to Africa. But the fact that we
Yes,
don't have any
Kala.
community, and a lot of these people don't have any community in America, they don't have families, they don't have cousins, they don't
Yes.
have aunts and uncles. And then they go to Africa with the same mentality. I don't need nobody. Some people haven't seen their family in years in America, you know, and these are the type of people that being attracted to. I don't want. I be honest with you, right? If you don't have, which I look at people in America, I ask people all the time when you join the BAO, right? That's why we have the local chapters, and you got these people. I try to hook them up. Oh, this such as in your city. Y'all meet? Nah. I had some people in Kenya, right? BAO members, right? And they both joined the organization, and it took me months for them to even meet, and they're in the same city, Nairobi. You know, say y'all both over there. Why don't y'all get together? Oh, okay, yeah, we're getting around to it. I said, you guys talk all that smack online and everything, but you guys are both in Africa. You guys both working on something. Why don't y'all work together? Oh, well. So that natural sense of community and brotherhood, you know, does not exist in Black America, and the
Okay,
Africa will
Kala.
test you. Yeah, bro. This is
Okay, Kala. That's understandable. However, we have to put up a united front. We can't be on social media platforms calling each other stupid and don't know what we're doing. If you see that your brother may be in error, then that's the time to have discussions and panels outside of social media and air out your differences and your grievances and work it out. we have to have a united front. You can't be in one breath saying you want to build a nation and then in the other breath calling your brother stupid.
No, no, I will build with
Wait,
somebody who
yes,
who wants to
yes,
build a nation.
Kala, I
If
understand.
you're
Yes,
against building a nation,
Kala,
there's nothing to talk about.
Kala, that's yeah, if you're against building the nation. But I believe that not everybody is against building the nation. And even if you are, you don't have anything to talk about. You do that outside of these social media platforms. We always should put on a united front. We should never air out our grievances. I don't know if you had parents or people who told you what happens in this house stays in this house.
Yeah, but
It's
this is a public
because,
platform, though.
yeah, this is a public platform, but it's not always meant to tear
Well, I
down
know, but
and
that's why.
destroy.
Hold on. That's why I have a social network that people could join my social network, right? And you could basically inbox me. We have a chat room. We have a forum. You could communicate me with 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I tell people all the time, you're not going to, when we come on these shows, it's just basically saying what we need to say publicly. But if you really want to build with me, why not? It's not going to be done on these shows in 5 hours.
Yes,
It's
and on
basically
these,
you join the
exactly.
social network, and then basically, and people tell me all the time, they join, and they email me and stuff like that, and they say, Kala, I didn't like what you said on Dinah's show, blah blah blah, and we'll talk about it, and people communicate with me
Yes,
all the
that's
time,
it.
you know.
Yes, that's awesome. And that's how it should be. And that's
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 what I
why we
do.
can save that's why we can save these type of platforms to continue building in that way. And then any other grievances or things that you don't agree with each other about, you can do it on your back the other channel or behind the scenes. But what I wanted to say is that with the B, I'm interested in joining that. Like I said, it just takes me time to listen and get more understanding about organizations and communities and committees that I would like to be a part of. Uh,
It's a
I'm
social network. It's a
I'm
social
in,
network.
I'm interested in it. However, I do think that you said that you have chapters in different cities or you have chapters in different
States.
states. Okay.
Yep.
So it would be nice to find out who you're in one state. So let's say you have a chapter in Illinois. So who are the people who are running the chapter in Illinois? Like,
You join
how can,
you join that you join the social network, right? Join the group,
mm-hmm,
right? And
mm-hmm.
just get acclimated with the guy people in there. Inbox the person, friend request them, and start meeting the people that's in the Illinois chapter. Yeah, I made
Okay.
it so
But it,
simple.
okay, that's fine. That's great, Kala. But it would be not everybody's just going to join just because you ask them to. Sometimes it takes this
Look,
type of dialogue. Wait,
look, I don't
Kala,
ask nobody to
I'm
join
sorry,
the
Kala.
social
I
network.
have not heard.
I have never asked
Kala,
somebody to
it's
join.
not a.
People join because they want to.
You have asked people to join. You do every time you
No,
come on here.
I'm
You
not
ask
begging.
us
I'm
to.
saying if you want to join, you join.
Nope. But I'm not saying that. I never said that you begged anyone. I said that you ask people to join. You do that, and that's okay. You want that's part of
And people
building
join. People
your.
join all the time.
Yeah, because you ask. People are not just going to join if they don't know about it. It's okay, Carla. I'm not saying that you're begging.
That's the
What I'm trying.
purpose. That's the purpose of these shows is to promote the social network, the money site, and everything.
Exactly. That's
And
all
we're
I'm
not asking for
saying.
no money and no nothing.
No, Carla, that's okay. Eventually, you're going to need that. You're going to need funds and things like
Oh,
that.
well,
So we're not saying that.
we have. That's coming. But I don't. The people that's joining and everything like that. I don't need their money. I don't need people's money. All I need is people that are serious about this when they join. And if you're interested in building, because it's not just in Africa, it's global. We have a
Okay,
STEM group.
Carla.
If you're in STEM, you can join the STEM group. Okay,
So yeah, that's
land
understandable.
development agency.
So basically, what I was saying was that if you have chapters in the different states, it would be nice to have a representative maybe come on the show, and people who live in that state may live in Illinois, sees and hears the representative from the state, where they can connect and begin to build. That might open up people being able to say, well, I know this person and I know this person. Just like you stated, sometimes on the internet, you can't feel, you don't know body language because you can't see the person. But having someone who represents the BAIO from each state may be joining in with you guys, coming in as a representative, and then starting like setting up a community panel that happens in the state where we can physically come to and begin to build. And that's how you can
We do that.
learn. So, yeah. So why don't you? So
Because
when is the
most of the
next one
people,
gonna?
most I don't know. Most of the people in the BAO don't come on these platforms. They just
I'm sorry, I didn't. You're fading out.
oh, okay. Most of the people that joined the BAO saw me on social network, and they basically joined and stuff like that. These are people that never call into shows, whatnot. The only person that ever called in a show that joined is two people, Kofi and Mufasa. They're the only ones that, and they've been moving for years. They're the only ones that in the BAO that ever calls into shows. They don't come. Most of the people in the BAO, these guys, professionals, they're engineers, I got scientists. They don't really rock with YouTube like that. Really, to be honest with you. So basically, they okay. They get together. We do a lot of Zoom conferences. We do uh, free conference calls, stuff like that. But we don't really do YouTube. Stuff like they don't come on these shows, whatnot, because these guys are
Well,
professionals and everything. And they don't want to be
well,
involved with this.
you're the founder, is that correct,
Yeah, I mean, even though he's a
Kala?
let me try to even though he's a
Yeah.
founder, me and him have the same problems. We have a lot of network, and even I have conference call for my community on a regular basis, and it's difficult dealing with them. It's like we're making ourselves available. It's like, and you're doing certain things, and even I have people where you do so much for them. You brought them to a country, you got them everything they need set up, and they're still putting pressure on you, saying that you say you were going to do this. I was like, yo, I said I was going to build a community, but it's like, give me the money to do it. Everything that you gave me money for is done. So now give me the money to do the other stuff. And you're telling people like, yo, we can only do so much. It's like, if people want to see things progress, they're gonna have to participate and do things. Like, one of the simplest thing I tell people, if you want to participate, spend some money and travel to Africa with us. Or if you don't want to spend some money and travel to Africa with us, you go to Africa on your own, and you kind of build certain energy. But it's like, it's only so much we can literally honestly do. And then there's a bunch of people that I'm not trying to have no dialogue with them and things like that, and like, there's someone to reach out to me, tell me I need to apologize to somebody. I was like, first of all, don't let people corrupt you and tell you what I'm doing. I was like, last I remember, my presence is shown, and then that person, what is that person doing for you? It's a very tricky situation, and I'm telling people, like, literally, I'm one person. I'm not here to recruit people and everything. Those who want to connect with us, my number is floating down there. Holla at me, and we can do some things. But like someone like Navigate Freely, I would never waste my time with somebody as stupid as that. I mean, and some people may not like the word
Oh my
stupid.
goodness, Bomani,
Is a real word.
Bomani,
Stupid is the word.
Bomani,
Well, I mean, you may not
Bomani,
like some of the things
Bomani,
someone to say
please,
about someone, but
Bomani.
I mean, it's not about
That's
please. Navigate Freely is one of the dumbest person to repatriate and move to Ghana. You look at all of his comments, it's decisive and
oh my
disrespectful. And
gosh.
I'm sorry that people like Navigate Freely have been a failure, and they're a failure when they go to Ghana and things like that. And then they feel like just because me and Kala are saying certain things, he got to always post certain comments. He can sit there and listen and post his comments and everything. But people like himself, I don't see what I would accomplish having certain dialogues with him and things like that. I have
Bomani.
I have more than enough people calling me and doing business. I just spend time working with a family of 5 today, so they can make their move to Ghana. I have people in the Gambia, Rwanda, and things like that. And so you out there working with people, and then you have people like him who literally think this is a joke. and literally think that's because we talk
Bomani.
about. Oh, go ahead. So since you want to talk, go ahead. I'll listen to you.
Yeah, at Bomani, that I honestly, just to be honest with you, totally honest, that doesn't even sound right coming out of your mouth.
Well, what doesn't sound right? I'm telling you about somebody who literally have no
You're
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 virtual
it's
who
signaling.
have no
it
respect for what
doesn't
we're doing, and every
it's
minute he does
very
is troll, and then when we bring him on the
So do you
platform,
have,
he just fights
just
them.
I'll bring up, do you have
wait,
anything to
Kala,
say about
Listen,
the way he always
Kala.
trying to
I mean,
It's
stop calling us
okay.
name and
derail
send.
everything we do?
Well, Kala,
We can't
I'm
talk
muting
over
myself
each
for you,
other,
so.
guys. We can't talk over each other.
And keep on saying
Um,
please and things like that. The thing of it is, we're not. I mean, I'm being honest with people. We're not.
okay, so
Me and
I
Kala
I
is
think
not
I'm
the
not
source.
wanted anymore.
No, no,
So
no.
I'm gonna
It's not
I'm
that you
gonna
don't want it.
I'm
I
gonna
want.
jump off.
No, no. I mean, you can jump off if you want, but I want you to understand our perspective. Me and Kala is not like some of these soft ass, weak ass black men. 95% of our men are weak punks. They have no heart, no gut, and they won't put their money and their energy behind anything. And they'll just run their mouth like a bunch of trolls. Like, you know what I mean? From like unapologetic Negropean, Nack Sleazy, Navigate Freely. I could name a bunch of these
Why
trolls, and I have no respect for any of them. They're garbage and things like that. What people like myself looking for is people of black excellence. You asked me about my Tanzania trip, my Ghana trip, my Senegal. I have people traveling with me. And I mean, and I tell people if you hear me on YouTube talking about a troll and everything, you can judge me if you want to judge me. But at the same time, too, I'm being real with this movement. I've dedicated my life to the movement. I've explained to people from the beginning. I gave up my career. If you ask me if I can hit a button right now and go back to my career, I'll go back to being in the U.S. Navy and then work my way to being an officer. Because what I've realized is like when you out here, you giving what you can give, your people are turning around and want more and entitled. And I'm telling you, based on my experience being an investor and building a community and building tours and things like that, most of our people have no respect for us. They'll give us their money and do business. They'll turn around and be entitled and disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? I've had to put people in their place, and majority of the people I've had to put in their place as people 20 years older than me, and it should not have to be that way. You know what I mean? And it's not like I have no
I do
respect for my
agree.
elders. Is that some of our elders are no, sorry, they're not elders. Some of our elders have no respect for a young generation that's more progressive than them. And I'm telling people, I appreciate you working 30, 40 years for Coca-Cola or the corporations and things like that. I had a different decision. I had a chance to give up my career, give up a bunch of different things because I realized that in order for us to have what we need to have, we have to make real sacrifices. And the real sacrifices mean that we're going to have to say that some of our people we can't do anything with. Like me personally, I can't do nothing with people like Tariq Nasheed or the Omar Johnson. They're on a different mindset and things like that. You know what I mean? And things that so I like Kala and me and Kala are great friends. Now we all weren't always good friends and things like that, but we built a relationship by dialogue and we can get things done. But we tried to communicate with Navigate, Nax Leezy, and all the people came on the panel, and people have seen what they've done. They've run them out, they've been disrespectful, they tried to, the title's up there, Pan-African towards nation building. And if you're not about what we're building, we're here to waste our time. And it's just like we have too many people who are literally trolls and haters. As a matter of fact, we have friends that we talk about the whole time here. And some of them may call me tomorrow and say, Bomani, I didn't think that was cool that you're calling me. I was like, I didn't call your name. I was like, well, you didn't call my name, but I know you're talking about me. I was like, so what? I was like, people are like, you are the issue. And I dare any of them to call me and say anything to me and things like that. And it's not no battle or anything, but me and Kala is showing that people that we're the strongest force in Pan-Africanism. And then most of the people that you love on YouTube are trolls and haters, and all they're doing is setting you up for failure. And everything is about them monetizing the channel and getting things. This channel is monetized. None of these videos are monetized. And we're not begging or asking anybody for anything. You know what I mean? And so I just feel like me personally, I'm looking for the best of our people. That's get what we're saying, because I can't waste any more of my time with people who ain't about or who are not about what we're about. Navigate Freely say nonsense. He is nonsense. He's some of the people that instead of them joining the community that we have in Jahadzi, since they cost a little bit more money, they're like, oh, I'm going to go get this freelance. So they're over there living in that raggedy ass town. You know what I'm saying? And for the most part, they got real issues on their land and they don't know about it. And people like ourselves, we're building what we're building, but we won't get the support we're building and things like that. So, I'm at the point where I'm telling people it's nothing personal. I'm only down with the people that are down with us. And I'm not into being about all black people. I'm more into being about all Black people. That's about our Black excellence and what we're building. Some of our people, like we talk about Umar Johnson and that
Excuse
thing
me.
on Fox Soul and things like that. Am I supposed to be down with that thing? And am I supposed to be down with Umar Johnson and his confusion? Am I supposed to be down with Tariq Nasheed and his exclusion of things? I can't work with these people. Am I supposed to be down with that dumbass Dane Calloway or that idiot Naxleezy or unapologetic Nitty European? And I'm telling people I call names because none of these people can challenge me, and none of these people have done what I've done. And like I've told people that, you know, you're in Africa because I brought you there and I've helped you get set up and I've made sacrifice. So show me some respect as a man and show me some respect as someone who has made the sacrifice, and stop listening to idiots who have never done anything and will never do anything for you.
Oh, you've made yourself very clear, Bomani, and Kala. Thank you. You're very clear on what it is that you want and who you want to deal with. So hopefully that continues to work out for you guys.
Oh, it's always work out because one thing we don't
the
have time
best
for
of
is people.
the best of luck to you guys. Blessings.
Oh, always, and we, being honest with people, we don't have time for stupid, ignorant, illiterate people who are not putting the work in. If we sit around and waste our time with a bunch of stupid, ignorant, dumbass Black people, we'll never progress anywhere. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't sit around and talk about Jamaica or one specific place, because I have the same problem in Jamaica. You know, a bunch of ignorant fools who literally won't work together to build anything. So I'm here with Kala Genesis in Black America. I'm here with some of my Ghanaian brothers in Ghana or my brothers in Tanzania, because that's what I have to do. Because right now we're at a situation where 95% of Black men, 95% of Black men are a weak excuse. And only way I know this is because I have a business, and most of the people that I want to hire and I want to work with me are Black men, because I am a Black man and I push Black manhood, you know, and things like that. That's why I always respect my sisters who push
Exactly.
the circle and things like that. And I always tell them, I was like, yo, you know what I mean? And then we talk and I'm like, yo, sister, I appreciate you because you're a woman and you have to push womanhood. And I'm as a man, I have a young boy I'm raising. He's 12 years old. You know, if that was a 12-year-old girl, I don't know, I'll be in trouble. I mean, I wouldn't really know what to do. I wouldn't, you know what I mean? But that's why men has to be men, and that's why the brothers that are around me, they'll tell you, like, Bomani coming up to me and they talk to me about my opportunities as a 17, 18-year-old man as far as military, technical school, entrepreneurship, and other careers and things like that, and kind of just be there to talk with me and things like that. And I'm here for my brothers and sisters. What I'm not here to do, because I've had so many Black people waste my time. And when you're an entrepreneur and you have different business, people wasting your time can cause your collapse and things. So I'm telling people I don't have time for emotionalism, and I don't have time for people getting upset with things like that. Like, yes, I'm one of the people call some people stupid and idiots, because a lot of our people are not very intelligent because they won't take time out to do the work that it takes. So am I supposed to be stuck with a bunch of degenerates and a bunch of just idiots and stupid ass Black people? No. And that's why I work very hard. And one thing I learned in the US Navy is recruiting. You know, like I literally saw, like I want as recruiting and training, because I literally saw when I was in boot camp. I mean, like I literally didn't realize how stupid white people were until I joined the US Navy. I'm being dead serious. I didn't realize that, because one of the things is when you're in those places with, and it's you 18, 19, 20 with a bunch of different races of people and things, that you realize who people are, even though you all have to work together, because that's the nature of the military. You know, you're all in America. So if you get sent somewhere, you know, you have to stick together, and, you know, so it does bring a certain bond, but you realize that, you know, that the people, you know, that we're told that are smarter and intelligent than us, they're not. And I'm telling Black folks, like, don't fall for that stuff. Literally stand up for yourself and literally compete. And that's when people, like, when I was in the, you know, and when I was in the Navy, that's one of the things I saw. I mean, I competed. And when you do know that time when you're competing, you realize about manhood, and you realize that some of these white men, they're not men, but what they have is a system that trained them and put them in a situation to be leaders. Like some of these stupid ass people that are literally going to boot camp with, they're military officers, like literally dead serious. They're running ships, they're running bases and things like that. And I'm telling you, I stayed with them and I dialogued with them, and they had low intelligence, but they had a system to build them up. And that's what I'm telling people. So we need to focus on educating and building our people up, because if we don't, then they're gonna be people like they're gonna end up being people like Navigate Freely, Not Fleazy, Unapologetic Negro, basically being the worst of our people. And black men like myself that are real men and warriors, we're gonna have to stand for that. Because one thing, like I'm gentle with my sisters and things like that, but when it comes to black men, I'm hard. I'm not into this little soft stuff. You know what I mean? And Kala, and that's what I like about you, Kala. You're just like me. We're roughnecks. we're like
roughnecks.
We're like what real men are. We're rough guys. We're not like guys shouldn't be all soft and talking like a little baby little voice. Like like some of these guys in the land, I keep away.
Virtual signals thing. Virtual is like, oh, I'm surprised you, Bomani, talking like that and all stuff like that. What are you supposed to do? The guy's in the chat room. He basically disrespected Mr. Rosenthal. He basically talks smack when Angola's this, Angola's this. Everything we talk about, he goes against. So and she says nothing about. She never correctly navigate. Okay, navigate.
A blatant idiot, and that he makes himself this, someone with low IQ, because it's like we brought people on and we talking, and it's like, dude, you act like a little child. You're a 60-something-year-old man, older. You would never be an elder.
And then basically he's making a. And then you saw my face when you was talking, right? And I know you was having an emotional moment, so I was silent. And I sit there stoically. I didn't bat an eye. He's sitting there making jokes about it,
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Oh man, you talking about people who died
that have shaken down to where they had to go back to America, and I'm like, Navigate Freely. You guys do, you just got to Africa. You have no idea how things are.
And then B Hoops said nothing about that he was out of line when he's talking about that. You're basically telling a personal story. You could have turned the camera off and be like, yo, give me 5 minutes, Colin. Take it,
died. And some of them has been publicly published on YouTube. And these are all people that I brought to the country. I brought a lot of people to Africa. I've influenced a generation of people to go to Africa and build up in Africa. So when this idiot Navigate Freely talk about nonsense and stuff like that, you know what I mean? It's like, it's like, why would I have respect for someone who don't have respect for what we're doing? It's like, you see what we're doing. We're trying to organize our people.
Remember
Angola, and then
remember in that movie, Lincoln?
When it's about those countries you have no knowledge on. Well, guy, brother.
Remember that movie, Lincoln? Remember the part when they were worrying about the battle in New Orleans? Remember that part? And it's in the joke, and Lincoln's telling jokes and whatnot. And then the seismograph, whatever.
Are you talking about the Lincoln movie that they just came out
with Daniel Day-Lewis?
Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, that was good. I
with Daniel Day.
Man, I didn't.
That was good.
Yeah, I gotta.
Yo, that one part, man. That one part, man, tells it all. That showed you, if that's accurate, Lincoln was probably the greatest leader the world's ever seen. He was like, how many casualties? And then he sort of like this. Okay, so we won the port, a battle, it was a major strategic battle. And when the thing came on, the thing back in the day, the telegraph thing came on, they all gathered around, set up, and they held hands because they knew their nation, what they were doing was at stake. He said, yeah, we won. I said, but how many? First thing Lincoln said was, how many casualties? And says, okay, this and the other thing. So the war was tilted in their side. Had he got the news that they lost, the Union was finished. But he was like, okay, we got the thing. You got to see that part where the telegraph thing came in, and all of a sudden they're sitting there joking. He's telling jokes, and next the telegraph thing started rumbling in the corner, and they all gathered around, and the guy started reading the thing, saying, okay, yeah, the such been taken. Okay, how many casualties? Okay, I'm looking down here. Okay,
you're talking about Wilmington, right? Wilmington, Delaware, right?
Yeah, Wilmington. No, Wilmington, North Carolina. Something like that. Wilmington, North Carolina. I keep going to think Wilmington, North Carolina, or New Orleans. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, because the Union had their naval ships. They were shelling Wilmington.
Right. Yeah. Wilmington, North Carolina.
I literally thought it was literally Delaware. So you say it's not Delaware. It's
no, it was North Carolina. It was North Carolina
because it was the South. They were shelling the South.
Yeah, it was shelling South, and so therefore, the way they gathered together and whatnot. I said that's the nation. You felt like that was America being born. That's the nation. I said, when are we going to have those moments, right? Where the fate of, like he said, the fate of humanity is in our hands now. Get me those votes.
That was a great
we're at the point now.
performance right there. Daniel
That was a
Day-Lewis.
great movie. It was great.
Absolutely. We,
Yeah,
we,
he's the
we,
best actor of all times.
I mean, we've seen him in the Gangs of New York movie. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to
Yeah.
praise any Irish or British guys, but it's like we have to give this man his respect, man. A great job because these are historical
Yeah.
roles.
Yo, man.
Do the research to play these parts.
He became Bill the Butcher. He became, I
He
mean,
was wilding, the gangs, like family. If you haven't seen the Gangs of New York, you're talking about like when we talk about the Irish, we talking about the Italians. It's like these are historical movies that show you their savagery and what they had to do, the trials and tribulations that what they had to do to dominate. Like you talking about, Bank of America was built by an Italian man, right? You know what I mean? We talking about
Sicilian.
you know, and then we talking about the Italian mafia and how they work it to where we're doing World War II. That
Another good movie came
Italian mafia because they
out
had
not
certain
too long ago.
I mean,
Another good movie that came out a couple years ago. It was about a black bank, right? Chris Rock, I think, starred in it, right? And what they used white people
oh
as
yeah,
a front.
I remember that movie. Like,
It's based on a true
that movie.
story.
It
They
had
used
the
white
person
people as
that
a front.
God, I think he played. He's like he's in the
Lateef Stanfield. I think his name was Lateef Stanfield. I think the guy who played in.
remember that movie and in yeah, I do remember that movie. I just wish I could remember that movie, but that's what I love about these historical movies, and I'm always telling people like go watch these movies because when black people make movies, we're just not making movies to make movies. It's relevant to our life, our history, our culture, and the struggle of our people in this country. And that's one of those movies where
Mhm.
where you're trying to establish black bank, and then now you gotta like, okay, the best thing for me to do is get a white front man. And that's why so much people and entertainment, and that's why so many people denounce Kanye, because all of them know they got some white European Jew business partner and they're calling the shots. They're the money, they're the
Mhm.
money aspect of things.
Mhm.
And and Kanye's situation is interesting. And I'll say many different things about it, but this is why we're talking about it, because literally you're in a situation where now you're trying to build something and you can't build your own black bank. And I'm gonna remember that movie because a friend of mine reached out to me and they was like, you talk a lot of stuff you talk, man, you gotta see this. And I was like, appreciate your family, and I'm always taking requests from people, and that's why I know
Do you got
from
do
both
you got fire?
Hollywood.
Mine, you got Fire Stick. You got Fire Stick. I'm gonna find it on Fire Stick.
I
Remember
mean,
the name.
this is the technology house. We have access to all kind of stuff, all kind of computers here. So
Oh
all you have
man,
to do is give me a title, and usually I just have it on a flash
I
drive
got a Fire Stick, man.
on
I got a
TV.
Fire Stick with
And
thousands of apps, man.
I can do that way, and also I can just download it and put it on a flash drive connected to the TV, and then watch it on the TV itself. For those who don't understand that you have a USB.
Yeah, we got to get that. We both got to watch that movie and then talk about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We can definitely do that, brother. As a matter of fact, and I can always go back and watch it and things like that. So I'm telling people that the things that we talk about is real, and the reason why you see Afrikstan Analysis and everything, because everything has to be analyzed to where us comparing it to us having a nation or building a nation or not having a nation, and it's not about us being respectful or disrespectful to people. It's like people need to respect the fact that during Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X generation, who were the people running? Who were the people that was the voice and the energy? Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X. Dr. King Dr. King and Malcolm X was in the same era, and they were like the people. So I'm not saying that me and Kala and Dr. King and Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X. We're not saying that, but we're saying that we're modern day leaders of our movement based on what we have studied and the time we've put in. And the issue that we have is like people will go watch some of these other people channel and literally, and I'm telling them that I'm being honest with you, family. I don't care who feels a certain way what I'm saying, because I'm not calling their names. You know what I mean? Because I got that much love for them and everything. And even though some of them are my brothers, I don't like the bootleg bull stuff that they're doing, especially the ambulance chasing, talking about Mexicans, talking about Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson, all kind of stuff, and talking about how black people just need to go to Africa. So that people say, oh, he's talking about 3 YouTubers. Yeah, I'm talking about 3 YouTubers. And who cares? I mean, it's nothing personal. I have respect for them to not call their names and things, but it's like, you know, me and Kala had to just really reach out to me and, you know, and talk to me and say, Bomani is like, people don't even respect you as a Pan-Africanist that's been in the ground. I was like, yeah, because I'm always working. I can't do YouTube live. And Kala's one of the biggest reasons why I'm doing more of the YouTube live, because we do need to show people that there's people out there that's not just so-called content creators. There's people out there that's actually organizing groups. So when Kala shows you the Black Social Network, it's real. I mean, he shows you all the affiliation group in there. I mean, I don't know what anybody can understand. When I have people like navigate freely,
No, I said like I asked.
right? No, I was just
She
saying.
said she asked a question about the chapters. I said my guys are working. They don't got time to be on YouTube.
No, I mean, most of the people that we
They don't
know
got time to be on YouTube talking. These guys are out there working.
Like most of the people that's in progressive in my community and we're doing things, they're not on YouTube. Like, you know, so I'm telling people that, as a matter of fact, when you talk about FBA, if I ask all my neighbors here about FBA, because I have, like, none of them was like, what is that? And I was like, I told them fake ass Black Americans, Black Americans who don't.
Yeah, and ADOS, FBA, and whatnot. Nobody knows who the hell that is. Most of it, nobody knows who Tariq Nasheed is.
Nobody knows who Dane Calloway is. Only people that know who Dane Calloway is millenniums on the internet. But the thing of it is, he's causing enough damage and confusion. So that's why me and Kala literally had to just be here and things like that. Trust me, family, we have a whole lot of things to do. My brother run his independent business agency, and I got business here. We're both business professionals and entrepreneurs. So when we having these conversations, it's not about no emotionalism and feel good and like Bomani, you're too, you know, like, yeah, people have told me like, you know, you're too rough, and I'm like, what the hell does that mean? We're in an age when, well, almost like half of the men are feminine and weak, and they're not men. And some of them are trying to get sex change. Like, what's that thing name? That Umar was the talking with that thought she was a sister. What's that thing name? As a matter of fact, we don't even need to talk to her.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a thing.
I forgot. I don't even know the name, man. You know, the thing. She goes. Yeah, I had him going one night. I think
its name is Hope. Its name is Hope. Hope.
She goes. I had a dingling. I had a dingling tingling, something like that. I'm like, damn, Omar, you gotta hold that L for that shit, bro. You know?
Yeah, that you know, got their hair locked up and all kind of stuff and things like that. And it's like, it's sick because it's like you're talking all that stuff, but you won't explain your sexuality. Like earlier today, me and Kala was talking about women, and I want to apologize to other sisters. We're not like it's like sometimes I find myself making an excuse for being a man that loves women. A man that's a man, and a man that's not a soft man, a man that's a rough man, like a leader and take control and things like that. And I was like, family, you know how hard it is to be a real Black man in a society where most Black men are weak as hell, even feminine, literally just like
emotional feminine.
And some of them are literally trying to get, you know, if the government gave them money to do a sex change, they'll do a sex change because that seemed like what.
And you know something, and that's to me, brother, that's what's behind the so-called reparations movement. A bunch of men that don't want to build, don't want to pull their money together. They want to lean on the white man for a check and whatnot. You know, all this effeminate shit. You know, nation building is
I'm like, are you serious? You're not getting anything. I
listen to
Revolt TV, and I appreciate this presentation and Killer Mike and Riza Islam and many other people. Number of respect for them. These are my brothers, and I got respect for them because they're gonna always be people out there. They're always gonna be out there being a voice for the Black people in America, which I respect because someone has to do that. Our voice is for Pan-Africanism, nation building, because what are we supposed to do? Keep on trying to challenge and fight a system that was already built to where they'll make sure it could be 0.0005% white people in America, and they're not giving up their power. They built a system where everything is systematic and it's in the law. It's in the situation.
It's not. It's just. It's not only systematic. It's systematic and systemic at the same time. It's systematic and systemic.
Talk to some of your brothers because we all have them. Your friends, because there's one criminal in every family. There's one jailbird that's always going to jail. I got one in my family, unfortunately. And you know what I mean, you have to talk to them and listen to
Mhm.
them. And first of all, they're gonna tell you when you did your 2-year, 3-year time in jail, what's the percentage of the people that was in jail? They'll say, well, 75% was black, maybe 20% Hispanic, and 5% white. that's like, I mean, I'm not saying that those numbers are standard, but those are the numbers they're gonna give you. And you asking people like, okay, well, are just black people just criminals or black people just make bad decisions? It's just like you tell people you could be a black person arrested for the same thing as other people, and it's a different turnout. Different deals are made,
Mhm.
and you're gonna always be that situation because the world will always know if black men unite, we dominate and take over the world, literally, because we're the strongest force in the world. White men are weak. White men can't even
And
produce.
also when you see too strong,
They can barely get their women pregnant. They gotta come up with all kind of stuff. Some of us, we gotta come up with some stuff like, yo, man, if I just, if I do my thing, she pregnant tomorrow. That's how fertile
Mhm.
we are people. We're the chosen people. And we just have to
Mhm.
prove to ourselves like that. And I'm not gonna let no weak excuse people like navigate freely. All them people I've called stop us from doing what we're doing. You know what I mean? I'm representing the future of our children to where we can have land and we build what we need to build. That's the main thing. Instead of people worrying about what we talking about, elders like navigate freely. Instead of talking and then focus on, we talking about our children, making sure our children have the things that they need to compete and succeed. I think people miss that concept of what we explaining because they think that all we do is talk down about trolls.
And check us out.
Hmm?
Check us out. Check us out. And also, when you talk about the healthcare navigate, we don't need no healthcare. We got plenty of doctors in Ghana. You were going
Navigate.
to tell me a couple weeks ago
Do you
that
know how much people
we don't
are
need no
lost
doctors.
in Ghana because of bad health care? Do you know how much of my friends have
Yeah.
died? I'm not saying it's like 50, 100, no, but it's like, you have several people that have died. That hurts because they didn't have to die. And I guarantee you 100%, I put my life on it. If they were in America, they would have not died. And I'm telling you, family, the
Hmm.
healthcare system in Africa is terrible. It's the worst on the planet. When I have people calling me and say, Bomani, I'm gonna end up, I'm heading to Thailand because I got to do some work on things. And I'm thinking they say, hey, I'm thinking they're telling me they're going to Thailand to go chilling and check out Thailand because Asia is nice. I've been to several different Asian countries when I was in the Navy in my early 20s and things like that. But no, they said nah. They said that the reason why I have to go to Canada and Thailand and places like that because the healthcare in Africa is terrible. I have friends that was in the military that I brought there and they then they text me and say, yeah, hey, I'm in New York. I was like, what the hell you doing in New York? I thought you loved Ghana. It's like, yeah, I gotta come and I'm at the VA hospital so I can get my stuff taken care of and everything. Now they have
Yeah, it's real life, man. Really,
because the best
you have to have
doctors in
full
Ghana
disclosure.
and the Gambia and Nigeria, we're the best doctors in those countries. They're in America, Canada, and Europe. I put my life on it.
Yeah, just like the Dynasty of the show, it's like Nigeria and Ghana is losing like 300 doctors a month. More in the U.S. than in the UK. Because they can't get paid. They can't like that because nobody's organized. The problem is in Africa is the fact that a lot of the GDP is the national budget goes to servicing debt. From the IMF and whatnot. So these countries, you come over there, you have to be self sufficient. We have to develop our own medical system. I sell insurance for a living. I sell overseas insurance. Where people could and I reached out to Dynas. I said, Dynas, you too, because Dynas works with me. I said, look, everybody goes on a tour that's planning on staying in Africa, you should make them get a temporary health insurance policy. Because
Absolutely.
when you got that right,
Very
the
important.
doctors in Africa will treat you. That's key. That's key. And we should also know. I have yet to see any person. Maybe we should work on that to tell people. Okay, when you go to this country, this is the medical system. This is the doctor you should see. This is the hospital you should see. This is where you should check in. This was insurance. That's very important. It's very important. So therefore, it's not just fun and games. We're telling people healthcare is very serious. When you go to a foreign country and everything. So when you're there, or not check in with this doctor, check in with this clinic, check in with this medical professional. Check with these people right here. Those are the type of networks we need to build on the ground on the continent. Where people have healthcare and stuff like this. And do all this stuff. And so basically, we're just telling the truth, right? You know, And somebody, B who says people with bruised ego. I don't have no ego. I do not have an ego at all. I tell it like it is. If people want to join the BAIO, they could join. I set up everything set up for if you're really interested in building, not just here in Africa, here, local chapters, groups. I said we want to start the Sky City group and with the Land Development Agency where people are practicing on building communities or using software, stuff like that. People might have ideas, and so those are the sort of things that basically show that you're interested in nation building, But sitting there debating with somebody like Navigate Freely is a waste of freaking time, And so therefore, the this is a joke. Navigate self insurance is better. What the hell is self insurance? Other insurance simply appeals to fear and greed. See, ignorant stuff like this. When people are 65 years old, that's ignorant. Navigate doesn't even have his Medicare Part B
Yeah, the
because
thing
he's
of it
only
is,
going to pay $170 a month.
Navigate Freely, I gotta explain to you. You think this is a joke, brother? It's not a joke. I'm telling you, I've had friends die. I'm not playing games. I'm not like making stuff up. Like I can't just be on here telling people about friends who have lost their lives and people who have come back broken, homeless. This is the world I've lived in. I've been traveling to Ghana for 16 years. When you are somewhere on your corporate job in America and they ain't know nothing about Africa, and people like myself have inspired you. So don't think, oh, we're playing games. You know what I mean? Don't be sitting here, vouching for the Ghana healthcare system. Yeah, do you have good healthcare in Ghana? Yes, but you better have a bank to pay for that healthcare. And then you mentioned a stupid comment about the Veterans Affair. The thing of it is, when you're a military veteran and things like that, sometimes the things don't work out for you to where, when I got out of the Navy, I was fortunate to get a nice corporate job with the airlines. So I didn't even use the VA benefits. But in later on in the years and things, I end up being thankful for it because it didn't make no sense to spend money that I didn't need to spend because I had those benefits and things like that.
Yeah,
And
I
then
have a guy.
VA,
I have a
the
guy.
better
I got to
than
see
you
Monday,
in
right?
Africa dying because I've had military veterans, like I mentioned to you, Navigate and other people. They come back and they're in New York and Georgia and they Carolina and they're using the facility and things like that. So it's still better than whatever else you're getting offered in Africa. And I'm not disrespecting the African continent, but the reality of it is, like Kala mentioned about the situation, that the amount of doctors and the amount of educated people that are in healthcare that are not there, and the ones who come here and they get educated to that career, because I know some of them, they're not going back to work in any hospital. So I'm telling people that they stop glorifying the situation. The Ivy Prosper, a sister from Canada had to go back to Canada. She has our connection in Ghana, but she had to go back to Canada to get treatment. I even saw Go Black in a video saying he's questioning the situation that because the thing of it is, a lot of us are getting older in age. Like people are myself, which are, you basically say that genetically superior. That's what people like myself consider ourselves, genetically superior. Even people like myself, you get to the point where you realize you're getting old. And you talk about some people, talk about somebody themselves, you're not sick, you have great genetics, but even so, you're still gonna need great medical care. So even on our community, we explain that we need to build a medical center and we need to build an educational center, because two things: you need to be able to educate your own brothers and sisters. And like I told people, I would never bring my son to any African country and put him in any of these stupid colonial schools. You know what I mean? Like, people don't understand the situation. It's like, oh, you just got up and went to Ghana, but it's like, do you know how it works with children in school? Do you know how it works with healthcare and things like that? Y'all don't know these things. So when people run their mouth, oh, why you here in America talk so much about Africa? I'm here because I need to work on what I need to work on to build everything that we need. That whole town that I'm gonna move in, I will not move to that town until we have what we need, because that does not make no sense. To put yourself in a situation where your child can't get the best education and your child can't do certain things. So I'm telling people the things that we believe in and we want to do in Africa, we realize one thing, family, that we have to build it. Like, I'm not running into no African country getting an apartment and then just hanging out with the local people and everything. That is a waste of my life and waste of my time. Now, if I'm in different countries and we're building a town, a city, and we're working together to live Black excellent. Like Kala, you and I talk about it, and you and I are not bougie or anything, but it's like, you remember building your career and you remember getting to a point where you work towards certain things. Are you trying to go back back in the days where where your resources were less and things like that. No one is trying to give up.
Yeah, man, living in an apartment with roaches and shit. No,
If
I'm not
I'm
trying
gonna
to do
go to
that.
Ghana, I want to live. I tell people, I'm gonna live well for myself, and that's why we're putting the work in, because, and then we're gonna make sure we have the medical center and make sure we have educational center. And people like myself, I'm all about technical administration and business administration.
Your boy Navigate is freaking ignorant. On one hand, he says, I don't trust white doctors, but yet he talks about white people born in Africa are Africans. He said color doesn't matter. He said that long as they're doing the work, so he's hypocritical. He's just sitting there talking a bunch of nonsense. Then he says there are hundreds of millions of black people in Africa, only 50 million in the United States. Therefore, healthcare is maintaining more. So people in Africa have a low life expectancy and they die of preventable diseases, like guinea worm and stuff like this, malaria. Those are preventable diseases. People don't die like that in America, you know. And so this is ridiculous. I work in
Wow.
Medicare and Medicaid industry and whatnot. Most black people in America got access to doctors and everything like that because I work in that field. And
And then
so
for
so when
example,
people say
you go
ignorant
to the
stuff like this,
hospital and you need to get treatment, they're not gonna turn you away. I mean, they may bill you, but in Africa, if you don't come up with that money, because trust me, I've had friends in the hospital. Like I'm telling people, like they need to shut the hell up. I want to say some other words, but they need to shut the hell up. If you don't have any experience on being in Africa and you don't have friends who have been through this situation, you don't need to say nothing because I'm not making any of this up. And anybody want to come on here and challenge me, you can challenge me because the life I live is 100% about Black power and Pan-Africanism and being in the different countries and seeing how things work. And I'm telling you, like I've had friends, they literally go somewhere and just because the people want them to be brainwashed, they will poison them or do certain things to them. And then the only way you know that is based on their reaction. Because if somebody's around you and they're fine, and next thing you know, they go up to certain parts of the country, and just because that family want that person to be, they'll put some juju and things like that on them to get them up, to get them just like locked in on the lady that they're trying to get. Like family, trust me, there's things that I don't even understand, and there's things that I can't even say for many different reasons and things like that.
this guy Phil
I
Miner
met
says
you,
Naomi
I met
Campbell lives in
Simon
Africa. Of
Africa
course, she's a
built
millionaire.
relationship. You don't know what you're talking about. So navigate freely. People like yourself, you have not been anywhere. You lived in America and then you went to Ghana. I've been to 35 countries in the world across 6 continents, from US Navy, working with the airlines, doing my own travel business, and taking my vacations and things like that. I spent from the age of 18 to now 45, literally traveling the globe and doing this work and things like that. And the record of what we do speak for itself. And I'm not here to pat myself on the back or glorify myself. In an age where you have weak men, in an age where you go places, sometimes you can't even tell if it's a man or woman. You have us out here as men building what we need to build, regardless of those situations. And we're telling people, let's stick together and work on what we need to work on. And we don't need stupid people just trying to challenge us, because none of y'all can challenge us. None of y'all can debate us. And we are proving that none of y'all can challenge us. Even if you're Tariq Nasheed or Umar Johnson, none of y'all are on the same level as we are on. So the best thing for you to do is either work with us or learn from us, because we're not going to let a bunch of village idiot Negroes from America who went to Ghana think that they know more about Africa just because they live in there. You have no idea. You have never explored Africa. And that's the biggest mistake most people make. They get up and they just go to Africa and move. And sometimes it's hard for me to tell people to not do this.
Let me say this, Brian. Let me say this.
Sure, sure,
Let,
brother.
let, let me say this, right? Phil Miner, said, Uche Duke Jackson, Uche got money, living in Uganda. He got money. You know, Akon has money. Naomi Campbell has money. These people have money. You know, and they go by black YouTubers and videos sharing their experience living in Ghana right now. Yeah, there's a lot of people living in Africa sharing their experience. They get on YouTube. They only last like a year. Next thing you know, they're off YouTube. Where'd they go? They're back to the United States. It didn't work out. Oh, why I left Ghana? Why there this and stuff like this? Why I left Tanzania? Why this? And
And
bottom line is this: if you're on YouTube, right,
yeah.
and when you're on YouTube and you're making money off of YouTube, right, to sustain yourself in Africa, right, that's the gig. You go to Africa, you have no income, you have no nothing, you have no health care and everything, and you trying to live off of YouTube monetizing videos. That's ridiculous, Instead of listening to what we're saying, we need to build communities where people have real jobs, real careers, and real opportunities where people can give like that. We said, oh, such and such living in Africa or whatnot. It's just like it's man, it's just like it's just sad. You're just really really sad that people sit there. It's like instead of saying, something, I want to. I'm a young man. Let me go get my medical degree. Let me go get my respiratory therapist. Maybe I can add something to what Bomani and Kyle's talking about. They think Africa is a Disneyland. It's a fairy tale. They're gonna go to Africa and live one night. Man, I'm sick and tired of that. That's why the Pan African movement is suffering. You got ignorant people like this in the chat talking a bunch of nonsense. We're talking you the real thing. If you can't, when we go to talk about people going to the continent, we tell you better be prepared for that. Give full disclosure. Do you have health care? Do you have school age children? Do you have a will? Do you have life insurance? Do you have people on the ground that you're going to connect with if something goes wrong? Do you have that sort of community and companionship on the continent? You have to have all that when you think. That's why we talk about Black Star Pan African community. We talk about people working together. And these people want to sit here and debate us and those kind of nonsense and everything. It's freaking it's stupidity. It's just freaking stupidity. Stupidity. And nobody said you can't just go to the continent and build
brother,
a house, whatever like that. People are doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people live in a community and some people are doing well for themselves. And it's like we're trying to put things in perspective so people could stop making bad decisions and things like that. Like, I do understand it hurts me every time I see one of my brothers and sisters here get executed and things like that. It breaks my heart. And it breaks my heart in all different levels. But it's like, are you supposed to just go to Africa and just go and things like that? I'm telling people, the numbers y'all don't see, people like myself see. And it doesn't have to be that situation. It's just a simple thing we telling people. Like when people tell me that I'm going to Africa, I don't want to be around no African Americans. And when stupid people telling me that, oh, you need to stop trying to do all this group stuff and trying to work with all these people. You need to go get your piece of land, you and your son do whatever. And I'm like, I look at them and I was like, are you literally a modern day village idiot? I was like, what kind of stupid ass advice are you giving me? I was like, you did what you needed to do in your generation. This is my generation. This is my generation, and people like myself. I'm one of the leaders of my generation, of my family, and things like that. You had your time. Like, navigate freely. You had your time. You built nothing. You organized nothing and did nothing for your people in America. And you're there in Ghana, and you're glorifying stupidity, and you have no idea what you have gotten yourself into. And the reason why you're there doing okay is because you're around other African Americans, and that is going to be your savior. Let you try to navigate freely. Let you try to do anything outside of what you did and stay in a stable and go somewhere else. Your life will be a different situation. You wouldn't be sitting around glorifying all the people you're talking about in Ghana. You literally be singing a different tune. Trust me. You know what I mean? Trust me. So that's why it proves the situation when you're in a community with other groups or members of from America. It works out good because now you have people in America and you have people in Ghana with you there, and you can work and figure things out. Those are the solution. But I'm telling you, that's not what people do. And people coming to get the land where you guys have, or coming to get the land where we have. Those are the solutions because people have done other things. Oh yeah, Bomani, I met this prince, and oh my God, he took me horseback riding. He was doing all kinds of stuff to trust me. The stories are unbelievable that you hear. And the reason why people reach out to me because I'm the one that brought them there in the country. I'm the one that built relationship. And I'll listen to them. And then I'll turn around and tell them that, what you did was stupid and it wasn't intelligent and wasn't smart. And you can't blame nobody else for the situation you're going to deal with. And there's certain things that's so private, I can't say nothing. And because I don't want to disrespect that person that's going through the situation and told me what they told me. But a lot of people tell me a lot of things. Just like I was telling you about this coward. He spent all of his time in America working hard and giving everything to the system. And then he decided he want to come and travel with me. Appreciate it. Decided he want to come live in a community with me. Appreciate it. And then now he's telling me that he's retired and he don't want to have anything to do with Pan-Africanism, what we're doing. And I'll turn around and I'll tell my brother that's doing certain things. I was like, is this guy stupid? Is he like a modern day village idiot from South Carolina or from the Carolinas living in Ghana, or modern day village idiot in America living in Africa and think that it's just gonna work like that. I came to Africa to retire. You know what I mean? Retire. Stay your ass in America if you want to retire. We building Pan-Africanism. I mean, unless our community in our town is built, then you can retire. But you can't retire because what are you gonna retire while we have to do all this work and things? So I'm telling people the reality of it is, because I've had so many people that I'm literally just not happy with. Not happy with people that are, and some of them are people that travel with very small percentages, and majority of them are people that I've worked hard to build a community with. And just because they have never built anything in America and never organized or worked with any Black organization in America, they literally almost sabotage what we're doing. And so people like myself, I'm a warrior and I'm strong. And I'm literally not going to let anyone stop me from doing. Just because you're 20, 30 years older than me, what does that mean, really? Does that mean that you know more about what I'm doing in Africa? I spent my age from my mid-20s to my mid-40s in Africa, studying Africa, doing what we need to do. Now, if you're someone that's worked a career for 40, 50 years, for 30, 40 years in America and never been to Africa and things like that, how can you feel like you need to just be telling me what to do? Like I have people who like, you set them up in Ghana and they're telling me, oh yeah, you have to be here and things like that. I was like, brother, I've accomplished everything by doing the business what I've done. Now, and I'm telling people I can accomplish more at this desk than they can do in a country like Ghana, only because I have the connections and all I have to do is send a text message or call and things get done. That's called established, organized relationships to get things done, nation building. So when people don't put their time in and they think they can tell us what's going on, navigate. I hope you don't get into a medical situation, because trust me, you're gonna run to that Accra airport and get on a flight, and you're gonna take yourself to one of these medical facilities in the US, because when it comes to a life and death situation and you living and dying, you're not gonna be thinking, oh, I'm in Ghana. You're gonna say, you know what, I got the money, let me go back to America and get what I need to get done, because I don't trust the situation in Ghana.
You better hope he has the money. I hope these guys got a savings over there, and got money saved up. If these guys don't got no money saved up, this screwed.
Yeah, exactly. So you're telling people, like, you got to think about this stuff. Like, we're not just making stuff up. So when I tell people that we have that part of the drawing, what we have is to build a medical center, maintenance facility, all aspects of what you need. If you go to a county or a state or a city, they usually have departments that say transportation, and they usually have their key departments that run the whole city. And just like when I was in Virginia Beach, and I also lived in New York, and I live here in Georgia, in Clayton County, they have all these facilities. They have industrial parks. They have regular parks and children. Mm-hmm. They also have all of the things that it takes to maintain a system. They have their courthouse. They have things like that. They have an organized system. If you were trying to get a business license or
infrastructure,
you go to the Secretary of State. Because I'm telling people, like, I've helped people start business and things like that. You go to Africa and you try to get your incorporation, you try to get a business started. Maybe in countries like South Africa or Rwanda, you get it quick. But countries like Ghana and certain other countries, like in some countries, you ain't even gonna get that because they're not letting you start no business in the country unless you come with big dollars. But in countries like Ghana, you may have to wait several months for your paperwork, and that's after you hire an attorney and have him working for you.
I think it is navigate is jealous of the fact that he's never accomplished anything in his life. You're a young guy. You're 20 years younger than him. You got more respect and everything like that, and he has nothing to show for his life. Living on some dusty land with an incomplete house and everything, getting rained on and shit, And so basically, he said, "Oh yeah, and like this." So basically, instead of saying that this is what we want to build in Africa, we could live well. Just come to Africa. He don't want nobody living well. Because there's people that live in Africa that are doing really well. These people that have money, they got retirement saved up and whatnot, they got investments and everything, so they're living well on the continent.
Brother. You should see some of the neighborhoods in Ghana. Like even when we first get to Ghana, I tell people, I was like, yeah, this is real. This, and it's not like one or two houses. So you tell people that you have a certain population of people in Ghana that's living better than many of us. But the thing of it is,
there's
no middle class.
It's a nice place.
It's like maybe 1% of people are rich, and maybe 2% of people are middle class, and 97% of people are in poverty.
Yeah, and so therefore, if you're talking about building something from the ground up and whatnot, you give it We're talking about giving everybody a basic standard of living, a nice house to live, a community with all the amenities and everything. And we're getting pushback, you know, a community where we have community center, we have shopping centers, we have all this stuff like this, and people can live a good, comfortable life. But like your boy, Ken Farr was saying, black people should want the best. Navigate, against our brother Dion was talking about the roads.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
We need no
Navigate
roads,
is
everything.
a
He
straight
fought against
idiot.
that.
I mean, the thing of it is, the brother. I'm familiar with mechanical concrete and many things because I believe in the world of sustainability before it was even popular. Because like I mentioned to people, you have books here. You study books because before all this stuff was online and everything. What did you have to do, Kala? When you were doing all you were doing, there were no internet. So how did you learn what you learned? Let's be honest. Tell people the truth.
I went to the library.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
I used to live in the library with my internet, man. I should start going back more. I used to go to the library. I used to stay in the library outside when they start cutting the lights out.
You read books. You read books.
Yeah, I used to also I'd be looking at the clock,
I'm
right?
sure some books that you didn't return. So I may have to.
Of course. I got a bunch of. Don't turn me in, man. I got books I never returned, man. I said I'm keeping this shit, man. Then I wait a few months to get another library card or whatnot,
But that's what some of us had to do
because
in the days. Like I think about like our greatest scholar, which is Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, Professor James Small, Leonard Jeffries, and there's a few people. I apologize if I'm not. Renaud Karashidi, and there's a few people that I haven't called in, but I have their books here. And what did they have when they were around that time? The guy that wrote Stolen Legacy, and I apologize, family. Like after a while, you just like forget some of these things. So that wrote Stolen Legacy. I mean, what was his foundational resource? I mean, I remember watching his documentary and his videos, and they basically had to read more than anything else, and they had to read white European scholars. They had to do like research.
Let me tell you something, brother. Let me tell you something, brother. I can always tell somebody who's book read and somebody who's internet fucking Google read. Somebody who's book read like myself, when I can give you names, dates, and put things in perspective. Somebody who basically relies on Google and memes and fucking YouTube videos for their education, you can tell because they always think they know everything. They always think they know everything. Think they that crafts answers and go off on stuff like that. Oh, you saw one video and you think you know something like that. Let me tell you the whole story because I actually read this and I researched it. And also on YouTube, and people don't understand. So when somebody put a historical thing on YouTube, right? You may think you know something, right? But YouTube editor and people who use videos, they edit a lot of stuff because they want to capture your attention. They leave out fine nuances and details that you're only going to find in reading books. In books, you don't skip pages. You don't skip chapters. You read everything. When you watch a video, they take the highlights of a book or a subject and put it in the video. They make it interesting, entertaining. The books are entertaining, really. You can be entertained, but you guys sit there and discipline yourself to sit down and open up a book and read it from page to page. That takes discipline. And you have notes and cheat sheets and things that you write down and stuff like that. When you take a book apart, and when you're done with that book, you just felt like you just took on the world. And that's what I did for years. I remember when I was in the library, I'd be like, oh man, 5 more minutes left, right? Said, okay, 5 minutes, the library be closing. Like, damn, I remember those nights and whatnot. Next thing you know, the lights start going off and whatnot. Security got come out. Oh, bro, so we're closing. And I'll say I gotta get out there and whatnot, check my books out, so I can get out the door on time and whatnot, make the bus and take the bus home and stuff like this. Those are my days, man. I was in my 20s when I was reading books on Africa history and stuff like this, and I learned back then. I learned world history. I'm a historian buff. A history buff. I learned history about every group of people, every civilization, everything. So therefore, I learned. Also, when you read a lot of books, you learn patterns. Patterns. Okay, how this country that was oppressed or whatever, how they get out of it, right? It's always the same thing. The people come together, they recognize that they won, they put their differences aside, and they see that there's a common enemy, They have common challenges, and they work towards it. You know, and so the bottom line is this: so the black race, we haven't done that. Black people in African America and African America don't come together. We rather be divided. We find reasons to divide ourselves and everything, and we basically don't come together and say, "Look, we're taking what we call full responsibility." Because once you basically overthrow an oppressor, whatever, you got to replace them with something. And when we talk about building in Africa, is it's going to come a time where we should have the medical system, everything set up where we don't have to come back to the United States. That's the point. Right now, you just said there's many people that got to go to Thailand, they got to go to America and everything because what? We didn't build the infrastructure in the countries where we're settling in. And so then we got to come back. So what Navigate is doing is saying, well, that's okay, as long as you're in Ghana. So what if you get sick and everything and die? When at least you're here. That's a fool. That is a blatant fool who thinks like that. And so therefore we can't keep listening to people like that. The problem is in Black America, we have let ignorant people, we've given ignorant people a pedestal to talk and a platform to talk, and these people have influence on people because Black people for some reason will always take the low road. You know, somebody can be ignorant and everything like that, and somehow we feel sorry for them, and we tell them, oh, they're part of the community. We have this thing in Black America that we have to have unity and love no matter what. I don't believe in that. We said that this movement is about nation building, nationhood, and everything. And if you talk against that, then you can't be with us. As simple as that. There's no compromise. There's no, well, at least he's Black, but he's talking about what we know is the truth. Bomani and I, particularly Bomani, knows, he says, heartfully, look, we need to have our own medical system. We need to have our own doctors. We need to have all this stuff like that. And that's vital and essential in building in Africa, right? That should be the end of the story. But no, we get arrow pushback. Oh, well, this, that, we need to, Ghana's medical system's the best and everything like that. And he just told you that he knew people that got sick and died.
Yeah, absolutely real stuff. So look at this situation even with Navigate. Navigate don't address them. They don't respect your opinion. Just remember them praise and take contribution. The thing of it is, Navigate Freely is not an intelligent person. He's one of those olders. He's like one of those stupid old fools. And then whenever I say that, people have issues with me. How can you call people? Yeah, he's an old fool. Like I mentioned the people that we have respect for. I mentioned a few elders, and I mean that I've been around. James Small, Leonard Jeffries, Renault Rashidi. People who put the work in. They're out there. They dedicated their life. As a matter of fact, Renault Rashidi died out there.
Somebody named Shadow Priest when Navigates your
which comment? Kala, which comment? I see a few comments. I'm just trying to select one of them.
Shadow Priest says, Navigate, you always speak facts. Oh Lord. And then somebody says, Navigate's living in Ghana now. He's living like a bum. He's living destitute. The guy's living in a freaking destitute. When you go to Africa, you're African American, you spent your whole life in America, you should live in Africa and show the world that you did something in America. He's living on free land that he's never going to develop or whatever like that, And he comes up here and then Navigates. So historical records and European medicine is just another weapon of racism, white supremacy. See how ignorant all this ignorant shit? Your medicine is medicine.
Family, I'm telling you, family, for anybody that's listening right there, don't play with your life. Don't play with your life, because I'm telling you, family, I'm not playing games online. It hurts me, and sometimes I want to be on your crying, because when you have friends and people who didn't listen to what you tell them, it's like I have people that just because they've been in Africa for 6 months, they turn around like, Bomani, you've been going to Africa for so long, and I live here now and everything. I was like, congratulations. Do we think this is some kind of race or something? The first person I helped move to Africa was Dahudi Mahali, from California, from Oakland specifically. And literally, he came on my 2007 Ghana journey, the journey that 10 months earlier, it was 8 of us in Ghana. And then 10 months later, it was 40-something of us. So I'm telling people that you don't just end up getting numbers like that like by accident, and you have to actually do the work because you have to organize everything. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. And so you're telling people like, I literally, you guys are coming to the continent, and you're trying to educate people because you're telling people from a combination of people dying of malaria, dying of people doing foul play on them. Yes, people do get poisoned, and it's a terrible situation. But you can't just get in a situation where you just run off with two women or run off with whatever the situation, and then you say, "The hell with my family in Jamaica. I'm gonna go to Ghana because now I got a new adopted family." That person, which was the father of a childhood friend of mine in Brooklyn, he lost his life. He lost his life, and
Yeah. So
they call me because they know I'm always going to Ghana, and they try. And I tell them, I was like, it hurts me also, but it's like we can't let our family members do these things. And
but look at these comments, man. You got all these ignorant people in the chat, man. Where's all our intelligent people? Somebody shout,
I
please,
mean,
facts navigate, facts navigate. More
that's why I
sick
don't.
people in
That's why
America
I
and
don't waste
Africa.
my
I mean,
time,
just
brother. That's
ignorant
why
people.
sometimes. That's why I just work every day because I have real intelligent, smart black people with me. Like I tell people, when you look at the tours that we have out, there's people with us, and there's big groups of people with us. So somebody believe in what we're doing, and then just because, and then they'll see us on YouTube talking about what we're talking. Like I tell people, this is our show, and this is what we talk about. And we're not here, like I'm not here talking about, calling every black man a N and every black woman a B, and we need to kill each other and do all this stuff like some rap songs. If you have issues, anything, go confront the people who make the music, and go confront the people who promote the music and things like that, and leave people like ourselves alone, because what we're doing is genuine, and we're using our own resources to make it happen,
Right.
and we're
And
building a
also, check this
narrative.
out. Check this
Yeah,
out. She was asked about why don't you bring some of the people? None of my people will ever come on BAO will ever come on YouTube. They don't deal with ignorant black people. They don't. They look at the comments and everything, and people like this, they're probably listening now, but they don't comment whatever like that because they don't want to be associated with ignorant people. And I look at the comments: Phil Miner, Shadow Priest, and Navigate. All these ignorant people. And stuff like this.
yeah. Now look
And
at this
so,
comment. I mean, the abortion clinics is not the only healthcare facility in the U.S. that kills black people. That's very sensitive. When you talk about like even Planned Parenthood.
well, I
You
didn't
know,
mention your name, B Hoop. I said somebody asked about why don't our people come on the show. You asked, and I didn't mention your name. I just said because people, you guys are proving why my people don't come on these platforms. They won't come on. They might come on my show once in a while, but for the most part, they don't come on YouTube because people I deal with in the BAO are intelligent people. The
yeah,
people's
most of the people I
careers,
deal with,
they're
they don't
educated.
they don't have YouTube channels. They're not content creators, and they're not doing this. The reason I tell people that we do this because the 100% reason why we do this is because there's a bunch of fake ass Pan Africans that's on YouTube. Some of them are popular and famous, and I can call names. I don't even care, but it's like, and that's not where I'm at today. I'm calling names, and so when you have a bunch of fake ass people representing the movement and tell people there's
Giving
bad things,
people bad advice and stuff
I
like
have to
that.
make
It
time out of
makes
my
us look
busy
stupid.
schedule and make sure that me and Kala come together and do a show and explain and educate people, let people know that if you need real help and real connections, people like ourselves got your back. You know,
Right.
because
And then also, so, but if you want to
I
follow,
remember like this
you
clown called Lou Major, this little punk ass, fake ass Asian Negro, and if I ever see someone like that stuff, I'm gonna slap the fire out of his face, like dead serious. I don't play around with people messing with my money. You know what I'm saying? I work very hard to build a movement, and I don't appreciate a bunch of fake ass Negroes literally just destroying a movement that we built. You know what I mean? We put time and work into this. It's kind of like I remember Jay-Z saying something, because that's his movement. His movement is hip hop and what they're doing. And I listened to what he was saying, and he was saying the same thing I was saying in reference to the Pan-African movement that we build and things like that, and and the repatriation movement. And then these little modern day clowns feel like they can come and just run their mouth and things like that. Like I tell people, our Pan-African movement is not about trolling and hating, and it's not
and also
about
navigate says European medicine is not pan. What does medicine have to do with Pan African? Medicine is medicine. Pan African. What? How this guy? Where are all the Nigerian doctors getting educated at in Europe? You know, where they get the Ghanaian doctors in Europe? You know,
The
and
thing
so
about
these
it
guys,
is,
he's so ignorant, he's so fucking ignorant. This little man is 65, pushing 70 years old. He's just freaking stupid.
yeah,
You
I want
know,
to exchange and navigate countries like Jamaica and countries like Ghana. 100% of the things that you need to survive and cure yourself is grown in those two countries and many other countries. Now, do our people focus on making that work? No, they don't. I mean, you still have, you still have a bunch of things going on. So, what I mean? I'm not here to like shoot down on Western medicine and things like that, because the reality of it is, if I'm saying, navigate freely, if I throw you out a window, which I really want to do, throw you off a building or something, and you land and you break your arms and everything, what are you gonna do? You're gonna use traditional medicine to fix that? No, you're gonna have to go to the hospital to get surgery. You're gonna have to get them.
if you get bitten by a black mamba and whatnot, what are you gonna do? You're gonna need that what they call the anti venom, you know, and stuff
Exactly.
like that.
I had
Yeah,
a friend of
you
mine that
know,
went to the airport is, and the one day his hand got caught into a belt loader and his hand is all messed up. As a matter of fact, he was right in front of my house and we were talking about it and he shows me his hand and I thought my hands were messed up because I've been working since I was a teenager and I use these hands to work. I'm not, and and I looked at his hands and the first thing I looked at him, I was like, you got a man's hand. No, it's not like some of these pretty boys and things like that. But it's like we live in a situation where we're working and danger happened. So when danger happened, like I work in, I was in Navy moving an aircraft one day, and the literally aircraft wheel ran over my feet. Like I don't even know how that happened, but there's been other incidents where I work with someone else, and I came back 30 minutes later. That person is in the hospital because that aircraft backed into his chest, and next thing you know, he got a hole in his chest. Real stories. You know what I'm saying? So what do? Is traditional medicine going to fix that? That's why I don't get into these debate and talk bad about Western medicine because,
yeah,
like
because the
I know
bottom line,
people in Atlanta.
bottom line is we just got like I said, the unfortunately, right, we do these shows, right, and hopefully people, I know the comment section will be like, yo, look, you know, in a couple of days where people comment, but the people that come in these chats and whatnot, they are so fucking ignorant,
Yeah, most
you
of them have
know, ignorant,
low
low
IQ.
IQ people, man. These people,
Literally just
that's why these
To
people
all
couldn't
the
join the
low
BAO.
IQ people,
hey
to all the
Tyler,
low,
let's be
to
who.
all the low, to all the low IQ people who come to this chat, a lot of times, the law of attraction is, it's pretty much what it is. People are attracted to
No,
who they
no, no.
are.
People, no. It's the fact of the matter is these
I'm
people
sorry,
don't like.
Kala, but you have been talking for this whole time. You need to
Yeah, I'm the guest here.
respect. You need to respect your guest and also allow him. No one
Well,
interrupted all of
And
the conversation that
You're
you've been
never a guest.
having
You're a
this whole
host. You're
time.
a host of the show.
I'm sorry.
I was letting Kala know that he's not a guest on the show. He's a host of the show. It's just me and him hosting the show. So Kala, say what you were saying real quick, because
no, I was just saying simply that
Oh,
when
so
we
we
talk
don't
about,
have a host.
hold up, let me say this. I was the first couple hours we broke it down. The most intelligent things. We get the most intelligent commentary and stuff like that. We get no feedback.
Nobody
All we get is
comes over this
ignorant
a
stuff,
lot
talking a
or
bunch of
not
nonsense, and everything.
every 2
And
seconds.
nobody has any friggin' thing intelligent to say. Just ignorant comments. I'm gonna look in the chat right now. There's gonna be
So
more
when
ignorant
have you
comments.
had anything, Carla? What the thing is, Carla, is that you say that. You say nobody has had anything intelligent to say. Yeah, that should, why would you think that? There has been a lot of people that have come to this platform in the chat who's had
Like
intelligent
who?
comments to
Like
make.
who? Like who?
Lots of people, lots
Like
of
who? Give
people,
me one. Give me
lots
one.
of people, because they don't resonate, because people, what it seems like is if people don't agree with you guys, if we don't agree with you guys, then it becomes a problem. How can that, why is the conversation
Let me ask
one-sided?
you a question. Let
Let's
me
say,
ask you a
no, no,
question.
no, no, no,
Beaver.
no, 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 no. Let me finish, Carla. Let me finish. Because that's the problem. You're very disrespectful. It seems like this is getting more and more the disrespect
So in
is
other
just
words, when
getting
people
even
get
more.
disrespect,
You're
also
being
when somebody
disrespectful.
hold up. When people
I
comment in
am
the
talking
comments,
right now, Carla.
hold
You
up. I don't
can
care if you're
no
talking or
no
not.
holding up.
If
No, and
people
then I
are
don't care
saying,
if you don't if you disrespect me, then I'm gonna have to do the same for you. If you can't
well, I'm
respect that
not.
I have an opinion, if you can't respect that I have something to say, then
Can I ask you a
you can
question?
Bomani can throw me off. He can do that. I don't care. There's many other people on YouTube and outside of YouTube that we can support, that we do support and contribute to. So if you can't show respect, then you don't get respect.
Can I ask you a question?
This is not a one. No, you cannot ask me a question. I'm not listening to you right now. Don't address me because you don't have respect. And that's a problem. That's the
Well, I
problem.
can respect
That's
what
a
you want.
problem.
Those who want respect, gotta give it.
I doubt it. I have not seen you haven't given any respect this
Well,
entire
all I know,
night.
all that I did not ask Navigate to get in here
Carla,
running his mouth to me.
Carla, you are being very disrespectful. I'm asking
So
you
so
not
what
to
so
be.
what
I'm
so
asking
what
you to
so no,
allow
I'm not
me
gonna.
to finish my
So
statement.
let me ask you a question.
If
So
you don't
Navigate
want
wasn't
to do,
disrespecting
I
me.
don't want to answer your question right now. I will answer your question when I am finished with my
I
statement.
will. Well, we've been on for 6.5 hours. You gotta make it quick because I'm about to
Okay.
go to bed.
Good night. Thank you.
No, I'm saying
Appreciate it.
we're gonna end the
Appreciate
show.
it.
Let's let us speak and share our thoughts and everything. And so, guys, sister, we're here to listen. Go ahead. To keep it simple, guidance, speaking. We'll meet ourselves.
So basically, everybody who frequents this channel who have been called stupid, who have been degraded because you come to support a small YouTube channel and group of people that you want to see progress, clap it up for these gentlemen. Give them the praise that they desire and deserve because they're foot soldiers and they're doing everything single-handedly to better Africa and the people of the diaspora. Clap it up for them. Put your clap emojis up so that we can honor these gentlemen for all of their contributions and what they do. Even as I'm not going to speak for the chat. I'm going to speak for myself. You can call me all kinds of names you want to. You can make all kind of innuendos and say different things. But here's what I'm going to say. Do not despise small beginnings. Do not despise and show disdain for the people who come to support you or making efforts to support you or drawing people towards what you're doing or saying, come check out these guys, or how can we build something so that we can make a big contribution to what these gentlemen are doing. When you do that and you're disrespectful to the people who come to support you, it's a sad shame. It's very sad to see. It's very sad to watch. It's very sad to hear. I can understand that you may be frustrated because you've put so much effort into building, quote unquote, an Pan-African nationhood. And that's understandable. But when you start to disrespect people and you contradict yourself time after time, and then say that other people are being contradicted when you contradict yourself on a regular, it's sad. I'm here because I believe in what you guys are trying to do. Not because
You can't
oh no
be
no
a
no no no
bleak.
no no Carla, no.
You've been talking. I
Your
told you I can't
co-host,
talk forever
your
because I'm going to go to bed.
co-host, good night. Have a blessed night. Have
Hold
a
up. You
blessed
said
and a
you
great
support.
rest.
You
Sleep
said
well.
hold up. You
Sleep
said
well.
hold up. You said that you come here to support us, right?
Like
But
I said,
yet,
like I was
yet,
saying,
but
like
yet,
I
there's
was
people in the
saying,
chat room
I'm not
who are
gonna argue with you, Carla.
who are cursing
Bomani
us,
just said,
and you're
allow me to
supporting.
finish my statement, but
Yeah,
yet
but
you're
okay, but
still
you've been
being
talking for a long time.
disrespectful.
You spoke for 7 minutes.
It doesn't matter how long I'm talking, Carla.
You
I
ain't got
have
to
a
wrap it
point
up.
to make. I'll wrap it. Good night, Carla. If you're sleepy and you want to go to bed, good night. Thank you. We appreciate you.
We
So, as I was saying, I want to give it up for all of the different people here who come to support Bomani and Kala. I want to say thank you. I want to say that everything that you contribute, whether it be your time, your effort, your monies, you're appreciated. Sometimes you may not feel appreciated and you may be um, told that you're stupid and unintelligent and don't have anything to offer, that you're not doing anything. And you may be coming to learn how to be more productive, how to build a nation. But yet you've been told that you're stupid and you don't have anything to offer. I apologize to you for that. You're not stupid. You're not unintelligent. You do have something to offer. Your voice does matter. That's all I have to say. Good night.
All right, appreciate you, and I appreciate your feedback and everything.
all right
Family,
now.
I want to give some level of clarity. At no point me and Kala call everybody stupid. We do have a few people that are idiots and they're dumb as hell, and I name you to a few of them. Not Measy from Brooklyn, New York. Amara something from Sierra Leone. Mike Olawale, that idiot, village idiot, bushmeat idiot from Nigeria. And I have a few of them I can't
And
recognize,
navigate freely.
and then navigate freely from wherever the hell he's from
And
in
this guy Phil Miner, Shadow Priest,
the
all these other stupid people that
they're
come
not
in here and
intelligent
everything.
people. So I'm telling people, like, if people have an issue with myself, if we're doing business in professionalism, I don't sit around and treat people a certain way. But it's like when people disrespectful to me, like I was explaining to someone in my community that some of the people are 20 years older than me, but it don't mean that they get to disrespect me when I'm the one out there busting my ass and running around doing the things and making sure I do for them. And then you come hit me with this entitled mentality. Like I was telling you about one fool telling me he's retired, and then he's not a Pan-Africanist. I was like, "Are you an idiot?" I mean, I didn't call him that. You know, I had more respect for him. I was like, I was in my mind. I'm like, "Dude, are you serious? What is the name of our community? It's called Black Star Pan-African Community. The full name
We
is
have
actually
these
Black
lukewarm
Star
people. We have
Repatriation and
these
Pan-African
lukewarm
Community."
these lukewarm fake
So,
Pan Africans. And also, brother, we're gonna start doing revoking people's Pan African cards, right?
as a matter of
I'm
fact,
here about.
guy and rock on with a grade, man. Cause we've been on.
We're gonna start. We're all the people I excommunicate from the Pan African community. Navigate number one. You're gone. You know, you're no longer a Pan Africanist. You know, you're a fool. You know what I'm saying? You're fake. You're living in Ghana as a Negropean. You know, you're ignorant and everything. You sat there and made a mockery of Bomani was telling about a real real thing. Navigate. Nothing in your life has ever been real. Not even you living in Ghana is real right now. You know, nothing you have is real. You know, this is not even real to you. You know, we're sitting there talking about real life situations, real life, and he just sitting there making stupid comments. But instead of her addressing that, Navigate shouldn't have said that. Whatever, she said nothing about that. It just started virtual signaling you and me, telling we're like this. When she said nothing about Navigate, when he said the most disrespectful shit I've heard in a long time. He that was worse when Nat Neasy was wouldn't have said something like that.
I mean,
That
absolutely.
oh
But some
yeah.
of the comments, this idiot navigate freely as poet. It's surprised. He better, I'm usually I'll block people like that, but I just want people to literally see the stupid stuff that this older is talking, and that's why there's a difference between older and elder. An elder is Professor James Small. Older, or what we call an old fool, is navigate freely. It's a difference. It's like someone like Professor James Small. They put the work in, and they still putting the work in, and and someone that navigate freely. They literally just retired. Just like this one, just like I have people, some of the people in my community. I'm like, yo, if you wanted to retire and things, you could have went to anywhere in Ghana and bought a house in Ghana and literally lived there and enjoy your retirement life. What Black Star Pan-Africanism, Pan-African community is about nation building. It's about us building from the ground up. So I'm telling you, family, that some of these people are not very smart and intelligent. And it's like I told people, I was like, why did you waste your time and commit to what we're doing if you weren't going to be committed? So did you really help me, or did you really were part of? Were you down with me? No, you were never down with me. Because if you commit to what we're down with and then you pull out and change your mind, I mean, you're not down with what we're doing, because we have spent time building this movement. Anybody that deals with me, you already got videos of me already. You already got information already of me. You already know all my details already. Know why? Because I personally put all of it online on internet before it was even popular and things like that. So now, if you're gonna holler at me, be respectful. Read the website. Look at the information. If you're gonna holler at Kala, same thing. Be respectful. Read the website. Read information, and come holler at us, and then we can talk about serious business. What we're doing is a presentation. The presentation is a simple thing. We're explaining what Pan-Africanism is and how we're connecting it to building a nation. And we're using different titles. Tonight, we're talking about Trials and Tribulation. All of our titles have Pan-Africanism. It has Afrikstan Analysis, and have those similar things. If we talk about Kanye, it's in reference to that. Like, we wouldn't put up a title, say Kanye West something in the title, or put Raphael Warnock, or put what's that stupid football player name in Georgia?
Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker.
Yeah, Herschel Walker. I mean, and things that, like, I'm not gonna sit around, like, I'll talk about people like himself. Like, first thing I was like, last I remember, most football players are stupid. Why do they need to run for government? I mean, what are you gonna do?
Man, it's just so embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, it's embarrassing. I mean, like one of the things, like, I talk about, and I always want to put the white European Jews in perspective, because it's one of those things I like to put in perspective to the highest level, because it's so relevant to our life. And unfortunately, my brother Kanye West put it in a perspective in a different situation. But Kanye West is a rich, successful millionaire, and someone who's a cultural and a business icon. And people like myself, I blame the people for my failure. I blame my own Black people for my failure, because you talk about someone that's young and promising and things like that, and then you gave up all those career options, things that you work on as a teenager to build your career, and then you join a movement. Because I've had so many Black people that talk all nice to me, and we were reading books and we're doing certain things, and next thing you know, they way back instead of having your back. And that's what some of the people in my community have done, and some of the people I've done business with. And it's like, who, I was doing some work with someone today, and it was like, brother, and some people I work with, they call me Jamaica. It's so crazy, which I don't have a problem with. Just like I have a friend, they call him New York. Like, if you were down here with us, they'll call you New York. And things like that. And it's all good, but it's like, you're connected with people, and you're going through certain things where we have a certain experience, and it's like, we literally have to figure out a way how to connect our experience. But it's like, you have real men that are connected, and then you have people that are not real men, and that they don't stand for nothing. And that's what we're saying to people. Like, those of us are about our business. Me and Kala, I'm gonna be honest with you. Me and Kala, simple terminology you'll call us is roughnecks. And then, because you have other terminology that you'll call other Black men. Like what I like to call them is weak excuse for men. Like 90% of them, because they have nothing what we consider a manhood. Some of them don't even have man base in their voice, and some of them won't get up and run and lead anything in their life. And then when we're out here trying to do that and organize our brothers, then some of them are turned against us. So when they turn against us, I'm not gonna let a bunch of village idiots, stupid Black men like the ones I talk about, gonna disrespect me and things, especially when they not accomplish anything. We have to, Kala, you and I have to be strong, because I think right now we're basically some of the last of a dying breed of men who are men and leaders.
Yep. And let me say this, brother. It's like, okay, if I would say that we say that we have to build our own infrastructure. That's what the Black African infrastructure is all about. That means we build infrastructure, right? And then the local community will be part of that infrastructure and everything like that. It's all good, right? If we say that we need to build towns that we control from the top to the bottom, we control the municipality. We say what gets built there. We hand out the permits. We hand out the licenses. We have some sort of autonomy and control on the African continent. That's not up for negotiation. You know, we have to have some sort of control to facilitate and protect people that want to live in our Pan African world and stuff like that. Now, if the local people want to join us, they're fine, but they follow our rules. You know, it's our rules. It's basically saying that this is our community, this is our rules, and everything like that. Now, if the country of Ghana has a problem with that, or the priests, whatever, they were never giving us the land, right? They knew what we were trying to build. If they say, okay, that's fine, we have no problem with that. We had an agreement, we're going to build that stuff. We don't want to hear nothing what anybody else has to say about it. Now, if people support us, then join us and join us and everything. But if you don't, please hang up from this, disassociate from this chat and this channel, block us, and never talk to us again. As simple as that. We're not up for the compromising and like that. People say, "Oh no, you don't have to build a Black Star Pan African." We put up a beautiful presentation at the beginning. You showed the community. You showed your whole career. You showed years of you doing the work and thing. But all we keep hearing about is negativity and you guys shouldn't be doing this. You guys should do this way. If it was already due, then Bomani and I would not have a job to do. If somebody else already did this, we wouldn't be here. Since nobody else is doing what we're doing, then people just gotta sit back and be humble and say, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm gonna sit back and listen. You know, but yet we keep getting disrespect and comments and everything, and we gotta go and stoop down to people's level and say all this stuff like this and make them understand everything. You know, it's not like that. You know, Bomani is running type of he's the leader of this and whatnot. And the bottom line is this: we laid out everything. We take everything into consideration. We know what people want. And all the years people say, yeah, all those problems that people have when they go to Africa, this is what happened. So we add all that up and say, you know something, this will solve that problem. You know, this will solve that problem. We put all that down, not just because we came up with this, it's because of years of dealing with people going to the continent, getting ripped off, getting disappointed, not being part of a community and everything, and not having anything. So we said, what if we built our own communities and we built all these things and we could help our people settle down and live a good life on the continent and be safe and have healthy and protection and stuff like that. And then if that's not doesn't appeal to you, then you got to take your show to another town. You know, and say, okay, I don't like all that what Bomani and Kyle talk about. Let me go with somebody else, and I'll respect that. You know, but when you come in here and tell us we gotta listen to what people like Navigate got to say, we don't have to listen to what people Navigate. He doesn't contribute anything to what we're doing. You know, and the people that support us are supporting us. Yeah, well, you know, if people are supporting us, was supporting us. So if you know, people don't like it, they could just, you know, there's no way to say. Remember back in his night, if you don't like it, lump it. Remember that? That's
Yeah,
a New
people
York thing.
used
If
to
you
say,
don't like,
if people don't like
you don't like it, lump it. You don't like it, lump it.
Yeah,
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 we say
go
things
ahead, Biho.
different in
Go ahead.
Chicago. It's totally
What's
different in
that?
Chicago.
We say in New York, we say we
You
don't
come
like
to
it, lump it.
Chicago with that mess, you won't be.
Oh, well,
Anyway,
I ain't going to
all right, I'm
Chicago anytime
sorry.
soon.
I'm thank God. Are you finished, Kala?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, I became a little bit overly passionate. It was the energy that I was absorbing. And I need to apologize to you, Kala and Bomani, because I became overly passionate. But to address you, Kala, and then let that be the last time I address you, as far as navigate freely, he's just an individual. He's just a man. That's it. He's a man just like you. He puts his pants on one leg at a time, just like you.
He puts a dress on.
And just disrespectful. It's so sad that you can't have a reasonable conversation without insulting somebody. That's a sad situation, but that's who you are, and
Well, he could
that's
just say,
I'm
Kala, you
sorry,
know
Kala.
something. He
Kala,
could just say, I
please,
agree, Kala.
please,
Let me be
Kala.
quiet.
Why can't you just give people a chance to finish their statement? Why do you always have to interject? Why? That's something that we learn in kindergarten and first grade. So he's just a man, and he puts on his pants one leg at a time. You ask, or you constantly address why B Hoop didn't say this to, or didn't confront, or didn't address navigate. When I hear, if there is something that someone says that I feel like I may need to address, then I'll address it. I haven't addressed navigate because for me, he hasn't said anything tonight that was disrespectful. I usually try to address, or something that's disrespectful, say, hey, that's just disrespectful. It's not about challenging your manhood. It's not about saying you're weak, or
So
you're
you didn't
less
hear
than
what
a
he said.
man. It's not about challenging anyone's manhood, or saying that you're weak, or that you have to bow down to anybody. We as women respect men who are men and who stand up. But there's a difference in emasculating men and other men just being flat out disrespectful. Nobody's asking you guys to put on a dress. Nobody's asking you guys we're not trying to emasculate you. We're just asking for the same respect that we would give you, that you would give to others. That's all. But I have a question for Bomani, because I have been binge watching your channels, and I'm new to this, and probably been frequenting your channel for the last month and a half or whatever. So learning and try. But I have a question. All, like, in the beginning, all of the videos and the things that you no, let me ask this question first. Have you and Kala, has Kala been on any of the tours with you?
We're going to Liberia in 2024 together, but no previous tours.
So 2024 would be your first tour with Kala.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And then we're working on other things. So that's what we're doing. We're building. So we're going to be going to Liberia together, and we're going to be doing business tours to Angola. We're just working our way to get there. And we were living.
Okay, got it. So all of those other people that were touring with you and watching your videos and seeing what you were able to accomplish, where are those people?
Most of them is back in America in their corporate jobs, enjoying the beautiful American life, because this is a beautiful place to live as a Black person, and better than anywhere else I can think of in the world as a Black person to live. America is still the best place for us to live. So they realize that, because they have their careers, they have their family, and they come back. I've had people in 2007 sold me a dream, and that's why I committed my life to this movement. And and unfortunately, I can't go back. But I was sold a dream, and then I had to make it a reality and make this movement work. So I'm not very happy about many things, because I'm dealing with a generation of weak ass men, weak ass Black men. Like 9 out of 10 Black men are weak. They're weak as hell and ain't about building nothing. And the most you can do is push them off a bridge, or tell them to keep out your way, which I usually tell them to stay out my way.
Hmm.
That's my usually
Hmm.
a situation for most men. I was like, what I'm saying? I was like, and it's one of my famous quote, what I'm saying? And I tell them straight in my face, do not get in my way. Stay out of my way. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna make what we're doing weak, because you're not putting any strength and energy in it. Because you're saying, and some of these men, they're confused whether they want to be a woman or a man. That's what we're dealing with. And some of them,
And
want to wear their girlfriend panties. I mean, you're dealing with we're dealing with, I don't know, like my son's generation, I feel bad for them, but the current generation I'm in, we're dealing like my father generation. I love my father generation. I remember this being a young man in Jamaica, and even in Brooklyn where we grew up at and everything. And I respect those men. They were real men. But we have a generation of weak men, and so I realized that people like me and Kala got to be strong, because we have too many weak men. We have someone that's called Navigate Freely. almost you know, a 60-something year old older,
sad.
not even an elder, and literally just make the worst and most ignorant, disrespectful, childish comments. You know, I'm talking about Liberia 2.0. We're talking about Liberia. We're talking about building medical concrete as far as roads. We have guests on here, and every minute this fool just make these ignorant comments. That's why if he ever try to come on here, I'll just remove him because I don't need to
So,
talk to him.
Bomani, like
Everything
what
is
comment?
controversy with him. So I'm telling
Like
people.
what comment did he make?
Oh, well, the only thing I can tell you, because I'm not going to sit and do this, is you go and you look at everything. His name is on there, Navigate Freely, and all he does say is these things. So when people say those
So
things,
what
I'm
was
like,
it that he said that ruffled your feathers so much?
not
Because
ruffling my feathers. I'm
you,
saying,
One, he disrespected Mr. Rosenthal. We had a special guest on last
yes.
Saturday, Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Rosenthal. He
Mm-hmm.
disrespected. I basically introduced Mr. Rosenthal to Africa, right? And he opened the Gold Bullion Bank in Angola and in Congo, and he sent me a message today saying that he has a meeting with President Museveni of Uganda to build a bullion bank over in Uganda, and also I'm going to be part of hopefully be part of the Gold Bullion Bank when they come to Liberia, hopefully, you know. And so the bottom line is this: we got serious people who do serious stuff on the continent, right? And so instead of people being intelligent, saying, you know something, let's see what Mr. Roosevelt's talking about. Let's do it like this. We
Mm-hmm.
got people like Navigate making stupid comments. Roosevelt's a Jewish name, you know. And Rosenthal is working for white Europe, working to work with Europeans, you know. And so he doesn't.
Or Liberia 2.0, when we're saying
Or
that
Liberia 2.0, don't know anything about the history of the
Liberia,
country and
negative
everything.
comments,
Don't
ignorant comments, hateful comments. I mean,
all
not
the negative,
not
ignorant
funny to the
comments
people in
that you
Liberia.
hear teenagers.
The people in Liberia had to go to civil war. That's not funny to them. Liberia 2.0. That's not funny. It's not a joke. It's like them people lost their families. People got their arms cut off.
My fiance, my wife, my fiance, her family, right? They come from prominent Liberian families. They're living in Rhode Island since the 1970s. Can't go back to their country because it was destroyed, you know. And I got to hear this from my auntie Berlin, right? She's on actually I don't know how much time she got left. She might never see. She hasn't been to her country since 1979, and she might die never seeing her country again. You know, and all the hurt and pain that these people are going through. But you got somebody like Navigate mocking this and one like it's some joke. You know that and I'm sick and tired of people coming to the Pan African movement with jokes. And this is real. And people's
Mm-hmm.
lives on the line. You know,
It's
people.
very much so.
Absolutely. Just like when we're
Very
talking
much
about
so.
Angola and things like that. Or, you know, it's like every comment that comes out of this mouth is like, it's this. And then whenever we bring him on, it's like we're talking about a topic and everything he's debating. And then sometimes he's just consistent. So, you know, to be honest with people, your family, I don't personally care who likes this idiot Navigate Freely. I don't care. You know, I have no respect for him.
You guys are so
I think he's
emotional.
literally a troll and a
Ain't
hater.
emotional. I have that emotion.
No, it's not about emotion. He's a troll and a hater. It's just like Nax Sleazy, just like all other people I name, and I'll name their names. You know, because like I tell you,
Yes, Bomani, you
I
have.
don't sit here and fight women. What I do, I fight the people I need to fight, which are
I'm
weak
not
ass black
fighting.
men that
I'm
are
not trying to fight.
weak ass black
I'm
men.
not.
What I'm trying to make my point is like my issue is weak ass black men that are destroying our race that won't stand for nothing. That every time you see people like
Okay.
ourselves out here doing what we're doing, they're the opposition of causing trouble and hatred. And I tell people, just like that
But
punk,
why follow suit?
it's not
Why
about
follow
following suit.
suit? You
Just
Well,
have.
he's.
just like I told people about that
Why are
guy.
you virtual signaling? You're
About
virtual
that guy.
signaling.
You know, the guy, unapologetic Negropean. When people ask him about certain things, I'm not gonna sit around and let people like this. I'm a warrior class. You know, I'm a warrior class person, and I stand for my people. And I'm not here to sit around and you know and cater to weak ass black men. Weak ass black men. Trust me, family. If I was in a
But
different
Bomani,
situation, these weak ass black men will literally be. You know what I mean, like Beanie Man said in his songs. No, I'm not even gonna say it because you know I don't want
right,
to
right,
say it.
because it's
No,
unnecessary.
it's not
It's not.
unnecessary.
It's unnecessary
It
to.
is necessary. You're dealing with. I'm a real black man that's into
Yes,
black
I
women, into
believe
black
that.
stuff.
You seem
And
to
then the
be.
issue that we
You
have,
seem to be.
the issue that we have weak ass black men representing our race. This is a
I
problem.
agree.
You know
I
what I'm saying?
agree that
People
there
like
are.
ourselves have to be strong. and then we can't take no
Yes,
garbage
there's
from
a
people
difference from
because we're not here playing games. We're trying to talk to people. We spend time having a great presentation. And do you think people
yes,
who make
Bomani, but the
people
reason,
who make respectful and intelligent comments? No, they're not doing
yeah,
that.
no,
They're doing the dumb
not
shit
a
they
lot
do
of
for a
people
few
are,
likes,
but some
a few likes.
are. Some
Well,
are,
most of
Bomani.
the
Not
people, most of the
everybody.
people are not. Like what I see is a lot of comments from
Not
nowadays.
everybody is doing that,
And
Bomani. And I think that not everyone is making disrespectful comments. And
we're
when
not
you just
talking about
focus
everyone. We're
on,
talking about these
yes,
clowns.
but that's what you guys present. That's what you often say. Everybody, the people that come to this channel are stupid and ignorant.
No,
That's
we're
what
not
you
saying. We're
say.
saying
How does
navigators.
that
We're not
make,
talking about
how do
everybody.
you think that makes,
We're not
but
talking about.
then
Well,
you need to
sister,
address that.
I'm being honest with you. I don't have time for this games and this back-to-back stuff. What I'm saying to you,
Nobody's
and
playing
what I'm saying
games,
to you,
Bomani.
what I'm saying to you,
It's clear. It's clear that you are, Bomani. It's clear that
I'm gonna have to mute you, and I want you to listen clearly. When I do a presentation, and like I mentioned to you, as far as trying to share, like I said, the only reason why I literally address these idiots because I'm letting people know that the majority of our people are not smart or intelligent, and they're not about doing anything for Black people or building anything. That is a fact, and I'm telling people for my years, from the last 18 years of being a part of this movement and seeing people like Navigate Freely fight with me from my first year all the way to now. It's people like him, jealous ass people that are a lot older than me, a weak excuse people, and then when you address them and say that they can say whatever they want to say about you, but when you address them, there's an issue. I even had an issue in one of my groups with this elderly lady that was disrespectful to all of my other tour members, and when I addressed her, then people said, "Oh my God," you know what I mean? And I didn't, and it was like, okay, it's okay for this person to say all this nasty stuff about me, but when I address this person, it's an issue. I'm not into playing these kind of games, whether you're a man or a woman. But like I said, my main thing as a man trying to teach Black men, two things you can do. If you're a man, you can either be a part of what we're building and growing, or you can stay out of our way. And if you don't want to stay out of our way, I will run your ass over like I've done to a whole bunch of Black men that thought I was playing with them and thought I was joking.
You've ran over a bunch of people.
Well, what I do is I'm building a movement, and I've been in this movement for 18 years. You think I've survived this movement by being a weak punk? You think I've survived this
Nobody's
movement
asking you to be weak, Bomani.
I've survived this movement by standing my ground and doing what I need to do.
It's just obvious that nobody's.
Like I mentioned to you, it's literally the people that we talk. You don't need to, as a sister, you don't need to defend these weak ass Black men. Because
I'm not trying to defend anyone.
Well,
I'm not defending anyone.
Defending that piece of shit, Navigate Freely.
I'm not defending anyone. I'm making a general statement.
Disrespectful to my channel and disrespectful to my guests and disrespectful to our program. And I'm telling people,
but Bomani,
no one is gonna come and disrespect what we're doing because like I mentioned to people, anyone who wants to run their mouth, they can go toe to toe and show me what they have done for Black people. Just like I told one of this elder brother in my group, I was like, you don't get to run your mouth because you're an older. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what are you?
Yes, Bomani, you said that. You said that several times. There's a you made a distinction between elders and elders.
If you're gonna jump into our movement, everything I talk about is Black Power, Pan-Africanism, and nation building. So if somebody want to do a tour with me or want to come here, if they don't believe in that or they're not with that, don't come on the channel, don't come on the video, don't send me no money, don't draw what we're doing. But if you're down with us, roll with us and we do what we're doing. Because at this moment, we don't have time to play games.
But what does one person have to do?
West talked about Black people, bad, broke my heart. Then he talked about the white European Jews, and they just like, okay, we're not having that. We're going to shut you down. And that's what they did. That's the difference between us and them. When our people be disrespectful, we let them get away with stuff. But not me and Kala. Me and Kala represent the strongest unit in Pan-Africanism, and we're not gonna let no one out there run their mouth. So whether people want to say upset or not, I'm not upset person. I'm a person that talk like a strong warrior class Black man. I don't talk.
But right now, Bomani,
Mickey Mouse punk ass voice, and I'm telling people now, if you're gonna deal with me,
sorry if I have. Are you referring to mine? Are you referring to me?
I'm not referring to you. I'm talking to you, and I'm referring to you. And things like that. And I'm
saying, when you said Mickey Mouse voice, you said you're not punk with the Mickey. Are you referring to me?
We have 90% of Black men that are, I want to use the P word, PSY. There you go. I'll just use that for abbreviation. Most of them are just weak ass punks. You know what I'm saying?
Bomani,
And
if
I'm
I
not
can
willing to deal
please
with no weak
address what
ass
you're
generation
saying.
of men. And that's why I'm not trying to recruit a bunch of people. I'm looking for the
That's
best of our
great.
people who are the warrior class who want to learn and be respectful. You know, and then when I was in the U.S. Navy, you know, people didn't run their mouth. You follow orders. You know what I'm saying? So if people want to roll with us,
So is that what you're looking for? You're looking for men to come and follow orders.
well,
So
most
you're
men,
Exactly.
so are you let me ask you this,
most men need to
Bomani. Let
follow.
me
Let me
ask
ask
you
you a question.
this. Let me
Most
ask
men
you
need to follow
this.
orders
Are
because
you
they have.
looking let me ask you this, Bomani. Are you so basically what you're looking for, the people and the type of people that you desire to partner with are people that are going to follow orders and be yes men to you guys?
No, they don't have to be yes men. They just have to have some balls
That's what it sounds
instead of
like.
having.
Okay,
They
let
Because
me say, let
remember,
me put,
Kala,
need to have
let,
wait,
some
wait,
let,
balls
wait,
let,
wait,
let,
instead of having
wait,
the
Kala,
vagina
wait,
between their legs.
that's what it sounds like, Bomani, because I'm saying that it sounds like that because anybody that has something that's just slightly different than what you guys are talking about, automatically they're stupid. We're stupid and unintelligent.
I'm gonna meet you for that. First of all, that's not the conversation. So
that's not what we
you
said.
may need to drop yourself off because I'm not gonna go back and forth with you and waste my time. That's not. I mean, so you want to put words in my mouth, you put words in my mouth. But anybody that's gonna
I'm
come
not
here and
trying to
conversate with
put
you,
words in your mouth,
any,
Bomani.
okay?
That's not what
We
I'm
never
trying to
said,
do.
we never said that. You
You
never
know, I
said
mean,
that. I never.
Libby, I'm about to remove you from the call because I don't have time for this stupid stuff. Dead serious. Now, I don't sit around here and call people stupid and things that we have. You listen to the beginning of the show, we did our presentation and everything. But when, like I mentioned to you, when we have stupid
You don't
people
have to
in the
remove
comments,
me. I'll remove
yeah,
myself.
go ahead and remove yourself. And thank you and goodbye. Like I mentioned to you, and I don't have time for stupid people, period. But when I'm
She's
talking
being
and having a
disingenuous.
presentation, I'm having like I don't like no one is gonna control me. Okay, I'm not Kanye West, but you know what I mean. And I don't have his money and power, but I feel where it's coming from. No one is gonna control me. Okay, if you're down with the movement, what you're doing, you be respectful, whether you're 500 years old and whatever. And that's my issue. My issue is stupid ass black people have no respect for our business, and I can show you
They have no respect.
I was saying 100 situations that I've had to deal with stupid, disrespectful ass black people just because they feel like they you know, it's like I tell people, I appreciate you doing business with us and things like that, but it's like at the same time too, you're doing business with us, you need to respect our business rules and laws. Last I remember, I have websites with general terms and information and things like that. Do you think the black people that I deal with, do you think most of them respect any of the things we do? Trust me, a lot
No.
of times I have to humble myself, and I tell my son this also. Like, you know, sometimes the daddy have to just like deal with the level of stupidity where you cannot believe because I have to make a living and I can't, you know, I have to, you know what I mean? And I have to just deal with certain people and things like that. But doesn't mean that I want to deal with that. People need to be respectful. Just like example, if people, the same people that have done business with me in Africa, if they were doing business with Disney World, it'd be a different dialogue.
Yeah.
I mean, 100%. The reason why people have done some of the things that, like, I literally had to deal with a court situation in Ghana because someone decided that they want to be out of a business deal with me and they want to go move and where Navigate Freely live. And I'm hoping that they move and build their house, and I hope it crumbles and kill them. You know what I mean? Because the things you're doing, you would not do that to a white person and do the level of disrespect. And I'm telling you, the problems I have is a lot of our elders are not elders and not respectful to a young generation of people building anything. And most of the time, they're literally jealous and ungrateful. Because you're my elder, I'm gonna take care of you. Number one,
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you respect. Number one. But it's like, what do I do when you consistently disrespect me and sabotage my business and cause problems with me? Am I supposed to be a weak ass man and stand up? And I'm telling people, I'm not gonna make any excuse for being a strong warrior black man in the age of weak black men. No, so and if people don't know what weak ass excuse for a black man is, go to the popular places: Atlanta, Georgia, Washington, D.C., New York City, San Francisco, and maybe I'm missing one or two cities in there. And then you calculate the level of black men there and see what level of black men are in those societies and what they're doing to build anything for our people. They're not. So you have weak ass black men and you have disrespectful ass people and things like that.
Yeah.
I'm building business. I've sacrificed. I've done what I need to do. And just like now I'm talking. And the only person I see making this comment is this idiot. And Navigate Freely, you are one of the most retarded, stupid ass people And that is why your operation there, and if they know what they're doing, they will remove you from being the president of a Plata Association because you are an idiot. You're not a leader. You're nobody of importance, and you're not about building anything. You see me and Kala, we're younger than you. And instead of you being our brother and trying to connect with us and things, you're just consistently doing some dumb stuff. So navigate freely. You're a troll and a hater. And what I do with troll and haters, I block them. So goodbye.
Yeah.
And B, I'm not going to block you because, I don't attack women. You can block yourself or you can leave. You can do what you want to do. Like I said, I'm not in desperation where I'm begging anybody for anything. I get up every day. All the people that I've taken to Africa, the majority of them appreciate what I'm doing. But I do have a level of elderly people that are disrespectful. And I'm dead serious. It's not like I can say it's a bunch of 20-something and 30-something or 40-something-year-old people that I've had issues with. Those are not the people I've had issues with. Okay? Yeah. So it has to be a level where I'm out here, I'm 45 years and I'm doing what I'm doing, and people are a lot older than me. You guys have to show me some level of respect. And because it's like I'm always having a situation where I'm doing what I'm doing, and it's like I humble myself a little bit, but when the constant disrespect comes, I stand up for myself. I stand my ground, just like the law here in the South. I stand my ground. So that's what we're talking about, and it's a real situation. And like I tell people, you deal with trolls and everything. I tell people, how about you go out there and try to work with 400 or 500 Black people, which is what people like myself work with. You go out there and work with them, and then tell me how is the experience.
It's not easy, bro. Let me tell you something, brother. You're absolutely right about that.
You did building an organization, Kala. You have been through the trials and tribulations of things. So we don't have time to play games with people.
I've been through all this before.
We're not looking for yes men. It's either you down with us or you're not. There's no need to debate with us about what we know. Everything that I talk about is 100% based on experience. 35 countries across the world, 10 countries in Africa. Ghana alone, I've been to 21 times. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. And I've moved across over 500 people across Africa, and I've influenced at least another 500 people. It's not big numbers like Marcus Garvey, the great Marcus Garvey, but it's something in the modern era where you don't have Black men taking accountability. So I'm telling people, if you want to see Black men take accountability, show them a level of respect. Don't think that they're just going to sit around and deal with your foolishness and things like that. I don't have time to sit around and debate with people and go back and forth and argue with people. I'm explaining to people what we're doing in Africa, how we can do it, what you can have, what we can work out for you, and how we can help you, and things like that. And if you're not interested in Africa, you're not interested in what we're doing, then do not come on this channel. I don't need you to be on here. There's no need for you to listen to what we're doing. Humble yourself.
I want to ask her. I want to ask her what was her excuse where she completely ignores what navigate. We had brother Dion said, I want to show y'all a video. This is how we can build roads in Ghana with tires. Navigate. No, that don't work when that. Everything we present up here, this guy attacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm blocking him. He can never come back on our channel. He's a straight idiot. One of the dumbest person I've ever seen here.
We don't need that.
When she's talking about we call people that, we're not calling people nothing. The whole time I've been talking about navigate freely, and I'm talking about idiots like him. People are supposed to be elders, and instead of being elders, they're olders. Just old Negroes and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I explained to you what an elder is. An elder is Dr. Professor James Small, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, the late great Dr. Ranoka Rashidi, people like that. You're talking about Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, all these guys who believe in us as a people and educate us as a people. Not these people who literally every time, like last time I physically saw Professor James Small is I was invited to a science and technology conference, and they set me up because I wasn't the one that's supposed to be like the introduction. I wasn't even prepared for it. But my good brother called me up and told me just to do the introduction and everything. And that was the last time I saw Professor James Small. And I just looked at him. I was like, man, I love this brother, man. I love this brother. I was like, I met him, back in our early days and everything. And yeah, and he knows he's been a great influence to people like myself. And because, he shows what an elder is. And and an elder, do you know what he does? Like even Sanetta called him when I was on Sunday interview. He's like, Professor Small, do you know Bomani? He's like, yeah, Bomani's one of my students. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, that's where I learned a lot of my Pan-African energy from real elders, and that's what you want. And you and I are that way to many people. But when we see someone like navigating under other trolls like Not Neezy, like I had to just like manhandle Not Neezy. He may be bigger than me and he probably could beat me and everything, but I'm telling them one thing, when I bring my whole crew up, and you're going to fight me and 50 other guys, because that's how I roll. And it's like me and my cousins, I tell them, it's like a bunch of us. I can get 30, 40 of my cousins quick. You know what I mean? And things like that. And it's like, what, you going to fight all of us? It's just like I tell people the story of one of the last times I was in England, and one of these little fake ass, punk ass British punks who thought that he was some British, like he was British. I was like, yo, you're not going to do nothing. You just running his mouth. Because when me and my cousins stand up and look at him, it's like, what are you going to do? We're hardcore, roughnecks Jamaican. We know soft guys. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what people are not used to. And the whole thing is people don't want to give respect. Like I said, if you was a white man doing this and whatnot, these motherfuckers be sitting down.
Oh yes, brother, absolutely.
B who said, well, did you want people? Look, I'm not asking somebody to join it. I said, look, they have this idea. People have this idea that we're begging people for support. If your heart's not in this, right? We don't want lukewarm people. You know what the Bible says in Leviticus about lukewarm people? It said, because you are lukewarm, I will spew you out of my mouth. We want people. I'll take you hot. I'll take you cold. But when you're lukewarm, I'll vomit you out of my mouth. That means basically people are lukewarm. Navigate's lukewarm. Big Hoops is lukewarm. These people are lukewarm. They come in these things being contentious and whatnot, And the bottom line, if you have another plan for Africa, that's fine. I support many different types of Pan-African movements or whatever like that. But this movement is about Pan-African nationhood, right? That means that we basically, between the BAIO and Bomani's group, we discovered that this is a way forward for nation building our own communities and our own infrastructure on the African continent with a pipeline to the rest of the world, global business pipeline, And so therefore, this is the way forward. This is what we see as necessary. Now, if you don't basically believe in what we're doing and everything like that, that's fine. You could go join some other group and do what you want to do. But
yeah, I mean, realistically, I'm sick and tired of most of these people in this chat. I'm like sick and tired, y'all. I don't have to get on YouTube. Okay, what I do is I load my YouTube videos up of me having a beautiful time in Africa, and a whole bunch of people travel with me. You know what I mean? I'm trying to talk some real stuff to people about Black power and Pan-Africanism and building what we need to build. And if you need to learn, just be quiet and learn. Navigate freely. He's not on here anymore, but people like himself, they need to shut the hell up and learn. Because it does, just because you're 50 years older than us, don't mean that you're smarter than us, and don't mean that you know anything. We still have 30, 40, 50-year-old virgins living in their mama basin, and that's a real story. Basically saying that you have people who have not lived their life. They're literally just sheltered under their mama and things like that. Literally just literally mama's boy, modern day mama's boy. You know what I'm saying? You're not talking to no mama's boy here. You're talking about Black leadership. You're talking about people who are doing what they're doing. And last thing we're doing is going to let a bunch of stupid ass Negroes get in our way. And that's the problem of our movement.
And you'll get rolled over.
This is why I respect the white European Jews to the highest level. And this is why I respect the Asian nations, whether it's India, China, Japan, you name them. And we're not talking bad about Africa. I'm just saying I respect them because they literally came on code based on their atrocities and their struggles. And trust me, I tell people,
in the trials and tribulations,
every single other nation outside of the Black African nation on this planet, and you add up all of their history of atrocities and the wickedness, and it would never compare to the several hundred years of what we have been through as a people. I mean, combined, it would never, So we have a real situation that we have to deal with. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to be pussyfooting around and being some soft-ass, weak-ass men. I'm going to be real with you. You know what I'm saying? Just like I explained to you, people, how friends of mine lost their lives in Africa by being stupid and careless, by not following direction, by not following protocol, by not following strength in numbers, by not following detail orientation. People like myself, I spent a small time in the U.S. Navy, but you can spend 1 or 2 years in somewhere like that, and you learn more than people like Navigate Freely for a lifetime. Because what you are learning from is an organized effort. It's like people like myself in Kala Genesis, we joined Black organization. We have built leadership in Black organization. And the only issue that we'll ever always have in Black organization is the lack of respect of other Black people that are in that organization, that are not in a leadership position, that don't do what they're supposed to do and don't do support. And I live that life currently, whether I'm talking about my Africa tours or I'm talking about my Africa investment. Like I said, majority of people, I appreciate their love for doing business with us for Africa tours and investment, but a small percentage of that, like anywhere from 1 to 10%, have been some of the worst people I've met in my life, because they feel completely entitled. Just because you support business and do certain things with me, don't mean you get to disrespect me and things. This is not one of those situations. What do you think? You're not these people that we talk about, and it's like, and that's why we always have to, right now, we always have to put Kanye West's situation in perspective, and things like that. And then we're telling people that since we can't get the level of respect that we need, we're just going to build our nation in Africa and build our nation where we need to build, and we'll get the best of our people. Because it seems like a lot of our people here in this country literally are so confused about so many things. It's hard to find people to work with. And then you go to Africa, you have to deal with a whole bunch of situations. And where I'm from in Jamaica, you have another set of damn drama you have to deal with. So it's like, you're asking yourself, how do we build energy with black men when you have to sit there and argue and fight with people over stupid stuff? It's like, we've been consistent on what we're saying. We're not calling people stupid. I'm just saying to people, I'm not dealing with a bunch of stupid, dumb ass black people.
Hey, yo, check this
When
out.
you talk about the white European Jews who built Israel,
B Hoops was being disingenuous. She was being disingenuous. She was completely ignoring all the disrespect Navigate. She was basically camping for Navigate. She wants to fucking come in here and tell us how bad we are and this, that, and the other thing. Let this idiot fucking rule over us. When this guy is a fucking nobody. Anybody?
Absolutely.
He's basically opposed to you and me in all spectral way. He doesn't have constructive criticism. He comes in here and just basically is bitter and jealous and angry and whatever like that because his life ain't turned out. He's not happy with his life. He's like, you can't tell me this nigga's happy.
No, he's not happy. I mean, he's saying stupid stuff about the healthcare in Ghana. I'm like, dude, are you stupid or did you listen to what I explained to you? I've explained to you several people who had to leave the country, and there's people I know. Now I'm telling people and everything that I've ever said to anyone, I can verify, and I'll put my life on it because I don't have time to lie and play games. I'm the one that built this modern day population movement.
He tried the old trope of Western medicine and whatnot. People like that should have no.
I mean, brother, come on, brother. You break your leg or break your arm. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna take some herbs and it's gonna fix the problem? Like, no, I respect traditional medicine to the highest level, and I believe we should use more of that. But then you're gonna have a situation where you need surgery. You're gonna need certain things, so that's when you can't say, "Oh, Western medicine, this." Okay. Now, last time I remember,
you got people in good health, right? Perfect health, right? You could drink the wrong water. You could get stung by an insect, whatever like that. Or you could breathe in the wrong air or whatnot, or catch something, a disease. Where like nature is dangerous, you know how many diseases are in nature? You can walk through the woods and trip the wrong plant and whatnot, Nature has ways of killing people,
Or you can run into a Komodo dragon and he just bites you and then you die like a minute later.
Bite snake, whatever, And so the bottom line is this: we've evolved into modern medicine for a reason, right? People get rid of a tumor. It's things that just happen in your body. You can't like that. People think, oh, I'm going to eat good and I'm going to live forever. And then I'm dying anyway, because you don't know the human body. I know people that were fit. There was this guy not too long ago. He was a runner in perfect shape. He was like 40-something years old, just dropped dead out of nowhere.
I mean, look at our brother Kevin Samuels. Rest in peace, my brother.
He just died.
I mean, he was like, he looks young and and things like that. I mean, you don't know what people are really going through and things like that. But it's like he was like in his 50s.
Yeah, if you're not seeing a doctor,
black man.
Just like if you're not seeing a doctor on a regular basis, getting blood work done and stuff like that, you'll die.
Exactly. So when Navigate talk about the VA hospital and stuff, I was like, brother, I'm a military veteran. Don't be disrespectful.
I have a guy that I'm going to see Monday, right? He has 2 cancers, man. White guy, 2 cancers, right?
Oh my God.
And he is a VA, but yet that's not enough, right? And I'm going to give him a plan where he can use regular hospitals and stuff like that, And he's like, yeah, I use the VA, and he said, yeah, but I got cancer. I said, well, you need better treatment. I'm going to basically give him a plan.
Exactly.
And that's not enough.
If you have serious situations as far as like health, you're gonna have to have the medical plan. But one thing I would say to people, like example, say you need some blood work, because that's one of the situations you have to get blood and urine, because that's gonna see what's going on with your organs and what's going on in your body and things like that. You're a military veteran, you go to the VA hospital, they'll do that for you. or you can go pay $200 and get that done. So you tell people it's not end all be all situation. Like you mentioned,
you can get a simple cold. You can get a simple cold in Africa. You don't get that shit treated, you can die. That could turn to pneumonia, and die. And stuff like that. People don't think, oh, I'm gonna be all right when a simple cold, simple stuff like we take for granted here. You go get some cough medicine and take this, whatever like that. A simple cold or rash, or burn, not treated. You gotta go get a tourniquet. You gotta get a sedative on it. You gotta go get that wrapped up and whatnot. All this stuff people don't think about when they if they do get sick. So you get a cut on your hand, right? That cut gets infected. You gotta go to the hospital and get that bandaged up. And stuff like this. The simple stuff like that. And you would think grown people would talk on that level. Grown people say, something. Yeah, you gotta make sure you do that, or that's gonna get infected. Or you have an eye infection. You look up people like, damn, my eyes, I haven't been able to see in days, whatnot. You don't have a proper thing, or you have a tooth decay. And you develop some sort of lip cyst in your mouth. You gotta go see a dentist. What if there's no dentist around? What are you gonna do? You'll die. That cyst get into your bloodstream, you'll die.
I mean, perfect. Like ask someone like Navigate Freely, which I blocked earlier. Fam, it was just like this guy's irritating. He's like a troll and things like that. And it's just sad that you have to do that to somebody. I was like, dude, why do you need to keep on making comments? If you like the program, listen. If you have something important and intelligent to say, you make a comment. But I don't see him making much intelligent comment. This is my brother Bobcat Traction. Let's look at his comments and let's comment on his, I always like this my brother right here. He's good. So let's start with his first comment right here. Navigate Freely is one of those old defeated ninjas. I would say let's use ninjas. Ninjas who failed in the West and has come to Ghana, come to have a good, peaceful death in Ghana. That's Bobcat Traction for you. Rock on, my brother.
That's all. That's the truth, though. He failed in America, right? He had nothing to show for it. So he goes to Ghana, right? He's trying to be something. And so he says, so when we talk about building something in Ghana, that goes against him, man. I'm just living in Ghana and whatnot, So, and he can't stay out. Then earlier in the chat, Navigate kept talking about America is great and we're USA, ADOS and whatnot. I say, if you're in Ghana, why are you calling yourself ADOS? Why don't you just blend in with the Ghanaian society?
Well, they said that he's, that he's looking to be a Ghanaian and things like that. But like, good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Good luck. You can try to be a Ghanaian all you want. You can change it in generation, but you are who you are. You're an Black American. You're an African.
You're a Black American. That's what you are.
I'm a Black Jamaican and African Jamaican or Jamaican American or whatever you want to call me and things like that. But that's
what you roll. That's what
your people in Africa don't just accept you like that. So if we come together in strength and numbers, they'll accept us because they'll see that you have your own flow and things like that. Because we're dealing with an African continent that's more tribalistic than anything else. And as we explained, and then also someone explained why do we need to bring up, like, Kala, I don't know why people have an issue with the countries we bring up. Like you love Japan, but I'll also tell you that I love Japan also. I love that the history, the culture of Japan, and people, I may have not studied Japan as in depth as you I have, but it's like we both come to the same conclusion as far as, like, I love the samurai spirit. Like, even when I talk about World War II and one of the greatest military battles that you can ever see in life. And the good thing about that military battle in World War II, they have it now because modern day technology puts you in the middle of the battle and you can analyze for yourself. And I tell people, analyze it for yourself. Regardless of the outcome, you have to give Japan their respect. And I think the naval officers and the naval people that was out there, they even said some of the similar things, that they respect them. They respect them because it's what it is. You can respect.
That's just human nature. You respect people.
You're a warrior and you're respecting another warrior that's fighting and things like that. And you can greet each other and shake into each other. And
check this out. During World War II, they were asking soldiers about what do you think about Japanese, and they were like, "Well, they're fighting for their country. We're fighting for ours. We'll see who wins." That was a white American soldier saying that. You would think, "Oh, fuck the Japanese. We're right."
Like, I've never heard those comments. I've never, like, even when I was in Japan, I never heard those comments like "fuck Japan" and things like that. They got one of the largest military bases in Japan. It's a real situation with warfare, and you're telling people
warfare breeds respect.
And that's why I have no respect for weak ass excuse for Black men, because you're not fighting and you're not competing. It's like, why do me and Kala need to be fighting, competing, and working all week. The reason why you don't see us on YouTube, because you know what we're doing? We're working. I was talking to Kala today. He's working, I'm working, and we still communicate. You know, and the thing of it is, and we want to talk with our people, but we're telling our people that, hey, not all of you gonna make it, and not all of you we can do anything with, because some of you are weak. You're not very intelligent. You're not willing to put the work in. You're not willing to study and everything. How many websites and links and information that we have put up? Do people come back? Oh yeah, I checked out your website. I checked out the site and so on. How much people actually come and say those things? They don't. Every week about what we're talking about.
Every week I talk about, okay, I got the website up. You want to know what but BAO? I said I got chapters of, well, do you guys just join the social network and meet people? I don't hold people's hand. It's like, do you talk to Mark Zuckerberg when you want to join Facebook? No, you just join, add people on, like that. You know, what the hell are you need me for? You know, and that's what I said. These people have basically they don't even see it. They have no respect for us. You know. They want us to be, they think this is some startup and you need us, and they think they're important to us and whatnot, you know? Yeah, we need people.
I mean, reality of it is, the reality of it is, it's kind of like, Kala, you and I are, let me try to find two players that we can actually justify. Let me try to find, you and I are like, I'm trying to find two dynamic duos, man.
We're like freaking frack.
Or you and I could be like, oh man, I'm trying to find two incredible dynamic duo. You and I are Kobe and Shaq. How about that?
Yeah, Kobe and Shaq.
I apologize. That's a terrible. Or you and I are equally energy of dynamic duos and things like that. And we're just working on what we need to work on, because strength in numbers is important, especially in the age where you find more black men tearing down what we need to build versus building what we need to build. And again, like I mentioned to people earlier, this guy Navigate Freely, he's been trolling and hating on us for months now. And it's like a bunch of people not saying anything. So we have our brother Bobcat Traction, our warrior. Now, Bobcat Traction has another comment. This is like, he has about several. And Bobcat, brother, keep posting your comments. I want to share them, because you have, as a matter of fact, you have the most relevant comments throughout the day. So they said, why is the sister keep defending a failing old stupid man, aka Navigate?
And she knows
he returned to Ghana from the West to have a peaceful death.
She secretly hates me, and she hates Bomani, you know, and so she basically like, oh, who these guys think they are? Well, she's not. She's here to sabotage the movement.
What we're two brothers leading the Black Pan-African movement, not Tariq Nasheed and not Umar Johnson. You can, you know what I mean? You probably can't even call them. You can call me and Kala, and we can connect you with you. Look what you did for Rosenthal. Look what you did. You had Great African. You had the sister Wayne Wanda on there, and you and I, and then you have a whole bunch of other people. I'm telling people, like, it's like, when we're trying to build certain things, we're for black people, but we can't be for every black people, because not every black people want to be on code to do what we need to do together. And until people step their game up, we're not gonna bring them into a movement we're bringing them into. And they said,
we gotta lower ourselves, let these people insult us, and like, this is another thing I'm tired of, right? People think because they jump on a panel, they're automatically part of us. And everything. You got this is initiation.
They're not on our level, though. You got to be clear about that. You have to prove yourself.
You got to prove yourself to us. You don't just come up here and be like, oh yeah, well, you got to expect. No, we don't. If this movement right here, it's a vetting process. If you basically show by what you say in the chat that you're against us, I'm never going to trust you. You don't like the one guy, the L, whatever his name is, High Collar. That guy's already shown me that he's against us. So why is he trying to be friends with me now? I don't trust people. Your first intentions are the best. Sometimes you may not understand what I'm talking about, and then you might come around. Okay, I get what Kyle's saying. But when people basically are completely against what you are, I don't believe people change just like that. I believe people start off, they don't like you, they don't want to like that. So this here to try to undermine what you're doing. They attack everything. So we basically navigate. You guys, we watch this guy. Everything. He attacked your boy, what's his name, Dion.
Dion is one of my good brothers, and much respect to
goes
Dion.
To Africa and everything. Instead of him saying, Dion, man, you're going to Ghana in a couple of weeks. Why don't you come up here, man? Show us what you're doing. That we don't have that sort of community. So basically, I don't respect nobody who basically who don't see that this guy navigates divisive. Well, navigate. She's sitting there acting like his attorney, you know, and stuff like that. Well, come up here and virtual signal. You guys shouldn't say this. You guys shouldn't say this. Hey, Bomani, but I gotta go to bed, man. I gotta go get some sleep, brother.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely, brother. Continue on. I'm gonna keep on going on for a little bit because I want to go through some of these comments.
Go ahead, man. See if you can get somebody else on. You know.
Yeah, it's all good. And just drop off as you need, and I'm gonna close out soon and everything. But since
All
I'm,
right, brother. All right, brother.
Always good call. I appreciate your
All right,
energy
man.
and everything.
Thanks for having me, man. Nice, another good show. 7.5 hours.
Absolutely. The only thing I was gonna say is if you want to just play like a short clip of Kuda and Valley, we can continue on another show.
No, I'm about to fall asleep.
There you go, man. All right, brother, get your do your thing, man.
All right, brother, peace.
All right, so family, this is what I wanted to show. It's a clip of Kuto Kunivali, and when I mentioned family that the Cubans and Angolans worked together to free South Africa. True story. And people like, probably like, oh, you made it up. No, I don't make anything up. So this is the video right here, and we're gonna share. And before I even play the video, Bobcat Traction, my brother, man, if you're on and you want to join us, I have the link right there in the bottom page, or anyone else who want to join us. I'm in a good energy. I don't know where I got all this energy because I've been up from 24 hours ago and I didn't get any nap or rest or anything, but I feel good and everything. And appreciate all the people that support us and letting people know that, I know that people want to see all of us get along and all of us and it's not going to happen. And I'm not down with that anyway, because most of our people are not about that. You know what I mean? So what we're doing is a simple word: Pan-Africanism toward nationhood. Those who are down with us, we connect and we work together. So that's the link. My brother, let me just play another one of your comments. All right. So that's it right there. My brother Bobcat Traction said, I personally know Bomani, and he doesn't insult people necessarily unless it's warranted. Absolutely. I also agree with you that these old ninjas are jealous because they cannot and will not help our people. All right. So another comment. The sister doesn't agree with you and Kala. Why does she keep returning to your page? Obviously, she's searching for attention and something, or maybe she's an up. So Bobcat Traction, brother, appreciate you making these real comments. This is not a situation where everyone is going to feel comfortable with. And I'm always telling people, like, I have had a bunch of haters on you. I ran them off and things like that. And I mean, some of them even came back multiple times to get insults and things like that. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm a real brother. I'm not into this fake stuff. I'm not into playing games and things like that. You know what I mean? We're literally building a serious movement. And I tell people that, we can work together and do things together, but it's like, how do you work together with the trash in your society? Do you really just keep on doing that, or do you find the best of your people to work with? And I want to find the best of our people to work with, and I'm unapologetic about certain things. And I'm not here to sit here and just suck up the people. And I'm all about us building something. And this is real life. Real life. And I'm serious, family. So appreciate it, brother Jughead. Brother Jughead, always, you're welcome to the call. You're welcome to the situation. And let me pop up the actual. Let me add Big Black and welcome to the call, Big Black. Let me actually pop up the topic, because what I'm telling people is, let me meet you, brother. What I'm telling people, and let me just take myself off camera also. So what I'm telling people is, this is what we're talking about. When we're talking about overcoming the trials and tribulations of Pan-Africanism to build a Black nation, that's the real topic, just like the other topics that we have had. And we can connect as a people and work towards what we're working on. But when we're doing what we're doing, there's no need to give us this unnecessary opposition. Like Nax Leezy was one of those people. I thought he was actually an okay guy and things like that. But it's like, he literally felt entitled that he needs to push his agenda and things like that. And I'm telling people, my goal is to be just like that white man, Jay Marriott, you know what I mean, who built his empire, you know what I mean? And even in his death, his family as an empire, you know what I mean? And as someone living in this country, I don't think we should limit ourselves to what we need to progress with. And I think we should do the same thing as the white European Jews, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant people, and all the other kind of people, and be on code and find markets where we can dominate and where we can build what we need to build. And that market is going to be on the African continent, because Kanye West literally proved the situation that you can be, you can enjoy greatness in America as long as you follow the guidelines of your handler or your slave master or the people that you have to work with and things like that. And you have to just be, you're limited in a box. And so people like myself, I understood that long time ago, because like I explained, Dr. Clark, great teacher. I have his documentary and his presentations on Zionism and Pan-Africanism and things dealing with what we're talking about as a people. And so we're just doing what we need to do. And the reality of it is, I can't convert weak black men and strong black men. That's why we are rebuilding our whole population and things like that. And that's why we're building our town. And that's why we feel the way we feel. Because how are we supposed to build something with people who oppose us and people, so that's why I go with the numbers of the 1%ers. It's not a bunch of us that really believe in this stuff. Like all the people that I ran into that talk about they were into black consciousness and black power. Let me just turn my video on so I can, you can see my facial expression, and talk all that stuff. And he's like, you asked me where are those clowns now? Them clowns are not around. They just talk good. They were just energized and into just talking and feeling good about what we're dealing with. This is not a feel-good situation. The channel we have is not even monetized. There's no commercials on 90% of the videos. I'm not thinking about getting little YouTube crumbs. Now, this is one of the most popular platforms where you can come and actually talk with people and share information with people. The only thing that you're looking for and you're wishing that you can get is quality people who understand your program. It's like, why do someone need to come here and consistently debate with us and consistently feel like it's okay? Let me switch this thing around. I'm trying to get a good view of. All right, so let me just switch it this way. So we're trying to just put things in perspective to where people can be clear about what we're talking about, but then it becomes too much confusion. And that's why I'm about to bring my two good brothers, Jughead and Big Black, so they can have their analysis on it, and hopefully they can also share a situation as we talked about Kanye and talking about, and it's not a right or wrong or validation of anything. I'm basically saying, if you are a billionaire and you have your family taken from you and you have all kind of stuff going on with you, I'm not trying to say that he's not out of being accountable, but it's like you're on that level and you're still being controlled by a system. Are you really free? No, you're a billionaire slave, or they say he's not a billionaire anymore, so he's a multi-millionaire slave, and he's trying to break from that. And I'm telling people, like, some of us see that situation, and we don't have to be on that level to see it. And that's why we're doing what we're doing, and that's why we're building in Africa, because we realize that in order for us to have the voice we need to have and represent ourselves and do what we need to do for ourselves, we have to build something for ourselves. And unfortunately, while we were trying to do what we were doing, everyone else had a chance to dominate industries. And like my brother explained earlier, from the 1940s up until now, 1920s, you have literally 80 years of domination of the industries that we love, which is entertainment, whether it's music or acting. And then you ask yourself who control those industries and things like that. And it's the reality of it. So it's either you conform to those people and flow with them, and then you can say anything about anybody else but them. And that's the situation you're dealing with. So you either deal with that situation, or you say, you know what, let me just work together with the best of my people, not idiots like Navigate Freely and some of these other people, the best of your people, so we can actually build something together. So that's what our topic's about. So I'm telling people, stop coming on our videos and stop watching the channel. If you want to do that, that's fine. I can't stop. It's a public recording. I can't stop anyone from chiming in and doing something. But what I can stop is for people coming on here with their foolishness. You can watch the video and all you want, and then you can make your comments. But after a while, if you cross certain lines in the comments, I'm just gonna block you, because only thing I'm gonna label you as is a troll and a hater. You know what I mean? Literally, because if you're not a troll or a hater, you have to make some level of contributions. Anyway, let me family. So the topic is up. Let me remove the topic. And I got Big Black and Jughead. Jughead, you chimed in first. So let me just unmute you, and go ahead and just introduce yourself to our people and share the comments you want to share about the topic or anything else.
Good morning, Bomani. Good morning, Big Black. Welcome from the UK. Good morning. Over here, it's 11:20 in the morning. I just woke up. My camera's very poor, so hence why share my screensaver. Good morning, Big Black. Yeah, Bomani. Last week's topic, I missed it. I was so gutted last week. The topic last week. I saw that I missed it. That was a wonderful topic. I downloaded the broadcast. I saved it. I wish I was there last week, man. So I thought, Jeff, that was this week's topic. So I want to wake up to catch a topic. Yeah, but Mandy,
absolutely.
Today's topic is about going towards the problems of Pan-Africanism. Yeah. See, the problem is, Mandy, you're right. See, 1% is all we need. If we have more, the better. But we don't need the majority. If you look at the past, Mandy, Big Black, the majority of movements that have been successful have not been started by the majority. It's been the minority. Look at American Revolution, for instance. It's 3% that started the revolution. 3%. That's why they call it 3%ers. Not the majority. 3% fought to the slaves. The majority were black people. 3%. So, the majority of people, because of miseducation, leadership, the majority of people, particularly in the West, are comfortable and soft. So they're not going to move. They're in some kind of catatonic state. They're not going to move. They're cowardly and soft. So 1% that hardcore serious, we have to make the move. That's all we need, 1%. Right now on the planet, maybe 2 billion black people, 2 billion approximately. 1% of that is 20 million. That's all we need, or more. That's all we need. The core 1% that are serious, that are focused, that's all we need. The rest of I must build up black Dohas, our black Singapores, our black Qatars. The rest will wake up. So regarding Kanye West and the other idiot, Kunisarans, not Kanisarans, Kunisarans. Look at Kanye Bomani, Big Black. 2 weeks ago, she came up to buy him and had that sign, What lives matter. Now Kunya's been attacked. Where is she? She pushed him out to the front. And now he's being attacked. She's nowhere to be seen. Kunya's a fool.
Oh, yeah, bro. Yeah, she's laying low, literally.
Use him. Yeah, that Kunisarans, that dumb wench, push him out to take the flag. Now he needs her help. Where is she? See,
you said bedwench, right? I don't think people understand what bedwench means, so you have to explain.
Yeah,
a black woman who desire and love and with a white man.
Well, it's more than that. It's more than that. So if you love someone different race, that's your business. But when you love your enemy more than you love yourself, that's the problem. That's what bedwench is, a woman that loves their enemy more than loves their own people. If you love someone different race, that's your business. If they're not proven, but that's your business. But when you go out of the way to do the bidding against your race, that's what bedwench is. Look in the past, Big Black. Most of the house niggas were bedwenchers. Why? Because women in the past, in most nations, they like security. In the past, if you're a big black man or strong young male, you're in the field. You won't be in the house. Why can that waste of a resource? In the past, slavery, Big Black, we've seen as biological utilities. So if you're a big, strong black man, you want to be in the house. Because that would have wasted a resource. You'd be in the field or on a ring trying to be a nigger fighter. You would have been in the house. People in the house would have focused on an old nigger. If you survived slavery, you'd be in the house. If you're an old person, an old coon or a female. Young black men weren't in the house. That would waste the black were in the field working or trained to be brutal mandinga fighters. So most of those house niggas were females or old niggas. If you survived that long, you see, that's right. So if we're in the past now, you and our people that we're fighting to free our people, we'd be the Nat Turners. Have you seen that film, Django Unchained, Bomani? Have you seen Django Unchained?
Yes, you talking about the Django? You talking about the Django, right? Are you talking about the Django?
Have you seen that film? Have you seen it?
Yes, absolutely. I've seen when it first came out a few times.
Have you seen it? Yes. Have you seen the film?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yes.
Right. Remember the film? Remember the character Calvin Candy played by remember Calvin Candy? Played by Leonardo DiCaprio, the slave owner. Remember Calvin? Yeah, right. Remember the two Mandingas were fighting? Remember that scene?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely remember that scene.
Well, do you remember that scene, Bomani?
Yes, absolutely. I remember the scene.
Right. Remember the black female that was there watching?
Yes.
Now, remember the black female that was watching? The black female that was there. Remember the slim black female, the attractive one. That was Calvin Kennedy. That was his bed wench. Right. That's what bed wench was. She would be by the side of a slave master while being destroyed. That's Kuna Sowens.
Yeah, that's Kuna Sowens. Right there.
She pushed them Kuna protest. What does matter? Yeah, that's Kuna Sowens. She's the modern equivalent. So what I'm saying, back to the topic though, I don't want to discuss Kuna. He's an idiot. He's one idiot. You know.
Well, perfect. Let's put the thing.
How many billions he had? He was about 2 billion. Yeah, I will. See, Kuna has got billions. So use that money to give it to people like you, Kala, uplift people. He could build his Afrikstan now. You know, he's got the money to start. But he won't because he loves, you know, what's the validation of the European? That's the problem. What's the validation? That's a signal. What money he's got? He's still an insecure little boy. How can you be a billionaire and still validation? What kind of idiot are you? You got billions and you want validation of someone else? Are you stupid? Are you a moron? You have billions and you want no man's validation. See, a big back money. That's how weak these coons are. Now, as a billionaire, he's still not happy about it. He's still not using that money to uplift himself. That's why a man's a fool. How can you be a billionaire and want someone else's validation? That's retarded. You see, look, Bomani, if I had a fraction of his money, you think I'll be in the UK? If I just had a fraction of his money, you think I'll be in the UK? You think I'll be here?
No, you be in Ghana with me building the empire and the community.
Exactly. If I had a fraction, let alone 2 billion, whatever he's worth. Shows how silly these coons are. If all that money is, they still seek the validation of the. Let me calm down because one thing these coons they get me annoyed, Bomani. They get me annoyed. Let me calm down because these coons give me blood pressure. These coons make me sick. Their cowardice annoys me. Their stupidity, their cowardice, their lack of loyalty to their race annoys me. It really does. Because what it is, Bomani, I've always said when I became Pan-Africanist back in 1991, when I was 24, I'm showing my age now. From day one, Bomani, Big Black, I've always focused on the coons. Why? Because we're in our position now because of the coons that sold us out. Not right, when the Africans that were betraying each other back into the Portuguese, that were selling out each other on slave raids, on plantations, so the Africans that sell us out today. So it was the coons that hold us back. The coons are the ones that put us in our present predicaments. Not the Europeans, not the Arabs. They must look like us. The coons, they're the ones that fought the Mobutus, the Nelson Mandelas, the G. Roberts, the because those coons, the Barack Obamas, these ones that position. They look like us, they infiltrate and sell us out from within. That's when you separate from these coons, build our Afrikstan, separate. There needs to be separation, Bomani. So the topic you've got to say is very on point and very correct. The tribulations of our progress is the ones that look like us, they want to sell us out. The infiltrators, the ones with the cowards with no focus, no vision. I call it the ones with their toxic individualism. Their toxic individualism. That's what the problem. Cowardice and toxic individualism. That's what I'm saying for now. Let me calm down now. Let me give myself a. Let me calm down because these guys give me a stroke, man. These fools will give me a stroke. These
well, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, brother, and we can just have Big Black jump in and share what he wants to share. Also.
Hey, good morning, brothers.
Greetings, brother. Greetings. Go ahead.
Yes, it's pretty much sad what's going on with kind of sad.
Good morning.
Hey, Jughead. Yeah, it's kind of sad what's going on with Kanye steadily falling. You know, I know one thing. If what he's doing, his personality is for show and his egotism, he's gonna need to wake up pretty soon. You know, you know, if it's all an act, he's gonna have to stop this act and you know. To put some brakes on what's going on right now because he's steadily falling and he needs to do some soul searching, should I say? Yeah, but I just wanted to get on and let Bomani know that just keep going, man. A lot of things that's going on as far as distractions against Pan-Africanism is they'll soon fade. These different movements. I see the whole FBA thing. That Tariq has going on. A lot of people are starting to abandon ship. He still has traction, but I mean, I want to see reparations. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure. I don't think that whole FBA movement is the way to go because it's more about dividing us than anything as far as Black people on the planet as a whole. That's my problem with it. Again with the whole reparation starting with the whole ADOS, it was the first thing that was on the agenda was to separate themselves from Pan-Africanism and from Pan-Africanism, period. And then Tariq jumped on and continued that, which didn't make any sense to me. So I see right now he's him and a guy named there's a Taharka Bay. They're going at it, and this guy's pretty much he's digging it to him, and it's not looking good for Tariq. So
you talking about Tariq and not Kanye? Gotcha. So we could talk about both of them. Cause this comment is actually for you in reference to Kanye.
No, I don't think he should bend the knee to his masters. I think what he needs to do is assess where he's at right now and stop the bleeding. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean bend to the masters. That's one way of doing it, but you can do it in another way where you're not bending to the master. But he's transcending it, and I think the mind frame that he has right now is almost I'm invincible. That's the egotism that he has. I think he needs to reevaluate his situation and stop the bleeding without bending to the masters. Because right now it looks like just to the world public, looks like he just his ego is getting the best of him, and he's making foolish decisions as far as on the chessboard. So no, I don't think he needs to bend his knee to the masters. To powers that be. He doesn't need to bend his knee, but he needs to stop the bleeding. So.
Big man, coming, sir.
Yeah. Yep.
I think, but yeah, I'll ask first. I'll show you the respect. Big black. The problem with Kanye is this also, as well as Kunis Owens, the white have abandoned him. It's the problem with Big Black. These Kanye, I liked him. Let me calm down because Kanye West. The problem came with him when he said that slavery was a choice. That's when I got annoyed with him. When he married Kim Kardashian, I don't care. That's his business. Who marries your business? But when he said slavery was a choice, that's when I got angry with Kanye. So if you wonder why my annoyance with him, that's where it stems from that. When he made that comment 2 years ago, which was very, very offensive. But back to your point, Big Black. Problem is Big Black. Kanye for that because he offended Donald Trump, which and spoke for the right. He thinks that white stuff is black. They're not. You see what's happened now, Bomani, Big Black. All the right push out, say, yeah, Kanye, go say that. White lives matter. But then when he needs the help, they've all abandoned him. No one's got his back. See, they all push him out to the front. Kunis Owens, all right groups, and the MAGA supporters. Now he needs the help. Now he's being attacked by the small hats. They've all abandoned him. See, he thought they had his back. Mm-hmm. No one's got. If we had Kunis, then no one's got our back except each other. Big Black. That's what these Kunis need to understand. No one has our back except each other. No white man's got your back. No Kunis got your back. All we've got is each other. To realize that. That's why. I hope that's less to his other other people out there that think that these bed wenches and these all right got your back. You say that all those MAGA reports you want. When you get attacked by small hats, they abandon you. None of them have got his back. None of them.
Yeah.
That's a lesson there to all the coons out there. I think that if you say people on the bus that the people they're fighting for will have your back, they won't. Look at Mobutu, Big Black. He killed back in the 60s. He killed Lumumba. He allowed the Congo to be raped for decades by the French and the European. But what happened? When they fell out of them, what was his end? They took his wealth and threw him in a dungeon in France. That was his reward after decades of lost over to white supremacy. For them, he killed Lumumba for them. He allowed the Congo to rape his coltan, his uranium for decades. How did he end up? In a impoverished cell in France. That's a lesson there. Don't sell out because when they finish you, they will turn on you. Mm-hmm. Don't sell out, black people, because when you sell out, when they finish you, they will turn on you. They don't value your loyalty to them. That's what these coons. And also, I've seen that people like Kunis Owens. She's next. Kunis Owens is next. I mean, all these coons get their back at Bill Coonby, when he had his Poundgate speech, he said, black Americans like you. I love black Americans. I've said before, Big Black. Black Americans are the best blacks on the planet. For the last 200 years, no one's done more new people to progress black people. That's not me ass kissing. That's a fact. So when Bill Coonby attacked black Americans, on your part, I was annoyed for you with his Poundgate speech. We're the crap about, there's no racism, just pull your pants up, stop speaking the bonnets, everything be okay. That's an insult. But when they turned on him 3 years ago, what happened to Bill Cosby? There's whites that he looking at us. When they were in front of prison by the 50-line white men that lied on him, they will turn back to him. Look at, they say O.J. Simpson, or say Fool J. Simpson. 3 years he abandoned his black community. When he got, it was 1994, 1995, when he was in prison for killing his wife. The whites said they were turning him. They all turned on him. Don't sell out. Don't sell out. When you sell out, they don't appreciate it. Now can you find out for yourself? The bed wenches, no one's defended him. Whoopi Goldberg, Kunis Owens, none of them got his back. He's out there on his own against a powerful people. There's a lesson there. Don't turn on black people because if you do, no one's got your back. That's what I want to say. So that's why it's a big black. You're right, big. So if you're listening, Kanye, you still got money you're off, but as Big Black says, you still got your wealth. You don't all done it. If you back off, backtrack, keep your mouth shut, and build your own community. Give money to Kala. Give money to Bomani. Give money to people that want to build Africa. That's your investment. That's your money should be going. That's an investment. Look at again, Bill Cosby, Big Black. You get money to the HBUs for millions of HBUs. Howard, Spellman. But when he was in prison, none of came for none of hack. Because we gave ministers to HBU, CUs, Spellman, Howard. When they forced to put him in prison 3 years ago, it was in 2018, no, 4 years ago, 2018. None of them had his back. Spellman, Howard, they're all quiet. They're coons. Because we gave ministers to those HBCUs for years. Yet when they needed them, they would turn their back on them. It wasn't even to Kala or the BAIO. We had his back. Don't give the cowards. Give them to us. We'll get you back. Let's build institutions, and that way, if they attack, we can support each other. You know, that's all I've got to say.
Yeah, you just stop the bleeding. That doesn't necessarily mean doesn't mean at all that the kiss butt, but just take like you said, take assessment of what he has right now. And the lesson is, hey, I need to make myself autonomous from my attackers. You know what I mean? And what better way is to look at investments in Africa, and see if you could do something, and pretty much humble yourself, have some soul searching, understand, learn the lesson. This is this, believe it or not, it's a life lesson in this for Kanye West. And go to Africa and invest and do the right thing. You know what I mean? Because when you did the wrong thing, they took the ladder from you. So, and so to speak. So, there's ways to look at this, even if it's even if it's a little slow money to get you, to stop the bleeding, at least you stop the bleeding, and you can always come back and go back to the, to the chessboard and you know, continue their own. So, yep, yeah.
Yeah, Big Black. Yes, oh, sorry, continue. So I apologize. Continue. I apologize. I interrupted. Finish, Big Black. I apologize. Finish.
No,
Finish, sir.
you good. You good. I was done.
Yeah, Big Black. I mean, if you're a billionaire, you don't need to kiss us. Why is a billionaire kissing us? You know, that makes sense to me, Big Black Bomani. Why is a billionaire sucking up? That's retarded. You know, it's on point. That's retarded. You're a billionaire. You're autonomous. You're independent. Why are you kissing? Why are you? This is shocking to me. The level of cowardice, level of lack of self-respect, to me, is shocking in some of our people. Really, is shocking to me, Big Black, because you know, I'm a working man. I don't take that crap from anybody. I'm a nice guy, but I don't take crap from anybody. I'm not even a billionaire. Imagine if I had a man had his wealth. If it, I've been giving grants to people like yourself, Kala, you know, BAIO Bomani, because as an individual, I can't fight the global so white supremacy. But you've been put a like that. Look, but my Big Black. You've seen the Avengers movie, Big Black. You know the Avengers Marvel movies. Big Black. You've seen it.
Yes,
Big Black. You know the Avengers Marvel. If you look at watch the movies.
I rarely
Right.
watched them.
When at the end of Iron Man 1, what happened? Okay.
I didn't watch the Avengers.
Yeah, they're crap. I'm making a point. You know, big.
Okay.
Right. But my point is this: to Big Black, my brother. See, at the end of Iron Man 1, what happened? He met Nick Fury. What Nick Fury did? He built a team together. Why did he build a team? Because Iron Man can't take Thanos by himself. If you're taking on Thanos, you need a team. You see, I can't take a white supremacy by myself. They're Leviathan. But you got a team of big blacks, Brother Jeffs, Juggling One, Brother Bomani's, Carlos. That's a different story. You got 2 million big blacks, 2 million Bomani's, 2 million Colors, 2 million Brother Jeffs, i.e. Juggling Ones, 2 million Brandons. Now you got an army. And you pull out resources, now you're formidable. See, that's different. You need a team. You can't take the small hats by yourself. Kanye, they're too powerful, you fool. The small hats control every facet of the society, industry, the media, politics. And you got it by yourself. You're a fool, Kanye. You take them on, build a team first. Build up me, build up Big Black, build up Bomani, build up Kala. Then you take them on. There's a team, you fool.
True. Yeah, facts.
Yes, absolutely. All facts, and strong energy. Let me see who we have over here. Big Black. Go ahead. You have something to share.
Oh yeah. So just wanted to get on there and let you know, there you still have a lot of people that's that follows you all, and you know and that are learning, even though you have a lot of trolls. I would think the ones that are not trolling that tune into you, every time you all come on, they're pretty much learning, and just keep just keep going, because this Pan African thing is not a fad, and there's a lot of things that are come and go. A lot of the trolls they're obviously not Pan Africans. They come from different walks of life, and it's a jealousy thing there. And when I say a jealousy, it's like you know, they've been trying to stop Pan Africanism for the longest. They've been trying to put the fire out on Pan Africanism ever since these people joined these movements, but the fire keeps burning, and they don't understand why the fire keeps burning. And we thought we put it out, with the apples. We thought to put it out with, with different type of movements that have talked against Pan Africanism, but it keeps on going. And the reason why is because it's the common sense approach. It makes too much sense. So just keep going. Yep. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, Big Black. Yeah, good points, Big Black. Good points. Yeah, regarding the trolls, I mean, they got nothing better to do. Why are they trolling? It's me. I would never troll. I'm too busy to troll. Why? Are they? If all the trolls out there, if there are any trolls right there right now, why are you trolling? Get on with your life. Go build your wealth, because we got recession coming. You better spend the time to get a job because next year, because that idiot Biden, that retard, we got a recession coming. In the UK now, it's a mess. So I'm doing extra time, building my wealth, get my silver, build my index funds. I haven't got time to troll. So if the trolls out there, get a job. Why have you got time to troll? You got time to troll, you got time to get a job. Go build your index funds, build your ETFs. Go protect yourself, because it must come around the corner. In 2023 is a major recession, maybe depression. You haven't got time to troll. Leave the money alone.
Yeah, I wonder who's in this Ignite Spark. I wonder if Ignite Spark would jump on.
Yeah, some of these people are unbelievable, brother. They're just unbelievable. I don't know what to do with some of them, but the good thing is you're not. We've been on and we are peaking at 8+ hours, so you guys just be free to share, and then we can close. But the floor is yours. Anything you want to share or stick with?
Okay. Yeah, I just stepped on just to say what's up. But I want to tell you, Bomani, like, sure, I'm surprised you all with 8 hours. Hey, you gotta. It's it sounds like it's a lot of fire in you, and I'm just pretty much echoing. Keep going, keep going. So hope you all have a good day today.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of this, what people don't understand is that people feel like you're literally supposed to agree with and be down with everyone. I tell people, what we're doing is what we do, and things like that. And I don't know what to tell people. It's like we're working on what we're working on, but we have trolls and haters, and things like that. And it's like, what do it's like you're asking, what do you want them to do? And it's like, I can't come on here and then lower my voice as a man and then be all like soft and everything. Who I am. I represent real Black power and real manhood. And for people who are listening to what they're listening, they got to understand, if we're on here pushing a certain program, either you can respect the program and we can dialogue and build and connect, or you can come and get insulted and embarrassed, and it's what it is. So, the lady before saying that, we're calling people certain names. I mean, I have a lot of worse names to call somebody than idiot and stupid, which are great words based on what we need to call people. I could love to be on here and talk about all of our wonderful, beautiful Black people that's on code and everything, but it's not the reality. Most of our people are not on code, and they're here to destroy us. Like I tell people, it's easy for them to say what they're saying, but I'm not a spectator. I'm in a movement. You're out there and you got knives in your back, and you got constantly people stabbing you in the back. You know what I mean? So it's like, what do? You just let people victimize you. You stand for yourself. And that's what I'm always telling people. This is not amateur hour. This is for, we're professionals at what we're doing. And if you have, if you need amateur hour, go do something else. And telling people, when you decide to step out here and build a movement, you're going to be seeing what I'm seeing. And then you're going to say, oh, Bomani is right. And I'm telling people, with me and Kala is on here, we're talking about things. We're also talking about how so much of our people do some wicked stuff to us, and we're not going to sit around and put up with them. So if they come on here or they try to do certain things, we're going to shut them down and let them know that this is not the time. We ain't playing around. We're not playing games. So it's like, if you feel like it's just playtime and want to listen to us, you can listen to us. But then if you try to kind of just come out and try to tell us how to do things and things like that, I'm like, what constitutes you, whatever you accomplish in life, well, you need to give me advice about business and about what we're doing. And I'm real with people on that. Like, I tell people, I don't need everybody in this movement. I need a small percentage of people that's about their life and that business.
Yeah, I hear you, because it's obviously it's a knowledge that's being shared, because I'm looking at the numbers. It's usually a steady number, and it's usually the same couple of trolls, so that means that a lot of people are looking at this show, and and there's worth in this show, and there's knowledge in this show, and the people that are the people that are getting the most from it probably are the people that are not even commenting, So, yeah, just keep going.
Absolutely, and that's what these trolls do, man. That's what these trolls do. That's the purpose of their life. So we just educate people on them that they're gonna be around and they're gonna get in your way, and you just keep on doing what you're doing. And that's what I'm telling people. The time we've survived the trials and tribulations of trolling and trolls and haters, and people who literally just make it seem like we need to conform and be a certain way. Like I'm telling people, like I'm not one of those people. I'm a rough ass guy. I'm not some soft ass guy. In Kala, we're not some soft ass guy. And are we supposed to tone everything that we do just to cater to people? And that's all I tell people is like, if they're not feeling our level of tone and everything, they don't need to be up all night long listening to us. But if they're down, let's dialogue and keep building.
Yeah, don't water it down. But I'm about to, I guess, get ready for the day. You all have a great day.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely, brother. And Jughead, you're still on. So if you want to share some more, definitely, brother.
Thank you. Big black, my brother. Welcome, brother. I appreciate you. I love your content as usual. Great contribution. Bomani, yes, please. Don't water it down. Bomani, let's see why you're criticized, Bomani. I'll explain to you why. So, Bomani, the problem is this, Bomani, is this. Most of the people are not serious. You have to remember that. See, Pan-Africanism, you know why it's criticized? I'll tell you why. Because Pan-Africanism demands that we wake up, stop playing about, and build a nationhood. That's not easy. That's difficult. Sitting on your backside and preaching and begging, that's easy. Pray for what Jesus to come out of the sky, that's easy. Get off your backside and building black Singapores, black Qatars, black Pakistans with nuclear weapons, black Chinas. That's decades of hard work. Most blacks are down for that. Hence why you're critical. Because they know that when you, Pan-Africanism separates wheat from the chaff. Pan-Africanism separates the men from the boys. Pan-Africanism separates the men, women from the girls. Pan-Africanism separates the adults from the children. Most of the people are children. That's the problem. Physically, they're adults, but mentally they're children. Because if you're for strong nationhood, if you're for strong nationhood, strong independence, you're a child. You want to be breastfed by white supremacy. You want to sit in and wipe someone's breast and start breastfeeding. Well, listen, I'm not breastfeeding anymore. I'm 55 years old. I ain't breastfeeding anymore. I stopped breastfeeding 54 years ago. I ain't breastfeeding no more. I'm a big grown-ass man. I'm not breastfeeding. I'm an adult. I don't give my own land, my own people to be strong economically, scientifically, and militarily. That means adulthood. That's Pan-Africanism. That's nation building. Nation building. Not begging, not preaching, not ass kissing, not seeking validation, not breastfeeding. Nation building.
Yes, absolutely.
Most people want to breastfeed.
No, absolutely. Here's one of those comments that what people make based on what we're talking about. Big Black is not on here to say anything, but it's like that's what Big Black explained and things like that. But it's like I don't see him, saying that someone should bend the knees to the master. I think it's just you just have to be strategic. If you have that kind of money and you just want to just blow it, then that's fine. That's good money.
Correct. That's right. Big Black didn't say that. Big Black said, stop the bleeding, meaning step back and regroup. If you're gonna attack a power of people, get allies first. Coolness is not an ally. Coolness is out for herself. The white are not your allies. They're out for themselves. So, Kanye, if you're listening, I presume he's listening. If he's intelligent, if you're intelligent, you listen to Bomani's channel. If you're intelligent, if you have a brain, Kanye, if you're listening, backtrack. You have to box down with boxing. If you go to a bigger, strong opponent, you're gonna get knocked out. What do you box? Use your footwork. You bob and weave. You box clever. You don't stand to someone bigger, stronger than you. You box clever, or you get knocked out. Kanye, the small hats are Leviathan. They're powerful. If you're going and they're ruthless, organized, backtrack, and focus on don't focus on them and focus on giving your resources. People that are serious, give it to us. Give us the BAIO. We'll use that money constructively. Give it to us. We'll do something with it. That's all I've got to say. Look, you've been at 8 hours, Bomani. You've been fantastic. I mean, I didn't know 8 hours. That's a marathon. Bomani, you're a warrior, man. 8 hours.
Yes, absolutely.
We
had a great topic, and we started off. We did a whole bunch of presentation, and we went into dialogue on many different things. And only thing that we were asking was for people to connect with us based on what we were talking. But then it ended up being this little reckless little dialogue. And I tell people that, people are gonna come and that's what they want to talk about. We can address those situations. So we're talking about navigate freely and how rude this guy is supposed to be. Our elder, he's supposed to be a 60-something-year-old man that moved from America to Ghana. And I don't think he has ever been anywhere other than Ghana. And I don't think he has ever been anywhere literally outside of America. Outside of just Ghana. And he may be the age that he is, but he has no experience. And people like myself, I tell people since I was like 18, 19, 20, I've been traveling the world. And it's and I tell people, like, I don't make things up. I got the passports here, and I got all of the travel books, from the Navy travel book to other books that you have here in different countries. And you're telling people that the countries that we talk about, we either have studied them and have been there. And this is, we're not some of these people who get on YouTube and talk, we live that life, and everything that you explain it to people. So you're telling people that I'm in a serious situation. I got to find the best of our people. I can't deal with reckless, stupid people who literally have no respect for people who are making the moves and things like that. One of the issues that in our community as a people is that we have old Negroes, olders, and they feel literally entitled that they should just be able to run their mouth and talk a bunch of stuff and be disrespectful, and we're supposed to sit and accept that. And I tell people I don't accept that, and I'm one of the ones that put fire under them, because here you are, you building the world that you're talking about, and you're living it. You're not just talking about it, and that's the issue that some of these people, they're talking about these world and they're not build anything. So that's why I don't pay much of it in mind. And whenever we have our conversations, I just break down dialogue, and I tell people, if I'm talking and you hear my man voice, it's not I'm being, it's not like I'm being angry or anything. It's not anger. It's like you're talking and things like that, and you explain to people. And sometimes you have to just talk with a strong voice, because here you are doing what you're doing, and then you have you have a generation of older Black people who show no respect to a younger generation of Black people that are actually doing the work. Like, people can't all say that they were down with Malcolm and Garvey and Dr. King. They weren't. They were probably working their jobs, and then other people were out there marching and doing things. So I tell people, don't play games like you were out there doing anything or you built anything. You didn't do anything. You just been a spectator all your life. You've never joined Black organization. You don't support Black-owned business. You just feel like you're entitled to speak, and it doesn't work that way. It's like, so I tell people, go to these other people's channel. When we're talking here and we're up all night long, we're looking for real serious people to dialogue with and connect with, and we're looking for men who we can connect with. Because the issue that I'll always have is that we have a generation of men that are a weak excuse for men, and they shouldn't even be living. You know what I mean?
Correct.
They shouldn't be out there to where they just literally just getting in our way. We have it, so I'm gonna always uphold us as us men doing what we need to do and being strong and building what we're building. And I will not let the weak ass excuse for Negroes literally get in our way, whether they're 50 years older than me or 50 years younger than me. It doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? In our generation, we're doing what we need to do. And the people before me, your generation, you guys had your chance. You had your chance. What did you do with your chance? I'm 45. Go ahead.
So I do apologize, Bomani. I have to interject because you say it's so powerful, profound. But it's worse than that. They had the chance. It's worse than that. Not only did they have the chance, they refused to build. It's worse than that, Bomani. They refused to build. They refused to act like men. Look at why if the Black men and women in the 70s, 80s, 90s have done their job, we'd have Black Chinas by now. Why are we still behind? Because adults, Black people in the 70s, 80s, the 90s didn't do their job. Look at Qatar, Dubai. Why are Qatar, Dubai built? When Qatar get independent from Britain in 1971, 52 years ago. No, 51 years ago. Look at Qatar now. Why Qatar built? Because the Qatari men in the 70s, 80s, 90s did their job. When we were begging and marching, they focused on nation building. Look at Dubai now. Look at Qatar now. Qatar is what it is now because the men in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, 2000s did their job. They're building their wealth. They focus on nation building. So the adults there, so they can command respect because they did their job. Our adults didn't do that, did their jobs. The black people adults in the 70s, 80s didn't build nothing for us. Hence why we're still behind enemy lines. Why about in the UK now, behind enemy lines? Because Nigerians were found from in the 70s didn't do his job. Nigeria now should be a superpower. Why is Nigeria not a superpower? Because adults in Nigeria didn't do their job. So they can't demand respect if they earn it. The Africans, look at Ghana and Sierra Leone, Liberia. The adults at that time didn't do their job, which is nation building. So you can't command respect. You can't say I'm elder respected. No. You have to build something us first. Then we can respect you. They haven't done their job. So when you're right, Bomani. You're right. You're correct, Bomani. 200%. They didn't build nothing for us. Well, here's one had enemy lines. Me in the UK, you over there in America. Well, you're in Africa, but we're building that. We're doing now what should be done decades ago. We're behind schedule, Bomani. Because I'm making sense because adults in the past didn't do their job. So we're 5 decades behind schedule. Look at before COVID, Bomani. In 2019, the UAE sent probes to Mars. Little UAE did it just a few decades ago. Sent probes to Mars. Little UAE, which is smaller than London. Little UAE sent probes to Mars of 2019. What are we doing? We're still marching for reparations. We're 5 decades behind. Everyone's passing us by. In 2017, India sent 100 probes to Mars. India. For 5 years ago. Where's that space program? What are we doing, Bomani? Because blacks and adults in the past didn't do their job. We're 5 decades behind.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Yes. Yes, Jughead. Yes, Jughead. You have to mute yourself. You can talk, brother.
Oh well, I don't be selfish because I've been an hour. You've been almost 9 hours now, so I don't be selfish. But I'll say because I come late, man. Well, I came, I just woke up. So I can't be selfish, my money. But I'll keep it short and sweet. You need to get some rest. But yeah,
I appreciate it. When we're on a roll, we're rolling and things like that. This was a video that we're looking to play. It's saying 1987 to 1988 Angola Civil War, and and I was trying to play some of it, and I'm just gonna go ahead and play some of it, and you can just watch it, and I'll probably have to connect back with the situation with me and Kala as we talk and continue another segment. But here we go.
With the defeat of South African troops by Cuban and Angolan forces, the whole balance of power in the area has been altered. We're going to look at this comprehensively with interviews and sections from Cuban documentaries right now on Alternative Views.
So family, this is what I'm telling you about. Cuba and Angola connecting and working together to defeat the wicked white devils in South Africa to get South Africa independence and free our people.
That's right. I feel that's correct.
There's been some very important developments in South Africa involving Angola, South Africa, and other countries in that region in attempts to create peaceful settlements to some of the wars that have been going on in that region. But you don't hear too much about this from the U.S. media. Well, we're happy to have with us today Kenneth Jones, who's on the National Executive Committee of the Venceremos Brigade, who's been to Angola about a year ago and has carefully studied affairs in that area and is going to give us an update on current situation in Angola and the entirety of South Africa.
In addition to our interview with Kenneth Jones, we have extensive footage which came from Cuban television, documenting the military aspects and a lot of the political aspects of the operation in Angola. We also have updates by John Stockwell, former CIA officer, who was instrumental in the activities in 1975 with the CIA in Angola. For background information, we'll take a brief look at a documentary about John called The CIA Case Officer by Saul Landau and Haskell Wexler. Well, let's start with our interview
Devil
with Kenneth
Mobutu.
Jones.
Yeah,
Well,
Mobutu
the
was
point
in
is
there,
this.
devil.
In
On.
November of, first of all, South Africa has continually invaded. And there have been, how the defense of Angola has been over since 75 is they have built up 3 lines of defense. The FNL, I mean the FAPLA troops, which is the Angolan army. 3 lines of defense. And then behind them, the Cubans are. The Cubans sit back and have not really been in battle since 75, 76.
Oh, really?
Yes. The FAPLA troops, are so good now that they have been able to stop South Africa. The South African troops have never been able to get to the 3rd line of defense. The 2nd line has always stopped the South African troops. But South Africa decided that the balance of forces were such that they wanted, because they were afraid that SWAPO was going to get independence from Namibia, and a lot of things were happening around Africa. And they were even destabilizing more countries more.
Oh, Mozambique. They've been tearing Mozambique to death.
Exactly.
With their own countries.
Right. Right. And they've been Lesotho, Swaziland, Botswana. They've been going to all these countries, at will. So they decided, South Africa understands that the most important country in Southern Africa right now is Angola. And they wanted to destabilize Angola more than any other country. So what they decided was they put their hopes on attacking a small town, which was the center of the MPLA military. It was called Quito Carnaval. And they were going to move the Angolans out of Quito Carnaval, put UNITA in, and
which is headed by Savimbi, the guy who's been to the United States a lot and supported by the CIA.
And South African connections.
Okay.
CIA has been supporting Savimbi, since before 75.
Right.
Even though he says he's a Marxist, which is curious. But
Savimbi says whoever he's talking to,
right.
He says that's what he is.
Right.
He's a Christian. He's a Marxist. He's this.
Right.
He's
an opportunist.
Yeah.
Big opportunist. Okay.
Right.
As a matter of fact, that one of the things that's really clear is the CIA and the United States government support UNITA with a lot of funds. And by supporting UNITA, they're supporting South Africa.
We can decide without asking South Africans. We can decide without asking the Americans.
A lot of the weapons that go to UNITA end up in South African hands. Anyhow, they wanted to take up this town called Quito Carnaval and make it a UNITA stronghold, and then UNITA was going to declare a government, and then ask for South African help if they were attacked. So that was the plan. So it sounded like a very good plan. So the South Africans moved in across the river. Quito Carnaval is on a river, and started bombarding and sieging Quito Carnaval. And this happened in November. The siege went from November to March. November of 87 to March of 88, there was a siege. They attacked the city at least once a month, with major attacks coming in January, February, and March to try to break and push the MPLA out of Quito Carnaval. The Angolans again asked the Cubans for assistance because they realized that this was the most serious attempt at breaking their sovereignty that has happened since 75. So they asked the Cubans for help. The Cubans talked about it and discussed it and decided that it was so important that they not take this town, that there were about 40,000 Cuban troops already in Angola, so that they not only wanted to move those Cuban troops into battle, but they sent 12,000 of their best troops that were in Cuba to Angola.
This was a very complex undertaking, particularly from the logistics point of view.
Let me switch back on that. So that is a small clip of that situation of Cuba and Angola working together to you know, to be a strong force in that region and destroy the apartheid operation there in South Africa. So you know, when we're talking about navigate freely, you know, we're telling them about countries like Angola and things like that. And just because he doesn't know certain things, he think all the countries in Africa are destitute and things like that. So this is where when you have somebody that's an older, need to listen to young generation of people who have studied and have researched and have done what they have done. And I know sometimes it hurts, but it's like I've told people that are a lot older than me, don't feel away because I'm educated and I'm learning what I'm learning. That has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't feel bad about yourself. I'm very ambitious and I'm a person that's very competitive. Ever since I was in Jamaica and they, they got you in that world of being competitive, running fast, jumping fast, kicking balls, studying, competing, and things like that. But as far as the clip that just showed, it's a clip that we're probably just gonna show another time and get into deep conversation. But I'm also showing people the connection between the Caribbean and the African continent, which is Cuba and Angola. You know, and so there's a lot of things going on that people don't know, and this is one of those things I'm almost betting that people never heard about this story. And things like that. Are you familiar with Kuto Kunavali and the Angola connections with the Cubans to destroy the South African apartheid regime?
Oh yes, but Bomani, when I became Pan-Africanist back in 1991, I talk all the time. People said, "Jeff, what are you talking about?" I've done it for decades. That's why Bomani. I think it was Stephen Vorster that time, the fascist leader of Tanzania, that sent the troops into Angola, and Cuba also, Russian also wasn't just Cuba, it was Russian supplied as well. Help Cuba their fight as well by supplying weapons. That's why to this day, Bomani, I'll never criticize Cuba. I'll never criticize Russia. I never criticize North Korea. Let me tell you why. So people realize, but we heard of Battle of Adwa. Remember the Mehmet II, the first Ethiopian war that defeated the Italians in 1890.
Adwa.
Yeah. Mehmet II. He got weapons. He gave no supplying weapons. Who gave weapons for money? No supplying with weapons. It was Russia. I know. 2 years ago, Russia gave Mehmet II weapons to help him beat the Italians. Russia refused to join the Ebola conference. Russia helped love liberation movements in Africa. That's why I'll never criticize Russia. Never. Right now, there's a system called RASCOM, Regional Africa's satellite system called RASCOM. Russia put it up for us. Gaddafi paid for it. Russia put it up for us. A satellite called RASCOM. Before that, RASCOM was put up. But if you had to find Africa, it cost you, British were exploiting us. It cost us millions, a lot of money. Now, to call Africa is cheap now because of Russia. Russia put up that satellite for us, paid for by Gaddafi. It was North Korea that helped Zimbabwe liberate itself from Rhodesia. Kim Jong-un, he was his father that helped send troops to help Mugabe and Joshua Nkomo. Yeah, North Korea did that. And so I'll never criticize North Korea. I will never criticize North Korea. Never. I'll never criticize Cuba. I'll never criticize Russia. Never. I know what they've done for us in the past. There are people that don't know that. People say we've got allies. We have got allies. When you act as men, people support us. Cuba fought for us because they act like men. They was liberating themselves. So Cuba helped. And Russia. When Mugabe and Joshua Nkomo was liberating themselves from Rhodesian invaders, Rhodesian squatters, no white Africans, squatters. That's what they are. Those figures of white Africans. Those squatters in Rhodesia, North Korea helped us liberate. Kim Jong-un's father sent troops to help Mugabe. A lot of people don't know that. You see? So a lot of things that people don't know. I'm learning.
Absolutely. And that's why people need to listen when people like ourselves are on here talking about history and culture and things going on. So, but yeah, brother.
Yeah, so I'll say so big up to Castro and Cuba, little Cuba sent, there are at least 5,000 troops that are dead and buried in Mama Bab Africa soil that died for us. And God praise their souls. They did for us what those blacks would never have the courage to do. Let that big Cuba fight for us. Those Cubans.
Yes, you saw in the video that was the man himself, Fidel Castro, one of the greatest revolutionaries that we have in the history of the world. That's down with us as a people, and he proved himself. You know what I mean? How you can't prove yourself any more than that? That you send some of your best troops over to support one of our best countries, Angola, that is always one of those underrated countries. He didn't go over there to help Ghana or whatever. They help Angola. In Angola, they speak Portuguese. In Cuba, they speak Spanish. I don't know how the connection happened, but it just shows people that that it has to be a global situation where you try to find the best of your people to work together to do certain things. And when next time me and Kala get on, we're gonna talk more about those relationships and things like that. Just like we've been talking about, like Liberia, and putting a true perspective on Liberia, because people just like tend to like run with the stupidity that they hear, and and things like that. And I'm like, stop going by the things that you hear and go by the things that we need to understand. And what we need to understand is that we have to figure out a way how to build what we need to build so we can have the level of operation in Africa where we can do what we need to do and things like that. So if our brother Kala said that, hey, there's parts of Angola that he is connected with people that we can do certain things in. It's just like I have the land here in Ghana. Work hard to make sure we get some land to do certain things. So when you're having the conversations, you're taking your time out to talk with people and everything. You want to have incredible and interesting dialogue. You don't want to always be dealing with the trolls and the haters, and things like that. And you want people to understand where you're coming from. And I'm telling people, like, this is not the network for you to come here and debate and fight with what we're doing. Our motives are 100% clear. You see the same big words right there in your screen: Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, Afrikstan Analysis, and things like that. These are all the things that we literally just go through and explain to people. So I'm telling people, like, at this point, you either down with what we're doing and we can connect and build. And if not, then that's fine. You don't have to do this. You can sit here and be a spectator all your life, but we're in the game and we're in the game to win. And if you want to connect with us, join the game so we can win together. Other than that, stay out of our way, because you're just a spectator, a troll, and a hater that's in our way. And what we're going to do, we're going to run you over. I've been in this movement for almost 2 decades, and I've had a lot of people, just like the guy we talking about, Navigate Freely, and other people, hateful people. They'd see, what is this young brother doing? I was like, what? Well, do you really believe in your movement? If you believe in your movement, then you have to cut things off at a certain age and get out the way of a young generation to do their thing. And if you can't, then they're just gonna run you over and things like that. So that's my issue with some of our people that are elders and not elders. And I'm telling them, like, yo, don't come check me with some disrespectful stuff. And respect is a two-way street. So if you're 20, 50 years older than me, you show me some respect for the work and the things I've done in this movement. You're not gonna come and be somebody that's been on a plantation 30, 40 years and never did anything for Black people and feel like you can handle me. I was like, you got the wrong party, people. So I tell people, appreciate anyone who want to do business with us, whether they want to be a part of our community or travel to Africa. But one thing you're gonna have to understand, you're gonna have to show us maximum amount of respect. And this is not amateur hour or it's something that we just threw together. Everything that we do have stand the test of time. And so you have that idiot Navigate Freely said one thing. He said, Bomani is not the only person doing tours in Africa. I was like, yeah, absolutely. I'm not the only person. I'm just the best. I'm just the best at doing Africa tours and Africa reconnection and things like that. Because I'll put the craft and the work in. Now, other people don't, other people. So when people saying these other people, show me these other people you're talking and show me what they're doing for our people. Now, it's not like a situation where it's a simple. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, but no, continue. They're coming. Continue.
No, I was saying it's not everyone that's like, that's really just about this movement and things like that. So I'm telling people, like, the ones of us that are about the movement, there has to be a level of respect for what we're doing. And it can't be, coming at us every minute and then thinking that we're just going to accept it. You know what I mean? And, I don't sit up all night long and work on these things. These are professional operations we put together in the title and in the dialogue. Even if someone go back and listen to the first 2, 3, 4 hours of what we explained, we broke certain things down. But then, we have other people who asking us certain questions, you answering questions, and then just because you're not catering to how they feel and things like that, and just because you're not inclusive, like I tell people, I'm not inclusive in all this other stuff. I'm a Black man that believe in nation building and Black power, man, women, and children, and us organizing ourselves and doing for ourselves. And we're not here to just do any of the other stuff. So it's like, if we want to do this, let's do this together.
Correct.
But it's like we're gonna protect ourselves from the trolls and the haters. Like I'm telling people, they can say what they want to say, but it's like you step out there and try to do anything with a group of black people and see how long you can survive. Last I checked, this is year number 18. And if you add the other 2 years of studying, that's 20 years right there. You know, and then it is translate to bringing people to Africa, having people live, do business, getting land, establishing empire and things. And are we rich? No. But we're doing a movement to where if other people participate in the movement with us, we can build what we need to build. So I'm always telling people in my group, shut the hell up if you're not participating in conference calls and participating in us working together in committees to do things. Other than that, you don't have a voice and you don't have an opinion, and I would not respect or hear anything from you. You know what I mean? So, but if you want to be a silent person, then you can do that. But if you want to get into the game of what we're doing, understand this is real warfare, and some of our people are not going to make it, and some of our people in groups we have to get rid of. I've had our community group and I had to get rid of certain people. And some people are not happy about that. But I was like, do I sit here and let my house burn? You know, when you're building a business and you're bringing people together, they're going to be, half of them people are going to be the wickedest people that you ever met in your life. I'm being dead serious to people. The numbers that we have from all the organizations we have built, from the UNIA chapter here to this organization that we have, to where people are living and doing business with us, Africa. And I was like, those guys, people are down with you, don't mean that they're down with you, because their thing is entitlement. And I don't deal with entitlement. I deal with respect of the people who put the work in. You know, like, and that's one of the biggest issues I have with black people in general. Too much entitlement. You know, and it's like I tell people, people like myself, I did not have to waste my time joining this movement. I did not have to go to Africa. I didn't have to do any of these things because I was not desperate. I joined this movement of my own choosing, knowing that I was destroying my career and other things that I was involved with. But at the same time, too, I realized that some of us have to hold the line. And I learned that from Dr. Khalid Muhammad, Nation of Islam, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, New Black Panther Party. I mean, the general himself, you know, and he explained it in a simple situation, and that is not easy, but we need people to hold the line, meaning to uphold our strength and believe that we as a people should not, settle for less, and we should work towards building an empire for ourselves. And we can do it, but I'm telling people it's hard to do that when you have your own people turn around stabbing you in the back, and they're just doing the wicked stuff that white people have brainwashed them to do without, and they, and as generation go by, it's like these people are still brainwashed, just like the people who destroyed Garvey. Their descendants are coming after me now. The people who destroyed Garvey, their descendants are coming after me. They're like, okay, what do you think? He's some modern day Marcus Garvey? Yes, I am a modern day Marcus Garvey. I've in the world of this, the works, and not on Garvey level, but we're getting there, because Garvey, I tell people, Garvey organized over 10 million black people. So none of us can like compare ourselves to that level. And he didn't have no technology like we have. Even with my best day on my technology, it's hard for me to get few black people to do certain things. But that's the movement that, we have to build. And if we don't build that, then, you're asking people, what do we really have? Are we just going to sit around and just like let people destroy our movement and things like that? And I'm telling people 100%, this is my experience. It's like you're building business, you have an organization, you're working with people, and then you're dealing with destructive black people. So just like some of these shows that come on, there's some of the same people in the organization that we have. And I tell people, just because they put their money down don't mean they're really down. Some of them, like one person tell me that said to one of my one of my board members in our group that he's not a Pan-Africanist. So this guy is an idiot. It's like, the name of our community is called Black Star Pan-African Community. So why would you join an organization with someone like Bomani Tyehimba as the leader? And anyone who knows me, what I'm about. I'm about straight black man, woman, and child, black people building together, black people doing what we need to do. And I'm not worried about all these other race or nations of people. We explain in conversations that we talk about the people who we respect and we like how they move. And we telling people like, hey, press, now they're doing this. I mean, look what they did to Kanye West. I would love for us as a people to whiteball people who come against us. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's coming. But Bomani, I'm confused. That chap that said he's not a Pan-Africanist, that's in your committee. Is he retired?
He's one of these old Negroes who retired and things like that. And and then when they get to Africa, they're feeling themselves. And I mean, and the last time I remember the people, I was like, all you folks, y'all never knew anything about Africa. I educated y'all, I brought y'all, and I connected y'all, and I make sure y'all set up. So everyone owes me and needs to respect me to the highest level. And people need to understand that when I have people in the organization that we're building, if you have 30 people, are you going to let 2 or 3 stupid, ignorant, dumb black people, village idiot Negroes, you know what I mean, from America, village idiot Negroes from America who've been on the plantation 30, 40 years, who think that they're doing you a favor because they're doing business with you? You're not doing me a favor. If you want to do me a favor, be respectful to me. Show me the love that I deserve. Show me what we're building, whether you're online or whether you're in my group, because I put the work in. You know what I'm saying? And then humble yourself because just because you feel like you're 70 years old, you don't get to talk to me and disrespect me and my movement. You don't get to just feel entitled like we owe you something. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I respect, and I explain to people what an elder is and the people that I respect as elders, especially all my master teachers. And I got all their books here, even my brother, Dr. Tony Martin. I got his book here, Race First. Dr. Amos Wilson. I got nothing but love for those elders. Those are real elders. They educate and they support. And then one of the most active elders that I know is Professor James Small. I mean, he's one of the. I mean, that's a real brother. I'm telling people. You know what I mean? Like, and it's, and the only way you know that people are real is that you put time in and get to know them and things like that. So when I tell people that we out here building what we're building, people like myself didn't just pop out of anywhere. I even showed people back in the days where how we just started just traveling to Africa. You work for the airlines, you make your money, and then you spend it in Africa, and you just build something organic. And then now people feel like they come around to feel like they're on your level and they can talk to you any kind of way. I'm like, no, you're not on my level. You may be 20, 30 years older than me, but you're not on my level. Because when you had, in your time, you didn't build anything. You didn't build anything. So you can't come and treat me any kind of way when I gave up my career and I gave up things I need to give up. I made a bunch of sacrifices so I can be actively available to commit myself to building a future for our people. Yeah. So I show people the logos, the banners, and things that and I show people all from the websites and things that we're doing. And that's what makes me and Kala so strong, because when people look at what we're doing, it shows a practicality. And then the people that we have impact and influence to go to Africa and do things is unbelievable. So I'm always telling people, this is what we have accomplished and what we have built. Show me what you're about. And none of them has been able to challenge us still to this day and show us that they're building anything. So what are they? They're just trolls, haters, and just people on the sideline who feel like they're entitled to an opinion. I was like, no, you're not an intelligent person. You have a low IQ, and you do not need to have a dialogue with me. What you need to do is you need to learn about what we're about, and then we can connect and things like that. But it's like, if you're not spending any time doing any research or anything, it's like the guy Navigate Freely. We talk about countries like Liberia and Angola. And for the most part, most people 99% of our people don't know nothing about countries like Angola and Liberia. So for the most part, what they need to do is to be quiet and let, like a lot of times I meet myself because Kala know more about certain things. And then, we learn from each other. And that's how we've been able to build what we're building. And we're going to progress. So I'm telling people, whatever issues that they have with us, have your issues. But are you going to be out there competing with us? Are you going to be out there building a movement to where you can say you could turn around and you're helping and supporting your people to progress? And still to this day, no one has been able to come and tell us these things and say, hey, this is what I'm doing. I mean, not sleazy, not unapologetic Negro, not a bunch of these other clowns that we hear from. And I'm telling people, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to conform and bow down to stupid people like Not Neezy and unapologetic Negropean? No, those two guys are a lot older than me, but they're both jealous of me because I've accomplished more than them in the last 18 years that they have accomplished in their entire life. I'm not boosting myself up, but it's like, that's the issue because I'm telling people, what is the issue that all these people have with people like myself? Because I'm not on here cussing and going off on people and everything. I'm on here talking and sharing a subject and looking for people who want to have real dialogue with us. I don't need people to come and debate with us, because in order for you to debate with me, number one, you have to be intelligent. You have to have an a great IQ. You have to actually put time into studying, researching, traveling, and actually building Black organization and working with Black people. So I've lost about 99.9% of people that would even come and have a conversation with me. You know, so it's not talking down to people, but it's like we have to stop this situation where we have village idiots who feel like they can come on the panel and have a dialogue with us and feel like they're educating us, or they feel like they need to challenge us and things like that and debate with us. And that's why I appreciate you, brother, you and Big Black and a few other people. You know, when we come on, we connect, we talk as brothers, and we're building an energy together. And we also literally confirm who the enemies of our people are. Like, you know, you use that beautiful word like coon in it, you know, and we put, you know, and then you just rename some of these people because that's what they are. They're not dedicated to us, so we have to call them these things. And then some people like, why do y'all gotta call people names and insult people? I was like, what are you, some kind of a sensitive little weak person? You know what I mean? First of all, we're a group of men, and we're not like a bunch of soft ass men. This is, you know what I mean? Like I'm not sure people ever seen Jughead. He's not no soft guy. Jughead is a warrior, man. The Jughead is a warrior. We're not those little punk guys, yo. Just because I live in Georgia don't mean I'm a part of the punk society that lives here. You know what I mean? And things like that. I mean, oh man, I'm telling people, man, that they have no idea what it takes to do this movement and put the work in. And that's what I'm telling people. If you feel what you feel about, go out there and build a movement. Go out there and start a Black organization. Go out there and try to have a meeting with a group of Black people to do anything. And you see how difficult it is. You know, like one person said it the best. There's like, Bomani just make it look easy. Nah, you know, that's it. I make it look easy, but it's not easy. Because what we doing, because if it was easy, and if I had all the time in the world, I would be on YouTube every day just playing around like some of these people. I'm not on YouTube, but once or twice a week, and everything else is just recorded videos. Outside of that, I'm on the phone, the computer. I'm out there connecting, networking with people, and I'm handling business. I got people working for me. I got crews in different countries. I got people reaching out to me, and they're supposed to be flying out to go to Ghana, and they need to make sure my people in position, and all that stuff get accomplished. And there's no unit of people working here at the office. It's me and my child. And my child is 12 years old, and what he does is play video games and do things that normal children do. You know? So I'm telling people, like, learn to respect your people and give them the respect that they deserve, and stop feeling entitled because you're older than somebody. You feel like you can just treat people any kind of way. And that's the biggest issue that I have with our people. Like I said, I got nothing but love for my elders. And as far as the people that are older, they need to hold a corner and chill out and understand that, yo, you know what I mean? You didn't do anything for Black people. You didn't build anything. You're basically a slave all of your life. So don't come check me. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, you know, you can holler, you could be an inspiration, and you could be a support energy. But your time is up. Your time is up. This is our generation to lead a movement. Marcus Garvey was 28, you know, when he was building his movement. You know, Malcolm and Dr. King died in their late 30s. You know, Garvey died in his early 50s. Young men, people gave their life to a movement. And so I'm telling people, I don't think this is not a joke. Wait, about Garvey, 51.
Yeah, Fred Hampton, 21 years old. Fred Hampton, 21.
Fred Hampton, one of another someone that's literally just was a part of a movement from 17 to 20, 21, and literally just, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? The guy is no more because of just haters and jealous, weak ass people. So why do people want to be Black leaders? That's why people don't. That's why nobody wants to be no Black leader in leadership. Correct. And I would tell people, like, trust me, I feel where they're coming from, because when you're dealing with your own people and they're stabbing you in the back and you're looking out for them. And that's why I'm telling people, we're dealing with a generation of ungrateful Black people.
And,
you know, and in order for us, you know what I mean? It's like, how do you fight against the people that are out there trying to build something? You know what I mean? You have other people out there destroying our people on a regular basis and offering no solutions to our people. You have people that's, you know, that's in the system with their own people, and they rise into power, and they use that to, you know, just dominate and disrespect their own people and then build nothing. Because I live here in the South. The population in the South is at least 60% Black people. So every single government position should be Black in the South. from all of the government, from every single state, you should have a black governor, black mayor, black city council, black people in every single position. But that's easier said than done, because in order for that to happen, you have to have your people committed to be on code and things like that. And you have to have your people committed to one energy, and it's not. I think you still have like 90% of people voting for Democrats and things like that. And I'm not even into the politics like that, but it's like it doesn't translate to where we're building strength in numbers and things like that. So we have to rethink a bunch of things. So I've said a whole lot and things like that. And when me and Kala get on, it's not a situation we're sitting around trying to make friends. We're sitting around being real with people, and in that being real with people, if we communicate with 1,000 people, we hope to connect with about at least 10 of those people out of 1,000 people, so we could do some stuff together. But anyway, I've been talking a lot, brother. Go ahead and jump in and share what you have to share, and we can close in the next 10-15 minutes because it's 9 hours and going.
Yeah, you need some rest, but you're still off.
Yes, man, I'm an independent business person. I just sleep when I need to sleep and I just do my business.
Good. Because there's a lot of things. I have to jump in, but I didn't want to do a Kala and jump in. I had to control my tongue. I love Kala, but Kala always jumps. I love Kala. But Kala, if you're listening, love you, man. But Kala was, I couldn't do Kala. I had to keep my mouth shut. But this has been the whole my tongue. You know, lots of things there which you want to jump in for to back you up. Number one, about name calling. Let me tell you why I name call Bomani. Kunis Owens, Morgan Slaveman, Condoleezza Rice, Whoopi Koonberg. Yeah, I call them Coons. Let me tell you why, Bomani. People say, oh, we name call. Yeah, damn right. Let me tell you why, Bomani. Kunis Owens, Larry Elder, Jessley Peterson, they're lucky, Bomani. Do you know why? Let me in our ethnic group, there won't be a breathing. Can you imagine, Bomani, you're an army, okay? You're in army, okay? You're in the Navy. Was it
yeah, U.S. Navy. It's U.S. Navy.
Okay, right.
Operation.
Okay, right. Let me ask you a silly question. We both only answered the question. We both only answered the question I'm about to ask you. If you're in Afghanistan, for instance, okay, and Afghanistan female was openly defending American soldiers killing her men, what would happen to her?
You say American soldiers killing the people in Afghan.
And an Afghan female was openly defending it in her community. What would the community do to her, that woman? Basically, she wouldn't. How long would she be breathing? If a woman from Afghanistan was defending occupied soldiers killing her men, how long would she be breathing? 5 minutes.
She wouldn't have long. Them people don't play games and things like that.
You get my point. You get my point.
Yes, but absolutely.
This woman Kunis Owens openly defends white men killing her men. And she's breathing because black men were lucky, we're patient. That's why she's still breathing. Look at that idiot, Jesse Peterson. He defended Darren Wilson killing our brother Mike Brown. This old coon. Jesse Peterson defending
old Negroes, old ninjas.
You see, in our community, imagine if Afghanistan, if old Afghanistan coon was defending American soldiers killing their youth. How long would that old man be breathing? He wouldn't be breathing. So what's that? People like Jesse Peterson, Kenneth Owens are lucky because in our community will not tolerate that people like that around him. They're lucky.
You talking about Kunis Owens?
Kunis Owens, just like all of them. Kunis Owens, Larry Elder.
It's Kunis Owens that's left Kanye West dry and everything. Last you saw was like a White Lives Matter t-shirt, but when our people from the Daily Wire told us she can't mess with them. So what people seen is power. And at the end of the day, I'm not trying to verify Kanye, but I think at some point he's proven his point about when you decide to do whatever you're doing, there's gonna be people that's gonna crush you and whiteball you and things like that, which we knew already because he's not the first person that's been in that situation. Usually most people apologize, almost all of them apologize. He's the first person I haven't seen apologize, so he may be onto something. But I mean, he got that kind of money, and if he's willing to lose a good amount of his network for proving his point, I can build a level of respect for him on that. But I'd rather for him to make the money and invest it with the revolutionaries so we can do all the things that he talked about in Africa and make sure that our children don't go through these things and have, build what we need to build. And that's the importance of what we're building in Africa. So I'm telling people when we're getting on here and we're talking and we're building dialogue and we communicate, We're not trying to just be here wasting our time. We want people to understand what we're dealing with. Go ahead, brother.
You do the color. You do the color. You do the color.
You do what?
I'm joking. Yeah, back to Cunha. Yeah, you're right. But the best of Cunha, that money he's lost for Adidas, it better if we get $100 million to you, or Color, or BAIO. That's what I'm saying. Why waste money upset people? You don't need to upset. Give the money to people that do something. Anyway, but yeah, he's got back.
Oh, no, yeah, brother. Dialogue about it, because that's the issue that I have. You know what I mean? That's the issue I have. We're here because the African Analysis deals with solutions. And I don't think at any point we have not provided great solutions. And the greatest solution I can always provide to anyone, I can just give a great example. Whether whether you're a gangster or whether you are, or entertainer who have some level of resources, and you realize that you're limited on what you can do in America, holler at people like us, and we can connect you in Africa. My brother Kala explained about the people that he has connected. There's a brother we had on here, Rosenthal. He was in the Congo, and he was connected to Africa based on Kala Genesis, and I can share the same sentiment of all the people that we have connected. So our lives and the world that we have lived in have transformed and connect Black people. Like, there's people that didn't know anything about Pan-Africanism and nationhood, and people like Kala and myself have educated people over the years, and we have the strength in numbers to show people the movement that we're built. Like I'm always talking to Kala about before, because me and him go way back. Me and him go way back before the YouTube era. So I'm telling people, like, literally, we went back, in the early 2000s, for myself and Kala, in the 90s, and we're out here reaching out, connecting with our people, and we're putting out good efforts. And we telling our people, like, yo, like, where is the support that you're giving us so we can do what we need to do? And then, you same thing, you're reaching out and saying to people, like, whether they Kanye West or whatever, that this is America. Just because you're a billionaire, you're a multimillionaire, don't mean that you can just do what you want to do. And then it shows the reality of why we need to build an Afrikstan, and why we need to build communities in Africa, and why we need to enterprise in other parts of the Black world. Because in other parts of the Black world, you can have your flexibility and do the things you need to do. Like when we build that town, and then we do things with certain people, if they want a loft or they want a mansion on the beach and things like that, if that's what you want and you have the money to do it, we can build it, and we can work it out to where you can have your flexibility, your freedom, and your peace of mind, and things like that. And these are the things that we're offering our people in Africa, because obviously we have tried so much in America, and so that's why I tell people I respect people like Tariq Nasheed, but at the same time too, I'm not down with the foolishness that they're doing, because in order for us to really understand this whole movement, we have to build a global Black enterprise. And I use the white guy Jay Marriott, that built a brand of hotels across 6 continents. I mean, I don't think there's any country I've ever been in where I didn't see a Marriott. As a matter of fact, there's no country I've ever been in I didn't see one, or no region or area. So if that white man who's an American can go out there and do that, what about people like myself and Kala? What's wrong with us going out to try to build global business enterprise? We talk about building a global Black business pipeline, and we have proven and shown how we have done it. To where I'm telling people that I have people call me, we do consultation. Next, I got them on planes, and they're in Africa. They got their apartments, their house. They got tour guides to work with them and things like that. You can't do that unless you put some work into establishing things in another country. This international business enterprising is not for amateurs. You have to build a whole level of credibility, and you have to go to a level of trials and tribulation before you even have confidence to do these things. And like I've told people that I have people who have died in Africa, not on my watch, which is not on my tour. When they eventually go back and they decide that, like one person told me, one of the friends that I died, and it broke my heart. But I remember a specific conversation, and I ended up giving him a refund back. And even though he's my brother, he was like, I don't really feel like what you guys are doing is the right thing. We shouldn't come to Africa and build a Black American city. That's what he labeled. And I was like, last I remember, it's not a Black American city. It does represent the diaspora, because majority of the people are from Jamaica and the Caribbean islands and from America. So it's it's an infusion of what we built in the Caribbean and what our energy and our culture there, and our energy and culture in America. And so they have issues with those things. But then I tell them, I was like, what happens when you're in Ghana and you're out there in the middle of nowhere, and then you have people who see you, and you are their victim and you are their come up. And I'm telling people foul play is real. Now, can I prove certain things? Yes, I can probably prove certain things, and I probably can't prove it because you're not always there, but you understand how the system works. So you're giving your friends, your people, the greatest advice. Like I tell people, if you get malaria, these are my people here. Make sure you run to them and they'll save your life. Other than that, don't think you're gonna stay in your house and get some basic treatment and things. You're gonna be all right. So we have to be clear about these things. It's like, what happens if you're in Africa and you're living there and you get sick? Maybe the people who are taking care of you feel like it's better if you die and they take everything that you have. And now I'm not saying that that's exactly what happens, but do these things happen? 100%. These things do happen. And so if I'm somewhere in another country, I want to be around my good people that I've been able to build and connect with in America, because at the end of the day, that's going to be my safeguard. Because we're in a situation where we have to vibe and feed off each other, and look out for each other. Now you go and you just say, I'm not messing with no African Americans, which people have told me, and they've reached back out to me and regret every single last word they said. Because I'm telling people I am a military tactician. You know what I mean? I didn't spend my time learning, working these people industry for 4.5 years to just learn nothing other than fixing planes and making some money. I learned about their tactics, the way they operate in warfare, and why they're so strong and powerful, and why how they're able to operate and do certain things. And I'm telling people we can learn a lot from these people and the powers to be. Like look at what the white European Jews look at the energy that they are pushed out to Kanye. Look at even people that deal with them. They're like, okay, well, Kanye's saying this, but I got a white Jewish business partner. And I can't upset him. I got to like roll with the flow. And that's power. You know what I mean? And I respect the power that they have. I feel like they use their power just recklessly and disrespectfully. But I can't say much because their connection is their Holocaust that was sold and explained to them, and they stick together based on they feel like they don't want that to ever happen or any people come against them. And so when I hear those stories, I'm like, yo, that's what we should be on to the highest level. So that's what I can respect about them, because I realize that that's what we need to do and things like that. You know what I mean? Anyone come against us, we just we stand up and then handle our business. But you may be limited here, so I'm always telling people what we're doing in Africa, respect it. And that's why I was telling the guy Nax Sleazy, that was on, and we spent our time trying to explain to him, because we thought he was, he was a reasonable person. He wasn't, and you're telling me that we need to focus on doing whatever in America or Jamaica and everything. And you're telling me that while you have international white business people and conglomerates across all the continents. Last I remember, there's a company called Coca-Cola. I mean, have you ever been anywhere where you couldn't drink a Coca-Cola or a Sprite? And I'm gonna tell people I've been to 6 continents, and I've seen their beverage in every single place I've been. That's power, and that's kind of power that we want. We want to have a global influence and things like that, because especially when I see and that's what I love about Marcus Garvey. He also about Africa for the Africans, because he explained about like I literally thought he saw the future of China, because he put that in his perspective. Told me China for the Chinese, and mentioned many other countries. Britain for the British, French for the French, and so on. So Africa for the Africans. So I'm telling people we shouldn't have an issue with doing what everybody else is doing, which is consolidating resources and working together. And any stupid black people that tell me something else, I'm gonna tell them that they're an agent, they're a troll, and they're a hater, and they're unintelligent, they're stupid, and they're idiot, and they don't have any business having a dialogue with me, because I'm not here to spoon feed you. I'm not here to debate with you. You either see the writing on the wall or you don't. The writing on the wall say Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. It say Africa for the Africans. It say Black African Infrastructure Organization. It say Black Star Pan-African Community. But anyway, Brother Jughead, I've said a lot, man. If you want to share some things.
Yes. As I was saying, but you're doing your color there. You go. You go. Oh, I love that, man. You're on the roll. Yeah, I was saying before about the name calling. Why our name call? See, I was saying before, people like Kudus Owens, Morgan Slaban, Whoopi Coomber, these and their ilk. They're lucky because in our Africa, we're not tolerate such people in our midst of them. I'll be careful what I say. Like, I don't want to get flagged for terrorist speech, but I'm saying that in our community, they will not be breathing. That's that point done. So they're lucky that black people are very patient because
we're good, man. The only thing we can't speak bad about the white European Jews. We know that already. That's the only thing that's like literally off limits. And we can put it in perspective, but we can't say a bunch of negative things because it's like that's it's unfortunate that Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. I call them. They're not Jews. They're small. They're not Jews. They're small. They're fake. They're not Jews.
Small. I mean, I love small hats. I love that terminology.
That's what I mean. Yeah, use. That's what I call them. They're not Jews. The small hat.
Every time I throw a rock, I hit a hat.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, but that's up. There's a guy on the name calling. That's why. Because they're lucky we're on the name calling. These people are lucky we're on the name calling. But the time will come, Bomani. When we rise up, we'll rise up. We do more on name calling. There'll be a reckoning, Bomani, because one thing with all revolutions, the traitors always get dealt with. The time's coming. That's why I love Winnie Mandela. I love Winnie. That traitor Nelson. I hate Nelson. Winnie. I love Winnie.
Winnie is one of the greatest warriors of all time. Everybody loves Winnie Mandela.
Winnie knew how to deal with traitors. They got the necktie. I won't say any more than that. You know, necktie. They got the necktie. They got the necktie.
Yeah, they got a tire necktie. You know what we're talking about. They throw that tire on fire. Now I'm not telling people that we're promoting like wickedness and things like that. That's what they had to do in South Africa. But it's like people have to understand South Africa was a revolutionary zone where you either. Go ahead.
But I was talking, man. You know the color.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, what? Let me read because you've been up almost 10 hours, man. So I finished, you get to bed. I'm trying to finish, you get home. You've been almost 10 hours, brother. So I'm worried about you. I'm
good, man. I'm good. I have the energy. I just want to talk, and I have a lot on my mind tonight. And I've been talking for 9 straight hours.
Right. So that's name calling out of the way. So anyone wonders why we name calling, that's why. They're lucky we're now. Time come, we're not be just name calling. We're doing far more than that. So if you're squeamish about name calling, get off the channel. Because we're serious people. Me and Kala and I, we're not jokers. We're serious. Now, another point you made, Kala, Bomani, about you were in the Navy. You were in the Air Force, correct? You were in the Air Force. Now,
I was in the U.S. Navy as a F-14 and F-18 aircraft technician.
Yeah, sorry.
Working on engine systems and fuel systems.
Right. You was Air Force. Right now, Bomani.
No, straight Navy. Straight Navy. I mean, nothing but no disrespect to the Air Force anyway, but straight Navy. And, people actually, were you in the Army? I was like, and I'll try to, because I don't want to like insult other branch, but technical people like myself, you join the Navy because the Navy have all the technical positions.
Okay, you're in the Navy. Okay. Now, one part of it is this, though, Bomani and other listeners. See, people say, oh, Bomani, you're not inclusive. You're damn right. We should be inclusive. Let me tell you why. See, Bomani, if you want to join the Air Force, Navy, Delta Force, any other extreme military operation, they have a what do you call it? Entry requirements, don't they? Why do they have entry requirements? Because they have a certain standard to maintain. You got to join the Navy like that. You got to join the Delta Force or the Navy SEALs. You have to pass the test first, don't you? Because they have entry requirements of a certain standard. We got to have coons cowards join the BAIO or the Afrikstan. We don't want the coons. We don't want the Kurdistans or the Negropeans because the cowardice will bring us down. You have to have a certain standard to join our group of courage, intelligence, integrity, transparency, and duty. We can't have weak cowards join our rank because they'll pull us down. You see, if you're going to join a top Ivy League university, Princeton, Yale, Harvard, they have entry requirements. Why? You can't have dumbos join Harvard, MIT. You have to have pass the requirements, don't you? Because they have standards to maintain. Why do we have to be inclusive? No. You prove yourself first. Prove you're not a coon. Prove you're not a coward. Prove you're not an arse licker. Then you can join. You can't just be inclusive, joining like that. No, we can't be. That's why we're inclusive. We have standards to maintain. We're trying to build a nation. You can't be a nation of coons, cowards, and idiots. That's why we have. That's why we're not inclusive. So that's that point. So whoever criticizes you for not being inclusive, you're correct, Bomani. Stand on your square. We cannot be inclusive. You have to earn our respect. You have to earn to join the African nation. You have to earn we have standards to maintain. You can't just join the Navy SEAL. You can't just join the Delta Force. You can't just join the Harvard, Yale, Princeton. These people, these institutions are entry requirements for a reason, because that's standards to maintain. You can't just join the Yale or Harvard or Princeton like that. No, you have to pass the requirements first. Prove that you qualify. Then you can join Harvard, Princeton, Yale, or whatever higher institution you want to join, SAS or Navy SEALs. Same thing with Afrikstan. You can't just be a coon. You can't just be spending your life cooning like Coon or Larry Elder, for the police that kill our children. Then you say you want to join BAIO. No. You prove yourself first. So Bomani, stand on your square, Bomani. We cannot be inclusive. We cannot be inclusive. You have to have standards to maintain. Regarding Nakmizi and Free Navigate Freely, I missed that point because while you were talking, I was sleeping. I missed that part of the broadcast when Navigate Freely was on. I don't know what he said.
Well, he's not on. He's not allowed to get on our panel anymore because he's a blatant idiot. And the thing of it is, one thing about people like myself, I mute myself, and you give people a chance to have a dialogue with you, to where they can bring up certain points. And I'm not saying that everybody has to agree with us because they don't, but I don't need you consistently getting on here and disagreeing with what we're doing because it makes no sense. And the reason why that is because we have already lay our cards on the table.
Correct. You're right, Bomani. The time of discussion is over. We're in the 1970s and we're not the 80s. We haven't got time to discuss now. It's building time now. I said before, numerous occasions on your platform. I'm going to slow down. I'm taking fast now. I said before, Bomani, on numerous times on your platform and also Dana's platform, we've got 3-4 decades left. If we've not got one African nation on Africa that's highly developed economically, militarily, a space program, nuclear weapons by 2050 or before, we're done. Because if we pick up tenants on our own land, right now, China's got 1.3 billion people. India has 1.4 billion people in 2022. By 2030, 8 years' time, China and India will both have 2 billion each. They need the resources to feed their populations. I guess they're both going to be looking. Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that simple. I mean, China and India are small countries that have ridiculous populations. So where are they going to send all those Chinese and Indians? Africa? We already seen what they did in the Caribbean Islands. I told people, like, I grew up in Jamaica and one of my neighbors was Chinese. The Chinese woman and Chinese son, and her son was, I mean, we all used to hang out and things like that. But it's like, they didn't come for no nation building with you. They came to dominate you. They came to put their position in place and work with their people to build their networks. You know what I mean? And and it's like, are we supposed to sit around and just let other people just dominate us? I mean, for the most part, that's what we've been doing. But I'm telling people, take a stand, take an African stand, and let's do what we need to do. We talk about blueprint for Black Power. We talk about race first and things like that. So we're telling people, like, this is not a game. It's like we don't make the moves we need to make. All of our children will be working for Asians and Arabs who own factories and all the corporations. And and especially since people have been telling me the white people are dying out. So let me just give it to you. The white people died out. There's no more white people on the planet. So only thing that we have done we'd have done is inherit new slave masters called Chinese and Indians. And called Arab nations.
Yeah. So it'd be worse than that. I have to disagree about it. It'd be worse than that. No, it'd be worse than that, bro. It'd be extermination.
All right,
let me tell you why.
That's a great point.
Let me tell you why, Bomani. Because right now, the world is on the world we have scarce resources. The resources on the world, the resources are finite. Okay, they're finite. The resources of the world, the water, the oil, the food. There's only a certain capacity the world can take. Right now, population is almost 8 billion. Okay, in 2022. By 2050, a population will be 13 billion. That's in by 2050. 38 years time. And we're only halfway through the decade, the century. Now, as decades progress, population will increase. That means that the more burden and more resources, the strong will not allow the weak to eat. The people that survive at the end of the century will be those nations that themselves militarily and economically depend on resources. The weak and the cowardly will not survive, Bomani. The strong will eat the weak. The strong will not allow the weak to compete with scarce resources. The strong will not allow the weak to compete with scarce resources. They won't allow that. That's why we have to be strong economically and militarily, because if we're not bad, we'll not survive, because the resources of the world are finite. Okay, they can't. Whatever technical resources is the low capacity of the world is unsustainable right now. So if we continue to be the weakness is cowardice, this individualism, nations that are weak and divided will not survive. That's why I say that it will be extermination, because the weak will not survive, but they will defend their resources. Those ethnic groups that survived in the century and successfully transferred to the 22nd century were those ethnic groups that developed themselves economically, militarily, and scientifically. They're ones that will survive in the century. Africa doesn't prepare ourselves quickly. Africa will remember you know about Tasmania, don't you? You know about Tasmania? Island below Australia. The story about Tasmania.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And I'm also confirming that I've been to Australia, Perth and Sydney, Australia. And I've literally seen the situation in Australia. Right.
Hold on. That's my point. 100 years time, if this African fuck niggas that right now mislead Africa, right now in front of Africa, misleading us, if we let them continue to be there, Africa will look like Tasmania in 100 years time. Africa will look like Tasmania. You want to see a blackface in Africa? You want to see a blackface in Africa in two places in 100 years time: history books or in a zoo. I'm warning black people now. If people think I'm joking, I said, Jeff, you're being alarmist. I'm not being alarmist. The worst people in the population are growing. The ruthless and the strong will survive the end of the century. Those that are organized, disciplined, and ruthless and strong will survive. I studied biology, Bomani. Any biological organism, whether that organism be mammalian, reptilian, amphibian, bird, insects, any organism that are not organized for their own defense, for survival, that organism will not survive. Right now, black people were not defending us, so we're not organized. We're on a road to individualism, cowardice, and reason to adopt Pan-Africanism, which should be our creed. We're just the opposites. We're just individualistic consumers. And as a group, we're not going to survive if we continue this way. I know we will survive, because I think BAIO will be successful. I feel like you and I will build that Afrikstan. We will be the catalyst for change. But if we continue on our way now, it won't be slavery on Burma. It'll be extermination. Garvey warned us 100 years ago. What happens to groups that don't defend themselves? They're not organized for defense. They're wiped out by stronger groups. That's what's happening throughout nature. Don't forget Burma.
Great point, because there's people that don't exist anymore because the British Empire wiped them out. Or the French Empire wiped them out.
Correct. Look at you're from the Caribbean. The indigenous people in the Caribbean, the time what they call the time was, the people in the Caribbean that were there first, they're no longer there.
Some of the native people in islands that we populate today. Yeah, the majority of native people have been wiped out.
Yeah, the indigenous of the Caribbean, they're no longer there. The people,
they're no longer there. They're in the case of like mixed people now, or people with But as far as this, like the original people in the different islands in America, the reality of it is, the wicked European colonizers wiped them out. Because the first thing they try to do is enslave those people. When they realize that they weren't trying to have that, then they have to come steal all people from Africa, because they know we have a whole different level of strength and working. And I think when it comes to the native people in the Americas, their mindset was completely different. And I'm not going to get into detail, like I know all these things, but it's like we literally don't see them around. Like when I lived in Jamaica for 11 years, and I've been living in America for over 30-something years. And so when people ask me about the native people, whether in Jamaica or America, you tell them like yo, they've been wiped out. They've been wiped out. So it's a real situation that yes, you can be wiped out as a people. Now, I always look at that. People were trying to wipe us out, but you know what it is, man. Some people even can say that that it's just impossible and hard to get rid of us. But it's like, don't bet on that, because as time go along, they'll figure it out. Lock all of us in a factory and gas us.
Thank you. But people say, well, I'm in the UK. I see what's up missing idiots like that idiot Prophet Kwaku, that idiot over here in the UK. Those morons over here in the UK.
That fake Prophet Kwaku from Garvey Town.
That moron, yeah. I also debate with him all the time. He used to, because I said Jeff, I'm too harsh. I asked going to listen to them now because they're morons. Look, Bomani, the people of China, Japan, Thailand, Burma, Tasmania, they're all black. Where they're now? People say they can't be there. They've been doing it. We mean they can't be there. They've been doing it. Look at so-called Middle East, North Africa, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Kemet, or Libya. That was black. Before that was black as Ghana and Nigeria. Look at them. Look at it now. So we're starting to see what's happened in the last 5 years of Bomani. We're starting being hemmed in. Gradually being wiped aside gradually over the world. Melanesia, Tasmania, Australia, the Middle East, North Africa. We're starting being hit. We're starting being hemmed in. If we lose Africa, we're finished. If we become tenants of our own land, we're done. We're not there yet. We've got 3 decades to turn around. We've got 3 decades to turn it around. There's still hope. We've got 3 decades, maybe 4 to turn it around. So we're also lost. We've got time. But if we become tenants of our own land in so-called sub-Saharan Africa, we're done. We're nowhere else to go. Where are we going to go? On the moon? Where are you going to go? In the ocean? Where are you going to go? If you lose Africa, you can go in the ocean. Like Prison Name or Broad Atlantis. Where are you going to go to?
Yeah, I mean, I think people have to really understand that situation. If you're a white European Jew, what you have Israel. If you're white European descendants, you have Europe. I mean, and if you're from somewhere like myself, you're from Jamaica or the Caribbean islands, you have there. And if you're our people in America, which is what I'm brokenhearted about, where do we have? And that's why I'm not always telling everybody in America to leave and do all this stuff, because that's why Tariq Nasheed pushed what he pushed. And he knows this too. He knows that our people have limited options. It's basically, and that's why we talk about building that global black business pipeline, doing a strong connection between the Americas and the African continent. And there we find our solutions and things like that. So like I tell people, like, no one's gonna feel sorry for us. People are gonna say that we have to figure it out because they're gonna say, well, in the 40s and the 50s, the African and Asian countries were in similar situations. But yeah, Asian had a whole different situation. Our situation was completely just not like how it was for them. They were more on code, and they have, they did what they needed to do, and I got to give it to them. You know what I mean? Because now they have consolidated, and I think everyone else in the world have consolidated. We talk about the wicked French and the wicked British Empire, and how they were just literally savages, and how they were always killing each other and fighting each other until they realized that they need to fix that problem. And even World War II, when the Germans were just taking over different parts of Europe, they realized that that they need to figure it out and consolidate their resources. So we do have the African Union, but it's like, is it really a consolidated effort in Africa? Absolutely not. The European Union has shown their powers. Even beyond that, they have shown, whether it's NATO, the European Union, or whichever whatever they call, they're always consolidating their resources to be dominant because they realize. I think Hitler and Germany literally gave them a wake-up call, because before that, the only thing they had to worry about was the French and the British, whether the French was trying to take over Europe or the British was trying to take over Europe or whichever, but none of them was able to really make a big gain. I mean, Napoleon tried, I guess, and you see what happened to him. He was, what's that word when you send people, when you, instead of killing them, you just send them away? I'm trying to remember the word, and
So when you exile,
yeah, exile. they put them to exile. So you're telling people like, yo, this stuff is serious. You see and we talk about like, now one of me and Kala favorite thing to always talk about is the Chinese Communist movement. I mean, the trials and tribulations that they went through, they had to literally kill a lot of their people and go through some situations to where now, they made examples of their traders and their sellouts and their Uncle Toms and stuff. And now they're a stronger nation. So you're telling people like, you're not going to be able to build anything by being just somebody who just, I want to include all black people and all black people. All this, that. Well, all black people ain't down with black people, and every brother isn't a brother. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. And all kin folks, all skin folks and kin folks. So I want the best of our people anywhere in the world, black people, so we can do this.
I wish I'd been there when you had a conversation. I love you, Kala, man, because when you taught us I love it. That's why I was so upset with missing last week's broadcast. I was so upset when I watched it, man, because I was like, oh damn, Jeff, man. I should have drove myself out bed been there. But anyway, but you kind of right. Look, Bomani, I know history. I'm not a color. I know history. India before it's 100. India, about almost 2,000 tribes. It is united now. Why? Because of civil war. China had their coons. China had the Chinese coons, the Chinese Bhutanese, the Chinese Morgan Freemans. But then there's civil war. You can't be. If you unite Africa by blood, you're full of yourself. China was united by blood. India was united by blood. Africa will be the same. I don't want to put it away. Unfortunately, you have to remove them. You got these coons because we can't. We try to build strong Africa. We got this individual coon with the King of Wakanda, the Fresh Prince of Zamunda crap. You know, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the Fresh Prince of Zamunda mindsets set in the way of our global African unity. No, people those medieval mindsets, the medieval tribalism have been put aside. Those coons with their King of Wakanda, Fresh Prince of Zamunda crap.
You talking about that idiot, the fresh coon of Wakanda?
Yeah. Amari, yeah. Another coon, Mad Mike. The fresh Prince of Zamunda. You put them aside. You got these coons. You got these coons.
All of these we ran all these coons off YouTube. Do you notice that none of them come on this channel anymore?
We don't
put up with their foolishness. And that's what people want to do. They want us to entertain their dumb stuff. I was like, nah, this is the wrong people you're talking about.
No, we can't. And say, look, if I'm joking, we're joking. This is serious. What these fools there? What have they called? What's their Prince name? Wasn't it Prince Namor? What his name is? King of Wakanda. Another fool, the Fresh Prince of Zamunda.
The one from Sierra Leone and the one from Nigeria. The two. Which one of those village idiots?
Both. Mike
Olawale is the village bushmeat eating village idiot from Nigeria, and then Amara is a fake king who with his two huts thinking that he got a nation and a kingdom in Africa.
Yeah.
Talking about the people in Sierra Leone, they don't need it. I've been to many parts of Africa, and all of our people want modern convenience and opportunities.
Of course they do.
Don't tell me that someone don't want to have, have a better way of life. That's what we all strive for. We strive for a better way of life. And I even tell my son that all the time. I was like, and I told him the history of my family and my mother, my father, and how they're my greatest inspiration. How they worked 30 years, and I was in New York, and they still didn't retire. You know what I'm saying? And and they show great work ethics. We know how it is. We know where we come from. Where we come from.
Yeah,
great work ethics. Whether you come from Nigerian parents or Jamaican parents, you have that work ethics as your parents because they want to see you progress and do better. They, it's like we understand our struggles and things, and that's why you tell people like, we're in the same boat and situation. You don't have to just disagree with me just to disagree with me, because sometimes I feel like people literally just want to disagree with us just to disagree with us.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no need to just disagree with us. I don't think we're talking about anything reckless and anything disrespectful. Like earlier today, you hear me talk. I'm always talking highly respected to our women and tell them even just recommending black men just like stop the foolishness with our women. Stop challenging women for jobs and challenging women for movie roles. Let the women have their woman king. Let them have their woman king. Let them make their money. Because I'm being honest with you.
Yes.
If all of those women were women in my family, I would just like praise them and say, sisters, I'm happy that you finally got your payday and to get your shine on, because so long our women have been oppressed to where they're limited on things that they want to do for themselves and things like that. And like men like myself, like, the women I date are independent women. I appreciate that level, because now if we're on a certain mindset, now we consolidate our resources that we can do good as a people and we can progress. Yeah. But it's no need for us to hold our people back because we want to feel comfortable about ourselves. Like my sister, she has a master's degree in mathematics, and she's the closest to like a genius and an engineer in our family. I got number love for her. Why would I be jealous of my younger sister that I raised? I raised her, and I raised my brother to be better than me. I raised my son to take it to another level. And I tell him I'm not just gonna take it to another level. I'm gonna make sure that we put things in place so your children or our children can have these opportunities. And I want to see more of our people fight for that. Like it hurts me every time I turn around and I see these clowns making videos disrespecting black women. yeah, you know, you may have an issue with the relationship in America. Who doesn't have the issue that we have is going to be based on the system. So yeah, you went to Brazil, you met a nice sister and everything. Kudos to you, beautiful. I've been to Brazil. Sisters are beautiful there. You find one, you marry a man, find a good woman or wife. It's a great thing, absolutely. Whether you find her in Brazil, you find her in the Dominican Republic, in Ghana, Senegal, and Gambia, Nigeria. Now, as long as it's our women and not those other women and things like that, because I'm always one of the people promoting that the majority of Black women on the entire planet are in one continent. They're in African continent, and they're in the popular countries: Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, so on and so on. So if a Black man is open to Black women, you tell him, hey, the African continent is not an option. Don't go to Thailand. And then you just like, yo, don't go to Thailand, brother. Don't go to Thailand. You know what I mean? You know, you're pushing that, and yeah, you're telling people like, you know, let's get this organized, you know. And like I was telling people earlier today, I was like, I never was able to find my Jamaican princess. I know I'm not brokenhearted about it. You know, I would love that, but it's like sometimes it don't work out like that. Sometimes you come from a country and the women, they you know, they may be more into Black American men. And I'm like, again, I'm not taking any of that personal because it's what it is. Just like, you know, someone from somewhere in Africa, maybe a Ghanaian sister come here and she may not necessarily want to be into a Ghanaian brother, but she'll connect with someone like myself or somebody from Black America. But the reality of what you're looking at, as long as it's us as Black people, like let's cut down all these borders and, you know what I mean? And let's try to connect more Black people to build families and build an energy together to where we can, you know, take this thing to another level. But it's like, if we have clowns out there that's telling our men, oh, the hell with Black American women, go here and do this. Like, I'm against that. That's just number one, that's reckless and disrespect. I mean, so you asked most of them, I was like, don't you have a Black mother? Don't you have a Black sister? I mean, how do you know? So what are you doing? So I'll try to put things in perspective, and I'm all for, you know, if it don't work for us in America, then go to Africa. You also have other Black islands. You have Trinidad, you have Jamaica, you have many parts of the Caribbean. You know what I mean? It's like if you want to get with a white woman or other women, that's your business. I'm not here to waste my time and fight with you about that. That's your business. But I'm telling Black men, if you feel that you have less options or you're limited on options, come with me to Africa. Come with me to Africa. You know, you have incredible, beautiful sisters, Ghana, Nigerian, and they're looking for real men. And most of the businessmen that travel with me and everything, they're feeling you guys. You know, like, you know, and me and Kala was having certain conversation, but, you know, we don't want to like make it seem like we're something that we're not. So we didn't say certain things because that's not what we're here to brag about. We're not here to brag about those things, but we're just saying that, you know, we love women and we've been able to been able to realize that the sisters in Africa are very incredible, just like our sisters here. And it's like you have an option. You have America, and you have Black America, or the Black Americas from Canada all the way down to Brazil, and then you have the African continent. So I don't give any brother any excuse for being with a white woman or Asian woman. I'm sorry. I mean, if that's what you got to do, you do that. And you know, but it's like you're not gonna, you know, but it's like that's not what we're pushing. And then in our community, you know, we're pushing straight up for all of the sisters, all the young ladies, you know, when they get older, they have a Black African man, a Black man, and the Black man have a Black woman to build a future with. You know, because I can't just be in this world to where we just like, okay, I'm just gonna raise a daughter, I'm gonna raise a son, and then he's gonna run off with some white devil. Not happening. Man, even if I have to go back to how our ancestors did it, an arranged marriage for my children or my family and people like that, I will do that if I have to. So right now, and I appreciate everyone in my family because no one in my family is married or have children with anyone outside of a Black person. That's why I love my family. My family is 100% Black power family. You know, a lot of them are Christians and everything, but you know, that's how we grew up. We all grew up as Christians. We all have that belief in that upbringing, and I tell people, it's not the worst thing. Am I a diehard Christian? No, I'm not even a Christian. I'm not any religion, but it's like I appreciate the upbringing. I appreciate us just trying to just learn from what we can learn from.
Yeah, Garvey was Christian. Yeah, Garvey was Christian. Garvey was a Christian. Papa Garvey was a Christian. So what, you know?
Yeah, you use the religion and what you have to make it work. Like, I mean, my favorite Christian is gonna be Nat Turner. I love Nat Turner. He was like my favorite in history. You know,
And don't forget Denmark VC and Gabriel Prosser.
My Haitian revolutionaries. I love them. That's my brothers also right there.
So I don't care how you use it. Yeah, it's how you use it. Look at John Brown, the three white guys I respect. He was a Christian too. He chopped off heads. John Brown, he was a Christian. So it's how you use it. You get a tool, use it for the benefit of you. You know, it's how you use it. So I don't marry a Christian. Look, as long as you're not a wacko crazy Christian, as long as you're not a nutcase, you know, like Jesse Peterson, that forced him was a slavery to come back. See, I have to be calm because I get angry very easily, because I care about people. I'm very empathetic. I think sometimes I get, sometimes you hear me before getting a rage. It's because I have empathy. I feel. Not because I'm unstable, because I have great empathy, which is a good thing and a bad thing sometimes. Because when I see Mike Brown being murdered or see Eric Garner being strangled by Devil Danny Battaglio, I feel it. When I see Derek Chauvin's neck and George Floyd's neck, I feel it. People say, when they say, UK, say, oh, Jeff, wake up. It's not fair. It's America. I say, you fools. They don't talk blacks in the UK, most of them were idiots who were whatless. None of them blacks in the UK are useless. They're useless niggas. That's why I'm not doing with them. They're useless. Most of them. So, I have great empathy because that's a good thing and a bad thing. But yeah, back to what you're saying, Bomani. I'll be keeping it short because you've been almost 11 hours now. You need your sleep, but but still, I mean, I promise you, Bomani, we will survive because it's not destined for us to be wiped out. Even though gradually for the last 2,000 years, 3,000 years, gradually being eroded, but it's not destined to be gone. But I know we will survive because all it takes is a minority. Once the minority gets together, that's all it will take, Bomani. We don't need a majority. Majority will change. Majority, I'm not saying they're not bad people, but they're just, what it is, Bomani, they're overawed. The white man's power, look at his power, they're old. Our people are old. AWED, they're overawed by his power. They think he's God. Most people are scared. They see his economic power, his military power, and they're scared. I'm not scared of them. Because I have potential. I'm not scared of them. Because I can be scared of them. The black man and the black woman, we're the apex people on the planet. We're the man, father and mother of civilization. Our parents are scared of the children. That's unnatural. How can a child be scared of his? How can a father be scared of his child? How can a mother be afraid of a child? That makes sense. These people are unruly children. When we wake up, we put them in their place. We're the fathers of civilization, not them. Now, a black man be scared of a white man is like a lion being scared of a hyena. How can a lion be scared of a hyena? That don't make no damn sense.
Doesn't make no sense.
That don't make no damn sense. Yeah, hyenas are formidable, but hyenas are lion or tiger. I can look at biologically, genetically, we're the apex. They're mutations. They came from us. They're photocopies. We're the original. And we should be dominated by the fake. And I mean that's unnatural. What we've allowed to happen to us, brother, and we've allowed it, Bomani, we've allowed it, is unnatural. It's a biological anomaly. The fact that white people are dominant on the planet, that's an anomaly, Bomani. I will say it again. People don't realize what I'm saying sometimes because sometimes I talk profound, sometimes I talk fast. The Europeans dominating the planet is a biological anomaly. It should not be happening. With all our resources, our genetics, our resources, we should be by default. I'm not referring to black supremacy. That's wrong. I'm talking by default. By default, with our resources, Africa, our position in the world, our genetics, we should be number one people on the planet. Not Europe, not the EU, not China, not America, us. Found out these genetic latelys were 8% and declining. We're on the planet so far. That's unusual. That should not be happening. That's a biological, statistical anomaly. It's a biological, statistical anomaly.
I love it, yeah. I mean, that's a great breakdown. Anomaly. These people.
But it's not because we allow it. It's not because, as Garvey said, we've not come into our manhood yet. Or we used to. The white man knows himself. The white man said to himself, this is my plan, I'm going to take it. Rightly or wrong, that's what he's done for the last 2,000 years. From the Greeks, right through to the Romans, right through to the medieval times, right through to the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the French and the Spanish. Yeah, that's been our mindset. What's it called? Manifest destiny. They call it manifest destiny. We see it, we take it. I'm not saying it's right, but that's what they've done. All we have to do is this is ours. We're taking it back. Libya, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, Kemet, the Madagascar, the Comoros, the Cape Verde, the Seychelles. We're taking them all back. We wake up. We're taking them all back. Anyone gets away, we will crush them. Any medieval tribe is like what's his name? Afari, King of Wakunda, another Mad Mike, the Fresh Prince of Zamunda. We get away with
Wakunda.
We get away with crush them.
Wakunda. Yeah, that dude Fresh Kuna from Kana don't like me. He's one of the he's one of those people that are just a shit troll. And but the thing of it is, brother, is I know people want to see all of us get together, but it's impossible. It never happened.
Impossible.
Because we have too many coons. And am I supposed to lower my standard down to work with a coon? Absolutely not.
You cannot. You're ex-Navy. If you allow a coward to join your ranks, you can't let a coward or someone unfit join your fighting unit because they'll bring you down. You're going to battle and they're tired and you have to carry them. They're undermining you because you're running. You got a 6-mile trek through the battle, get to the war zone, certain zone, and you're fit. You're in shape. No one to do with his road work, so he's struggling with his pack to carry his 20-pound pack, and you have to slow down for him to catch up. He's making you compromise the battle, isn't he? He's a compromiser, isn't he? Or she?
Yes, absolutely. In a military operation, what you do, and I tell people that is like this: from their process, from the testing to the boot camp to you going out there to learning your career and things like that, they lose a lot of people. So when I tell people like myself who survived that world, you end up being the best of their recruiting class because I mean, and things like that. And that's why I realized how weak white men were because I was around them. And like I mentioned earlier, they made these guys, these weak, exclusive white men into military leaders because all of this was designed for them. When you're talking about even Naval Academy, it's something that you may see one black man there, but it's not for us. It's this is their elite military training their white men to be leaders and pilots and managers and overseers and everything. And then naturally we're here in this country too, so you have that opportunity, and you can kind of fit in and things like that. But it's like they build this for themselves. So you're telling people like, okay, we can work with what we can work with in the system as best as possible, but it's like ultimately we have to build what we need to build. And that's why Kala talk about the Afrikstan, and that's why I talk about the community and things like that. And so when we're explaining these things, I have people just being ignorant completely. We can't build a nation with a nation, blah, blah, blah. Like shut up, you fool. What you're saying is stupid. Do you know, is there a country called Israel? Yes. I mean, and that country that's called Israel, where is that country located? Are they around a bunch of Arab nations? And they're supposed to be the Jews. They're European Jews. Or just from the Jewish religion. So you have Arabs and you have Jews there, and I want to say Israel is one of the most advanced countries there.
Yes,
and they had this set up here because when I was even a teenager in New York City, I remember the white European Jews because I lived in East New York and Flatbush, Brooklyn, and there's a place called Crown Heights. It's one of their strongholds, and even when I went to see my family over the summer. I asked him, I was like, I asked my mother, I was like, dude, are the European Jews still hollering at you to sell the house? And sometimes I want to say, but you may want to take one of their deals and come move to the South. But I appreciate the ambition and business and things. And I'm telling people, whenever you have any kind of people that out there, I'm looking to see what they do. That's why we talk about, the Asians, the Arabs, and we talk about white European Jews, because. And then we have the regular white folks in the mix, but it's like we're talking about these other groups of people because they've been through their form of oppression and depression and things like that, and they have made things work for themselves. And my greatest example is always going to be Indian China. Indian China in the 40s, their nations were a joke, but you can't say that about the Indians and the Chinese. I mean, they're the most some of the most progressive people, whether you like them or not. Example, the Indians, they run everything in technology. And then, you talk about You know, you talk about the Chinese as far as food manufacturing things. They just in it. They just in it, family. And I'm telling people that's why we as a people have to build what we need to build. But nevertheless, my good brother Jughead, you know, I'm gonna put this little post up and so we can close out and I say thanks for joining us on another live stream on the late night shift, Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Take care, family. So we're just literally closing out. And then we'll definitely just be available to connect with everyone another time. Yes, brother, we're going up on 10 hours, and I'm gonna make sure I hit the end broadcast button before it said 10 hours and things. While we're still going. Absolutely, because you know we're trying to have dialogue with our people where we can do things together. And
That's right.
and for those who didn't catch the beginning of the program, 10 hours earlier, me and Kala was breaking it down. I mean, we're broken down the whole period. So I'm telling people, don't expect us to have the whole tone for 10 hours. Yeah, you're showing your big muscles, man.
I mean, I'm gonna have to give a shower, so I'm gonna go to the shower, man.
You're showing the ladies your sexiness, man.
I did a flash. I only flash because the camera's bad. I didn't mean to flash, man. Sorry, I don't apologize. I'm a flasher.
Hey, all good, man. Maybe some nice sisters see you out there. Like, yo, man, I'm gonna have to go to like London, man, and go holler at Jughead, man, and things like that.
My queen.
But I'm telling the women that we have real black men out here. You know, they may not be in your neighborhood or whatever, but hey, you got to get on that international game.
Yeah.
So Jughead, man, I don't know how to even close out with you, man, brother, but appreciate your energy, family. Appreciate everyone who joined us and showed positive love and energy. And family, don't take anything I say personal when I'm talking about the haters and the trolls. I love my haters and the troll, but also I got to discipline them and I got to school and educate them. And I got to treat some of them like they're my children, even though I have one child. They're the extension of that. You know what I mean? So family, we're going to keep on doing what we're doing. We're going to keep it strong. Everything for us is about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood and us building a global black business pipeline, us working together, the best of us, to do what we need to do and protect ourselves from the trolls, the haters, the non-believers, and the wicked black devils and the race traders and the people who want to destroy us, because that's the enemy that you're going to deal with, your own people. The other enemies they're systematically in place and they're dominating industries and things. So I'm telling people, let's work on building our industries so we're not dominated by these people. So family, on that note, let's keep it strong. Let's keep together. Let's keep working together. Let's keep energizing our people, and let's just do what we need to do as a people and things like that. And over the last few weeks, you have seen what our brother Kanye West have gone through. So I'm telling people, this is the reason why we're building what we need to build, because no matter how much money you have in these countries, you're still a ninja to them. So family, it's what it is. We're proving our point over and over, especially for the last 10 hours. So family, you take care, and everybody have a good night, wonderful day. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your church, your mosque, or wherever you're going. And we're going to keep in touch, family. We're going to keep it real and keep it strong. Take care and good day.
Love and respect. Take care. Love and respect, all of you. Dollar bill, love and respect.